A detective followed her instincts to a gruesome triple murder. A cold, controlling man stood in her way, hiding secrets she couldn't ignore. Trapped together by a conspiracy, their hatred clashed with a dangerous attraction. What happens when the truth about your past threatens to destroy everything you trust? Blackstone Accord, a web novel, vampire romance. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The rain had washed the blood thin by the time Mira arrived. It ran in pale pink streams across the alley concrete, carrying everything the killer had left behind toward the storm drains. 2 uniformed officers held the perimeter, their flashlight beams cutting through the dark like surgical instruments. The body bags were still open. Mira stepped under the tape and took it in the way she always did, surface first, feelings later. 3 bodies. 1 human male, mid-30s, throat torn with the unmistakable ragged edge of a feeding kill. 1 vampire female, early 20s, chest cavity opened by entry wounds that her own rapid healing had failed to close. Anti-vampire rounds then, hollow point, and treated. And the 3rd victim, a human woman in her 40s, strangled cleanly with a wire that had left no blood at all. 3 different methods, 3 different hands. Or 1 hand wearing 3 different masks. The smell hit her next. Wet stone, copper, ruptured tissue, and underneath it something floral, sweet, deliberate. Perfume on a corpse meant staging. She heard him before she saw him. "Seal the eastern entrance. No one passed the secondary cordon without my authorization." Calder Voss moved through the crime scene like he owned it, which, in a way, he did. The vampire liaison always took operational control on cross-species homicides. The Accord said so. Mira had read the clause 17 times. She hated it every time. He was tall, lean in the way that suggested old muscle refined by centuries of control, and he moved with the unsettling precision of someone who had never needed to rush. His eyes found her before she reached the bodies, and something flickered there. Recognition, assessment, wariness dressed as calm. "Detective Voss." His voice carried no warmth. "You're late. I stopped to check the victim's family notifications. Actual police work." She crouched beside the human male and studied the wound pattern without touching. "What have you got?" 3 dead, 1 human feeder, 1 vampire executed, 1 human collateral. The Accord violation is clear, the jurisdiction is joint, and the scene is secured. "You mean sealed?" "I mean secured." Mira looked up at him. The rain caught in her dark hair, plastered it to her jaw. She didn't bother pushing it back. "There's a difference. Sealed means you've decided what I get to see. Secured means you've held the scene until I can process it." She straightened slowly. "Which is it, Voss?" His jaw tightened. That was the first crack. "You want to process it," he said. "Then process it. But every minute you spend arguing with me is a minute the trail goes cold." Mira turned her back on him deliberately and moved to the vampire victim. The woman's face was slack, peaceful almost, except for the ruin below her collarbone. Mira counted 4 entry wounds, tight grouping, professional. Someone had put her down fast and meant it. She checked the hands, clean nails, no defensive wounds. The victim had trusted her killer. That made it personal. She knew him, Mira said. Calder appeared beside her, closer than she expected. She caught the edge of his scent, clean and cold like stone after frost. "How do you know that?" No struggle, no guard up. She let him close enough to put 4 rounds through her chest without raising an arm. Mira gestured at the human feeder. "He fought. You can see it in the muscle tension, the way his hands curled. She didn't fight at all." Calder studied her for a beat longer than necessary. "That's good observation." "That's basic observation. You'd be surprised what vampires miss when they assume human cops can't read a body." She expected him to bite back. Instead, he said, "The 3rd victim is the problem." Mira moved to the woman in her 40s. Strangled cleanly, wire embedded deep enough to cut through the trachea. No feeding marks, no gunshot wounds. She was the one who didn't fit. The piece that told her the killer was playing a game with rules only he understood. "She's the message," Mira said. "I agree." That stopped her. She looked at him. "You agree?" "I've been standing here for 40 minutes waiting for someone to say it." Calder's dark eyes held hers without blinking. The human male was a feeding kill, staged to look like a violation. The vampire was executed with human weaponry, staged to look like retaliation. And the woman was killed with a wire that left almost no blood, which means she was silenced, not sacrificed. She's the one the killer wanted dead. The other two are props. Mira felt something shift in her chest. Professional respect, unwanted and poorly timed. Then why leave them together? To frame a war. The words hung in the rain between them. Mira looked down at the dead woman again. Plain clothes, worn hands, no obvious wealth or status. She looked like someone who had seen something and paid for it. "I need to do the reading," Mira said. Calder's expression tightened. "That's not advisable at an open scene." "I don't care what's advisable." "The echo site puts you at risk. Residual violence this fresh could what, Voss? Make me feel something. I can handle it." She knelt before he could argue further and pressed her palm flat against the wet concrete between the bodies. The world dissolved. Blood heat flooded her chest, borrowed terror, the last seconds of 3 separate lives slamming into her nervous system all at once. The human feeder's shock, the vampire's disbelief, the woman's choking silence. Mira gasped. The sound punched out of her, and the images came unbidden. A hand, gloved, steady, tracing a pattern in the blood before the bodies were arranged. A crescent, a thorn, and then, underneath the violence, like a whisper beneath thunder, something worse. Recognition. The killer had stood where she was standing now. The killer had paused over each body and looked down with satisfaction, but that was not the part that cracked Mira open. What broke through was the feeling that someone in that room had known she would come. Someone had expected her name on the call sheet. Someone had been waiting. Mira wrenched her hand back. The alley swam. She forced herself upright, knees locked, breath ragged, and found Calder watching her with an expression she could not name. "What did you see?" he asked. "Nothing useful." "You're lying. Welcome to Homicide." She wiped her palm on her coat and turned toward the street. "I need the records on the human female, her name, her job, her recent movements, and I need the scene logs from every officer who touched anything before I arrived." Calder moved to block her path, not aggressively, but enough to stop her momentum. "Detective, if you saw something that changes the shape of this case, you are required by Accord protocol to disclose it to the liaison before acting on it." "Accord protocol can choke on itself. That's not how this works. That's how I work." Mira met his gaze and held it. "You don't trust me. I don't trust you. That's fine. But I'm not handing you the only piece of leverage I have 40 minutes into a case that someone just made very personal." Calder's eyes narrowed. "Personal how?" She was already walking away. "I'll have my report on your desk by dawn." She made it 3 steps before his voice caught her. "Detective." Mira turned. Calder stood silhouetted against the crime scene lights, rain streaming down his face, something old and heavy in his stance. "The evidence lockup is compromised." The words landed like a second kill shot. "What?" "I ran the chain of custody while you were processing the scene. 2 items logged from this location are already listed as transferred to storage. The transfer request was filed 17 minutes after the bodies were discovered." Mira's blood went cold. 17 minutes? That's before I even got the call. "I know." "How is that possible?" Calder said nothing, but the look in his eyes told her everything she did not want to know. Someone inside the Threshold Authority had moved against them before the blood had cooled. The killer had not only known she would come, the killer had planned for her to find nothing. Chapter 2. The rain had not stopped by the time Mira reached the Threshold Authority building. It never did in Idolin City, not in October, not at this hour. The water ran in sheets down the glass face of the headquarters, turning the lobby into a chamber of blurred reflections and drowned light. Her hands were still shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs as she crossed the marble floor, willing the tremor to stop before anyone noticed. Viaco's sight always left residue, borrowed fear that took hours to bleed out of her nervous system. But this time was different. This time the residue had a face. Someone had stood where she stood. Someone had drawn the crescent and thorn in blood and known her name before she arrived. Voss? Mira looked up. Jay Moreno was already waiting at the elevator bank, tablet in hand, dark circles carved deep under his eyes. He looked like he had not slept since the last shift ended, probably because he had not. Tell me you have something. I have something. Jay fell into step beside her as the elevator doors opened. The strangled woman. I ran her through every database we have before the system locked me out. Locked you out? Remote shutdown, 15 minutes ago. All her files, poof, flagged, sealed, and moved to a clearance level I do not have. He held up the tablet. But I saved the preliminary 499 before the kill switch hit. Her name? Esther Cole, 52 years old. Worked at a clinical records office in the old St. Bridget district. Low-level data entry, no criminal history, no known connection to vampires, no obvious reason anyone would want her dead. Mira took the tablet. Esther Cole stared back at her from a driver's license photo. Round face, tired eyes, the kind of woman who spent her life not making trouble. The kind of women who saw trouble anyway and paid for it with wire around her throat. St. Bridget. That district had been quiet for years. Boarded-up clinics, empty warehouses, the kind of neighborhood the city forgot on purpose. But Lena had been taken somewhere near there. Mira had walked those blocks 100 times in the first year, searching for anything the police had missed. The evidence transfer, Mira said. I need the full custody log from the crime scene. Every hand that touched those items, every timestamp, every signature. Jay's expression shifted. About that. The elevator doors opened onto the 4th floor. The bullpen was too quiet. Desks sat empty, monitors dark, the kind of stillness that meant something had already happened while she was still on the road. What? The 2 items transferred from the scene. They never arrived at storage. Jay kept his voice low as they walked past the vacant cubicles. I checked the receiving log. The transfer was filed. The containers were logged out of the scene, but the delivery terminal shows no scan. The boxes left the perimeter and then vanished. Vanished. As in, they were recorded as picked up by an authorized courier, but that courier's badge number is not assigned to any active officer. Someone generated a fake transfer request using a retired credential, then walked the evidence out the back door before anyone noticed the chain break. Mira stopped walking. The bullpen felt colder now. The vents hummed overhead, and somewhere down the hall the phone rang unanswered. How long ago? 30 minutes, maybe 40. The courier would have been clear of the building before the bodies were fully bagged, before Mira had pulled her hand off the wet concrete, before she told Calder about the recognition. Whoever moved the evidence had been inside the building when the call came in, waiting for the window to open. I need to see the security footage from the loading dock. Already pulled. Jay handed her a second device. The cameras caught the courier's silhouette, but the face is obscured. Hat pulled low, collar up, standard uniform. Could be anyone. Then I need the badge assignment history. Who last held that credential? Who authorized its retirement? Who had access to the system to reactivate it? Mira, do not tell me it's complicated. It's not complicated. Jay's voice dropped. It's blocked. Director Ward put a hold on all internal access to the custody system until she completes a full security review. Nobody gets in until she says so. Mira felt the rage rise, clung and familiar. She had spent 4 years learning how to work inside a system that kept secrets from its own investigators. She had learned to push, threaten, and burn favors to get answers. But this was different. This was the system locking her out of a case that had already turned into a message addressed directly to her. Where is Ward now? Her office, but she's in a closed briefing with Security Chief Rayner and the Council liaison. No interruptions. Watch me. She turned toward the executive wing. Mira. Jay's hand caught her elbow, gentle but firm. You are still vibrating from the reading. Your pupils are blown, your hands are shaking, and you look like you just walked out of a combat zone. If you storm that office right now, Ward will bench you for medical leave before you get 3 words out. Then I will get 3 words out. 3 words that get you sidelined are 3 words that let whoever took Evans keep walking. She hated him for being right. Mira stopped, breathed, let the rage settle into something colder. The echo-side residue was still there, a low hum of someone else's terror beating under her skin, but she could feel it fading the way she had learned to let it fade, by refusing defeated attention. Fine. She pulled her arm free. Then I need a secondary channel. Someone in logistics who owes me a favor and keeps their mouth shut. Already on it. Jay tapped his tablet. I have a contact on the night crew who logged the transfer request before it hit the system. She noticed the badge number looked wrong but didn't flag it because the authorization signature came from higher up. Whose signature? That's the problem. Jay paused. The electronic authorization was logged under Calder Voss's credentials. The words landed like a second echo site hit. No, I know. Calder was at the crime scene with me. He was standing next to me when the transfer was filed. He did not authorize anything. Jay held her gaze. I know, but the system says he did, and the system does not lie about digital signatures unless someone had access to his clearance codes. Mira turned toward the bullpen windows. Rain streaked the glass, distorting the city lights into smears of amber and red. Somewhere out there, Esther Cole's killer was moving through the night with evidence that should have been locked in a vault. And someone inside this building handed it to them. Her phone buzzed. She pulled it from her pocket. Restricted number. No caller 499. She answered without greeting. Detective Voss. The voice was low, distorted, processed through something that flattened its edges into a neutral hum. You have 3 seconds before I trace this call. You already tried. The routing is dead. By the time your forensic team identifies the relay point, I will be done speaking. Mira's grip tightened on the phone. The bullpen lights flickered overhead, a brief stutter that threw the desks into shadow for half a heartbeat. You took the evidence. I corrected a custody error. What you found at that scene was never meant for your evidence logs. It was meant for you. The same feeling from the alley. The recognition. The certainty that someone had been waiting. Who are you? The line crackled. A pause. Then the voice returned, softer now, almost amused. You already met me. You just did not know it yet. The call ended. Mira lowered the phone. Jay was watching her, waiting for an explanation she did not have the words to give. Across the bullpen, the executive wing door opened, and Calder Voss stepped through. Their eyes met, and the look on his face told her he had already heard. Chapter 3. Calder crossed the bullpen with the unhurried precision of a man who had never needed to run from anything. The fluorescent lights caught the pale cut of his jaw, the controlled stillness in his shoulders. He stopped 2 meters from her and did not speak. Mira held up her phone. Someone just called me. Distorted voice. Said the evidence was meant for me. Said I already met them without knowing it. Calder's expression did not change, but something in the air between them shifted, a tension that had nothing to do with the rain still drying on her coat. Did you trace the call? Deadline before I could breathe. Jay already checked the routing, bounced through 3 relay points in 4 seconds. Professional. They knew you would try. They knew everything. She stepped closer, close enough to see that his pupils were fixed, undilated, no flicker of surprise or confusion. You already know about the credentials. Director Ward informing me 15 minutes ago. And my credentials were used to authorize a transfer I did not approve, which means someone inside this building has access to my clearance codes, my signature templates, and the timing of my movements well enough to know I would be alibied at the crime scene when the order filed. He said it like he was reading a weather report, No anger, no urgency, just flat acknowledgement. Mira hated how calm he was. "You sound like you expected this." "I expected something." Calder's gaze drifted past her to the bullpen windows, where the rain had begun to thin. "The evidence lockup has been compromised for longer than tonight. I flagged irregularities 3 weeks ago. Security Chief Rayner dismissed them as system lag." "And you did not tell anyone?" "I told Director Ward. She authorized a quiet audit. The audit found nothing because whoever is feeding information to the other side knew to clean the trail before it reached the logs." "The other side?" Mira let the words sit. "You have a name for them." "I have a working theory. No proof." He looked back at her. "Not yet." The executive wing door opened again. Thomas Rayner stepped out, broad-shouldered and rigid, his security uniform pressed to military standard. His gaze swept the bullpen, paused on Mira and Calder, then moved on. "Voss." He nodded at Mira. "Voss." A colder nod at Calder. "Director Ward wants both of you in her office in 20 minutes. The council liaison is still on site." He did not wait for acknowledgement, just turned and walked back through the door. Mira watched him go. "Rayner dismissed your audit flag?" Rayner told Ward the system was clean. Calder's voice dropped. "He also approved the retired badge profile used to authorize the evidence courier. Retired badges fall under security division clearance. He signed off on the reactivation himself 6 days ago." 6 days before the murder. 6 days before anyone knew there would be a murder. The implication hung between them, cold and obvious. "You think Rayner is the leak?" "I think Rayner is a former military officer with access to every locked door in this building and a history of opposing the Accord in closed briefings. I think he signs off on badge reactivations, security rotations, and evidence transfer windows. I think he has the means, the motive, and the proximity." Calder paused. "But I do not have proof." "Then we find proof. We have 20 minutes before Ward wants us in her office. That is not enough time to run a full credential audit. Then we split the work." Mira turned toward the forensic wing. "You trace Rayner's badge approvals for the last 3 months. I pushed Jay on the lab results from the scene. We compare notes before we walk into Ward's office." Calder did not move. "You are trusting me to run my half without hiding the results." It was not a question. It was a test. Mira faced him. "You are the only person in this building whose credentials were used to steal evidence you could not have authorized. Which means someone wants me to suspect you. Which means the smartest thing I can do is assume you are useful until you prove otherwise." Something flickered in Calder's eyes. Not warmth, not quite respect. A recognition she did not have time to name. 20 minutes, he said. He turned and walked toward the security wing. Mira moved in the opposite direction, her boots loud on the tile, her pulse still too fast from the call. The bullpen desks blurred past. A night analyst looked up as she passed, opened his mouth to speak, thought better of it. Jay was in the forensic alcove, hunched over a monitor, one hand pressed to his temple like he was holding his skull together through sheer will. "Tell me you have something." "I have something." He did not look up. "But you are not going to like it. I did not like the call I just got. I am on a roll." Jay turned the monitor toward her. The image showed a grainy security still, pulled from an exterior camera mounted above the loading bay. The angle was bad, half obscured by rain and shadow, but the shape was clear enough. A figure in a dog coat, hood up, carrying a sealed evidence box toward an unmarked sedan. That was taken 8 minutes after the evidence transfer was logged. The courier walked out the loading bay, loaded the box into the trunk, and drove east. Face? Obscured, coat collar, hood, deliberate avoidance of the camera arc. But the build is consistent with the badge holder who logged the retrieval. Male, 180 centimeters, medium build. Consistent with half the security staff. Yeah. Jay pulled up a second image. But this is where it gets weird. The sedan was traced to a rental agency in St. Bridget district. Paid in cash. No $499 required. The rental was booked 3 days before the murder. Mira felt the cold tighten around her ribs. 3 days before Esther Cole died. Which means the evidence theft was not reactive, it was planned. The killer was already in position before the crime scene existed, before Mira even received the call, before the bodies were found. Someone had known the evidence would be there. The implication clicked into place like a round chambering. The killer did not just stage the scene for me. Mira heard her own voice drop into something quieter. They staged it for the system. They knew exactly which evidence items would trigger a flag. They knew how the transfer protocol worked. They knew the badge winch would open before the investigation started. They had inside knowledge of the investigation protocol. Jay met her eyes. Which means they have someone inside who understands how we log, transfer, and secure cross-species evidence. Someone who knew you would be assigned. Someone who knew Calder would take operational control. The same recognition from the alley. The same certainty that the message was addressed to her. The caller said I already met them. Jay frowned. The killer? Or the person who stole the evidence? Or both? She glanced at the time on Jay's monitor. I need you to cross-reference every intern, temporary contractor, and civilian consultant who accessed the evidence wing in the last 30 days. Anyone who cycled through on a short badge window. That is 150 names minimum. Then start with anyone who worked in clinical records processing or had flagged access to St. Bridget District files. Jay's fingers moved across the keyboard. The monitor flickered, data populating in narrow columns. Give me 10 minutes. Mira turned toward the hallway. Where are you going? To check on Calder's progress. She moved to the corridor toward the security wing, past the locked door that required badge access, past the night guard who nodded without quite meeting her eyes. The security hub was quieter than the bullpen, smaller, lined with monitors that showed empty hallways and rain-slick streets. Calder stood at the far terminal, his back to her, both hand braced against the edge of the desk. He was not running a credential audit. He was staring at a single screen, his posture rigid in a way she had not seen before. Calder. He did not turn. She crossed to the terminal. The screen showed a timeline, access logs, badge swipes, and a single red flag at the bottom. A door in the basement level had been opened 17 minutes ago, a service corridor that led to the old transit maintenance shaft. No badge required, no camera coverage. Someone is in the building, Calder said. Someone who came through the basement. The lights flickered. A sharp crack echoed from somewhere below, metal on concrete. And then the emergency alarm started to scream. Chapter 4. The alarm bled through the walls in long mechanical shrieks. Mira hit the corridor at a sprint, Calder half a step behind her, his longer stride matching her pace without effort. The security hub lights flickered again, strobing across the reinforced glass as they reached the stairwell door. Which level? She shouted over the noise. Sub-basement 2, old transit maintenance shaft, sealed since the Accord renegotiation. She pulled her sidearm, the weight familiar and grounding. You knew about that access point? I read the building schematics in my first week. He did not slow. You did not? She did not answer. The question hit too close to home. The stairwell swallowed them in concrete gray, the emergency lights casting long shadows that broke and reformed as they descended. Their footsteps echoed in overlapping rhythm, human and vampire, too close for comfort. The door at sub-basement 2 was already open, not forced. Open. Mira pressed her back to the wall beside the frame, weapon raised, breath controlled. Calder did the same on the opposite side, his body still in a way that reminded her he did not need to breathe the same way she did. No motion, she said, low. No sound either. The maintenance shaft beyond stretched into darkness. Pipes lined the ceiling, old conduit and rusted fittings, the kind of forgotten infrastructure that made her skin crawl. Someone had cut the main light circuit. The only illumination came from the stairwell behind them and a single emergency strip at the far end, maybe 40 meters in. They are gone, Calder said. Or they want us to think they are. She hated that he was right. They swept the shaft in tandem, fast and silent, checking every alcove, every junction box, every shadow that could hide a body or a bomb or a message. Nothing. The far door was also open, leading to a service alley that fed into the old tramline district. Unlocked, unguarded. The alarm cut off 4 minutes later. Whoever had come through the basement corridor had left the building before the system even registered the breach. Back in the executive wing, the air had changed. Director Helena Ward stood behind her desk, her posture carved from the same stone as the building itself. The council liaison had already been escorted out, but the tension in the room said the damage had already been done. Thomas Rayner stood near the window, arms crossed, face unreadable. Calder had positioned himself beside the door, and Mira caught the calculation in that choice. He did not want Rayner behind them both. "The council knows," Ward said without preamble. "Not the full extent, but enough. They know evidence was stolen from inside this building. They know we had security gears in the basement less than an hour ago. By morning, every vampire house and human oversight committee in this city will be demanding answers we do not have." "We have leads," Mira said. "You have fragments." Ward's voice carried the weight of years spent managing crises she did not create. "Someone inside this building moved evidence before your team finished processing the scene. Someone walked out a sealed box using credentials that should have been flagged. And now, someone entered a restricted corridor without a badge, without a trace, and left without a struggle. That is not a coincidence. That is an inside operation." "I flagged the badge irregularity 3 weeks ago," Calder said. His voice was calm, but Mira heard the edge beneath it. Rayner dismissed it as a system error. Rayner did not flinch. The irregularity appeared as a 2-second latency spike in the badge relay, standard across all Thorkshire. I had maintenance check it. They found nothing. You did not escalate. To whom? The system reported a minor lag, not a security breach, not a leak. You cannot escalate every flicker in the grid. Mira watched the exchange with growing cold. Rayner's logic was airtight on paper, exactly the kind of plausible deniability that let real rot spread beneath procedural niceties. "Enough." Ward's voice cut through the room. "I did not call you here to assign blame. I called you here because the council has made a determination." She slid a folder across the desk. Mira did not touch it. "Work from here will continue under sealed protocol. Effective immediately, detectives. Mira Voss and Calder Voss will transfer to Blackstone Row. Accommodation, workspace, and all investigation resources will be consolidated on site. No unescorted access to headquarters. No independent field movements without pre-approved route clearance. All communications will pass through a designated liaison channel." The words landed like a door slamming shut. "You are putting us in a safe house," Mira said. "I am putting you in a controlled environment where I can guarantee your safety, the integrity of the investigation, and the political viability of this department." Ward's gaze held hers. "The council wants blood, Mira. Yours or mine does not matter to them. If you walk out of this building without sealed protection, you will not last the week." "I am not a target." "You were targeted before the body was cold. The killer knew you would be assigned. The evidence was staged for you. The caller told you the evidence was meant for you." Ward paused. "You are the target. You have been the target from the first cut." Mira wanted to argue. She could feel the protest building in her chest, the refusal to be locked into a building with Calder Voss, the man who had sealed her sister's file and watched from behind his desk while she drowned in unanswered questions. But Ward was not wrong. "And Calder?" Mira said. "Why does he get sealed with me?" "Because he was on scene when you touched the residue. He saw you drop. He knows what you can do." Ward's eyes flicked to Calder, then back. "And because his credentials were used in the theft. Whether he is complicit or compromised, he stays where I can see him." Calder said nothing. His face was a mask of controlled neutrality, but Mira caught the tightening around his jaw. "You have 30 minutes to pack," Ward said. "Transport leaves from the basement secure bay. If either of you is late, the offer expires." The dismissal was clear. Mira turned and walked out before she said something she could not take back. She found Jay in the bullpen, hunched over a terminal with the blinds drawn. "You heard?" she said. Everyone heard. Jay did not look up. The sealed protocol notice went out 7 minutes ago. Internal memo. Very official. Very threatening. What did you find on the contractor list? Jay pulled up a spreadsheet, scrolled to the bottom row. 3 names popped for St. Bridget District access. 1 is a temp records processor who cycled through 6 weeks ago. 1 is a security auditor from an outside firm. 1 is a maintenance tech who worked the evidence wing for 2 days back in January. Which one matters? The maintenance tech. Jay highlighted the row. Because the badge number they used matches the relay that triggered Calder's flag. The same badge that logged access to the evidence wing 12 hours before the murder. Mira leaned over the terminal. The photo was grainy, a standard-issue headshot from a contract badge application. She did not recognize the face. Name? They just opened a door and let the system scream. What is your read? They wanted us to know they could get in, that they could get out, that the building we think is secure is just a cage we built ourselves. The words followed her through the corridor and down to the basement's secure bay, where a black armored sedan waited with its engine running. Calder was already there, a single duffel bag at his feet. He looked at her with an expression she could not read. Ready? He said. No. She got in anyway. The sedan rolled out of the bay into the wet night, and the gates of Blackstone Row closed behind them. Chapter 5. The armored sedan stopped in a courtyard where the lamps burned amber behind wrought iron cages. Mira stepped out into air that tasted like old stone and wet boxwood. The building rose 3 stories, narrow-windowed, brick darkened by decades of rain. Blackstone Row, the name had always meant something else to her, his district of old vampire money. Quiet streets where the Accord's architects had once negotiated the treaty's fine print behind closed shutters. Now it ain't a cage. She grabbed her bag from the trunk and followed Calder up the steps without waiting for the driver. The front door opened before she reached it, held by a woman in a dark suit whose face Mira did not recognize. Authority security, local detail, already in place. 3rd floor is yours, the woman said. Kitchen and common area are ground level, no entry or exit without clearance. All windows are reinforced and alarmed. Bedrooms, Mira said. 1 on the 2nd floor, 1 on the 3rd. Separate floors. Yes. Relief flickered through her chest before she could stop it. Separate floors meant separate nights, separate air. She could survive this if she did not have to share oxygen with Calder Voss while she slept. She took the stairs 2 at a time, found the 3rd floor room at the end of a narrow hall. A bed, a desk, a window that looked down into the courtyard, her own reflection staring back from glass reinforced with visible wiring. She set her bag on the floor and stood still. The silence was wrong. Too thick, too complete. No street noise bled through the walls. No footsteps echoed from below. The safe house absorbed sound like a vault. She opened the closet. Empty. She checked the bathroom. Standard fixtures, no windows, a ventilation grate too small to crawl through. She tested the window latch, locked from the outside. She was not a guest here. She was evidence. A knock at the door. She crossed the room and opened it. Calder stood in the hallway, his bag still slung over one shoulder. We need to establish ground rules, he said. We need to find the ghost badge approval trail before someone inside the authority buries it. We can do both. He did not step forward, did not push past her threshold. The restraint was precise, almost surgical, and it irritated her more than if he had invaded. My room, she said, is none of your concern. I am not asking for access. I am asking for a protocol on evidence handling or case communications so we do not work against each other. Then ask for that. She stepped into the hallway and closed the door behind her. The hall was narrow. They stood closer than she wanted, close enough to catch the clean scent of his coat, the faint trace of something metallic, old blood, or spent ammunition. He did not step back. You search every room when you enter a new location, she said. I saw you scan the courtyard before you left the sedan. You checked the door frame, the hinges, the lock plate. You cataloged the windows before you stepped inside. Something shifted in his expression. Not surprise, wariness. I do the same. No, she held his gaze. You do it differently. You are not looking for a general threat. You are looking for something specific. An angle, a sight line, a breach point designed for a particular target. The silence stretched long enough to become its own answer. You expect someone to come for you? She said. Not the case, not the evidence. You. The same could be said of you, detective. I am not the one who checks the windows before I sit down. He held her stare for a beat longer, then turned and walked toward the stairs. Kitchen, 10 minutes. We will talk about ground rules and evidence. She watched him descend, his movements economical and controlled, every step placed with purpose. She had seen that kind of precision before, in soldiers, in people who had survived ambushes and learned to spot the geometry of violence before it closed around them. Calder Voss did not expect a random attack. He expected a hit. The kitchen was all marble and dark wood, a table large enough for 8 set beneath a brass fixture that cast warm light across the surface. Calder had already laid out a notebook, a pen, a tablet. He sat with his back to the wall, facing the only entrance. Mira took the chair opposite. Open sightlines to the window. No one behind her. She did not sit until she had checked the angle herself. Ground rules, she said. I investigate the way I investigate. I do not clear leads with you before I follow them. Acceptable. I do not answer for my movements inside this building. Within reason. Define reason. If you leave the building, I am informed. If you access the secure communications channel, I am included. If you find evidence connected to the murder or the ghost badge, I see it. And if I do not agree, then Director Ward is informed that we could not reach an operational agreement, and she will impose restrictions that neither of us will like. She hated that he was right. Fine. In exchange, I want your file on the badge irregularity, every flagged entry, every dismissal, every timestamp connection to Rayner. You will have it by morning, and I want access to your personal case notes on Esther Cole. His jaw tightened, barely, a flicker of withheld resistance. You already reviewed my case notes. I reviewed the official record. You always keep a secondary layer. I have seen how you work, Calder. You leave things out of the report that you hold back for your own analysis. Everyone does that. I want yours. He studied her for a long moment. The lamplight caught the edges of his face, sharp and unyielding. You are asking me to share intelligence that could compromise my position inside the authority if it were leaked. I am asking you to trust me. We are past that, I think. Then we are past the fiction of partnership. She leaned forward. You want me to treat you as an equal on this case? Show me the work you have not filed. Let me see the full picture. Or admit that you are holding back and we go back to open hostility. The room went quiet. He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded document, worn at the creases, and slid it across the marble. She opened it. A list of names, dates, locations, all connected to the St. Bridget Clinic network. All annotated in his handwriting, concise and clinical, with timestamps that stretched back 3 years. At the bottom of the second page, one name was circled. Mira Voss. The air left her lungs. You have been tracking my sister's case, she said, her voice flat. For 3 years. Since her turning, he did not look away. Since the night it happened. The rage rose fast and clean, a blade she had sharpened for 4 years. And you sealed the file. You blocked every request I made. You sat across from me in every briefing and said nothing. I said nothing because the file is not the full truth. He held her gaze. And the full truth would put you in the same room she vanished from. The words hung the pitch, bone with a wage, starting in 9, hast for the tellits, making the witch, so much to guess if we completely deal. Your tatles will treft anyway, you choose to live around with him. I did not apply the fall-away from Solone. If I'm kind of strudge before, make the death. Lift help peebway. Just mind minutely. Actually, and they felt swat. A sabily dips speaking, spiting all raid me way before. I see the gallows just sport coast is mine. I can step this before. I am for problem with this cares. I want you to Dave for your purpose on. I am steading here. Then I starting down outside heavy basic stories. We will make the time at the stairs have stead. This intentional piece were unfamiliar with me. I exast my dears. Will you delect that is entire heist and support? Wait, if you are given a drop. I am genuinely valentated for you to clear me. But I love you enjoy me. I want you to try. I told you to deck away Ted's in rain. It is chapter 6. The page was still open on the table, Lena's name circled. The date of the last sighting written in Calder's sharp hand. Mira read it 3 times. 18 months. Her sister had been breathing somewhere 18 months ago, and she had spent those 18 months filling out redacted request forms and staring at sealed digital doors. You knew she was alive, Mira said, and her voice sounded strange to her own ears, hollow and compressed, like it had to travel through something dense to reach the surface. You knew, and you did not tell me. Calder did not flinch. He sat with his hands flat on the table, palms down, the posture of a man who had prepared for this question years ago. I had a confirmation window of 72 hours before the trail went cold, he said. I spent those hours trying to extend the lead. By the time I knew the sighting was solid, the subject had been moved again. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. She pushed out of the chair, the leg scraped against the floor, a sound too loud in the heavy quiet of the house. You sealed her file. You sat in every briefing and let me believe the authority had closed the case because there was nothing to find. You watched me tear myself apart trying to get information you were holding. I held it because the file contains details that would make you a target. I am already a target. She turned and faced him full. The killer waited for me at the crime scene. The caller told me the evidence was meant for me. Someone inside the authority approved a ghost badge to access the evidence wing. I have been a target since before I walked into that warehouse. The only difference is, you chose to keep me blind. Calder rose, slowly, as if movement required deliberate calibration. The file on your sister's tuning was sealed under Accord Protocol Section 9, he said. Emergency classification. I did not seal it because I wanted to hide the truth from you. I sealed it because the alternative was letting the Council Review Board destroy every piece of evidence that could lead to her location. And you thought I could not handle that information? I thought you would act on it. The words landed like a slap. Act on it, she repeated. You thought I would act on evidence that my sister was alive. I thought you would follow the trail before it was ready, before the protection network around her was mapped, before we understood who was moving her and why. His voice stayed low, even infuriating. You would have gone into St. Bridget alone. You would have pulled threads that were rigged to collapse, and you would have ended up in the same room she vanished from. You do not get to decide what I would have done. Someone had to. The room went still. The lamp hummed. The walls absorbed every sound like they had been built for exactly this kind of fracture. Mira's hands were shaking. She did not know when that had started. I spent 4 years believing she was dead, she said. 4 years carrying the guilt of choosing work over her. 4 years telling myself the system was broken, but at least someone was investigating. And you sat across from me in every briefing knowing she was alive and said nothing. I said nothing because words would not have helped. They would have helped me. Calder's jaw tightened. The control flickered, just barely, a crack in the surface that she had learned to read in the hours since Blackstone Row had closed around them. If I had told you, you would have demanded access to the sealed investigation. The council would have denied it. You would have pushed off the record. You would have gone underground, and you would have been swallowed by the same network that took her. That is a risk I should have been allowed to take. It was not your risk to take alone. The words hung between them, heavy, unavoidable. Mira stared at him. The grief she had seen in his eyes earlier was still there, buried beneath the control, but there was something else now, something older. You have been carrying this for 3 years, she said. Why? He did not answer. Why her? Why my sister? Why do you care enough to spend 3 years tracking a case you could have closed and forgotten? He held her gaze. The lamplight caught the lines of his face, the weight behind his eyes that she had mistaken for coldness the first time she saw him. "Because I was involved in the events that led to her turning," he said. The words landed like a blade, clean and deep. "What?" "Not directly, not by my hand. But I knew the network that took it existed. I knew the clinic system in St. Bridget was compromised. I had flagged it. I had filed reports. And I did not act fast enough to stop them from taking her." Mira felt the floor tilt beneath her. "You knew the network existed? Before she was taken?" "Yes. And you did not warn her?" "I did not know she was the target until it was too late. I knew the network was recruiting gifted humans. I did not know they had identified your bloodline until the night she was taken." "The night she was taken?" Mira's voice cracked. "You were there." "I arrived after. The trail was still warm. I followed it to the extraction point, but the transport had already left. I spent the next 3 years trying to find where they took her. She wanted to hit him. She wanted to walk out and never look back. She wanted to scream until the soundproofed walls stopped absorbing everything she felt. Instead, she stood still. You sealed the file to bury your own failure. I sealed the file to protect the evidence." His voice did not waver. "If the council had access to those records, they would have purged every trace of the St. Bridget connection. They would have buried the investigation to avoid embarrassing the Accord review process. The only way to keep the trail alive was to make it inaccessible. And my access was blocked because I could not guarantee your safety if you went into the field with incomplete intelligence. You made that decision for me." "Yes." The word hung in the air, clean, unapologetic. Mira picked up the folded document from the table. She held it in both hands, feeling the worn creases, the weight of 3 years of work pressed into paper. "I am going to review this file tonight," she said. "Every name, every date, every connection. You will not find the full picture in those pages. Then you will fill the gaps." Calder studied her, a long moment of assessment like he was weighing the cost of the next move. "If I give you the full picture," he said, "there will be no way to unsee it. I have been blind for 4 years. I am done." He reached into his coat again and pulled out a second document, identical in wear to the first, and placed it on the marble between them. "This is the sealed file. All of it." Mira looked at it, then at him. "Why now?" "Because you asked. And because I think the only way either of us walks out of Blackstone Row alive is if we stop treating information like a weapon." She picked up the file. The cover was plain. No markings, no case number. The weight of it in her hands was heavier than paper should be. She opened it. The first page was a photograph. Her sister's face. Lena, younger, smiling, before the world had taken her. Below it, a single line of text in official ink. Subject, Mira Voss. Status, missing, presumed turned. Last known location, St. Bridget District, Idleland City. And beneath that, in Calder handwriting, an annotation that Mira had never seen before. Note, subject was alive as a last contact. Believed to be held at a secondary site connected to Sable Thorn operations. Further investigation required. The world went quiet. Her sister was alive, and Calder had known all along. The rage rose again, deeper this time, mixing with grief and something raw, something that felt like hope she did not know how to hold. She looked up. Calder was watching her, waiting, his face unreadable, but his hands still flat on the table, palms down, open. She did not know what to do with that. The house settled around them, heavy and dark, and the file sat open between them like a wound that refused to close. Chapter 7. The sealed file sat open on the marble table, Lena's photograph catching the low lamplight. Mira had not moved in 11 minutes. Her hands lay flat on either side of the folder, palms pressed against the paper like she could feel her sister through the ink. Calder stood at the window, watching, waiting. She turned the page. Intake logs, transfer authorizations. A list of shell corporations registered to commercial addresses in the St. Bridget corridor. Each name meant nothing alone. Together they formed a spine, something that connected the clinic network to the extraction point Calder had reached too late. "You sat on this for 3 years," she said. I carried it. His reflection faced her in the glass. There is a difference. She did not answer. She kept reading. The second page held a map, hand-drawn. 7 locations marked in black ink, connected by a route that curved through the old tramline district and terminated at an industrial block near the waterfront. The same district where Esther Cole had worked. The same district where Lena had last been seen. The pattern sat there, waiting for her to name it. You mapped the network. I mapped what I could confirm. Calder turned from the window. The clinic system operates under layered shell registrations. Each site is owned by a different holding company, but the administrative addresses all trace back to a single registry office in the St. Bridget Municipal Building. Let me guess. That office was closed 3 years ago, records sealed. Transferred to Central Archive, he said, and then lost in a basement flooding incident 6 months later. Mira looked up. Convenient? Deliberate? She closed the file. Her fingers lingered on the cover, tracing the edge where the paper had worn soft from handling. 3 years of handling. Calder had carried this file through every transfer, every dead end, every lead that went cold, and still he had not found Lena. Why are you giving me this now? Because the pattern changed. He moved closer, stopping at the edge of the table. The triple homicide was staged, you know that. 3 bodies, 3 methods, 3 messages. The feeding kill, the execution, the silencing. The ritual layout. Yes. He pulled a chair and sat across from her, elbows on his knees, hands open. I spent last night cross-referencing the scene geometry against the clinic transfer records in that file. The placement of the bodies mirrors the intake sequence at St. Bridget Central. First the feeding room, then the containment wing, then the processing office. Mira's chest tightened. She was the records administrator for the entire St. Bridget network. She processed the intake forms, the transfer orders, the discharge documents. His voice dropped. The extraction logs. The room felt smaller, the air thinner. She was the 3rd victim, Mira said. Not because she was collateral, because she was the one who knew where everyone went. Which means someone else knows she knew, and they silenced her before she could talk to you. The logic locked into place, clean and brutal. The killer had staged the scene not just to send a message, but to remove a witness. Esther Cole was the target. The other 2 bodies were misdirection, bodies to draw attention while the real murder was hidden in plain sight. Then the evidence taken from the scene, Mira said. It was her records. That is my assumption. Which means the killer now has the same files you have been tracking for 3 years. Calder's jaw tightened. Or the killer always had access, and simply removed the physical proof that would have led you to the same conclusion I reached 18 months ago. Which is? He reached across the table and opened the file to the last page. A single sheet of paper, handwritten. A list of 7 names in a column, each with a date beside it. 7 dates. 7 disappearances. All gifted humans, all taken from the same district. At the bottom of the list, a name circled in black ink. Mira Voss. Date, 14 March. Mira stared at her sister's name. Below it, a second annotation in Calder's hand, smaller, written in the margin like a footnote. Pattern confirms selection criteria. Bloodline specific. All subjects shared latent echo site markers. Next target likely same family unit. The world tilted. You think the next target is me? The killer staged a scene designed specifically for your arrival. The evidence was planted for you to find. The call was made to you personally. Calder's voice stayed steady, but his hands had gone still. Whoever is behind this did not want to hide the murders. They wanted you to see them. They wanted you to understand the pattern, to draw me in, to circle you. He tapped the map. Every location on this route connects to your family history, your mother's last known address, the clinic where Lena was taken, the records office where Esther Cole filed the paperwork that erased the trail. He paused. And one other site. He pointed to the 7th marker, the industrial block at the end of the route. What is that? A holding facility. Decommissioned 2 years ago, but the shell company that owned it is still active, registered under a name I did not recognize until last night. Which name? He pulled a folded slip of paper from his coat and slid it across the table. Mira unfolded it. Zornfield Acquisitions, as Ahedham had worked. The crescent and thorn symbol from the crime scene, printed at the top of the letterhead like a corporate logo. Her blood went cold. The same symbol. Yes, the killer is advertising their employer, or the organization they serve. Calder leaned back. Sable Thorn is not a person. It is the operational arm of a larger network. I confirmed that much through the St. Brigid clinic records. The extraction teams, the transport logs, the facility management, all routed through shell companies owned by Thornfield Acquisitions. And the murders? A message, a recruitment tool, a test. His eyes held hers. I do not know which yet, but the pattern is deliberate, and it is accelerating, and it is built around you. Mira looked down at the file, at the photograph of her sister, at the map of locations that traced the perimeter of her grief. She'd spent 4 years believing Lena was gone. Now she knew the truth. Lena was taken, kept, used, and the people who took her were still moving through the city, carving symbols into crime scenes and leaving trails that led back to the same network over and over again. Her phone buzzed. She looked at the screen. Jay, she answered. Tell me you have something. Better. Jay's voice was low, rushed. I cracked the ghost badge metadated. The fabrication timestamp lines up with a digital key issued from inside the St. Brigid municipal server stack. Someone in that building approved the identity the night before the murder. Who? That is the thing. A pause, fabric rustling. The key was issued under a dormant administrator account that belonged to a woman named Dorothea Voss. Mira's hand went numb. Say that again? Dorothea Voss. The account was created 12 years ago, used for 6 months, then archived. Someone reactivated it 48 hours before Esther Cole died. Ye's voice dropped. Mira, that is your mother's name. The room collapsed around her. She looked at Calder. His face had gone still. The controlled mask she had hated on sight. He already knew. He had known before the call. How long? She asked. Since I found the pattern. His voice was quiet. The clinic network, the shell companies, the ghost badge, it all routes through an authorization tree that started with an account registered to your mother's name. My mother has been dead for 8 years. Yes. The word hung in the air like smoke. Mira set the phone down. Her hands were steady, but something beneath her ribs had started to shake. The killer was not circling her. The killer was using her dead mother's credentials to walk through the city like a ghost, and she had no idea how far the rot went. Chapter 8. The photograph of Dorothea Voss stared up from the table. Mira's mother. Dead 8 years. Her credentials used to authorize a ghost through the evidence wing. The phone lay where she had set it down. Mira's mother. Dead 8 years. Her credentials used to authorize a ghost through the evidence wing. The phone lay where she had set it down. Jay had gone silent after the name, waiting for her to speak. She had not. Now the line was dead. The room was quiet. Calder stood on the other side of the table with his hands at his sides and his face unreadable, and Mira felt the shape of her life shifting beneath her feet like a floor about to give. You knew before I did. Yes. Since when? The night we arrived here, when I matched the ghost badge fabrication window to the key issue timestamp. He did not look away. I did not tell you because I needed to confirm the entire chain before I handed it to you incomplete. Confirm the chain. She heard her own voice, flat and distant. My mother's name is being used to move killers through the city, and you needed to confirm the chain. I needed to know whether the account was hijacked or deliberately reactivated by someone with inside access to your family's records. His tone did not shift. The answer is the latter. Dorothea's account was archived under a legacy security tier that requires manual override by a senior administrator. That cannot be done with a stolen password. Someone inside the municipal system authorized the reactivation. The room felt smaller, the walls closer. Who? I do not have a name yet, but the pattern routes through the same registry office that Esther Cole worked for. The same server stack that processed the St. Bridget Clinic intake logs. He paused. The person who reactivated your mother's account either worked alongside Esther Cole or had access to her credential cache after she died. After she died. Mira's hands were steady. Her voice was steady. Everything inside her was not. The safe house intercom buzzed. They both turned. Calder crossed to the wall panel and pressed the receiver. Yes. Ward's voice came through, clipped and metallic. We have a problem. A second body was discovered 20 minutes ago at a maintenance depot on the old tramline district boundary. Identification confirms the victim as Dr. Helena Perec, formerly affiliated with St. Bridget Central Medical Records. She was the second signatory on the intake authorization legend Calder flagged. The map on the table, the 7 locations, the names Calder had spent 3 years tracking. Someone was burning through them. Where is the body now? Calder asked. Still at the scene. Local patrol secured the perimeter, but the Accord Council's Oversight Committee has already been notified. If they arrive before we process the site, we lose control of the evidence chain. Then send a team. I am sending you. Ward's voice hardened. Under covert escort. Unmarked vehicle, plainclothes detail, no siren approach. Blackstone Row protocol is suspended for the duration of the fieldwork, but you remain on sealed status the moment you return. Mira stepped toward the panel. What about local patrol? They will flag 2 unmarked people walking into a secured perimeter. The escort will handle clearance. You and Calder have 12 minutes to prep. The vehicle is waiting at the south service gate. Take the file, take the map, leave everything else. The line went dead. Calder turned from the panel. The controlled stillness had not left his face, but something behind it had sharpened. She is right. If the Oversight Committee reaches the scene first, any evidence connecting Perec to the clinic network disappears into Council Seal. And if this is a trap? Then we walk into it together. He held her gaze. That is the only option left. Mira looked at the photographs of her mother, at the map on the table, at the 7 locations that traced the perimeter of a conspiracy she had not known existed 4 days ago. She picked up the file. 12 minutes. The unmarked sedan smelled of stale coffee and armored panel sealant. Mira sat in the back, Calder beside her, 2 plainclothes officers in the front seat who had not spoken since the gate closed behind them. The driver was a woman in her 40s with a sidearm visible beneath her jacket and eyes that scanned every intersection twice. The passenger was younger, wiry, one hand resting on the center console where the radio sat dark. No chatter, no dispatch logs, no digital footprint. The city moved past the tinted windows in streaks of wet pavement and neon. Morning light, pale and thin, filtering through overcast sky. Mira's echo sight pressed at the edges of her awareness, the way it always did near fresh violence. A low thrum beneath her ribs, a pull she could not unlearn. You read Perec's file? Calder asked. 3 years at St. Bridget Central. Medical Records Administrator. Second signatory on intake authorizations for off-site transfers. Mira did not look away from the window. She was one of the people who signed Lena's paperwork. Yes, and now she is dead. Whoever is cleaning the trail is moving faster than we predicted. The sedan turned into a narrow service alley between 2 industrial buildings. The driver killed the engine and let the vehicle coast to a stop. Perimeter is 50 meters ahead through the loading bay. The driver's voice was low, flat. Local patrol has the entrance sealed. Tell them dispatch code 74 Echo. They will let you through. Calder opened his door. Mira followed. The air outside hit her with the smell of rust and standing water. The maintenance depot was a concrete shell with a collapsed left section at the far end. Yellow crime scene tape strung between support pillars like poorly tied thread. 2 patrol officers stood at the entrance. One of them looked at Mira's credentials, nodded, and stepped aside. The body was on the floor between 2 maintenance pits. Dr. Helena Perec lay on her back. Her throat had been cut cleanly. No hesitation marks, no struggle evident in the arrangement of her limbs. Her hands were folded over her chest, palms flat, fingers aligned, positioned, arranged. The same staging discipline as Esther Cole. Mira crouched beside the body. The blood had pooled beneath the neck and soaked into the concrete, already drying at the edges. No sign of feeding, no sign of forced turning, just a single surgical cut and the deliberate arrangement of a woman who had known too much. "How long?" Mira asked. "Less than 2 hours." Calder stood at the edge of the pit, scanning the room. "The body is still warm. Wigger has not started. She was killed after we received the alert." After. Mira looked at the folded hands, the deliberate stillness. Whoever did this knew we would come, or wanted us to arrive in time to see the message. Mira leaned closer. The cut was precise, the angle consistent with a right-handed attacker who had approached from behind, pulled the head back, and drawn the blade across in one clean motion. Professional. Practiced. She reached out and touched the shoulder of the dead woman's coat. The echo hit her like a wall. Cold. Surgical light. The smell of antiseptic and old paper. A voice, familiar, distorted, speaking words she could not quite catch. Then a hand on her shoulder, femme, pulling her back. "Easy." Chapter 9. The body was staged, arranged. The way a scene director placed furniture before the first actor walked on. Mira stood over Helena Perec and felt the wrongness settle in her chest like a second heartbeat. Not the kill itself, the geometry of it, the sight lines from every entrance, the position of the body relative to the maintenance pits, the way the overhead lights cast shadows that made certain paths invisible and others inevitable. "This is not a cleanup," she said. Calder had stopped at the edge of the pit. He was not looking at the body. He was tracking the room the way she had seen him track the safe house. Angles, exits, points where light pooled and where it failed. "No," he agreed. "This is a demonstration." She crouched again. The concrete floor was damp, dark with old oil and recent rain that had blown through the collapsed section of roof. Footprints everywhere. Some from the patrol officers, some from the first responders who had cleared the scene before they arrived. The killer's prints would be buried under the chaos. But the killer had not needed to leave prints. The killer had left the message in the cut, the arrangement, the timing. Mira touched the collar of Perec's coat. The fabric was still damp at the edges from the rain that had come through the roof. Not from the blood, from the weather. The body had been moved here, or at least positioned after the rain started. "She was killed somewhere else," Mira said. "Brought here after." Calder moved closer. "Confirm. The blood pattern is wrong." She pointed at the pooling beneath the neck. "If she was cut here, the spread would match the concrete texture, but it pooled evenly. That means she was already bleeding when they laid her down. The cut happened elsewhere. They transported her and arranged the scene after." Calder's jaw tightened. "They wanted the staging precise," he said. "They wanted us to see her like this." The wrongness sharpened, not an instinct, echo sight pressing at the edges of her awareness the way it always did near violence that had been arranged for an audience. She had felt it at the first scene, 3 bodies placed like exhibits. She felt it now, the same hand behind the curtain. She stood and turned in a slow circle, scanning the depot. The loading bay faced east. The collapsed roof section opened to the sky at the far end, where morning light spilled through in a single broad column. The rest of the building was shadow and rust, pillars and pits and the smell of old machinery. "The sun," she said. Calder looked at the light. "East-facing loading bay, open roof section. If we came in through the main entrance, we would be trapped between the light and the pits." She saw it then, the geometry, the way the building forced movement. The only clear path from the service alley to the body was through the loading bay, which meant walking into the light well. The only cover from the light well was the maintenance pits themselves, which were too shallow to hide a grown vampire. "This scene was designed so you," she said. Calder's expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted, a readiness, a calculation already running. "The killer knows your limits," she continued. "They know you cannot cross the light. They set the body where you would have to stand in the open to see it." The first shot came from the collapsed roof. Mira heard the crack before she saw the impact. Concrete splintered 2 feet from Calder's shoulder, fragments stinging her cheek. She dropped, pulling him with her, the momentum carrying them both behind the nearest maintenance pit as a second round punched through the space that the cowed far end. Their morning light spilled through in a single broad column. The rest of the building was shadow and rust, pillars and pits and the smell of old machinery. "The sun?" she said. Calder looked at the light. The column of sun falling through the collapsed roof section, the way it cut the depot in half, leaving the eastern side in shadow and the western side exposed. "The light," she said. "If we move through the shadow line along the east wall, we can reach the service corridor at the far end. The corridor is 30 meters of open ground. Under cover of the pillars. Against a shooter with an elevated position, they will have seen the approach. Then we do not use the approach." She was already moving, pulling the compact tactical flashlight from her belt. "We use the blind spot." Calder looked at her. "What blind spot?" "The one they think does not exist." She clicked the flashlight on and off, 3 shrewd pulses. A signal. Not for Calder, for the shooter. "What are you doing?" "Making them look at me." She stepped out from behind the pit before he could stop her. The first shot hit the floor 6 inches from her foot. The second tore through the sleeve of her coat, close enough that she felt the heat of it. She did not stop. She kept moving, keeping to the shadow line, counting steps, watching the light shift across the floor. The third shot came from the west, the ground-level shooter, and that was what she needed. She dropped. The bullet passed over her, and she saw it. The angle, the trajectory, the way the light caught the glass in the upper window of the loading bay door, and the way the glass was broken. Not by the shots. Broken before. Set. "Calder," she said, "the glass above the loading door. It is broken to let the light in. They adjusted the angle of the fall before they staged the body." He understood immediately. They measured the sun. Yes. The trap was not just the building. It was the time of day, the position of the body, the broken glass arranged to let light fall exactly where a vampire would have to stand to approach the scene. They had planned for him. Another shot. This one hit the floor between them, and Mira felt the heat of it through her boot. "We cannot stay here," she said. "We cannot cross the light." "Then we do not cross it." She looked at the pit, the shallow concrete trench where they were pinned. The maintenance hatch at the bottom, rusted but not sealed. "Where does that lead?" Calder followed her gaze. "To the old tramline tunnels, the same system that runs beneath the evidence wing. Can we get to the service alley from there?" "Not directly, but we can get to the maintenance access point near the south wall, the point where the driver parked." "Which puts us behind the shooters." "Behind them, with limited cover and no guarantee the tunnel has not been compromised. Better than dying in a kill box." She knelt and grabbed the edge of the hatch. The metal was cold, rusted, groaning as she pulled. It gave slowly, dragging against the concrete, and the darkness beneath it breathed up at them with the smell of old water and deeper rot. "Ladies first," Calder said. "I will remember you said that." She dropped into the dark. Chapter 10. The tunnel air hit them cold and wet, thick with the smell of rust and old diesel. The hatch slammed shut above them, and the gunfire went muffled, reduced to distant thuds through concrete and soil. Mira stood in the dark with her hand on the wall, waiting for her eyes to adjust. Her shoulder burned where the bullet had torn through her coat sleeve. The fabric was wet. Not rain. Blood. "Move," Calder said behind her. "We need to put distance between us and the hatch before they figure out where we went." "They already know." "They know we went down. They do not know how far the tunnel runs." She heard it in his voice, the same calculation she was running. The shooters had the roof, the ground level. If they had a third operative, someone would already be moving toward the maintenance access points. She started walking. The tunnel was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. The ceiling dripped, and the ground beneath her boots was uneven, scattered with debris she could not identify in the dark. She pulled her flashlight but did not turn it on. Light would give away their position. "Keep your hand on the wall," Calder said. 50 meters ahead there is a junction. Left branch leads to the south maintenance shaft. Right branch continues under the depot and connects to the old tramline station. The station? Decommissioned, sealed 15 years ago when the new transit line opened. Can we get out through it? We can try. She heard the catch in his voice, the thing he was not saying. The light exposure, she said. How bad? I will manage. That is not an answer. It is the only answer I have. She kept walking. The tunnel curved, and the sound of water grew louder, trickling somewhere ahead. The air changed, less still, and she felt a draft against her face. Fresh air. A way out. Junction, Calder said. She stopped. Her hand found the corner of the wall, rough brick, and she felt the opening to her left and the continuation of the tunnel to her right. South shaft, she said. How far? 30 meters, maybe less. And the station? 200 meters through the right branch, but the exit there is sealed. We would need to force it. Which means noise, and time we do not have. She made the choice without hesitation. Left, the south shaft. They moved faster now. The tunnel began to slope upward, and the draft grew stronger, carrying the smell of rain and asphalt and something else. Engine exhaust. The service alley. The end of the shaft appeared as a rectangle of gray light, a maintenance grate set into the ceiling. Mira climbed the rusted ladder bolted to the wall and pressed her shoulder against the grate. It shifted. Locked. Give me something, she said. Calder handed her a thin metal tool, a pry bar she had not seen Elle carry. She wedged it into the gap and pushed. The lock groaned. She pushed harder, feeling the metal bend, the mechanism give. The grate swung open. Cold air hit her face. Rain. She pulled herself up through the opening and found herself in a narrow service alley between two brick buildings. Empty. No shooters. No movement. She reached down and grabbed Calder's wrist. He came up fast, and she saw it then. The way he moved through the hatch, the way he kept his face turned away from the diffuse gray light of the alley. His skin had taken on a pale, waxen quality. The veins at his temples were visible, dark against the pallor. The sun, she said. Indirect. I will recover. You will recover in cover. She pulled him toward the building wall, into the shadow of an overhanging fire escape. Stay there. He did not argue. She stepped to the mouth of the alley and scanned the street. The unmarked sedan was still parked at the service entrance, 50 meters south. The driver was on the radio, her sidearm drawn, covering the entrance. The passenger was crouched behind the hood, eyes on the depot roof. Backup had not arrived yet. She turned back to Calder. He was leaning against the wall, eyes closed, breathing slow and deliberate. The way someone breathed through pain. The shooters are still up there, she said. We hit the sedan, we draw their attention. If we stay here, we wait for them to sweep the alley. Then we do not stay here. She moved before she finished the sentence, crossing the alley to the sedan's position. The driver saw her, raised her weapon, then lowered it when she recognized Mira's face. Detective, we have shots fired, suspected ambush, patrol units en route, ETA 2 minutes. They need to clear the roof first. East side. 2 shooters, possibly 3. Copy. Mira turned back toward the alley and saw Calder step out of the shadow. The light hit him. It was not direct. It was the great, diffused light of a rain-slicked afternoon, the kind of light that barely cast shadows. But for a vampire, it was enough. He stopped mid-step. His jaw tightened. His hands went to the wall for balance. Get back, Mira said. I am fine. You are not fine. Get back in the shadow. He did not move. He stood there, caught in the light, and she saw the cost of it in the way his breath hitched, the way his fingers curled against the brick. The sedan, he said. It has tinted windows. If I can reach it, I can recover. You cannot cross 30 meters of open street in this light. I can try. No. She grabbed his arm and pulled him back into the shadow of the fire escape. She laid her figure before it. This thing givens away that druther. We cannot adjust, Wester. You would have preferred I let them shoot you. I would have preferred you did not put yourself in the line of fire for a case. It was not for the case. The words came out before she could stop them. The silence in the car went sharp. She looked out the window. The rain was falling harder now, obscuring the city. She could feel the blood drying on her arm, the sting of the cut, the ache in her shoulder. "You do not get to decide what I risk," she said, "and you do not get to decide why." "I am not deciding anything," he said. "I am trying to understand." "Then stop trying. It is a partnership, nothing more. We survive this case, we go back to hating each other." He did not answer. The sedan turned again, and the buildings grew older, the streets narrower. Blackstone Row. The safe house loomed ahead, gray and solid, its windows dark. Mira looked at Calder's reflection in the glass. His eyes were still on her, the same look, the one that said he'd seen something in her choice that she was not ready to name. She looked away. The sedan stopped. The driver killed the engine, and the rain filled the silence. "We are here," the driver said. Mira opened the door and stepped out into the rain. The cold hit her, washing the blood from her arm, soaking through her coat. She did not wait for Calder. She walked toward the safe house door, her boots splashing through puddles, her body aching, her mind running through everything she had seen and everything she had not said. Behind her, she heard his footsteps. He was following. She did not look back. Chapter 11. The safe house door clicked shut behind them, and the silence of Blackstone Row swallowed the rain. Mira stood in the entry hall, water pooling at her boots, blood drying in a dark line down her torn sleeve. The adrenaline had burned off during the drive, and what remained was a raw, grinding ache that settled into her shoulder like something alive. Behind her, Calder's breathing was too careful. She turned. He had braced one hand against the wall, his coat still pulled over his head, his face shadowed. The veins at his throat had not faded. They stood black against his skin like river deltas on a map of damage. "You need to sit down," she said. "I need to file a report." "You need to sit down before you fall down." He did not argue. That was how she knew he was worse than he looked. He moved toward the living room, each step measured, his hand never leaving the wall. When he reached the sofa, he lowered himself onto it like a man testing ice. His coat coasted 11 for his face, and she saw the full extent of it. His eyes were bloodshot, the capillaries burst in a fine red web around the irises. His skin had the grayish pallor of something left too long underground. Even in the dim light of the safe house, he seemed to be flinching from the air itself. Mira stood in the doorway, dripping onto the floorboards, and watched him try to control his breathing. "I will call Sabine," he said. "I will call Sabine. You stay here." She found the encrypted handset in the kitchen and dialed the number Calder had memorized and written on the wall beside the phone in neat, small print. Sabine R2 answered on the second ring, her voice calm and precise, as if she had been waiting for the call. "How bad?" Sabine said. He walked through indirect daylight for about 3 seconds, maybe 4. His eyes are bleeding internally. "Indirect?" Gray sky, overcast. The sun was behind cloud cover, but the light levels were high enough to cause visible distress, veins prominent at the temples and throat, shaking, labored breathing. "And you?" "Grazed by a rifle round, left shoulder, bleeding, but not arterial. I will be there in 20 minutes. Keep him hydrated. Do not let him sleep until I arrive." Sabine arrived in 17. She came through the front door with a medical bag in one hand and a compound aluminum case in the other, her dark coat shedding rainwater onto the entry mat. She was a tall woman, elegant in the way of someone who had learned precision as a survival mechanism, and her movements were unhurried even in crisis. She took one look at Calder and crossed to the sofa without a word. "You have pushed the limit," she said, not a question. "It was not a choice," Calder said. "It never is." She opened the aluminum case and removed a pre-filled syringe with a pale blue solution. Calder did not flinch when she pressed it into his forearm. The veins at his throat began to recede within seconds, the black lines pulling back like tide retreating from shore. "Your eyes will take longer," Sabine said. 24 hours before the hemorrhaging clears completely. No light exposure in the meantime, not even artificial. "I understand." "Good." She turned to Mira. "Your turn." It is a graze that needs cleaning and dressing before it turns into an infection that takes you off the board for 3 days. Remove your coat." Mira hesitated. Sabine waited, immovable. Mira shrugged off her coat, wincing as the fabric pulled away from the wound. The sleeve was stuck to the skin with dried blood. She worked it free slowly, her teeth clenched, and dropped the coat onto the floor. Sabine moved in with efficient hands, cutting away the torn fabric, cleaning the wound with antiseptic that burned like acid. Mira did not make a sound. "You were shot at a maiden depot on the old tramline boundary," Sabine said, her tone conversational, as if she were discussing the weather. "We were. By two shooters positioned east, elevated, and west, ground level." "Correct." The glass in the East Bay loading door had been deliberately broken to channel sunlight at a measured angle. Mira looked at Calder. He had not told Sabine any of this. They had not spoken to anyone since the escape. "Who told you?" Mira said. Sabine did not look up from the wound. The attack was planned with intelligence that could only have come from someone inside the authority. Calder's light limits are not public knowledge. They are not even threshold authority knowledge. They are documented in private medical records held by two people, me and the Accord Review Council's senior medical officer. Seraphine Vale's people. Seraphine Vale's appointed medical officer, yes, which means the attack was authorized or enabled at a level that sits above any single department head. Mira felt the words land like a second wound. Rayner could have done it. Rayner had the access, the motive, the opportunity. But Rayner answered to Ward, and Ward answered to the council. If the chain reached higher than Rayner, if it reached Seraphine Vale directly, then the conspiracy was not a leak. It was a strategy. Sabine finished bandaging the wound and stepped back. "Keep it dry for 24 hours. Change the dressing twice a day. If the edges turn red or heat up, call me immediately." "I will." Sabine returned to the aluminum case and withdrew a second item, a sealed glass vial containing a dark red sample, no larger than her thumb. "I completed the blood analysis on the preserved samples from the St. Bridget Clinic," she said. "The anomalies are consistent across all 7 names in Calder's file." "Consistent how?" "Altered turning pathways. The forced turning was not simply a matter of conversion, it was modified. The subjects were given something before the turning process began, a compound that rewired the echocyte receptors in the blood. The intent was not to turn them into vampires. The intent was to turn them into something that could be controlled and used." Mira's throat tightened. "Is Lena in those samples?" Sabine hesitated. It was a small hesitation, barely a beat, but Mira caught it. "The sample marked with Lena's intake date shows the same modification, but it also shows something the others do not." "What?" "Stability markers. Her body accepted the alteration without rejection. The others did not. 3 of the 7 died during the turning process. 2 survived but with neurological damage. 1 was transferred to an unknown secondary site." "And Lena?" Sabine met her eyes. Lena was the successful subject, the one they were trying to replicate. The words hung in the air like smoke. Mira stood very still, her bandaged arm pressed against her ribs, her gray eyes fixed on Sabine's face. She had spent 4 years believing Lena was either dead or lost beyond reach. She had spent the last 4 days learning Lena was alive, then taken, then experimented on. Now she knew Lena was not just a victim, she was the prize. "She is alive," Mira said. It was not a question. "She was alive as of the last medical entry," Sabine said. "I cannot guarantee her current state, but the records suggest she had value to them. Living value." Mira nodded once, sharp and controlled, and turned toward the kitchen. Calder's voice stopped her. "Where are you going?" She looked back. He was still on the sofa, the blue solution working through his system, the dark lines at his throat nearly gone. He looked exhausted and fragile and stubborn in equal measure. "To find the senior administrator who reactivated my mother's account," she said. "That is the next thread. Sabine just told me the thread leads somewhere real." "It is past midnight." "Then I will start with the records Jay already pulled. The override trace, the lived timestamps. Someone sitting at a terminal in a municipal building authorized that reactivation. I want to know who was on shift, who had clearance, and who signed off on the override request." "You are injured." "I am functional. That is not the same thing. It is all I have." She turned and walked into the kitchen, where she had let the notes Jay had smuggled to her, the printouts of the ghost bad's metadata. the fragmentary trail of Dorothea Voss's account reactivation. She spread them across the kitchen table under the dim overhead light. The safe house was quiet. The rain had stopped. She heard Sabine's footsteps cross the living room, heard the soft click of the aluminum case closing, heard Calder rise from the sofa with the careful slowness of someone still testing their own stability. He appeared in the kitchen doorway. "You need rest," he said. "I need answers. Those answers will still be there in the morning. Your body will not." She did not look up from the papers. "I have spent 4 years not knowing," she said. "I spent 4 years believing my sister was dead because no one told me the truth. And now I know she was taken, altered, and used as a template for something I do not fully understand. And the person who did it is still out there. And the person who helped them is sitting in a municipal building right now, probably sleeping in their own bed." She looked up at him. "I cannot rest until I know who that person is." Calder held her gaze for a long moment. Then he crossed to the table and lowered himself into the chair across from her. "Then we do it together. We split the data," he said, pulling the nearest printout toward him. "You take the timestamps. I will cross-reference the override logs against the shift rosters Jay flagged. We can compare findings in 1 hour." Mira stared at him. "You should be recovering." "I will recover faster if I am useful." She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him to go back to the sofa, to let Sabine monitor his recovery, to stop inserting himself into her investigation. But the look on his face was not pity. It was not obligation. It was the same look he had given her in the sedan, the one that said he had seen something in her choice that she was not ready to name. She looked down at the paper. "Fine," she said. 1 hour. They worked in silence. The kitchen clock ticked past 1 in the morning, then 1/2 past. The only sounds were the rustle of paper, the scratch of a pen, and the low hum of the refrigerator. Mira traced the reactivation timestamps through the municipal system logs Jay had copied. The override had been executed at 2:47 a.m. on the Tuesday before Esther Cole's murder. The Terminal 499 belonged to the St. Bridget Registry Office, the same building where Esther Cole had worked. She found the shift roster for that date. 3 people had been on duty between midnight and 6. One of them was a security guard who never left the front desk. One was a janitor with no system access. The third was a senior administrator who had been with the registry for 22 years. The name stopped her cold. She read it 3 times, certain she had misread it. "Mira." She looked up. Calder was holding a separate printout, his face unreadable. "The same senior administrator who reactivated your mother's account was also the one who signed off on the decommissioning of the Thornfield Acquisitions holding facility 3 years ago." He slid the paper across the table. "And they are the same person who was listed as the primary contact on Lena's intake ledger at St. Bridget Central." Mira looked at the name at the top of both documents, the same name she had just found on the Schutzk roster. Her hand moved before she could stop it, pressing flat against the paper as if she could hold the truth in place. The senior administrator who had reactivated her mother's account, who had signed off on the facility where Lena had been held, who had been the contact on her sister's intake ledger, was her father. Chapter 12. The name sat on the paper like a blade she had walked past 100 times without seeing. Marcus Voss, her father. 22 years with the St. Bridget Registry, senior administrator, primary contact on Lena's intake ledger, the one who signed off on decommissioning the Thornfield holding facility, the one who had reactivated Dorothea's account at 2:47 a.m. on a Tuesday, using a terminal in the same building where Esther Cole had filed records for 20 years. Mira's hand stayed flat on the paper. Calder did not speak. The kitchen clock ticked past 1:47 a.m. The refrigerator hummed. The silence was a thing with weight, pressing against her chest until she had to remind herself to breathe. She had not spoken to her father in 3 years. 3 years, 2 months, and 11 days since the last phone call. The one where he had told her to stop asking about Lena, to let the Accord handle it, to move on. She had hung up on him. She had not called back. She had assumed he was weak, grief-stricken, unable to face what had happened to his youngest daughter. She had not assumed he was complicit. "Tell me what you know," she said. Her voice came out flat, controlled, the voice she used at crime scenes when the blood was too fresh and the officers were watching her for cracks. Calder set down the printout. "I did not know it was him until tonight." "That is not what I asked." He held her gaze. His eyes were still bloodshot, the capillaries not yet cleared, but there was nothing uncertain in the way he looked at her. I knew someone inside the registry had facilitated the intake process. I did not have a name until Jay's metadata cross-reference flagged the override signature. The signature was masked behind a general administrator code. It took the shift roster to identify the individual. And when you saw his name? I confirmed it against the intake ledger, then I brought it to you. She wanted to believe that was the whole truth. The old reflex rose in her chest, the suspicion that he was still managing information, still deciding what she was ready to handle. But he had not tried to soften the blow. He had not hidden the paper. He had sat across from her and let her see the same name he had seen. Why? The question came out smaller than she intended. Calder studied her face. Why did he do it, or why did I bring you the evidence? Both. I brought you the evidence because you asked for the truth. Every piece of it. Even the pieces that break you. He paused. As for your father, I do not know. I have spent 3 years trying to understand the network that took Lena. I can trace the movements, the authorizations, the shell companies. I cannot trace the reasons a parent would sign their child into a facility they knew was not a hospital. The words landed like a blade between her ribs. She looked back at the paper. Marcus Voss, 22 years, senior administrator. She had grown up in that registry office. She had done homework at the break room table, eaten vending machine sandwiches while waiting for her father to finish his shift. She knew the smell of the place, the industrial carpet, the flickering fluorescent lights, the way the filing cabinets groaned when you pulled the bottom drawer. She had never once suspected it was a front. This does not mean he knew everything, Calder said. She looked up. Excuse me? He signed the authorization. He was the point of contact. But the St. Bridget network was compartmentalized. The people who handled the intake ledgers did not necessarily know what happened after the subjects were transferred. Your father may have believed Lena was being treated. For what? I do not know. Grief counseling, addiction recovery. There are legitimate clinics in that corridor. The network was designed to look like one of them. Mira shook her head. He signed off on decommissioning the Thornfield facility. He knew where she was being held. He signed a decommissioning order. That does not mean he knew what was happening inside the walls. Then he was negligent. Possibly. Or he was paid. Also possible. She wanted to hit something. She wanted to throw the paper across the room and watch the names scatter into pieces she did not have to read again. Instead, she folded it carefully, precisely, and set it aside. I need to see him. Tomorrow, Calder said. It is almost 2 a.m. You are injured. You have not slept in. I know what time it is. It did not flinch. Then you also know that walking into a municipal building at this hour with a gunshot wound and a list of accusations will get you detained before you reach the registry floor. You will not get answers. You will get a holding cell and a report that vanishes before sunrise. She hated that he was right. The anger sat in her chest, hot and useless, looking for an exit. She pressed her palms against the edge of the table and pushed herself upright. The shoulder throbbed, a dull reminder of the depot. The graze had stopped bleeding, but the muscle beneath it was stiff and bruised. She walked to the sink and stood there, staring at her own reflection in the dark window glass. You said someone was watching you. Okay. Calder did not answer immediately. I said someone has been mapping my movements. For how long? Months, possibly longer. I noticed the pattern about 10 weeks ago. The same sedan appearing on 3 different routes I travel regularly. A maintenance van parked outside a building I use as a secondary entrance. Small things, easy to dismiss. But you did not dismiss them. No. No. If I had a name, I would have given it to you. She turned from the window. Then tell me what you do know. He leaned back in the chair. The kitchen light caught the sharp angles of his face, the exhaustion he was trying to hide behind stillness. The mapping began shortly after I flagged the St. Bridget records for internal review. The same week I filed the security alert that Rayner dismissed as system lag. Someone inside the authority either reported my flag to an outside party, or they were already watching me and accelerated their timeline. And you have been operating under that knowledge for 10 weeks? I have been operating under worse for longer. The words hung in the air between them. She thought about the depot, the broken glass, the measured light, the two shooters who had known exactly where Calder would stand. They knew you would be there tonight. Yes, they knew about the safe house. Possibly. The escort route was randomized. Yid's office selected the vehicle and driver 2 hours before departure. If someone inside the authorities feeding information, they had a narrow window to communicate the destination. But they still got shooters in position. They did. She turned back to the window. The rain had stopped. The street outside was dark and still. The reinforced glass caught the reflection of the kitchen behind her, Calder's figure motionless at the table. The papers spread between them like a map of everything they had lost and everything they were still trying to find. You should have told me. I did not know now. You could have started with the truth. He was quiet for a long moment. I have spent 3 years trying to protect you from a truth I thought would destroy you, he said. I was wrong. She held the weight in his voice, the admission of failure, the cost of carrying secrets alone. She did not turn around. I am not going to break. I know. And I am not going to rest until I find my sister. I know that too. She stared at her reflection in the dark glass. Her hand moved to the scar under her chin, the one she had carried since childhood, the one her father had told her was from a fall off a swing. She had never questioned it. She wondered now how many other things she had never questioned. Tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow. And you will be there. It was not a question. Calder rose from the chair. I will. She heard him cross the kitchen. He stopped in the doorway, close enough that she could feel the displaced hair, the faint warmth of his body through her coat. 1 hour, he said. Then we rest. We cannot fight a conspiracy on no sleep and borrowed time. She did not answer. He waited. Finally she nodded. She heard him leave, his footsteps receding down the hallway toward the bedroom he had been assigned. She stayed at the window. The safe house was quiet. The clock ticked past 2 in the morning. And then, faintly, from somewhere outside the reinforced walls, she heard a sound that did not belong. A footstep on gravel, followed by silence. Chapter 13. Mira stood motionless at the window, every muscle locked. Her breath stalled in her throat. The footstep on gravel had been clear, single, deliberate. Not the shift of an animal or the settling of old foundations. Someone was out there. She waited. The safe house held its silence. The reinforced glass showed only her own reflection and the dark street beyond. No movement. No second step. 5 seconds. 10. She moved away from the window, crossing the kitchen without sound, and pressed her back against the wall beside the door. Her hand found the edge of her coat where the shoulder wound pulled tight. No weapon. The escort had taken her sidearm when they arrived. The front door was solid steel with a deadbolt and a secondary magnetic lock. The windows were wired. The walls were reinforced. None of that meant anything if someone had already breached the perimeter once tonight. She listened. The clock ticked. The refrigerator hummed, and then, faintly, the sound of a car engine turning over somewhere down the street. Not accelerating, just idling. Mira stayed against the wall for another 30 seconds before she allowed herself to breathe. She crossed to the hallway and stood outside Calder's door. She did not knock. If he had heard the same sound, he would already be awake. If he had not, waking him would tell her nothing she could act on. She returned to the kitchen and pulled out her phone. Jay's name was still at the top of her recent calls. She typed a message. You still awake? The reply came in under a minute. Always. What happened? She considered how much to put in text. Thought I heard something outside. Probably nothing. A pause. Then, I'm coming over. Sealed protocol. They'll flag your badge. Then I'll bring something worth the flag. She stared at the screen. What? Evidence from St. Bridget. Intake tags. Blood slides. Stuff that should have been destroyed years ago. Found it buried in a sealed warehouse manifest under Thornfield's old holding facility address. Her hands went cold. When? 40 minutes. Keep the door unlocked. She set the phone down and stared at the dark window. The street was empty now. No sedan, no maintenance van. Just the wet pavement and the glow of a distant streetlight. She did not wake Calder. She waited. 43 minutes later, a soft knock came at the kitchen door. 3 taps. Pause. 2 more. Mira opened it. Jay stood in the doorway, hood up, a canvas duffel bag slung over one shoulder. His face was pale, dark circles carved deep under his eyes. He smelled like coffee and old paper. "You look like hell," she said. "Thanks." He stepped inside and let the door close behind him. "You should see the other guy. He has a 3-hour drive back to the warehouse and a stolen manifest to reshelve before morning." He dropped the duffel on the kitchen table. The bag landed with a heavy, solid thud. Not clothes, not equipment. Something dense and carefully packed. "That's it? That's the preserved box." Jay unzipped the bag. Inside was a sealed plastic container the size of a briefcase, stamped with a Thornfield Acquisitions inventory code and a date from 4 years ago. "I had to pull it from a climate-controlled locker after a decommissioned maintenance depot. The place has been sealed for 18 months. No security, no logs. Someone forgot it existed. Or someone wanted it forgotten. Same difference." Mira lifted the container onto the table. The seal was intact. She ran her finger along the edge of the lid. "Intake tags," Jay said, pulling off his gloves. 7 of them, matching the 7 names in Calder's file. Date stamps, medical codes, authorization signatures. "Whose?" Jay hesitated. "Your father's is on 3 of them. The rest are initialed by someone using an override code that traces back to a terminal in the Accord Review Council's administrative wing. Seraphine Vale's territory." "What else?" Jay reached into the bag and pulled out a smaller case. Black foam interior. Glass vials nested in custom slots. "Blood slides," he said, from the subjects. "Pre-turning and post-turning. The glass is dated and labeled. Someone kept a full philological record of what was done to them." Mira stared at the vials. 7 names. 7 people who had been taken, turned, and documented like specimens. Lena's name was on one of those labels. "You touched these?" "With gloves, sealed handling. I did not open anything." She reached for the smaller case. "Mira," Jay's voice was careful. "The preserved material is old, but the residual charge from something like this does not fade. If the compound was designed to rewire echocyte receptors, the samples may still carry whatever was active in the turning process." "I know. If you open those vials, you are going to feel what happened to those people. All of it." She looked at him. "Then I will know what was done to her." She lifted the case and carried it to the table. Calder appeared in the hallway doorway. He must have heard the knock, the voices, the weight in Jay's words. His eyes were still bloodshot from the daylight exposure, but he was steady, watching her with a stillness that was not quite calm. "You do not have to do that tonight," he said. "Yes, I do." She set the case down beside the intake container. The seal on the black foam was intact. She broke it with her thumb. Inside, 7 glass slides lay in individual slots, each labeled with a name, a date, and a code she did not recognize. The blood residue on the slides was old, dried to a dark rust, but the glass itself was pristine. She pulled on fresh gloves. "Which one is mine?" Jay pointed to the 3rd slot from the left. "Mira Voss, 14 March. Mira lifted the slide. The glass was cold through the latex. She held it up to the light, examining the dried blood stain, the faint smudge of something biological that had been preserved for 4 years. She did not want to touch it. She needed to. She pressed her bare fingertip to the edge of the glass. The echo hit her like a blade through the chest. Not sound, not vision, pure sensation, a current of agony that seized her spine and pulled. The room vanished. She was inside a body that was not hers, feeling a compound bound through veins that were not her own, a fire that rewired every nerve, every receptor, every threshold of pain until there was nothing but the raw, screaming knowledge that something was being carved into the marrow. As tried to pull her hand away, the glass held. The echo pulled deeper. She saw Lena's face, not as she remembered it, but contorted, mouth open in a sound that could not escape, eyes wide and fixed on something above her. A light. A surgical lamp. The sterile white of a clinic ceiling. She heard a voice, distorted, familiar. "She will not break yet." Increase the flow. And then the current surged, and the pain redoubled, and Mira's knees buckled. She hit the floor with her hands still locked on the glass, unable to let go, unable to breathe, the echo driving through her like a spike driven between her ribs. Calder's voice came from very far away. "Mira." She could not answer. The light was fading. The last thing she saw before the dark swallowed her was Lena's eyes, alive and afraid, staring at her from 4 years away. Chapter 14. The rain hit the windows in sheets, a sudden violent squall that turned the safe house into a sealed box of glass and stone. Thunder rolled over Blackstone Row, close enough to vibrate through the floor. Mira did not hear it. She was still on the kitchen floor, the blood slide locked in her fingers, her body rigid where it had fallen. The echo had her by the spine, pulling her down into a room that did not exist anymore, into a body that was not hers, into a moment that had already happened 4 years ago. The compound burned through Lena's veins. Mira felt it in her own. Heat that was not heat. A chemical fire that crawled along every capillary, rewriting the architecture of blood. Her heartbeat changed. The rhythm stuttered, then steadied into something that did not belong to her, a pulse that beat at a different tempo, a rhythm that was not hers to control. The surgical light burned before her. She tried to move. She could not. Her wrists were strapped to a table, her ankles, a third strap across her hips. The leather bit into her skin when she fought it, and she did fight it. She fought it until her muscles screamed and the straps held and the burning went deeper. She will not break yet. Increase the flow. The voice came from somewhere above the light, distorted, mechanical. The same voice that had called Mira after Esther Cole's murder. The same voice that had stood over Helena Parek's body and given orders. The same voice that had watched Lena's scream under a surgical lamp and said, "Increase the flow." Mira wanted to reach for her sister. She could not move her hands. She could not open her eyes. She could only feel the compound eat through Lena's blood, feel her sister's mind splinter under the assault, feel the terror that was not hers but was in her now, borrowed and permanent and real. "Mira." The voice came from somewhere far away, not distorted, human, urgent. She could not reach it. "Mira, I am going to touch your shoulder. I need you to feel it. Can you feel this?" A hand, warm, pressing gently against her right shoulder, the one that was not bandaged. She tried to focus on it. The hand was solid, present. It did not burn. It did not strap her down. It waited. "Can you feel the floor beneath you?" She could not. The floor was gone. There was only the table, the light, the burning. "Then feel my hand. Just my hand, nothing else." She clung to it. The hand stayed still, foam. It did not push, did not grab, did not demand. It was simply there, a point of pressure in the dark, something that was not the echo, not the compound, not the surgical light. She breathed. The breath hitched in her chest, rattled through lungs that felt too small, too tight, but it was a breath, her own. "Good," Calder said. "Again." She breathed again. The hand stayed. Slowly, the surgical light began to fade. The burning receded from her veins, leaving behind a cold ache that was just her body, just her blood, just the aftermath of someone else's pain echoing through her nervous system. She was on the floor, the kitchen floor of the safe house. The linoleum was cold against her cheek. The rain was still pounding against the windows. She was not on a table. She was not strapped down. The compound was not in her blood. She opened her eyes. Calder was crouched beside her, his hand still resting on her shoulder, his face pale from the daylight exposure, but his eyes clear enough, fixed on hers with a focus that cut through the residual haze. "You are back," he said. She nodded. The movement made her head swim. "The glass," she managed. "I am still holding it. Then let it go." She tried. Her fingers would not obey. They were locked around the slide, the ledge pressed into her palm, the dried blood sealed against her skin. "I cannot." "Look at me." She did. "Your hand is yours," he said. "The glass is just glass. It cannot hold you. You are choosing to hold it. Choose to let go. She looked at her hand. It was hers. The fingers were pale, the knuckles white with strain, but they were her fingers, her tendons, her volition. She opened them. The slide fell onto the linoleum. It did not break. It lay there, harmless, a piece of glass with a smear of old blood, no longer capable of holding her. The room steadied. Thunder rolled overhead, distant now, the storm moving east across the city. The rain continued, steady and relentless, sealing Blackstone Row inside its own weather. Jay was still there. He stood by the table, his face tight with concern, his hands half raised as if he had been about to intervene and had stopped himself. "Are you good?" he asked. "I will be." "Liar." "Functional, then." Jay nodded. He did not push. Calder removed his hand from her shoulder. Slowly, deliberately. He let her feel the absence of his touch before he pulled back entirely, giving her time to adjust to the space between them. "Can you stand?" he asked. She tested her legs. They were weak, trembling with the aftermath of the echo, but they held. "Yes." She pushed herself up. Calder did not help her. He stayed where he was, giving her the room to do it herself, and she was grateful for that, more grateful than she would ever say. The kitchen looked the same as it had before. The intake tags were spread across the table. The black foam case was open. The rain still fell. The storm still held. Nothing had changed. Everything had. "I saw her," Mira said. Her voice sounded thin, even to her own ears. "I was inside her head when they did it. I felt the compound. I heard the voice. The same voice. The one from the phone. The one from Parek's scene." Calder's jaw tightened. "Did you see who was speaking?" "No, not Stest, just the sound." But there had been something else. A shadow at the edge of the surgical light. A shape that had moved in and out of her peripheral vision. Someone standing beyond the lamp, watching. She tried to remember. The shape had been tall. Still. A silhouette against the white tiles of the clinic wall. She had not seen the face, but the shape had been familiar. "You are remembering something," Calder said. "Maybe. I am not sure yet." Jay stepped forward. "I can take the slides back to the lab, run them through a spectral analysis. We might be able to identify the compound components without you needing to touch anything again." "Do it." Jay gathered the slides carefully, sealing them in a fresh container. He did not look at Calder, but he spoke to him. "She should not be alone tonight." "Oh no." Jay left. The door clicked shut behind him, and the safe house settled back into its familiar silence, broken only by the drum of rain on the roof and the distant rumble of thunder moving toward the harbor. Mira stood at the table, staring at the intake tags. Her father's signature was on 3 of them. She had seen his handwriting 1,000 times. Notes left on the kitchen counter. Birthday cards signed with his full name, formal even in affection. The same slant, the same loop on the capital M, the same precise pressure on the pen. He had signed Lena in. She did not know yet what that meant. She did not know if he had known what St. Bridget really was, if he had been deceived or complicit or something in between. But the signature was his. "Mira." She looked up. Calder stood on the other side of the table. The rain streaked the window behind him, distorting the streetlights into moving gold. "Tonight, you do not have to decide anything," he said. "You do not have to know what your father did. You do not have to have an answer for what you felt. You only have to stay present. The rest will wait until morning." "What if I cannot stay present?" "Then I will keep pinging you back." The words hung in the air between them. She wanted to say something sharp, something that pushed him away before the pull became harder to resist. But the echo was still too close, her skin still too thin, and she did not have the armor to build a wall. "Thank you," she said. Chapter 15. The safe house held its darkness like a held breath. Mira stood motionless at the table, her fingers still pressed against the edge where the intake tags had been. The storm had swallowed the city beyond the reinforced windows, leaving only the sound of rain and the distant groan of wind against the wiring. Calder did not move either. She could feel him across the room, a presence she was learning to read in the dark. the weight of his attention, the careful stillness of someone who had centuries of practice waiting. "The power will come back," he said. "How do you know?" "Because this building has a secondary generator. It should have kicked in by now." She heard the shift in his voice, not reassurance, assessment. "It did not," she said. "No." The words sat in the dark between them. Mira's shoulder ached where the bandage pulled against the graze. Her legs still felt unsteady, the echo residue clinging to her nerves like static. She could still feel Lena's terror in her chest, the burn of the compound, the mechanical voice commanding more flow. But the dark was helping. The dark was giving her somewhere to put the overwhelm. "Can you reach the secondary panel?" she asked. "The panel is in the basement utility room." A pause. "I would need a light to navigate the stairs safely. You can see in the dark." "Not perfectly. I can see better than a human, but the storm has cut the ambient light to near zero. I would be moving blind past a certain depth." She hated how practical he sounded, how calm. But she also heard what he did not say. He was not leaving her alone in the dark. "I can stay here," she said. "You should check the panel. I will not leave you alone in the dark." The words landed before she could brace for them. "You just said you needed to check the panel." "I said I would not leave you alone in the dark." She opened her mouth to argue, then stopped, because she understood. He was not afraid of the dark. He was not afraid of the generator failing. He was afraid that if he walked away now, she would slip back into the echo, into Lena's terror, into the burning compound, and he would not be there to pull her out. "You cannot carry me through this whole case," she said. "I am not trying to carry you." "What are you trying to do?" The silence stretched. When he spoke again, his voice had changed, lower, less guarded. "I am trying to be where I should have been 4 years ago." The air left her lungs. She wanted to say something sharp, something that pushed him back into the box where she kept her anger, her suspicion, her carefully maintained distance. But she had seen what he did when she collapsed. She had felt his hand on her shoulder, steady and patient, grounding her without pulling her closer. She had heard him promise to keep bringing her back. And now, standing in the dark of the safe house, she remembered the look in his eyes during the echo. Not coldness, not control, effort. He had been holding himself still, holding himself back. Every second of that restraint had been a choice, not a default. "Why did you not tell me?" she asked. "Tell you what?" "That you were there, that you tried to reach Lena before she was taken." His breath came slow, measured. "Because it does not change what happened. It changes what I thought of you." "Does it?" She could not answer, because the truth was more complicated than she wanted to admit. Knowing he had tried to save Lena did not undo the years of silence, the sealed file, the suspicion. But it cracked something open inside her, a door she had welded shut. The lights flickered, then came back, dim and yellow, the emergency bulbs struggling against the storm's grip on the grid. Calder was still standing where he had been. His face was drawn, the shadows under his eyes deeper than they had been before the depot. He looked exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with the light exposure. "The generator should have kicked in within 30 seconds, he said. "That was nearly 4 minutes. "Meaning?" "Meaning someone may have cut the primary line." Mira's body went cold. "Before the blackout?" "Before or during. If they wanted to mask a search, a power failure would give them cover." She looked around the kitchen. Everything was where it had been before the lights died. The intake tags, the black foam case, the cups of cold tea. But something felt different. She could not name it. "Check the records room," she said. "The one at the end of the hall." Calder moved without hesitation. His footsteps were quiet on the hardwood, a predator's discipline bleeding into every stride. She followed, her hand brushing the wall for balance, her shoulder protesting every step. The hallway was narrow, 3 doors. The last one led to a storage room listed as mechanical access on the safe house's blueprints, but Calder had shown her the hidden compartment behind the water heater. A reinforced lockbox built into the wall. He reached the door first, paused. "The seal is broken." She stepped closer. The door was closed, But the thin strip of tape Calder had placed along the jamb was slit cleanly through, peeled back and resealed badly. Someone had been inside. He pushed the door open. The room was small, cluttered with pipes and an old water heater. The hidden panel behind the heater was exposed. The false wall swung open on its hinge. The lockbox was still there, but it was open. Mira's stomach dropped. "They knew where to look," she said. Calder crouched in front of the box, his fingers grazing the empty interior. No papers, no files, nothing but dust and the faint outline of what had been stored there. What was inside? A contingency file. His voice was flat. Notes on every Accord official who had ever crossed the investigation. Names, positions, vulnerabilities, leverage. Who knew about it? He looked up at her, and she saw the answer in his eyes before he spoke. No one. I kept it off the books. I never logged the location. The implication hit her like a second echo. If no one knew, the intruder had not stumbled onto it. They had known exactly where to look. They had known exactly when the power would cut. They had waited. Mira's phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out. A single text from an unknown number. "You are not safe there either." I looked at Calder. "The safe house is compromised," she said. He was already standing, already moving toward the front door, his body shifting into something harder and more dangerous than the exhausted man who had stood beside her in the dark. "I know." The storm hammered the windows, and somewhere in the rain, someone was watching them wait for the next move. Chapter 16. They knew exactly how it swung. Mira stared at the open lockbox, the empty space where the file had rested. The dust inside the compartment had been disturbed recently, a clean rectangle pressed into the grime. "No prying," Calder said again. "No guessing." She felt it then, the shift in the foundation of the investigation. Every assumption she had made about Blackstone Row, about its security, about the thin walls that were supposed to hold the danger at bay, crumbled beneath her feet. "The text came before we found it," she said. "They wanted us to know before we confirmed the loss." Psychological pressure. His voice was flat, clinical. "They want us off balance." They succeeded. Calder looked at her. The shadows under his eyes gave his face a hollowed quality, but his posture was rigid, controlled. "We need to trace the path," he said. "How they entered, how they bypassed the alarm." She pushed off the doorframe and moved into the hallway. Her shoulder throbbed with every step, the bandage pulling against the wound Sabine had sealed. The front door was locked, 3 deadbolts, all engaged. The windows were intact. The reinforced glass showed no cracks. "No forced entry," she said. Calder had moved to the maintenance panel near the kitchen, a small gray box that housed the alarm system's central processor. He opened it. Silence. "The alarm relay is disconnected," he said. Clean cut, not a scuffed terminal in sight. Mira crossed to him, peering over his shoulder at the neat break in the wiring. The copper ends had been snipped straight, no jagged edges, no hasty tear. "Professional," she said. "Worse." He looked at her. They knew which wire to cut. The alarm is 12 separate leads in this panel. Cutting the wrong one would trigger a failsafe alert at the authorities' monitoring station. So whoever did this had access to the wiring diagram, or installed the system themselves. She felt the temperature drop. Not the air, but the certainty. "Rayner," she said. "He approved this safe house. He would have the schematics. He knows the security protocols better than anyone. He would also know how to bypass them without leaving a trace." Calder closed the panel. "But it is too neat." Meaning, if Rayner is the mole, he has just given us every reason to suspect him. The badge reactivation, the dismissed flag, the escort route, now the alarm. A competent operator would not know footprints this clean unless he wants us to chase him while the real threat moves elsewhere. Calder nodded. The lights flickered. Once. Held. Mira's hand went to her hip, where her sidearm should have been. She remembered the bag upstairs, disarmed by protocol. "The generator is still struggling," she said, "or someone is testing the load." She moved to the window. The street below was empty. Rain sheeted across the pavement in waves. No headlights, no movement. If the house is blind and the alarms are dead, we are sitting targets, she said. We need to call Ward, request a relocation. Calder pulled out his phone. His thumb hovered over the screen. If the leak is in Ward's office, any relocation request goes straight to the mole. Then we do not tell her the destination. We pick it ourselves. And Wusk walking into a secondary trap? She opened her mouth to argue, but the words died. The power dropped again. Not a flicker this time. A full cut. The emergency bulbs kicked in immediately, casting the hallway in sick yellow light. Check the panel, she said. Calder was already there. He flipped the cover. The indicator lights were dark. Every single one. The backup is dead, he said. How? Someone drained it. He looked at the panel, then at the wall behind it. Or they cut the main feed from the street box. The generator only charges from the primary line. So the house has no power. None. She felt the walls press closer. The silence of the safe house was no longer protective. It was predatory. They are testing the perimeter, she said. The first breach was for the file. The second is to see how we react. And to confirm we are still here. Her phone buzzed. She looked down. Same unknown number. One word. Tick. The screen went dark. The battery had drained to 0 in seconds. She looked at Calder. We stay or we run, she said. We decide now. He did not answer immediately. His attention was fixed on the door, on the lock, on the narrow strip of darkness visible through the gap in the curtains. If we stay, we wait for the next move, he said slowly. If we run, we enter ground they have chosen. So we stay. We make them come to us. She felt the shift in his voice, not retreat, preparation. We need weapons, she said. There is a locked cabinet in the basement, 2 handguns, ammunition, a tactical flashlight. Why did you not mention this before? Because accessing it requires disabling the final layer of the safe house protocol. He met her eyes. It triggers an automatic alert at the authority. Then we are out of options, she said. She moved past him toward the basement door. Behind her, the safe house settled into silence, the storm pressing against the glass like a held breath. And somewhere in the dark, the next move was already waiting. Chapter 17. The basement stairs groaned under her weight. The darkness below swallowed the yellow emergency light before it could reach the floor. She stopped at the bottom, hand on the wall, listening. Nothing. Just the storm against the foundation walls and her own breath. Second door on the left, Calder said from behind her. He had followed without her hearing. Behind the maintenance panel. She found the panel by touch. The screws were recessed, painted to match the wall. Tool. He handed her the pry bars. She fit the flat end into the screw head and twisted. The metal bit caught, turned. 3 screws. Then the panel swung open. The cabinet inside was matte black, compact, bolted to the concrete wall. A single keypad glowed faintly on its face. Code? She said. 9 digits, yours and mine, chronological order of our birth years. She stared at him. You memorized my birth year. I memorized your file. His voice was flat. The code is 19,871,992. Yours first. She punched it in. The lock clicked. The door swung open to reveal 2 handguns in foam cutouts, 3 loaded magazines, a tactical flashlight, and a slim medical kit. She took the flashlight first, tested the beam against the far wall. White and clean. If you open the weapons cabinet, the safe house protocol notifies the authorities' monitoring station, Calder said. They will know we are armed. They already know we are here. She took one of the handguns, checked the chamber, the magazine release, the weight, standard issue, familiar. She holstered it at her hip and felt something settle in her chest. Not safety, readiness. What about the other? She asked. Calder took the second gun. His movements were precise, unhurried. He checked the action, loaded the magazine, and tucked the weapon into the back of his waistband beneath his coat. Now we are even, he said. The emergency lights flickered. She looked at the flashlight in her hand and felt the walls press closer. "The signal went through when I entered the code," she said. "If Ward sends a team, we have maybe 20 minutes before they arrive. Or Rayner intercepts the dispatch and sends his own. Then we make sure we are still standing when whoever arrives first." She moved past him, back up the stairs, and stopped at the first-floor window. The street was still empty. The rain had slackened to a thin gray curtain. Her phone was dead. No texts, no calls, no ticking. Behind her, Calder crouched at the alarm panel and began tracing the cut leads with the tips of his fingers. "Whoever did this knew the system," he said quietly. "The wire gauge, the color coding, the fail-safe routing. This was not a lucky guess." Rayner. Or someone who studied Rayner's installation logs. She turned from the window. "The file they took," she said. "Your notes on Accord officials. What was in it?" He did not answer immediately. His fingers stilled on the wires. "Names," he said. "Positions, vulnerabilities, leverage points I collected over the past 3 years. Arrangements, some of them made to protect the Accord, and arrangements others made to profit from it. You documented every official's weakness. I documented the price of their loyalty." He looked up. "Some of them gave me that information freely. Others did not know I had it. If that file reaches Seraphine Vale, she will own every compromised vote on the council." Mira felt the weight of it. "You carried that information for 3 years and never used it." "Using it would have confirmed the network existed. I needed proof first. And now the proof is gone, and the leverage is in enemy hands." He stood slowly. "Which means we have no margin left," he said. "Whatever we do next, we do without a safety net." She felt the shape of the handgun against her hip. "Then we stop playing defense." A sound came from the front door. Not a knock, a scrape. Metal against wood. She drew the handgun in one motion and moved toward the entryway. Calder was already at the opposite wall, weapon low, eyes fixed on the door handle. The scraping stopped. Silence stretched. Then the handle turned, slow and deliberate. Mira's finger rested on the trigger guard. She did not breathe. The door opened. Sabine Arto stepped through, rain streaming from her coat, a black case in her hand. She looked at the drawn weapons, at the dead alarm panel, at the dark house. "I told you to call me first," she said. Mira lowered the weapon. "How did you get past the lock?" "Your liaison texted me the override code 3 weeks ago." Sabine closed the door behind her. "Before he sealed the house, he wanted a contingency." Mira looked at Calder. He did not flinch. "Every safe house needs a medic who can get inside without waiting for clearance," he said. "I chose her." Sabine set the case on the kitchen counter and opened it. Inside, a portable analyzer gleamed under the emergency lights, alongside vials, slides, and a sealed packet of surgical gloves. "I am here because you cannot process the preserved samples alone," she said. "The compound in those blood slides is unfamiliar to civilian labs, and Jay's spectral analysis will take days I assume you do not have." "Hours," Mira said. "Then we work in hours." Sabine pulled on the gloves with practiced efficiency. "Give me the slides. All 7. Mira hesitated. The echo charge was still fresh in her muscles. She could feel the phantom burn of the compound in her own veins. "I touched Lena's slide with my bare finger," she said. "The echo collapsed me. If I had not dropped it, I might have drowned in her turning." Sabine's hands paused. "You touched a sample carrying a full residual charge from a forced turning compound and did not inform me before I handled the remaining 6? "I am informing you now." Sabine studied her for a long moment, then turned back to the case. "I will handle the remaining slides with proper lined gloves and a grounded tray," she said. "If any of these samples carry live compound residue, the echo charge could transfer through skin contact for years after the event. The compound is designed to persist." Mira watched her prepare the first slide with the care of someone handling explosives. "The compound is the key," she said. "If we understand what they used, we can trace where it came from." Sabine inserted the first slide into the analyzer. The machine hummed, then began to cycle data across a small screen. "Blood composition is altered," she said. "The subjects were not simply turned, they were dosed with a catalyst designed to suppress the standard turning pathways and reroute them through the hippocampus, where ecosite processes memory residue, Mira said. Exactly. The compound was engineered to force latent ecosite into active expression under controlled conditions. Sabine looked up. This is not a side effect. This is the intended function. Mira felt the words land like a blow. They were not turning gifted humans for their blood, she said slowly. They were testing whether turning could weaponize the gift. Sabine pulled the first slide and inserted the second. Lena was the template, she said. If she accepted the alteration without rejection, the compound could be refined and replicated. For what purpose? A controllable class of investigative assets. Sabine's voice was clinical. Forced turnings linked to a hippocampus-coded compound would produce vampires who can read crime scene residue without the physical cost of standard ecosite. They would be immune to the emotional contamination you experience because the compound suppresses the subjective memory layer. Mira's hands tightened on the counter. They wanted to manufacture detectives. They wanted to manufacture weapons who looked like detectives. Sabine pulled the third slide. Ecosite is rare in the general human population. Concentration in a single bloodline, your bloodline, made the Voss family uniquely valuable. The screen flickered. A new entry appeared. Mira stepped closer. The readout showed a catalog number followed by a timestamp, followed by a location marker. St. Bridget West, Observation Wing, and a name. Mira Voss, Subject 7, Status, Live Observation, Day 47. She was not just turned and held, Mira said. She was studied. For 47 days, at minimum. Sabine's voice dropped. The ledger entry indicates scheduled testing at regular intervals, blood draws, sensory response trials, ecosite calibration exercises while restrained. Mira's vision narrowed. She saw the surgical light, the straps, the voice telling someone to increase the flow. Lena had not been a victim who survived and escaped. She had been a specimen whose value was measured in how much data she produced. Mira, Calder's voice cut through. We have a location for the observation wing. She turned. St. Bridget West, he said. The intake address was central. The observation was west. 2 facilities. Which means the compound exists at both, Sabine said. And West is still operational if they kept records current. Mira picked up the tactical flashlight. How far is St. Bridget West from here? Calder checked his watch. 20 minutes in clear traffic. Longer in the storm. We are not waiting for morning. Sabine closed the analyzer case. You will need backup that does not answer to the authority. Mira looked at her. Are you volunteering? Sabine's smile was thin and cold. I have spent 3 years watching this conspiracy from the edges. I want to see it burn. A message came in from an unknown number. Chapter 18. The message appeared without warning. Mira's hand moved before her mind caught up, unlocking the phone, opening the thread. One line of text against the dark screen. You found the ledger. Good. Now find the truth behind it. Calder read over her shoulder, his breath warm against her temple. Same sender? The same. Mira held the phone up. They know we have the slides. They know Sabine is here. Sabine set the analyzer case on the counter with deliberate care. They want us to go to St. Bridget West. Or they want us to believe it is a trap and stay here while they slip the evidence out the back, Calder said. Mira watched the message glow. 3 possibilities. A lure, a warning, a boast. She needed a second vector, something that did not run through the killer's script. The phone rang before she could decision. Director Ward's name lit the screen. Mira answered on the first pulse. I need you to listen, Ward said. No greeting, no preamble. I am authorizing a covert financial trace. Legal oversight has been suspended for 48 hours. You and Calder will run the trail. You will not log it in the main system. What trail? Shell donations routing through 3 intermediary accounts into the Accord Review Council's operational budget. The paper chain terminates in a private security firm called Greyhaven. Mira's focus sharpened. Greyhaven supplies close protection for council members during public engagements, she said. Seraphine Vale's primary detail. Correct. You are authorizing me to follow the money into Seraphine Vale's circle. I am authorizing you to follow the money wherever it leads. Ward paused. The triple homicide, the evidence theft, the depot ambush, the St. Bridget files. All of it bends toward the council's administrative wing. I need proof before I can move against a sitting chair. Mira's grip tightened on the phone. Os, I do not ignores us about this authorization. 3 people in this city. You, Calder, and me. Not Rayner? Especially not Rayner. Mira met Calder's gaze. He nodded once, barely perceptible. We need a starting point, Mira said. The Greyhaven retainer account at Meridian Trust, Ward said. The account was opened under a subsidiary name, but the paper signatory is a human resources manager who processed Esther Cole's benefits paperwork at St. Bridget Central. Mira's breath caught. They used Cole's former employer as the gateway. Cover your tracks. Call me when you have something I can use. Ward ended the call. The room settled into the hum of the analyzer fan. Sabine broke the silence first. Meridian Trust is a vampire-owned institution, she said. The board includes 3 Accrued Review Council appointees. Seraphine Vale appointed 2 of them personally. Mira turned to Calder. How do we access a private account without logging it in the authority system? Calder's expression shifted, a calculation passing behind his eyes. Greyhaven will have a secondary payroll route for off-the-books contractors, he said. A cash account with lower verification thresholds. If we can locate the contractor list, we can trace which names appear near Vale's movements. And if the contractor list does not exist, then we find the person who manages it and apply pressure. Sabine stepped forward. St. Bridget West is still the primary objective, she said. But Greyhaven's security logs will show which council members requisitioned additional protective assets in the months before the murders. If Vale was building a private network, the paper trail will reflect it. Mira looked between them. We split the approach, she said. Sabine begins analysis on the compound data and prepares for West. Calder and I chase the financial thread tonight. You do not have clearance for that. Ward gave it to us. Mira grabbed her coat from the hook by the door. The unknown number had not sent a second message. She did not know whether that was relief for another waiting blow. The safe house door locked behind them as they stepped into the alley. Rain hit her face, cold and steady, washing the tension from her skin. Calder moved beside her, scanning the street with the same methodical precision he brought to every threshold. The Greyhaven account will be protected by more than encryption, he said. The Trust's Valkyrie runs on biometric locks with vampire shift supervisors on rotating schedules. You have been inside. I have mapped the building's security blind spots. He glanced at her. 3 years of contingency planning. Mira let the statement settle. 3 years of tracking threats she had not known existed. 3 years of waiting for something to trust. They walked in silence toward the transit district, past shuttered storefronts and wet neon reflections. The storm had thinned, but not broken, leaving the city slick and watchful. Meridian Trust occupied a converted bank building at the corner of Blackwood and Crown. 4 stories of pale stone, reinforced windows, and a brass plaque that read nothing more than the founding date. No logo, no staff directory. The kind of anonymity that cost money. Calder stopped at the side entrance, a narrow door set into the stone recess. Service access, he said. The biometric panel feeds into a separate circuit from the main lobby. If we enter through the primary door, the night supervisor will log our identities and transmit the timestamp to the council's security hub within 90 seconds. Meaning Vale would know we will hear before we reach the vault. Correct. Mira studied the panel. A keypad and a fingerprint reader, standard for a secondary entrance. I can bypass the keypad, she said, but the fingerprint reader requires a registered contact. Calder reached into his coat and produced a thin leather wallet. I had a duplicate biometric overlay manufactured 3 weeks after I flagged the St. Bridget records. He extracted a transparent film, no larger than a postage stamp. It replicates the thumbprint pattern of Greyhaven's former operations director. You had a Greyhaven executive's fingerprint fabricated. I planned for contingencies. Mira took the film. It felt fragile between her fingers, a sliver of plastic that could unlock a conspiracy. She pressed it against the reader. The panel light shifted from red to green. The door clicked open. They moved inside. The service corridor was narrow, dim, lined with electrical panels and climate control units. Calder navigated without hesitation, turning left at a junction, then right through a fire door marked with faded compliance stickers. A metal staircase descended into the vault level. The air changed. Cooler. Still. Pressurized. The volume door sat at the bottom of the stairs, steel reinforced with a manual wheel lock. No additional biometrics. A physical barrier that required muscle and time. Calder set his paw against the wheel and pulled. It did not budge. It requires two people. The locking mechanism engages from both sides. Mira stepped beside him. They braced together, hands overlapping, shoulders tensed against the strain. The wheel turned. The seals released. The door swung open. Inside, the vault room was smaller than she expected. A single table, a document safe, and a filing cabinet whose drawers were stamped with quarter-year dates. Mira moved to the cabinet. She pulled the most recent drawer. Payroll records, contractor invoices, service logs, all organized by date and department code. She scanned the entries. Greyhaven had deployed supplementary security teams to council functions on 6 occasions in the past 8 months. Each deployment corresponded to a date on which Seraphine Vale had chaired a closed session. Mira pulled the personnel roster. 32 names, 24 were standard rotation. 8 appeared only on Vale's chaired sessions. She set the roster flat on the table. These 8 names, she said. They only work Vale's events, no other assignments. Calder leaned over the document. Then Vale has her own security detail inside Greyhaven's payroll. She built a private network inside a private network. Mira photographed the page with her phone. The image would not survive transmitted through authority channels, but it would exist, stored and unshared, until she needed it. She was about to photograph the second page when Calder's hand caught her wrist. "Footsteps," he said, "coming down the stairs. More than one." Mira killed the phone light. They moved into the shadow behind the filing cabinet. The footfalls stopped at the vault entrance. A voice, low and calm, spoke into the silence. "Mr. Voss, Detective Voss, the chair requests a conversation." Mira's blood chilled. She knew that voice. Not distorted, not masked, clear, precise, unhurried. The voice of the woman who had overseen the service alley at the evidence wing. The voice of the commander. Calder's hand found hers in the dark. "We're not leaving through the door," he murmured. The vault had no other exit. The commander's heels clicked against the floor as she stepped inside. Bordabid. The commander's heels stopped 2 feet inside the vault threshold. Mira's hand tightened on the filing cabinet edge. Calder's grip on her wrist held, steady, a warning against movement. "Detective Voss." The commander's voice carried no edge, no threat, just certainty. "The chair asked me to extend an invitation, not a summons, an invitation." Mira's fingers brushed the photograph she had just taken on her phone, evidence she could not transmit yet. Evidence that meant nothing if she died in a vault 3 floors underground with no witnesses. "To what?" Mira said. "Tomorrow evening, the Accord Review Council reception at Grey Hall Tower. The chair would be pleased to see you and Mr. Voss in attendance." Mira said nothing. Calder's thumb moved against her palm, a signal she could not read but felt, a quiet communication in the dark. "The reception is a public event," the commander continued. "Open to council affiliates, senior authority staff, and invited guests. You would not be stepping onto hostile ground, merely observed ground." "Observed," Calder repeated. The word came out flat, stripped of inflection. "Detective Voss has been on the council's watch list since the first homicide. The chair believes it would be strategically useful for both parties to exchange pleasantries in a controlled environment, rather than meeting in sealed vaults at midnight." Mira's pulse hammered. The commander knew they had come for Vale's records, knew and had not moved to stop them. "Why would we walk into your event?" "Because walking into the event is not a trap," the commander said. "Walking into a sealed vault with no exit route and a Greyhaven payroll roster on your phone is a trap. The chair is offering you a door." Calder's hand loosened on Mira's wrist. A slow, deliberate release. "One more question," Mira said. "Ask. What happens to the photograph I just took?" Silence, 2 beats. Then the commander's voice again, almost warm. "The chair expects you to bring it. She would be disappointed if you did not." The commander stepped back through the entrance. Her heels clicked up the stairs, steady and unhurried, Until the sound faded into the building's ambient hum, the vault door remained open. They did not speak until they reached the service alley behind Meridian Trust, where the night air hit Mira's face like cold water. "She let us leave," Mira said. "She orchestrated it," Calder replied. "She knew we would find the roster. That is why she waited until we photographed it before announcing herself." Mira leaned against the brick wall. Her hands were shaking. She did not remember when the tremor started. "She wants us at the gala, with the evidence in hand. Why? To test us, to see if we are willing to show our faces in public as a united front." Calder's voice was low, careful. "To prove to her network that the investigating pair is stable enough to challenge." "Stable," Mira laughed, a dry sound. "We can barely share a kitchen without collateral damage. And yet we walked into a vampire-owned vault and extracted incriminating payroll records under the nose of Vale's security commander." He paused. "That looks like partnership from the outside." Mira looked at him. The streetlight caught the edges of his face, sharp and unyielding. But something in his posture had shifted. A guarded stillness she was learning to read as preparation, not distance. "If we go to this reception," she said, "we walk into her territory. Vale's people, Vale's rules, Vale's security. One wrong step and we are sealed in a room with no exit." "Yes. And if we do not go, she wins. She controls the narrative. We confirm we are running." "Yes," Mira pushed off the wall. "Then we go." The safe-house kitchen table had become a war room. Sabine was at the counter, medical analyzer humming beside a stack of printouts. Brochures from Greyhall Tower, floor plans Calder had pulled from a classified database, a seating chart for the reception hall. "The main event runs from 8 to midnight, Calder said. "Cocktail hour in the West Gallery, seated dinner in the main hall, then open circulation until close. Vale will hold court in the East Salon from 9 onward, her usual position." Mira studied the seating chart. Her name was not on it. Neither was Calder's. "We are uninvited guests. We are unexpected guests. There is a difference." Calder tapped the chart. "The West Gallery has a secondary entrance through the kitchen service corridor. We enter there, register late, and allow the room to see us before Vale has time to isolate us. And then? And then we deny nothing, confirm nothing, stay inside the story we are telling." Mira stared at him. Every rational argument backed the play. A united front made them mutter to isolate. Ambiguity gave them leverage. The rumor, if it existed, would distract from the real investigation, but the word still burned. "Fine," she said. "We let them wonder." Sabine handed Mira a garment bag an hour later. "Dress code is formal. I pulled something from the safe house emergency wardrobe. Do not ask how it got there." Mira unzipped the bag. Black silk, a column gown with a high neck and a back that dropped to the waist. She had not worn anything like it in years. "Straps will cover your shoulder wound," Sabine added. "The back is cut low enough to make an impression, but not obscene. Wear your hair down if the scar under your chin still bothers you." Mira ran her fingers along the silk. "Who keeps a dress like this in a safe house? A vampire who plans for every variable." Sabine's eyes flicked to Calder, who had not looked up from the floor plans. "Including the possibility that his partner might need to walk into enemy territory looking untouchable." Mira carried the dress to her room and closed the door. The mirror reflected a woman she barely recognized. Gray eyes, dark hair cut to the jaw, a crescent scar under the chin she had never learned to stop touching. She held the dress against her body. Untouchable. She could pretend. 2 hours before the gala, Calder knocked on her door. Mira opened it. He was already in formal wear. Black jacket, crisp white shirt, no tie. The cut was severe, elegant, designed to draw the eye and hold it. He stopped when he saw her. The silence stretched. "What?" she said. "Nothing." His voice was quiet. "You look ready." "I am ready." "Good." He did not look away. "Because when we walk through that door, we stop being Mira Voss and Calder Voss. We become the thing they are afraid of. Which is a pair that cannot be broken." Mira stepped past him into the hallway. Her heart was a drum. The performance had not started. but the rehearsal already felt real. Chapter 90. The rain had stopped by the time they reached Grey Hall Tower, leaving the streets slick and reflective, city lights smearing across wet asphalt like spilled oil. Mira stepped out of the sedan and looked up. The building rose 40 stories, glass and steel and warm light spilling from every window. The entrance was a vault of polished brass and marble, guests streaming through in clusters of silk and sharp tailoring, their laughter carrying across the forecourt like a language she'd never learned to speak. Calder appeared beside her. "You do not have to do this." "Yes, I do." She said it before he finished, her eyes still on the entrance, on the wealth and power pouring through its doors like water through a broken dam. "Then let me say this instead." His voice dropped. "Whatever happens in there, stay close. Do not let veils separate you from me or from any visible exit. If something feels wrong, it is wrong." "Noted." "And Mira," she turned. Calder's face was unreadable in the half-light, but something in his posture had shifted. A barely perceptible tension in the shoulders, a stillness around the mouth. "Do not let her make you angry. That is what she wants. Anger makes mistakes, and she has been watching you long enough to know exactly which pressure points to press." Mira held his gaze. Let her try. She walked toward the entrance. The West Gallery was a cathedral of glass and gold. Chandeliers hung from a ceiling painted with archival frescoes, their light catching the edges of marble columns, and the crystal flutes held by 200 guests. The air smelled of expensive perfume, champagne, and the faint metallic undertone of old money. Mira stepped through the archway with Calder at her shoulder, close enough that their sleeves brushed. Conversation did not stop, but it shifted. Heads turned, eyes tracked. Whispers rose and fell like a tide pulling back before a wave. She kept her face neutral, her pace unhurried. Let them look, let them wonder. Calder leaned in, his mouth near her ear. "You are being assessed." "I know." "Do not react to anything you hear. The room will test you within the first 3 minutes." As if on cue, a woman in deep blue silk detached from a nearby cluster and approached with a smile so practiced it looked painted on. "Detective Voss." The woman extended a hand, rings glinting. "I am Alina Castell, Deputy Chair of the Accord Review Council's Oversight Committee. I have heard so much about you." Mira shook a hand. "I am sure you have. All of it fascinating." Alina's smile did not waver. The triple homicide, the sealed investigation, the sudden proximity to our dear liaison. Her eyes flicked to Calder, then back. "The city loves a story, and you have given it a magnificent one. I am not here to give stories." "No?" Alina's smile sharpened. "Then you are the only one in this room who is not." She drifted away before Mira could answer, absorbed back into the glittering current. Mira exhaled. "That was a probe," Calder said quietly. "I know. Mail sent her, to see how you handle pressure." "I know that too." Calder was silent for a moment. "Then you also know we are being watched from the east balcony." Mira did not look up. "The chair?" "The chair." Seraphine Vale descended the east staircase at 9:15. She moved like a blade through the crowd, her black gown severe and architectural, her pale gray eyes sweeping the room with the calm precision of someone who owned every surface she touched. The guests parted for her without seeming to notice they were doing it. Mira watched her approach. The thin white scar at the corner of Vale's mouth was barely visible in the chandelier light, a ghost of violence on an otherwise immaculate face. The black thorn tattoo behind her right ear was hidden by her hair, but Mira knew it was there. She had memorized every detail of Seraphine Vale's file. "Detective Voss." Vale's voice was warm, cultured, exactly the tone of a gracious host greeting a favored guest. "Council Chair." Mira kept her voice even. "Thank you for the invitation." "The pleasure is mine entirely." Vale's smile was immaculate. "When I heard you and Calder would be attending together, I rearranged my entire evening. I could not miss the opportunity to meet the woman who has so thoroughly upended my security team's schedule." Mira did not flinch. "Your security team has been very accommodating." "Have they?" Vale's eyes crinkled. I shall have to speak to the commander about her hospitality standards. She did not mention you would be so direct. I am a direct person. Yes. Vale's smile did not waver. I know. The silence stretched. Calder stepped forward, his hand brushing the small of Mira's back, a flash of warmth against the silk. Council chair. His voice was smooth, unhurried. You look well. Calder. Vale's attention shifted, and something in her expression sharpened. I heard you had been under the weather. The depot ambush, was it? I trust you have recovered. Entirely. Good. Vale's smile did not wait her eyes. The city cannot afford to lose its most dedicated liaison, not when there is so much work still to be done. She turned back to Mira. I hope you enjoy the evening, Detective. There is much to see. Her gaze held Mira's, and much to remember. She moved away, the crowd closing behind her like water folding over a thrown stone. Mira did not breathe until Vale was gone. Beside her, Calder's hand had not moved from her back. That was a warning, he said quietly. I know. She knows about the vault, about the photograph, about everything we have done since the depot. Mira's pulse was a steady, cold drum. She wanted us to know she knows. Yes. Then the question is why she let us walk in here at all. Calder's hand pressed once, a brief, grounding pressure. Because she wants us to see something, or she wants us to be seen with her, in this room, at this hour. His voice dropped. She is making us part of her story whether we cooperate or not. Mira looked at the crowd, at the glittering chandeliers, at the frescoed ceiling, at the wealth and power that pressed in from every side like a living thing. Then we give her a different story, she said. She turned to face Calder. We let them wonder. The evening moved in blur of introductions and false smiles. Mira was presented to deputies, counselors, security advisors, heads of vampire houses she had only ever read about in classified briefings. Each handshake was a test. Each smile was an interrogation. The room watched her every gesture, measured her every word. She performed. Calder was a constant presence at her side, touching her elbow when she needed to turn, leaning in to whisper comments that made her laugh at exactly the right moments. The act was seamless. Too seamless. At 10 o'clock, a server appeared at Mira's elbow with a tray of champagne flutes. From the chair, the server murmured. She requests the pleasure of their company in the East Salon. Mira reached for a glass. Do not drink it. Calder's voice was low, barely audible. Mira's hand stopped an inch from the flute. Why? Because Vale does not serve champagne to people she respects. She serves to people she intends to disarm. Mira withdrew her hand. Tell the chair I will join her shortly, she said to the server. I need a moment to admire the view first. The server nodded and withdrew. Calder's hand found hers in the space between their bodies. A brief, tight squeeze. You are doing well. I am surviving. Survival is the first step. His voice softened. The second is winning. She looked at him. His eyes were dark, unreadable, but there was something in them she had not seen before, something that looked almost like belief. Come on, she said. Let us go see what she wants. The East Salon was smaller than the gallery, paneled in dark wood and lit by a single crystal chandelier. Seraphine Vale stood by the windows, her back to the room, a glass of wine in her hand. Mira entered alone. Calder had stayed in the gallery, a deliberate separation that Mira had agreed to, though every instinct screamed against it. Detective. Vale did not turn. I wondered how long it would take you to accept my invitation. The view was worth the delay. Was it? Vale turned, her pale gray eyes catching the chandelier light. Find that most people who admire the view are searching for an exit they cannot find. Mira did not answer. Vale smiled. You have been very careful tonight. Calder too. I watched you moving through the room like dancers who have rehearsed the choreography but never trusted each other to lead. We trust each other enough. Enough for what? Vale set her wine down. Enough to solve a murder? Enough to expose a conspiracy? Enough to burn down everything your father built so you can feel righteous about a sister you could not save? Mira's jaw tightened. I did not come here to discuss my father. No, You came here to find evidence that ties me to the forced turnings, the staged murders, and a secret project called Sable Thorn. Vale's voice was calm, almost amused. You came here hoping I would slip, or confess, or reveal something that would finally give you the proof you need to destroy me. She walked toward Mira, her heels clicking on the wooden floor. Let me save you the trouble. She stopped 3 feet away. I know about the Greyhaven payroll roster. I know about the photograph you took in the vault. I know about the emergency wardrobe at Blackstone Row, the gown you are wearing, the power cut, the stolen contingency file, and the message you received from an unknown sender. Each sentence landed like a blow. Mira kept her expression blank. Then you know why I am here. I do. Vale's smile widened. But knowing why you are here, and knowing what you will find, are very different things. She reached into the pocket of her gown and withdrew a folded piece of paper. Consider this a gift. She held it out. Mira did not take it. It is an address, Vale said. The location of a facility you have been looking for. St. Bridget West. Mira's heart stopped. Why would you give me that? Because I want you to go there. Vale's eyes were flat. I want you to walk through those doors, see what is inside, and understand exactly what you are fighting. Understand what? Vale leaned closer. That your sister is not a victim, detective. She is a solution. And when you see what I have built, you will realize that the only monster in this room is the one who calls herself a protector while letting her family rot in the dark. She pressed the paper into Mira's hand. Go to St. Bridget West, see the truth, then decide who deserves to burn. Vale stepped back, turned, and walked toward the salon door. At the threshold, she paused. Oh, and detective? Mira did not answer. The messenger who sent you those texts? The one who led you to the vault and the photograph and this very conversation? Vale's voice dropped. They are closer than you think. She stepped through the door and was gone. Mira stood in the empty salon, the paper burning in her hand. The address, an invitation, a trap. And somewhere in the crowd beyond the door, Calder was waiting for her to return triumphant instead of shaken, whole instead of cracked open by the woman who had just handed her the truth like a knife. She folded the paper. She slipped it into the hidden pocket of her gown. And she walked back into the gallery to find Calder. The performance was not over, but the stage had just shifted. She found him on the west balcony, away from the crowd, his back to the railing and his eyes on the door. He straightened when he saw her. You look like someone just handed you a grenade. Someone did. Mira stepped into the shadow beside him. Vale gave me the address for St. Bridget West. Calder went still. She gave it to you willingly. Yes. Then it is a trap. Probably. Are you going to take it? Mira looked out at the city below, the lights of Eidolon spreading to the horizon like a wound that had not closed. I am going to walk through its front door with my eyes open. She turned to face him. And I am going to find my sister. Calder was silent for a long moment. Then he stepped closer, close enough that she could feel the heat of his body through the silk of her gown. Then I am going with you. Mira looked up. His face was close to hers, his eyes dark and steady, his breath warm against her skin. The distance between them was an inch, a breath, a choice. And then the door to the balcony swung open, and the commander stepped into the frame. The chair requests your presence, she said. Both of you. Now. Mira did not step back, neither did Calder. Tell the chair we will join her in a moment, Calder said. The commander did not move. The chair requests it now. The silence stretched. Mira felt the paper in her hidden pocket, the address burning against her ribs. She thought of Lena. She thought of the compound, the surgical light, the familiar silhouette standing in the shadows. She met the commander's eyes. Tell the chair, she said slowly, that I look forward to continuing our conversation. But first, I want to see the East Salon. I hear the art collection is remarkable. The commander's gaze flickered. The East Salon is closed to guests this evening. Then open it. Mira did not raise her voice. She did not need to. The commander held her gaze for 3 breaths. Then she inclined her head and stepped aside. This way. Mira walked past her, Calder a heartbeat behind. The game had changed, and she was done playing by Vale's rules. Chapter 21. The commander led them through the East Salon with mechanical precision, past velvet ropes and darkened doorways, past paintings Mira did not see, and guests she did not register. The address burned in her hidden pocket. St. Bridget West, a solution, not a victim. She stopped at a side door. The collection continues through here, the commander said. Take your time. She stepped back and vanished into the shadows. Calder waited 3 heartbeats. Then he pulled Mira sideways through a service door and into a narrow corridor that smelled of old wood and dust. Where are we going? Away from her sightlines. He moved fast, checking doorways as they passed, his hand light on her elbow. The corridor curved, opened onto a small antechamber with floor-ceiling windows, and then they were outside, on a balcony cut into the tower's western face. The city spread beneath them, dark and glittering. Mira exhaled. The air was cold and clean, nothing like the perfume and heat of the gala. She gripped the railing and let the wind pull at her hair. Calder stood beside her, not touching, close enough that she felt the absence of contact like a pressure. She gave it to you, he said. Yes, and you are going to take it. I already told you that. Then it is a trap. Everything is a trap. She turned to face him, his eyes Krause's weight, slowly feeling enervating. His face was half in shadow, half in the pale glow from the window behind them. His jaw was tight. His hands hung at his sides, not reaching, not retreating. She could see the pulse in his throat. Mira. Her name, just her name, spoken like it cost him something. Do not what? Do not say my name like that. Like what? Like you are trying to remember how to breathe. He did not look away. Maybe I am. The world went still. The wind dropped. The noise from the gala faded. There was only the space between them, small and electric and terrifying. She should step back. She should laugh, deflect, break the tension with a blade-sharp comment that would remind them both what this was, a performance, a cover story, a tactical alliance. She did not move. Calder raised his hand, slow, deliberate. He stopped an inch from her face, palm open, fingers curved but not touching. Tell me to stop. She should. Tell me to stop, and I will. Her throat closed. His hand hovered, waiting, giving her the choice. She could feel the heat of his palm without contact, a ghost of warmth against her cheek. I should tell you to stop. Yes, but I am not going to. His breath caught. She saw it. That 1 microsecond of lost control, the crack in his ancient composure, and then his hand combed the distance. His palm settled against her jaw. Warm, steady. His thumb traced the line of her cheekbone, feather-light, deliberate, like he was memorizing the shape of her. She did not pull away. She leaned into it. Her body moved before her mind caught up, forward, into the space between them, into the gravity of him. He inhaled. She watched his gaze drop to her mouth. Tell me, he said again, his voice rough, that you do not want this. She could not. The word would not form. She wanted this. She wanted him. She wanted the heat and the danger and the terrible risk of letting someone close enough to wound her. She lifted her hand and pressed it against his chest. His heart was hammering. Vampires did not have to breathe, but his chest rose and fell like a man drowning. Calder. Yes. Kiss me. He moved. His forehead touched hers. His breath mixed with hers. His hand slid from her jaw into her hair, gentle and possessive and shaking. 1 chance, he said. 1 chance to tell me no. After this, I do not think I will be able to stop. Then do not stop. He tilted her chin up. His lips brushed hers. Once, twice. A whisper of contact that sent fire down her spine. And then he kissed her. Full and slow and devastating, like he had been starving for it. Like he had been holding this moment back for years, and it was drowning him. She kissed him back. Her fingers curled into his coat. She pulled him closer, and he met a sound, a low, broken sound that she felt in her chest. The world disappeared. The gala, the conspiracy, the address bursting in her pocket. There was only his mouth on hers, his hand in her hair, his heart hammering against her palm. She wanted more. She wanted everything. He broke the kiss and pressed his forehead to hers, breathing hard. "Mira, shut up." "I need to say," I said, "shut up." She kissed him again, harder this time, and he met her with equal force, his other hand finding her waist and pulling her against him. The tower spun. The city below them kept turning, and for one suspended moment, nothing else existed. Then she saw it. Movement. Below. A flicker of shadow against the stone wall of the tower, 3 floors down, where nothing should be moving. She broke the kiss. "What?" Mira pushed past him and crept the railing, staring down into the dark. A figure, dressed in black, pressed flat against the wall, climbing. She saw the glint of metal in the assassin's hand. A knife. The figure stopped moving, frozen in place, as if aware they had been seen. And then it looked up, straight at her. Mira did not move. The assassin smiled, slow, deliberate, and then it raised its free hand, palm open, fingers curved, and pressed them against its chest in a gesture that looked like respect or recognition. She had seen that hand before. She had felt that hand, the distorted voice on the phone, the echo of the surgical light, the silhouette standing beyond Lena's pain. The killer was here, and they were already inside. Chapter 22. The scream ripped through the main hall before Mira could draw breath. High and sharp, a woman's voice, cut short. The crowd convulsed, bodies collided, champagne flutes shattered against marble as guests shoved away from the sound's origin, a crush of silk and panic surging toward the west gallery exits. Calder's hand found her wrist. "Do not let go of me." She gripped his arm and let him pull her against the tide, moving sideways through the human wall, shoulders checking, elbows finding gaps. Her pulse hammered. The killer was inside. The killer was already here. Another scream, lower this time, a man's voice, then the wet sound of something heavy hitting the floor. The crowd heaved. Mira lost her footing for a half-second, and Calder hauled her forward, his arm locking around her waist, dragging her through the gap between a marble pillar and an overturned serving table. "Where?" she said. "That way." He pointed east, toward the service corridor the commander had used. "They will not stay in the open. They want us to chase. Then we chase." She broke from his grip and ran. The service door was propped open with a folded napkin, deliberate. The killer had prepared the route. She pushed through into a narrow corridor lined with utility pipes and exposed wiring. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. The air smelled of bleach and old grease. Calder caught up, his footsteps silent on the concrete. "How do you know?" he said. "They left me a door." They moved fast. Corridor branched left and right. She hesitated, then heard it. A metal door swinging shut, the latch clicking home, somewhere ahead and to the right. "This way." She took the turn at a sprint. The corridor opened into a loading bay, concrete ramp, roller door raised 3 feet. Beyond it, the alley where they had arrived. The sedan was still there, dark and empty, rain starting huge as whiff. No one in sight. Mira skidded to a stop at the ramp's edge and scanned the alley. Nothing moved. The rain blurred the streetlights into pale smears. "Lost them," she said. Calder stepped past her and crouched. His fingers touched a dark patch on the concrete, almost invisible in the dim light. "Blood." She joined him. Too much for a graze. A puddle, already spreading, diluted by rain. "Not the killers," Calder said. "They brought something with them." The gala, the scream, the heavy sound of a body hitting the floor. "Someone is dead in there." "Yes." She straightened and looked back toward the service door. The entrance to the loading bay had a keycard reader, standard magnetic stripe. "You pulled that door shut," she said. "I did not touch it." They looked at each other. The latch had not been an escape. It had been an invitation. The killer had wanted them here, in this alley, staring at blood that belonged to someone else, waiting for whatever came next. Mira's pocket buzzed. She pulled out her phone. A text from an unknown number, the same prefix as before. "You took the bait. Good." She showed Calder. His jaw tightened. "Heading the review," she said. "Someone will identify the body." Alina Castell was by the main entrance when the scream happened. I saw her. Then she is alive. Unless the killer wanted us to think that. The rain intensified. Water streamed down her face, cold and steady, washing the heat from her skin. She could still feel his mouth on hers. She pushed the thought away. We need to get back inside, find out who died, secure the scene before Vale's people seal it. Calder's gaze held hers for a beat too long. Agreed. They retraced the route at a jog. The service corridor was empty. The propped door still stood open. The napkin lay crumpled where the killer had dropped it. Mira stepped visit and re-entered the west gallery. The room had transformed. Guests pressed against the walls, faces pale and frozen. Security personnel moved in pairs, closing off exits, herding people away from the east salon. A woman in dark blue knelt beside a shape on the floor, her hands pressed to the chest of a man who did not move. The blood was everywhere. It spread across the marble in a slow, dark fan from beneath the body. The victim's throat had been cut. Clean, precise, hands folded over the chest. The same staging. Always the same staging. Mira's stomach turned. Calder moved to her side, his voice low. Who? She did not recognize the face. Middle-aged, male, silver hair, formal wear, a council pin on his lapel marking him as an Accord official. Not Castell, she said. Their message. They wanted us in the alley, so we missed the kill. Misdirection. Or a message. She looked at the body again. The killer had not just killed someone. They had chosen someone. Someone whose death would send a signal through the gala's political bloodstream. She needed to know the victim's name. She moved toward the security cordon, pulling her badge from her coat. Threshold authority. I need access to the body. The guard, a woman in a dark suit, shook her head. Council security had jurisdiction until the authority liaison arrives. I am the liaison. You are not. Calder stepped past her and spoke, his voice carrying cold authority. She is with me. Let her through. The guard hesitated. Calder's eyes were flat and ancient. The guard stepped aside. Mira knelt by the body. The blood was still warm, still wet. She did not touch the skin. She did not need to. She looked at the face. The eyes were open, gray, unseeing. The council pin on the lapel bore the name of the Accord's Legislative Oversight Committee. She pulled out her phone and photographed the pin, the wound, the hands folded precisely over the chest. Someone inside the tower coordinated with the killer, she said. They propped the service door. They knew the route. They knew exactly when to move. Calder crouched beside her. The commander. Maybe, but she works for Vale, and Vale gave us the address. Killing a council witness at her own gala makes no sense unless Vale wants chaos. Or wants us to think she does not want it. Mira's phone buzzed again. Another text. Check the keycard reader on the loading bay door. She looked at the phone. Calder read it over her shoulder. They are still watching. Or they left something. Mira stood and walked back through the service corridor to the loading bay. The keycard reader on the door was standard authority issue, black plastic, red indicator light. She lifted the flap covering the reader's internal mechanism. A keycard sat inside, not dropped on the floor, slotted deliberately into the reader, as if the killer had used it to bypass the lock and left it behind. She pulled it out. Standard issue, white plastic, magnetic stripe, authority security emblem on the front. The name on the card, Thomas Rayner. She stared at it. They dropped Rayner's keycard, Calder said, his voice flat. At a crime scene. At a gala where half the council just watched a man die. Mira turned the card over. It had to be a plant. But the question was not whether Rayner was the killer. The question was who wanted Mira to think he was. The rain kept falling. The gala's spilled blood kept spreading. And somewhere in the tower above her, the killer was already gone, leaving a trail of breadcrumbs that led exactly where they wanted her to go. The keycard felt heavier than it should. Thomas Rayner's name stared up at her from the white plastic, clean and deliberate. A plant, she said, though doubt gnawed at her certainty. Probably. But probably is not proof. Calder took the card, turned it over, examined the edges. The killer could have lifted it from Rayner's office days ago. Or Rayner could have left it here himself, knowing it would look like a frame. Mira pocketed the card. Which means, either way, someone wants us chasing Raynor while they weave somewhere else. The East Salon. She looked toward the tower, the art collection veil had kept closed, the room Mira had demanded to see. The killer knew we would follow them to the loading bay, she said. Knew we would find the card. They timed it so we would miss the murder and arrive at the scene confused, holding evidence that points in a direction they chose. Calder's jaw tightened. Then the question is, what they wanted us to miss in the East Salon while we chased their route. Or who? They moved back through the service corridor at a faster pace. The gala's noise had shifted from panic to controlled chaos. Security teams were sealing the main hall. Guests were being herded into the West Gallery for statements. Mira bypassed the cordon and headed straight for the East Salon. The double doors were closed. A guard stood in front of them, arms crossed. No entry. Council security directive. Threshold authority. She held up her badge. Open the door. The guard did not move. Council directive supersedes authority jurisdiction for the next 60 minutes. Someone just died in your main hall. The killer is still inside this building. Open the door or I will escalate to Director Ward directly. The guard's gaze flickered to Calder, then back to Mira. 60 seconds stretched. The guard stepped aside. Mira pushed through the doors. The East Salon was empty. Chandeliers hung dark. Walls lined with gilded frames showed paintings of landscapes and formal portraits. Nothing out of place. The room smelled of old wood and dust. No blood, no struggle, no sign that anyone had been here recently. But something was wrong. She felt it. A pressure in the air, like the echo of a shout that had already faded. You feel it? She asked. Calder nodded slowly. Something happened here, recently. Mira walked the perimeter. The paintings were untouched, the furniture undisturbed. But near the far wall, a single panel of wainscoting sat slightly proud of the surface, not flush with its neighbor. She pressed it. The panel clicked. A section of the wall swung inward, revealing a narrow staircase leading down. Calder joined her at the opening. Hidden basement. Access from the East Salon. Vale's territory. Then whatever Vale did not want us to see is down there. Mira stepped onto the first stair. The air below smelled cool and metallic, like old copper and clean concrete. Her phone buzzed again. Good, you found it. She looked at Calder. The killer was not gone. The killer was guiding them, and whatever lay at the bottom of these stairs, someone wanted her to walk right into it. Chapter 23. The rain followed them back to Blackstone Row. Mira sat on the edge of the safehouse's narrow bed, the assassin's canvas bag open beside her. Calder had pulled it from behind a service panel in the East Salon basement, where the killer had stashed it before climbing the tower. 3 items lay on the mattress. A roll of black electrical tape, a coil of thin wire, identical to the kind that had closed Esther Cole's throat, a leather gloves, left hand, stained dark at the fingertips. She had not touched any of them yet. The echo charge coming off the glove was visible even without contact, a faint shimmer at the edges of her peripheral vision, like heat rising off summer asphalt. Mira. Calder stood in the doorway. He had not taken off his coat. Rain dripped from his collar onto the floor. You do not have to do this tonight. Yes, I do. The residue is fresh. It will be stronger than anything you have touched before. She heard what he did not say. Stronger than Lena's slide. The memory of that collapse still lived in her muscles, the phantom sensation of a needle sliding into her own arm. I need to know who gave the orders. The glove will show you the killer's hands, not the voice behind them. Then I will follow the trail until I find the voice. Calder did not argue. He crossed the room and sat in the chair by the window, far enough to give her space, close enough to catch her if she fell. She appreciated that he did not ask permission. The glove was cold. She picked it up by the cuff, turned it over, laid it flat on her palm. The stain at the fingertips was still slightly damp. She closed her eyes and pushed. The world inverted. She was standing in a narrow corridor, dim light from a single bulb overhead. The air smelled of wet concrete and metal. A figure moved ahead of her, broad-shouldered, quick, carrying something that caught the light. The knife. The killer's hands were gloved. Her hands were gloved. The leather snug against her fingers, the blade familiar in her grip. She felt the weight of it, the balance. This was not a weapon joined at random. This was a tool the killer had used many times before. The figure stopped at a door. A woman's voice came from somewhere ahead, not from inside the room, from a speaker or a phone, distorted by distance and static. "Report." The killer did not speak. They pressed a hand to their chest, the same open palm gesture the figure on the tower wall had made. The woman's voice again, clearer this time. "The East Salon is prepared. The councilman will be in position by 9:15. Wait for the signal." The signal. The killer waited. Mira felt the minutes pass through the glove's echo, fractured and incomplete. The killer was patient, trained. They did not shift their weight, did not check the time. They stood in the corridor and breathed slow and even. Then the scream came. Not a woman's scream. The councilman's scream, muffled by walls and distance, cut short. The killer moved. Down the corridor, up a service stairwell, through a door that opened onto the gala's main hall. The chaos was beautiful to them. Controlled. They waded through it like a swimmer through current, unhurried, untouched. Mira felt the killer's satisfaction. And beneath it, something colder. A command structure layered like sediment. This was not a lone actor. This was a soldier following orders. The woman on the speaker was only one node in a larger network. Someone else had given the order for the councilman's name to be added to the guest list. Someone else had ensured the East Salon would be empty at the critical moment. Someone else had hidden the staircase. The killer was the blade, but the hand that held the blade was not their own. Mira tried to push deeper, to find the woman's face, her name, her location. The echo resisted. The glove had not been present for the planning, only the execution. She was reaching beyond its memory, grasping at something the leather had never touched. She pushed harder. The echo twisted. She was back in the corridor, but the killer was gone. The speaker crackled overhead, and the woman's voice came again, clear and close, as if she were standing right there. "Thorn does not forgive failure." Mira's eyes snapped open. She was on the floor. She did not remember falling. The glove was still in her hand, but her body was curled on its side, her cheek pressed to the cold wood, her limbs shaking so hard she could not feel her fingers. Calder was there. He had not picked her up. He was on his knees beside her, his hand hovering an inch from her shoulder, not touching. "I am here," he said. "You are in the safe house. You are safe." She tried to speak. Her throat would not cooperate. "Take your time." She focused on breathing. In, out. The shaking began to slow. "Thorn," she said. The word came out cracked and thin. Calder's face did not change, but something in his eyes shifted. "The woman who gave the orders," she said. "Thorn does not forgive failure." Thorn, not Sabethorn, just Thorn, like a name, a title. Calder was silent for a long moment. "I have heard that name before," was said. "In old Accord files. A designation, not a person. A code name for someone who coordinates operations across multiple cells. Then she is the architect. She is a layer. There may be others above her." Mira forced herself up onto her elbows. The room swam. "Who is she?" "If the files are accurate, Thorn is not Seraphine Vale." "Then who?" Calder met her eyes. "No one knows. The name has been in use for decades. Every time the authority has tried to trace it, the trail led to a dead agent or a sealed record." Mira looked down at the glove still clutched in her hand. The stain at the fingertips had dried, but the echo of that voice still lived in her bones. Chapter 24. Rayner's keycard sat between them on the table. The plastic was smudged at the edges where Mira had held it. The magnetic strip caught the overhead light in a thin, silver line. Calder had not touched it. He had been watching it since they returned from Greyhall Tower, his stillness the kind that meant he was running calculations somewhere beneath the calm. "His access level gives us archives too," he said. "Personnel records, internal review transcripts, sealed authorizations." "Then that is where we go." "At 3 in the morning. The keycard was left for us. Every hour we wait is an hour someone spends cleaning up whatever they want us to find." Calder looked at her, and she saw the argument forming in the set of his jaw. The danger, the lack of backup, the probability that the keycard was another piece of the killer's choreography, another step in a dance they had not chosen. "I know," she said before he could speak. "It is a trap. Everything is a trap. But the intelligence in that archive is real, whether they want us to find it or not." He stood. "I will drive." The Threshold Authority archive sat 3 blocks east of the main building, a low concrete structure with reinforced windows and a single 24-hour guard rotation. The building had no name on the outside, just a number, 17 Briar Lane. Calder parked the sedan half a block down, engine running, headlights off. "I will be the diversion," he said. "You need to badge in with the keycard. The system logs entry to the card holder. If Raynard is already being framed, the log will only add to the evidence against him." "You want me to walk in alone?" "I want you to walk in while the guard is busy with me." He was out of the car before she could argue. She watched him cross the street, unhurried, his footsteps clean on the wet pavement. By the time he reached the archive's entrance, Mira was already moving around the side of the building, keeping to the shadow of the delivery alcove. She heard Calder's voice, calm and authoritative, asking about a misfiled evidence tag from the Perak case. Heard the guard's response, confused, deferential. She slid the keycard through the reader. The lock clicked open. She was inside. The archive was a single, long room divided by metal shelving units that rose to the ceiling. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting everything in a flat, tired gray. The air smelled of paper dust and toner. Mira moved down the main aisle, counting shelf numbers. Personnel records were in the back, past the evidence logs and the sealed case files. She found the section labeled Accord Review Council Oversight Committee, Authorizations, 2017 present. The file cabinets were locked. She tried Rayner's keycard on the first drawer. It opened. She pulled the drawer, scanned folders, and found what she was looking for on the third try. Authorization for the transfer of subject designations 1 through 7 from St. Brigid Central to St. Brigid West Observation Wing. Signed by 3 parties: the Accord Review Council's Medical Ethics Officer, the Threshold Authority's Internal Oversight Director, and a third signature she did not recognize at first because the name had been partially redacted. But the badge number was still legible. She photographed it. Then she found the budget allocation. Funds diverted from the authority's forensic research line to a subsidiary account at Thornfield Acquisitions, approved in quarterly increments, each one signed off by a different council member. The amounts matched what Jay had flagged in the shell donations. The paper trail was thin, but clear. St. Brigid West had been funded by the same people who were supposed to regulate it. Mira kept digging. The fourth folder contained intake summaries, 7 names, 7 birth dates, 7 blood type markers with annotated echocyte probability scores. Lena's name was third on the list. Voss, Lena M., age 22 at intake. Probability score, 94%. Marker type, full expression, latent activation. There was a note in the margin, handwritten in blue ink. Subject 7 accepted the compound without rejection. Viability confirmed day 14. Template status approved. Template status. Mira stared at the words until they blurred. "Find something?" She spun. Calder was at the end of the aisle, his silhouette cutting the fluorescent light. "The guard took my complaint without any real interest," he said. "Either he knows something or he is too tired to care." Mira held up the folder. "Lena is listed as Subject 7. They called her a template. She was not just another victim. She was the one who survived perfectly." Calder crossed to her, his footsteps silent. He took the folder from her hands, scanned the page, that his face did not change, but she saw the muscle in his jaw tighten. "The funding came from both the authority and the council," she said. "This was not a rogue operation. It was approved, funded, and protected by the people who are supposed to enforce the accord." "There will be a second set of records," Calder said. "The medical files from West. They would not keep clinical documentation in a personnel archive." "Where?" "If Sabine's intelligence is correct, the St. Brigid West files are held off-site, a private storage facility under Greyhaven's corporate registration." Mira looked down at the folder in her hands. The evidence was here. It was real. It had names and dates and signatures, and it was only half the story. "The keycard was left for us deliberately," she said. "Rayner is being framed. The killer wanted us to find this specific file. Then the killer wanted us to know about the funding link, or wanted us to think we had found the full truth." Calder was quiet for a moment. "Then we take what we have and we move before they expect us to." Mira closed the folder. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out. The screen showed a single line of text from the unknown number. You found the authorization. Now find the facility. She looked at Calder. I think the killer just gave us the next step. Chapter 25. Mira pulled the folder from the archive shelf and slid it into her jacket. Calder was already moving toward the door, his footsteps silent on the tile. She followed him through the dark corridor, past the guard who seemed not to notice or not to care. The keycard worked on the exit reader without resistance. Raynor's badge was still active, still useful, still waiting for them to push harder. Outside, the street was empty. The sedan sat where they had left it, unremarkable, in gray under the sodium lights. Calder drove. She watched the mirrors. No headlights followed, no second pair of taillights matched their turns, but she felt it anyway. That prickle at the base of her skull that meant they were being watched from somewhere she could not see. Heading back to Blackstone Row, Calder said. It was not a question. We have nowhere else. He said nothing. The safe house came into view at the end of the row, dark except for the porch light. Calder killed the engine 3 houses early and let the sedan coast. They sat in the silence for 15 seconds, listening. Nothing moved. No shadow at the window, no car idling at the curb. Wait here, Calder said. No, Mira. If someone is inside, you go in alone and they take you. If we go together, we triangulate. He held her gaze for a beat, then nodded. They exited the sedan at the same time, one on each side, and approached the front door at an angle. Calder keyed the lock. The mechanism clicked. He pushed the door open. The foyer was dark, but the living room light was on. Mira's hand went to her weapon. She had not left any light on. Calder moved past her, his body positioned to shield, and rounded the corner into the living room. Nothing. The room was empty. The light was on, a single lamp by the sofa, but the room was otherwise undisturbed. No papers moved, no drawers open. I turned that off, she said. You did. They cleared the house, room by room, kitchen, bathroom, the bedroom that was supposed to be hers, the bedroom that was supposed to be his. Everything was in place, except the basement door. It was closed. She had left it open. Calder saw her face change and turned. He looked at the closed door, then back at her. You left it open. Deliberately. I wanted air moving through. He crossed to the door and pressed his palm flat against the wood. Then he lowered himself, one hand on the frame, and pressed his ear to the panel. 10 seconds. 20. He stood up. Someone is down there. Moving or waiting? Waiting. She pulled her weapon. He did the same. They worked the door together. Calder turned the handle, pulled it open, and the darkness of the basement staircase yawned before them. The light switch was at the top of the stairs, 3 feet inside. Mira reached for it. A floorboard creaked below. Not a footstep. Weight shifting. She snapped the light on. The stairs were empty. The basement was empty. The weapons cabinet was still sealed, the fangs wall still closed, but the dust on the concrete floor had been disturbed. Footprints. Fresh. Leading from the base of the stairs to the wall behind the water heater, then back to the stairs. Someone had checked the lockbox location. Someone knew exactly where Calder had hidden the contingency file, and they had come back to see if anything new had been placed there. Your file is gone, Mira said. They know that. They are checking whether we replaced it. Calder's jaw tightened, which means they do not know we found the archive material. Yet. She turned to go back up the stairs, and the basement light went out. Complete dark. She heard the door slam above her, then the lock engage. Calder's voice came from 3 feet away, low and controlled. They are still inside. She felt for the wall, oriented herself, and moved toward the stairs. Her hand found the railing. She took the steps 2 at a time and reached the door. Locked. She threw her shoulder against it. The frame did not give. Clear, Calder said. He was already at the wall panel, the one that hid the old service passage behind the kitchen. This runs to the side yard. It should not be locked. She crossed to him. He pressed the panel. It opened. They slipped into the narrow gap between the walls, and then they heard the footsteps overhead. Disciplined. Even. Room to room. Someone was searching the upper floor with surgical precision. Mira pressed her back against the stud wall and held her breath. The footstep crossed the kitchen above them. A drawer slid open, closed. Another drawer. Then a voice, low and calm. "They are not here." A pause. "Understood. I will secure the location." The footsteps moved toward the front door. Mira heard it open, then close. Silence. She waited 50 seconds. Then she pushed the panel open and stepped back into the kitchen. Calder followed. The safe house was still. The lamp still glowed in the living room. Everything looked exactly as it had when they entered. But every drawer in the kitchen was open by an inch. Every cabinet door. The intruder had checked every possible hiding place for the archive material. And they had left every container slightly ajar as a message. "We know where you sleep. We know what you carry. We will find it." Mira looked at Calder. He was staring at the open drawers, his face unreadable. "They knew we had not returned," she said. "They timed the search for when we were out. They knew we would go to the archives." She pulled out her phone. The screen was dark. She pressed the power button. Nothing. "Dead," she said. "They drained it again." Calder checked his own phone. Silent. Same. They were cut off from Ward, from Jay, from Sabine, inside a compromised safe house, with the archive evidence in Mira's jacket, and someone close enough to know their every move. She looked at the open drawers, the deliberate gaps, the message left in domestic detail. The mole was not just an administrator. The mole was someone who knew the safe house layout, someone who had a key, someone who had walked these rooms before. She met Calder's eyes. "It is someone already inside our perimeter." He said nothing, but she watched him begin to recalculate every conversation, every trust, every single person who had been close enough. Chapter 26. The safe house felt wrong now. Every open drawer, every cabinet door hanging by an inch, every silence layered over the memory of footsteps overhead. Mira stood in the center of the kitchen and turned a slow circle. "The landline," she said. Calder was already moving toward the wall jack in the hall. He picked up the receiver, pressed it to his ear, listened. "Dead." "Of course it is." She pulled the archive folder from her jacket and set it on the counter, clear of the open drawers, clear of the intruder's map of small violations, the authorization documents, the budget allocations, Lena's intake summary with the handwritten note at the bottom, template status confirmed, no rejection markers, full expression. "Mira," Calder's voice had changed. She looked up. He was holding a slip of paper she had not seen before. White, folded once. When had he found it? Where was that? "Under the hall carpet, at the edge of the baseboard." He crossed to her and held it out. "It was not there when we arrived. I checked every seam in this house our first night." She took it. One line of text, printed, no signature. Rayner moved the bodies. Check his deployment logs for 14 March. 14 March. The date of Esther Cole's murder. The date the evidence had vanished before she could log it. She looked at Calder. "This was planted, obviously, but that does not mean it is false." He said nothing. She read the note again. The paper was unmarked stock, the kind sold in any office supply store in Eidolon City. No watermark, no traceable origin. The message was efficient, surgical, aimed directly at the suspicion already burning in her chest. "The intruder left this," she said. "The intruder who searched the house, opened every drawer, and left us a message about knowing where we sleep." Calder's voice was flat. "They also took time to slip a note under the hall carpet, knowing we would find it when we checked for additional tampering. Or knowing we would not find it until we needed it." His jaw tightened. "That is the same argument. It is the same logic." She set the note beside the folder. Rayner's keycard was at the loading bay. Rayner's deployment logs covered the evidence wing the night of the theft. Rayner approved the retired badge reactivation. Rayner had access to the safe house schematics. And the evidence against him is so clean it glows. Clean does not mean false. "No," Calder's voice dropped. "But it means someone wanted us to see this pattern before we saw the alternatives." She wanted to argue. The weight in her chest told her Rayner was the leak. Had always been the leak. That every blocked doorway and vanished file and delayed response traced back to his precise, disciplined interference. The shape fit. The timing fit. But Calder was right. The shape fit too well. Then we verify, she said. We check his logs for 14 March before anyone knows we are looking. With what? Our phones are dead. The landline is dead. Every channel we normally use is compromised. She stared at the folder. Then we use a channel they are not watching. Name one. Ward's personal line. The one she keeps for Accord emergencies. Sabine gave me the number at the gala. Calder's expression shifted. Not surprise. Assessment. She gave it to you in case we got separated. Yes. Which means Vale may know she gave it to you. Mail knows everything. Mira picked up the archive folder. But Ward's emergency line goes through a separate exchange. Sabine confirmed it. Old Accord infrastructure, not routed through the Authority mainframe. Calder was quiet for 3 beats. Then we find a payphone, somewhere far from Blackstone Row, somewhere the intruder did not expect us to go. She nodded. They moved. The streets were wet and empty at this hour, the rain reduced to a thin mist that clung to the streetlights. Mira drove. Calder watched the mirrors, the sidewalks, the rooftops, every surface a potential vantage point. She found a payphone outside a closed grocery in the old industrial district, 2 kilometers from the nearest Authority substation, 3 from any known Vale property. She pulled over, left the engine running, and crossed the wet pavement alone. The receiver was cold. She fed coins from her pocket, dialed the number Sabine had given her, and listened to the ring. 4 rings. 5. State your knifey clearance. Ward's voice, strained, awake. Mira Voss, emergency protocol. A pause. Where are you? Away from the safe house. It is compromised. So are both of our phones. I am calling from a payphone in the industrial district. Another pause. Longer this time. I know about the safe house, Ward said. I received an alert 40 minutes ago. Weapons cabinet accessed, then a hard lockdown signal from the door. By the time I dispatched a unit, the building was empty. The intruder was already gone. They left a message. What kind of message? Mira looked at the wet glass of the phone booth, at her own reflection distorted by rain. A note naming Rayner. Tells us to check his deployment logs for 14 March. Silence. When Ward spoke again, her voice was different. Lower. Careful. A note naming Rayner. Yes. Left inside a safe house that requires a key to enter. Yes. By an intruder who apparently knew exactly when you would be out. Mira closed her eyes. The architecture of the trap was clear now. Someone wanted them to pull the trigger on Rayner. Someone wanted the accusation public, specific, and timed to coincide with something else. Rayner is the frame, Ward said. If you move on him with this alone, the conspiracy gets exactly what it needs. A scapegoat, a scandal, a reason to discredit the investigation. Then what do you want me to do with it? Nothing. Yet. Bring me the evidence you found at the archives. Bring it in person, to my residence by dawn. No one else knows this address. I cannot cross the city without being tracked. I know. Ward's voice hardened. That is why you will not cross it alone. The line went dead. Mira stood in the phone booth, the receivers still pressed to her ear, the dial tone humming in the silence. When she stepped back out into the mist, Calder was standing by the car, watching the intersection. What did she say? Mira told him. He listened without interrupting, and when she finished, he looked at the dark street ahead, at the rain beginning to fall harder, at the city that had become a grid of traps within traps. She is right, he said. If we name Rayner now, we hand them the counterattack. I know. But that does not mean we do not prepare the ground. She looked at him. He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded piece of paper. I found this in the archive folder, tucked behind Lena's intake summary. It must have been placed there before we left the building. She took it. A single line of text. Same stock. Same print. Rayner is not the frame. He is the door. Push. Watch what opens. The 30 dezim you see had the spreading in the sender contralation. The second note sat in her palm, the paper warm from Calder's coat, the letters precise and clean. Rayner is not the frame. He is the door. Push. Watch what opens. Mira read it twice, 3 times. The words did not change. Someone placed this in the folder, she said. Between the time Jay gave it to me and the moment we left the archive. There was a gap. When Calder created the diversion, Calder's jaw tightened. I did not see anyone approach the table. You were outside the room. He did not argue. Mira folded the note along its crease and slid it into her pocket beside the first one. 2 notes, 2 directions. Someone wanted her to move against Raynor. Someone else wanted her to use Raynor as a key. Or the same someone wanted her to think there were 2 sides, to spend energy debating a choice they had already made for her. Ward wants us at her residence by dawn, she said. Then we go. Alone. Without phones. Without backup. Ward said you would not cross it alone. Mira looked at him. The mist clung to his coat, beaded on his collar. He looked exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with the hour. I assumed she meant you, she said. Calder held her gaze. So did I. They drove. The city was dark and wet, the streets empty of authority patrols, the usual vampire night traffic thinned by the hour in the rain. Mira took a rat that lipped through 3 districts, checking mirrors, checking sightlines, letting the car drift at irregular speeds to see if anyone matched their pattern. No one did. That did not mean they were not tracked. Ward's residence occupied the top floor of a converted warehouse in the Thornwood district, 3 blocks from the old Accord signing hall. The building had no visible address, no lobby, no name on the bell panel. Mira parked 2 streets over, and they walked the remaining distance through alleyways, Calder scanning every window, every fire escape, every shadow that moved against the rain. The entrance was a reinforced steel door set into a brick wall that had been painted over so many times the surface looked like scar tissue. Mira pressed the buzzer. No sound from inside. Then the lock clicked. The stairwell was narrow, the stairs concrete, the walls bare. They climbed 4 flights. A door at the top opened before Mira could knock. Helena Ward stood in the frame, dressed in the same clothes she had worn to the gala, her hair loose, her face stripped of the careful neutrality she wore inside the authority building. She looked tired. She looked old. She looked like someone who had been waiting for this moment for longer than Mira wanted to know. You are both alive, Ward said. That is the first good news I have had in 12 hours. Barely, Calder said. Ward stepped aside. The apartment was sparse, functional furniture, a kitchen counter covered in stacked files, a single lamp burning over a table spread with documents. No photographs, no personal objects. A woman who lived inside her work because everything else had been stripped away. Mira set the archive folder on the table. Ward did not open it. Tell me what you found. Mira told her. The authorization documents, the 7 subjects, the diverted budgets, the 3rd signatory with the visible badge number and the redacted name, Lena's template status, the text telling her to find the facility. Ward listened without interrupting. When Mira finished, she turned to the window and stood with her back to them for a long moment. St. Bridget West was never a rogue operation, she said. That is what you are telling me. The funding came from both sides of the accord, Calder said. The authority signed off, the council signed off. The project was official. Which means the conspiracy is not a shadow faction, Ward said. It is the institution itself. Mira felt the weight of it settle into her chest. How many people in the authority know? I do not know yet. Ward turned back to face them. But I know where to start looking. She crossed to the table and opened a drawer beneath the surface, pulling out a thin manila folder. No label, no stamp. She set it beside the archive material. Calder, before you say anything else tonight, there is something you need to tell her. Mira looked at him. Calder's expression did not change, but something in the line of his shoulders shifted. A tension that had been there for days, maybe years, drawing tighter. I have told her most of it. Most is not all. He was quiet. Mira watched the silence stretch, felt the shape of something long withheld pressing against the room's edges. She had seen this before. The controlled pause, the careful weighing of consequences. The moment before a door opened that could not be closed again. Tell her, Ward said. Or I will. Calder's eyes met Mira's. My house has monitored the Voss bloodline for 7 generations. The words landed like a blade. Not your family specifically at first. The bloodline. The echo site concentration that appears every 2nd or 3rd generation. My ancestors tracked it, recorded it, watched for signs of exploitation. Mira's hands went still. 7 generations, she said again. Your mother knew. The room stopped. What? Your mother knew. Before she died, she asked my house to continue the monitoring. She understood what the bloodline carried. She wanted protection, not secrecy. The floor shifted under Mira's feet. My mother. Yes. She asked your house to spy on us. She asked my house to keep you alive. Mira looked at Calder. At the lines around his eyes, the exhaustion carved into his face, the weight of centuries pressing down behind every word he spoke. Get out, she said. Mira, get out of this room. Get out of this building. I do not care where you go, but if you stand here one more second pretending you had the right to decide what I should know about my own blood, I will walk out of this investigation and let the whole thing burn. Calder held her gaze. Then he turned and walked to the door. Ward did not stop him. The door closed. Mira stood alone in the sparse apartment, the archive folder on the table, the rain pressing against the window, and the shape of everything she had believed about her life lying shattered at her feet. The first note sat in her pocket. The second note sat beside it. And for the first time in 4 years, she did not know who to trust, who to fight, or what to do when the weapon in her hands was the truth itself. Chapter 28. The first note sat in her pocket. The second note sat beside it. And across the table, Helena Ward waited with the patience of someone who had already watched this moment arrive from a distance and knew better than to interrupt its landing. Mira did not sit. She stood at the edge of the sparse apartment, the rain pressing against the window, her hands flat on the wood surface of the table, and she let the shape of everything she had believed spread out in front of her like pieces of a crime scene she had walked through too fast to read. 7 generations. Her grandmother's mother, the woman whose name she had never known, faded to a census entry and a grave marker in a district she had never visited. Watched, catalogued, measured for ecocide probability like livestock graded before auction. Her mother, the woman who had taught Mira to read residue by describing it as weather, as pressure, as the weight of a room before you entered it. Who had looked at her daughter and seen a bloodline carrying a trait that old vampires had been tracking for centuries. Who had asked them to keep watching and had never said a word. Mira. Ward's voice was low, stripped of command. You need to sit down. I need to understand. The understanding is not going to arrive in the next 5 minutes. Sit down before your legs make the decision for you. Mira did not sit. She turned toward the door where Calder had vanished and felt the absence of him like a wound she had not registered yet, the kind that only starts to burl when the air hits it. He knew about St. Bridget. Ward did not answer. He knew about the surveillance when he blocked my file. He knew about the connection when he stood at crime scenes and told me to wait. He knew about my mother when he kissed me on a balcony. She heard her own voice cracking at the edges and did not care. And he never told me. Ward's face was unreadable, a sealed door. He did what he thought would keep you alive. Then he was wrong. Was he? Mira's hands went still. You are standing in my apartment with evidence that would get you killed if you were caught carrying it across this city. You have been targeted by a conspiracy that has been operating inside the Accord longer than you have been alive. You have a sister who was turned into a weapon because of what runs in your blood. And the man who tried to prevent that from happening to you is standing in the hallway because you ordered him out. He lied to me for years. He hid a truth that would have put a target on your back the moment you knew it. I am not a child. No, you are an investigator. But knowing your own bloodline as a target does not make you safer. It makes you reckless with yourself, and he knew that. Ward's voice softened just a fraction. He made a choice you disagree with. That does not mean he made the wrong one. The rain hit the glass harder. Mira pulled the folded white note from her pocket, the one that claimed Raynor had moved the bodies. Then the second note, the one tucked behind Lena's intake summary. She laid them side by side on the table. 2 notes, 2 directions. One says Raynor is guilty, one says he is the door. Ward looked at them without touching. Which one do you believe? I do not know. Then you are not ready to move. Mira's jaw tightened. I have the authority authorization. I have the St. Bridget West files. I have a facility to find and a sister who is still alive. I do not have time to be ready. Ward held her gaze. Then tell me what you need. Mira looked at the notes, at the rain, at the sparse apartment that held no trace of the woman who lived in it. I need to hear him say it again. Ward did not ask who. She crossed to the door and opened it. Calder was standing in the hallway, hands at his sides, face stripped of every layer of composure she had ever seen him wear. He looked old. Not in the way vampires aged, not in the lines or the hollows, but in the weight behind his eyes, centuries of watching and waiting and holding secrets until they turned to stone. Ward stepped aside. He walked in. Mira did not move. "Say it again," she said. "Start from the beginning, and do not stop until I tell you." Calder stood across the table from her. Ward did not leave, but she stepped to the far wall, becoming furniture, becoming boundary. "When Lena was taken," Calder said, "I was already tracking the compound movement through the clinic network. I had flagged it 4 months earlier, flagged it to the authority, flagged it to the Accord Review Council's Medical Oversight Committee, and got nothing back but procedural delays and requests for documentation. You knew. I suspected. I had no proof until the night she was taken, and by the time I reached St. Bridget Central, the turning was already underway. I tried to break the seal on the procedure room. 3 armed guards pulled me back. By the time I got through, she was already changed." His voice did not break. It did not waver. But Mira saw his hands, the way he held them still against his thighs, the control it cost to keep them there. "I stayed," he said. "I stayed for 3 hours, watching them stabilize her, watching them run tests while she screamed for you. And when they moved her to St. Bridget West, I let them. Why? Because I believed that if I made a scene, if I forced the issue, the investigation would turn toward me instead of toward her. And once they started looking at me, they would start looking at my house's connection to your bloodline. And once they looked there, every ecocide carrier in your family would become a target for what St. Bridget was building." Mira's throat was dry. "You let them take her to protect the rest of us. I let them take her because I could not save her, and I chose to bury the truth about your bloodline so that no one else in your family would be turned into a weapon in exchange." The room was very quiet. Mira looked at him, at the exhaustion carved into his face, the lines around his eyes that had deepened over years of carrying something she was only now beginning to understand. "You blocked my file to keep you from finding evidence that would get you killed before you were ready to fight back. I spent 4 years believing you were protecting monsters. You did. And that gave you something to fight against that was not your own bloodline." She felt the words land like a fist. "And my mother? She asked us to continue the monitoring before she died. She said the bloodline needed someone who understood what it carried. She trusted my house to protect it. And you agreed." "Yes. Without telling me." "No." His voice dropped. "Without telling you. Because your mother knew that knowing would have changed the way you lived your life. She wanted you to have a normal one, as normal as someone with ecosight could have." The scar under Mira's chin throbbed with phantom memory. A fall off a swing, a lie her father told her, a scar that mirrored a killer's signature. She touched it now, felt the old ridge of tissue, and wondered if every piece of her life had been arranged around her by people who thought they knew better. "Mira," Calder's voice was low. "If I could go back to the night Lena was taken and choose differently, I would. I would break the seal faster. I would force the confrontation. I would risk the bloodline exposure if it meant she did not spend 4 years in a facility being turned into a weapon." "Then why did not you?" "Because I was afraid." He said it simply, without defense. "Not of the conspiracy, not of what they would do to me. I was afraid that if I acted openly, if I pulled the thread of the surveillance and the bloodline and my house's connection to your family, they would turn every resource toward finishing what they started, and you would be next." "And you are not afraid now?" "No." His eyes met hers. "I am terrified, but I am done lying about why." The rain hammered against the glass. Mira looked at the notes on the table, at the evidence she had spent 4 years gathering, at the truth that had been sitting in front of her the entire time, hidden behind a file she had never been allowed to open. "I need to find the facility," she said. "I need to find Greyhaven off-site storage, and I need to do it before whoever left those notes decides the door has been closed. Ward moved forward. The evidence is still clean. St. Bridget West funding, the intake summaries, the third signatory's badge number. If you follow the money through the Thornfield subsidiary, it leads to a warehouse district on the eastern edge of the city. I have an old contact in that zone. How old? Old enough to know which buildings have Greyhaven registration and which ones are shells. Can you reach them? Ward pulled a burner phone from her coat pocket. I already did. They will meet you at the perimeter at 3 a.m., but you go alone, or you do not go at all. Mira looked at Calder. Wait here. Mira, I am not punishing you. I am telling you what I need. I need to go into that warehouse alone. I need to see what is there without someone who has been watching my bloodline for 2 centuries standing behind me. Calder held her gaze. Then he nodded, a single, controlled motion. When do you leave? Now. She grabbed the archive folder from the table, slid both notes into her pocket, and walked toward the door. Ward stepped aside. Mira paused at the threshold, hand on the frame. She did not turn around. Calder. Yes. When I come back, I will decide whether I can trust you again. But do not follow me. Do not track my movements. Do not use your house's surveillance to find out where I am. The silence stretched. Then his voice came, low and quiet. I will not. Mira stepped into the rain. The door closed behind her. The street was wet and empty, the only light a single bulb above the warehouse entrance where Ward's contact was supposed to be. And she walked toward it, with the archive folder pressed against her chest, the truth about her bloodline burning in her throat, and the shape of a facility she had never seen, waiting somewhere in the dark. Her phone vibrated. Unknown number. One line. You are closer than you think, but so am I. Mira stopped. She looked up at the warehouse entrance, at the light above it, at the shadow moving inside. Too tall, too fast, too familiar. The door swung open, and the killer stepped out. Chapter 29. The rain had stopped. Mira stood in the wet dark with the archive folder pressed against her chest and the killer's silhouette filling the warehouse doorway. 10 feet between them, maybe less. The overhead bulb caught the edge of a jaw, the line of a shoulder, the shape of someone who knew exactly how to stand in a threshold. You came alone, the killer said. The voice was not distorted, not processed. It was low and female, and Mira had never heard it before. You told me to. I told you to find the truth. The killer stepped forward, one slow footfall on the concrete apron. The warehouse is not the truth. It is the next door. Mira's hand moved toward the grip of the weapon tucked beneath her jacket. I would not, the killer said. If I wanted you dead, you would not have made it from the payphone to this district. I have been tracking your route since you left Ward's building. The words landed cold and precise. Mira kept her hand where it was. The evidence in the safe house, she said. The notes, the basement search. That was you. Some of it, not all of it. The conspiracy has more than one set of hands. Then whose hands are yours? The killer stopped moving. I am the one who decides the bodies are staged close enough for you to follow. I am the one who left the Greyhaven ledgers where Jay Moreno could find them. I am the one who has been feeding you the trail you needed to find Lena. Mira's chest tightened. Why? Because Sable Thorn is not what you think it is. And if you keep following Vale's visible threads, you will find only what she wants you to find. The real operation is buried under layers of reform rhetoric and council authorizations. You have to pull the machine apart from the inside. The killer reached into her coat. Mira tensed, but the hand came out holding a slim black drive, nothing else. St. Bridget West's full patient registry. 15 subjects, not 7. The extra 8 were processed after Lena was declared template. Their intake records were never logged in the authority mainframe. Where did you get this? I took it. From where? The killer's mouth curved, not quite a smile. From Seraphine Vale's private archive, in the East Salon basement, the night of the gala. Mira stared at her. You killed a councilman to get to a file cabinet. The councilman was already scheduled for disposal. Vale had planned his death for 3 weeks. I simply adjusted the timing to match your arrival. The words hit like a blade between the ribs. You used me. I used the moment. The killer held out the drive. Take it, or do not. But if you walk away from this, you will never get another clean look at what Vale has been building for 12 years. The rain had stopped, but the air was still wet, heavy with the smell of concrete and rust. Mira did not move. I trusted you, she said. I followed your texts. I believed I was chasing a lead. You were choreographing a murder. I was choreographing exposure. The killer's voice did not waver. Lena is alive because I made sure she stayed useful rather than disposal. Every piece of evidence you have found, every document, every authorization, every redacted name, I placed it where you would find it, including Rayner's keycard, including the second note in the archive folder. You set Rayner up. I set Rayner's movement into view. He is guilty of facilitating Sable Thorne's logistics, but he is not the architect. He is not even the door. He is the hinge. You push through him, and you reach the structure that holds the door in place. And who is that structure? The killer's eyes caught the light. Vale is the public face, but Vale answers to someone else. Someone who has been inside the Accord Review Council longer than she has. Someone who authorized the first ecocide experiments 30 years ago, long before Sable Thorne had a name. Mira's throat went dry. Who? Meet me again tomorrow night. Same district, different building. I will give you the name and the evidence that proves it. That is not an answer. It is the only one I can give you without getting you killed before dawn. The killer stepped backward into the warehouse shadow. Take the drive. Work the accounts. Trace the money through Thornfield acquisitions into the council's discretionary fund. You will find Vale's signature on every transfer, but you will also find a countersignature from someone who should not exist in the same document chain. Why? Because Vale is not smart enough to build this alone. She is ruthless enough to run it, but the architecture came from someone else. The silhouette dissolved into the dark. Mira stood in an empty lot with the black drive cold in her palm and the killer's words burning through her skull. She walked back to the sedan. Calder was not in it. He had kept his word. She drove to the all-night document processing center in the industrial district, badged past the night clerk, and commandeered a terminal in the back room. The drive loaded a file tree that made her stomach drop. 15 subjects, intake photographs, blood panels, calibration logs, transfer authorizations with council letterheads stamped across every page. She cross-referenced the council appropriations against the Thornfield subsidiary accounts. The killer was light. Vile's signature appeared on every quarterly transfer, but a second countersignature appeared on the earliest documents, a name that had been redacted from the Archives 2 files. She tracked the badge number through 3 shell companies. The name came back. Helena Ward. Mira's hands went still on the keyboard. The killer said the architecture came from someone who had been inside the council longer than Vale, someone who authorized the first experiments 30 years ago, someone who had been sitting across from her tonight, telling her where to find the truth. Mira stared at the screen, and the terminal pinged with an incoming message from an unknown address. You found the thread. Now decide who you trust. Chapter 30. The terminal screen glowed in the dark room. You found the thread. Now decide who you trust. Mira stared at Helena Ward's name on the countersignature line. The letters did not change. They sat there, permanent and damning, connected to Vale's through a chain of shell companies and redirected funds. She reached for her phone before remembering it was dead. The building hummed around her. Heating pipes, a distant elevator. The night clerk's footsteps fading down the hall. She pulled the black drive from the terminal and closed the file tree. The documents existed now. Ward's signature existed. The question was whether the signature meant Ward had built the architecture or had been maneuvered into countersigning documents she never fully read. Mira did not know which answer was worse. She packed the drive into her jacket pocket and walked out past the night clerk, who did not look up from his tablet. The sedan sat alone in the lot under a flickering security light. Rain had started again, a thin, misting sheet that clung to her face and hands. She sat behind the wheel without starting the engine. The killer said meet again tomorrow night. The killer said she would give Mira the name and the evidence. But the killer also said she had been choreographing murders for 3 weeks, adjusting timing, staging bodies, using Mira's investigation as cover for an assassination. Mira pressed her palm flat against the steering wheel. Decide who you trust. She trusted no one. That had been the rule for 4 years, and the rule had kept her alive. Calder had broken it with his kiss and his secrets and his centuries of watching. Ward had broken it with her late-night confessions and her hidden signature. The killer had broken it before Mira even knew her name. She started the engine. The drive to Blackstone Row took 20 minutes through empty streets. She took the long route, circling through industrial blocks and checking the rear view every 30 seconds. No headlights followed. No silhouette waited in the shadows. The safe house stood dark when she pulled into the driveway. She killed the engine and sat in the silence, listening to the rain on the roof. The front door was locked. The windows were dark. Calder might be inside. Calder might have kept his word and stayed, or he might have followed his own thread to a different end. She climbed the steps and used her key. The living room was empty. The kitchen was empty. She found him in the basement, sitting on the concrete floor with his back against the wall where the lockbox had been hidden. He had not turned on the light. The only illumination came from the hallway above, a wedge of pale yellow falling across his legs and hands. He looked up when she reached the bottom step. "You came back. I said I would. You said a lot of things." She sat down across from him, leaving the width of the basement between them. The concrete was cold through her jeans. The air smelled of dust and old pipe insulation. "I found something," she said. "I can see it in your face. It is not good." "Most things are not at this hour." She pulled the drive from her jacket and held it up. "The killer gave me St. Bridget West's full patient registry, 15 subjects, plus the financial records for Thornfield acquisitions. Vale's signature on every transfer." Calder waited. "Ward's signature on the earliest documents." He did not move. His face did not change. But something shifted in the silence between them, a new weight settling into the space. "You are certain?" "Badge number, shell company chain. I traced it myself." Then Ward had been inside the project since before Sable Thorne had a name. "That is what the killer said. And you believe the killer?" Mira looked at the drive in her hand. "I believe the documents. The documents are real. The question is what they mean. Or who put them there for you to find. Every lead in this case has been placed. Every document, every body, every text. The killer admitted it. She has been feeding me the trail since the Seuss murder. But the trail leads to Ward. It leads through Ward. That is not the same thing." Calder was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was low. 3 hours ago you threw me out of Ward's apartment because I had been watching your bloodline for 7 generations. Now you are sitting in a basement holding evidence that the woman who forced that confession from me may be the architect of the conspiracy I spent 3 years trying to expose. I am trying to understand where you stand." Mira set the drive on the floor between them. "I do not know where I stand, but I know I cannot walk away from this alone." "Then do not. I am not saying I trust you. I am not asking you to." The rain hammered the basement window. A loose shutter banged somewhere above them. Mira opened her mouth to say something she had not planned when Calder's phone, the secondary unit he had kept in his boot, vibrated against the concrete. He picked it up. "Read the screen." His face went still in a way that made Mira's chest tighten. "What?" He turned the phone toward her. The header filled the display. "Fresh hold authority. Liaison Calder Voss, named as suspect in staged Accord murders." Below it, a document image. Calder's signature on an authorization she had never seen. A photograph of her own case file, time-stamped and stamped with the authority seal. A quote from an anonymous counsel source confirming that Voss had buried evidence linking himself to the killings. Scrolling down, a second article. "Vast network of secret surveillance on human citizens reveals. Liaison Voss at center of program." Mira felt the floor tilt. "Seraphine," she said. "Already running." Calder book that fears when listening. Calder put that at his word and stayed, or he might have followed his own thread to a different end. She climbed the steps and used her key. The drive disappeared into his coat pocket. Mira watched him climb the basement stairs. The front door opened. The rain swallowed the sound of his footsteps, and she was alone in the dark house with a dead phone, a dead case, and a name that changed everything. Chapter 31. The rain had not stopped by the time they came for her. Mira heard the engines first, 2 vehicles cutting through the Blackstone Row quiet, braking hard outside the safe house door. She was still in the basement, still holding Calder's secondary phone, still staring at the headline that had turned every piece of her investigation into ash. Boots on the porch, a fist against the frame. Detective Voss, emergency hearing, Director Ward's order. She climbed the stairs, opened the door. 3 authority security officers stood in the downpour, faces blank, hands visible at their sides. No weapons drawn, no hostility, just efficiency. Now, the lead officer said. Mira looked past them at the empty street. No media yet. That would come later. She grabbed her coat, left Calder's phone on the kitchen counter, walked into the rain. The ride took 12 minutes. They did not speak. She used the time to build the wall. The hearing chamber was on the authorities' 4th floor, a converted conference room with within-forced windows and a long table that seated 7. 6 of the 7 were already in place when Mira entered. Director Ward at the head, 2 senior human council members from the Accord Review, 2 Vampire House representatives whose names Mira knew from briefings. Seraphine Vale's deputy chair, Alina Castell, seated at the far end with a recorder between her hands. The 7th seat was empty. Calder's seat. "Sit down, detective." Ward's voice was flat, professional. The same tone she had used at the warehouse door, at the gala. At every moment Mira had watched her play the role of honest director. Mira sat. The panel did not look at her the way they would have looked at a suspect. They looked at her the way they would have looked at a body before the cause of death had been determined. "These proceedings are internal," the senior human council member said. "Unofficial. The record will remain sealed unless formal charges are filed." "Then why are we here?" Mira asked. "To determine whether formal charges are necessary." Alina Castell leaned forward. Her recorder glowed red. "Detective Voss, you were the last person to see Calder Voss before he fled the safe house. You are aware he has been named a suspect in the staged Accord murders." "I am aware he has been named." "Were you aware of the evidence linking him to those crimes?" "I am aware of the documents that someone released to the media 40 minutes after the gala assassination." Castell's mouth tightened. "That is not an answer. That is the only answer worth giving. The documents hit every outlet simultaneously, timed to the minute, before the authority had completed its own forensic sweep. That is not an evidence leak. That is a strike plan." Ward raised one hand. "Detective, you are not here to litigate the media's coverage." "Then what am I here to do?" "Sit quietly while you build a case against man you pushed me to trust." The Vampire House representative on the left, a woman with silver threading through her dark hair, spoke for the first time. "You are here to give testimony, to confirm or deny what we have already received from other sources." "Other sources?" Mira turned to face her. "What other sources?" "The same sources who placed Tomas Rayner's keycard at a crime scene to frame him. The same sources who planted 2 different notes telling me 2 different things about what Rayner did and did not do." "2 notes?" The human council member frowned. Mira held his gaze. "Someone broke into the safe house while Calder Voss and I were conducting official investigation business. They left a note under the hall carpet claiming Rayner moved the bodies. They left a second note behind Mira Voss's intake summary in an archive folder claiming Rayner is not the frame, but the door. Someone wanted me to push on Rayner. Someone else wanted me to convict him. The same people who released those documents tonight want you to convict Calder Voss before you ask a single question about who benefits from his silence." The room went still. Alina Castell set down her recorder. "Detective, you are making a very specific accusation." "I am making the only accusation the evidence supports. The murders were staged, the evidence was planted, the leaks were premeditated, and every path I have followed for the last 3 weeks has led to a dead agent, a sealed record, or a name I was not supposed to find." "Whose name?" Mira looked at Ward. The director's face was unreadable, professional, flat, the same face she had worn 30 years ago when she countersigned the first experimental documents. "Detective," Ward said, "I asked you a question." "I know you did." The silence stretched. The vampire representative on the right shifted in his seat. The human council member checked his watch. Castell's recorder blinked red. Mira thought of Calder walking out into the rain, the drive in his coat, the headline that had already destroyed his name. She thought of the killer standing in the warehouse doorway, the black drive full of names, the promise of a revelation tomorrow night. She thought of Lena, altered, alive, waiting somewhere Mira could not reach. "Detective," Ward's voice carried a warning now. "Your cooperation in this hearing will determine whether the authority continues to shield you from the political fallout of your association with a named suspect." Mira met her eyes. "I am not here to be shielded." She pushed her chair back, stood. "I am here to tell you that the investigation you are trying to close is the same investigation someone inside this room has been trying to bury for 30 years. The documents you are using to convict Calder Voss are forged. The surveillance program you are calling a crime is the same program that the Accord Review Council approved a generation ago. And the woman who countersigned those approvals is sitting at the head of this table." The room erupted. The human council member rose to his feet. Castell's recorder clattered against the tabletop. The vampire representatives exchanged glances sharp as blades. Ward did not move. "Detective Voss, you are accusing a sitting director of the threshold authority of conspiracy to commit murder. I am stating facts. Those facts will destroy your career. Then I am in good company." The door opened. A security officer walked in, crossed to Ward, bent to whisper. Ward's expression did not change, but her hand, flat on the table, tightened once before releasing. She stood. "The hearing is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Detective Voss, you will remain in the building under observation until the panel reconvenes." "Am I under arrest?" "You are under protection." Mira did not miss the choice of words. The security officer stepped toward her. Castell was already gathering her recorder, already leaving, her heels sharp against the floor. The vampire representatives followed without another word. Only Ward lingered. She stood at the head of the table, tall and unreadable, and spoke low enough that only Mira could hear. "You do not know what you are pushing against." "Then tell me." "I cannot." "You countersigned the documents, Helena. You were there at the beginning. You are not a victim of this conspiracy. You are one of its architects." Ward held her gaze for a long moment. Then she walked out. The security officer touched Mira's elbow. "Detective, this way." Mira let herself be guided from the room. She did not look back. The holding room was small, windowless, with a single chair and a metal table bolted to the floor. Mira sat. The officer closed the door, the lock engaged. She was alone with her choices. 10 minutes passed. 15. The door opened again. Not the officer. Alina Castell stood in the threshold, recorder in hand, her face arranged in careful sympathy. "Detective, I wanted to give you the opportunity to amend your testimony before the record becomes formal." Mira looked at her. "I do not need to amend anything. You are making a very dangerous enemy." "Which one? The director who countersigned the experiments, or the chair who framed my partner?" Castell's smile did not reach her eyes. "Both." She stepped back. The door began to close. Mira's phone, still dead in her pocket, vibrated once. The door sealed. The lock re-engaged. Mira pulled out the phone. One new message. Unknown number. The architect was never Helena Ward. She was a signature, not a mind. "Tomorrow night I will show you who drew the blueprint." Mira stared at the words. The phone went dark. The holding room held its silence. And for the first time in hours, Mira did not know whether the message was a rescue or a leash. Chapter 32. The holding room door did not open again. Mira counted the minutes by the rhythm of footsteps in the corridor. One pass every 90 seconds. Officer tread. Not supervisory. The casual rotation of a shift that had not been told what to watch for. She sat with the phone dead in her palm, and the unknown message burned into her memory. The architect was never Helena Ward. Then who? The question circled like a blade. Ward had countersigned the documents. Ward had authorized the first experiments. But someone had drawn the blueprint before she ever touched the paper. Someone 30 years deep in the Accord Review Council's architecture. Someone whose name had never appeared on a single transfer. Mira pressed her thumb into the heel of her hand and forced herself to breathe. She needed out of this room. At 4:47 a.m., the lock disengaged. The security officer from the hearing stood in the threshold. Same woman, same doc suit, same neutral expression that gave nothing away. Director Ward has authorized your release. Under what conditions? No conditions. Mira did not believe that for a second. She stood, collected nothing because she had brought nothing, and walked through the door. The officer did not follow. The corridor stretched empty ahead. Emergency lights had replaced the overhead panels, casting the hall in low amber. The building felt different in the dark between shifts. Smaller, more like a cage than a headquarters. Mira took the stairwell. She emerged on the ground floor to find the lobby transformed. Reporters pressed against the glass of the main entrance. Camera lights cut through the gray pre-dawn. A human anchor spoke into a microphone with the authority seal visible behind her shoulder. Mira stopped at the edge of the atrium. 2 security officers stood between her and the doors. One of them glanced at her, then away. No escort, no announcement, just the clear message that no one would stop her from walking out into that light. She understood. They wanted her face on the broadcast. They wanted the story to write itself, the disgraced detective who chose the vampire suspect over the institution. She turned and found the side exit. The door opened onto an alley. Rain fell in thin, steady sheets. The street beyond was empty except for a single black sedan idling at the curb. The driver's window rolled down. Calder's face caught the dim glow of the dash. Get in. Mira did not argue. She crossed the alley, pulled the passenger door open, and folded into the seat. The interior smelled of rain and old leather. Calder's coat was damp at the shoulders. His hands on the steering wheel were steady, but his jaw carried a tension she had not seen before. They know you are here. No. Then how? I have been watching the building since the hearing adjourned. She looked at him. The weight of the night pressed between them. The confession in Ward's apartment, the frame, the drive in his boot, the hours she had spent in that room alone. You should have been miles away. Probably. He pulled away from the curb without acceleration, blending into the empty street like a shadow. The sedan's headlights stayed off until they cleared the block. They drove in silence. The rain thickened. The windshield blurred the city into smears of neon and wet pavement. Calder took a turn that Mira recognized. The eastern route, toward the warehouse district. Where are we going? Somewhere they are not watching yet. She wanted to ask how he knew which places were safe, what bolt holes he had prepared in the centuries before she was born, how many contingencies he had burned through in the hours since he had walked out of the safe house. She did not ask. The sedan stopped in the shadow of a loading dock. Calder cut the engine. He turned to her. The press has my name. The authority has a warrant request drafted. Seraphine has already leaked the surveillance files to 3 human council members, and by sunrise, every delegate will be demanding my immediate interdiction without trial. I know. You should not be in this car. I know that too. Then why are you? Mira met his eyes. The cabin was dark. The rain drummed against the roof. She could feel the shape of the black drive in her jacket pocket, the weight of the names it carried. The promise of the architect who had drawn the blueprint before Ward ever touched a document. Because I am not going to let them bury this investigation while I hide. Calder's expression did not change, but something shifted behind it. Relief. Fear. The same cracked-open grief she had seen in Ward's apartment when he had admitted he did not know how to protect her anymore. Jay called me, he said. When? An hour ago. He used an off-channel frequency that has not been routed through the authority mainframe since last year. He said the secondary lab analysis of the blood slides came back with a compound signature that does not match any known St. Bridget West formula. Mira straightened. What does it match? A precursor batch, older, synthesized at a facility that predates the St. Bridget project by at least 12 years. Where? Calder reached into his coat and pulled out a folded sheet of paper. Handwritten. Jay's script. The address was circled twice. Greyhaven Annex 4. Listed as a waste management storage site on the city zoning registry. No medical licensing, no inspection records. Mira took the paper. The ink was smudged at the edges. The address felt heavier than it should have. This is the original facility? That is what Jay believes. The precursor compound was refined there. The earliest echo site experiments were conducted there before the program moved to St. Bridget Central. Calder paused. He also said the facility has been technically decommissioned for 18 years. No personnel assigned, no active permits. Technically. Someone has been paying the utility bills through a sub-account of a sub-account. Jay traced it to a shell company registered under a name that the zoning office flagged as dormant last quarter. What name? Calder held her gaze. Thornfield Acquisitions. Mira looked down. The same name that had appeared on the earliest transfer documents. The same subsidiary that had funded the first experiments while Ward and Vale signed the authorizations. She turned the paper over. On the back, in Jay's cramped hand, "This one is off the books. I am not sure the authority knows it exists. Come alone." Mira moved out to the initiated carry structure. Since the matral fimity placing to a feature, the second manage was usually mentioned. My jestance is I always be no once. Chapter 33. They sat in the dark sedan with the rain hammering the roof. Calder's secondary phone glowed in his palm, Jay's message still visible on the screen, the address circled twice. Greyhaven Annex 4. Mira watched him read it again. His jaw was set. The phone's light carved shadows under his eyes. "You have been holding that since Jay called." "Yes." "Anything else you want to tell me before we walk into a facility that officially does not exist?" Calder turned the phone off. The cabin went dark. The precursor compound was not the only thing Jay found. He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded sheet of paper, creased along old lines. He cross-referenced the compound's signature against every off-grid transport manifest flagged in the last 3 years. The clinic network used a private logistics company registered to a holding firm that dissolved last year. The holding firm's routing records survived the dissolution. He handed her the paper. Mira unfolded it. A map, rail lines drawn in faded ink, branching from a central spine that ran beneath the eastern warehouse district. The Greyhaven Annex was marked with a small cross. From it, a dotted line traced southeast to a second cross labeled with a date and a number, 14-3. He traced the compound deliveries, Calder said. 3 shipments left Greyhaven Annex in the last 18 months. Each one went to a different transfer point along the same underground rail corridor. The receiving points are all decommissioned stations. No official records of any cargo transfers. Mira traced the dotted line with her finger. The second cross sat beneath a district she knew. St. Bridget West was above it. 14-003. Jay believes it is a subject transport code, the third shipment in a series of 14, each one keyed to a specific individual. Lena was subject 07. Yes. She stared at the map. The lines felt like veins. The underground rail corridor connected everything. The clinic network, the annex, St. Bridget, the murders, the bodies folded over their own hands. "How long have you had this?" Jay sent it an hour before he called. "I was waiting until we were clear of the authorities' surveillance radius." "Clear enough. I am trying to keep you alive." Mira looked up. The rain blurred the windshield into watercolor. Calder's face was half in shadow, half in the distant glow of a street lamp. "I know." She did not say it as an accusation. She said it like a fact she had stopped fighting. "You could have given me this in the car and I would have understood why you waited." "Yes, but you did not." "I did not." She folded the map carefully along its creases and slid it into her own jacket. The paper settled against the black drive. "From now on," she said, "you tell me the moment you know, not when you decide I am ready. The moment." Calder did not answer immediately. The rain kept falling. The engine ticked. "That will cost you," he said finally. "Knowing everything I know. It will cost more than you think. Then I will pay it. Some of it is not mine to tell. Some of it belongs to people who trusted me to carry it dead. Then you decide which parts matter more, the dead or the living." He held her gaze. The silence stretched long enough that she felt the shape of every secret he had ever kept, stacked behind his eyes like sealed files. "I will give you everything that touches this investigation," he said. "Everything that touches your family. Everything that touches my house's involvement with your bloodline. I will not keep another door locked. And the rest The rest I will hold until I know whether sharing it breaks someone who does not deserve to be broken. Mira considered that. It was not full surrender, but it was more than he had ever offered. Fine. She opened the door. The cold hit her face. Where are we going? She unfolded the map again and held it so the street lamp caught the faded ink. The annex entrance is listed as a sealed maintenance hatch, but Jay's routing records show a secondary access through a freight elevator shaft that was never decommissioned. The elevator opens onto the rail corridor. So, we go to the annex? No. She tapped the second cross. We go here first. 14-003. If the subject transport ended at this station, there will be records. Evidence. Something. Calder stepped out of the sedan and stood beside her in the rain. The station entrance is beneath a condemned warehouse on Marlowe Street. The building has been marked for demolition for 6 years. Perfect. She started walking. The rain soaked through her jacket in seconds. Calder fell in beside her, his stride matching hers without adjustment. They moved past the loading dock into a narrow alley that cut between 2 industrial buildings. The map said Marlowe Street was 3 blocks east. Mira did not look back at the sedan. The paper in her pocket felt warm, alive with the weight of what it carried. The black drive, the compound signature, the underground rail corridor that connected everything. And now a station where Subject 14-3 had been delivered 18 months ago. The alley opened onto a wider street, abandoned storefronts, a single working street lamp at the far corner. The smell of wet concrete and rust. The warehouse entrance is on north face, Calder said, boarded, but the freight elevator shaft at the rear was sealed with a panel that was never locked. Jay confirmed it 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. He has been sitting on this longer than he told either of us. Mira filed that. Jay Moreno, funny and under pressure, had been pulling threads before she ever touched St. Bridget. She did not know yet whether that made him an ally or something else. They reached the back of the condemned building. The wall was corrugated metal, stained with runoff. A panel near the ground hung loose at one corner. Calder crouched and pulled. The panel came away without resistance. Behind it, darkness, the smell of oil and iron. Mira pulled out her phone. The screen cast a thin light into the shaft. A freight platform sat at the bottom, rusted cables hanging above it. Elevator has been disconnected, Calder said, but the service ladder is intact. He swung onto the ladder first. His shoes hit the rungs with a wet clang. Mira followed. The cold rose up from the shaft. The city sounds faded. The only noise was their descent, the echo of rain against metal, and the distant hum of something deeper, something that moved beneath the streets. Her feet touched the platform. Calder was already at the tunnel mouth. The rail corridor stretched into absolute dark. No lights, no sound. Then Mira caught it, a vibration under her soles, faint, rhythmic, something moving below. She looked at Calder. He had felt it too. The tunnel was not empty. Chapter 34. The vibration registered in her bones before she could name it. Mira pressed her palm flat to the tunnel wall. Concrete, old, and sweating. The tremor came through in pulses, regular as breathing, deep enough that she felt it in her teeth. Something moving, she said. Calder stood at the tunnel mouth, his silhouette sharp against the dark. The corridor was wider than she expected, 8 feet across, the walls lined with cable trays stripped bare of wiring. The floor was dry. That caught her attention. 40 years of abandonment, and the concrete was dry. Calder caught it too. He crouched, ran his fingers across the surface, and held them up. No grit, no dust thick enough to leave residue. This has been swept, he said, or walked enough to keep it clean. Mira moved forward. The tunnel curved slightly to the left, following the line of the street above. Her footsteps echoed twice, once off the walls and once off something farther ahead, a secondary chamber or junction. The phone light touched the first marking 10 feet in. A stenciled code on the wall, faded but legible, 14-1D. First transfer point, Calder said, rising. The shipments left Greyhaven Annex through a loading dock and entered the corridor here. 3 stations, 3 drops. 14 subjects, 3 stations. That is 5 per location if they distributed evenly. But they did not distribute evenly. Jay's routing records show the first shipment carried 2 coded units. The second carried 4. The third carried 8. Mira stopped walking. The last shipment was 18 months ago. Lena was taken 4 years ago. Subject 01 through 07 were processed at St. Bridget West first. The later subjects were moved directively. Vercate's squirrel bombs Paradinly. The growing the window strop, truly worshipping solo to that minute, that Carler Killaning. I stepped house calling here with the guys. A polish, sweeting him, recordering. Mayor cost entricating her records exactly always might don't forget that. I was the settable around I blood planting such as active. I can kindly been planet everyone. Which we camly sawed the matripoint cycled Boig Leckley and a Strout. The first cable from the Boyd shit stats, what men they move me up. His Fort Mixley Capty Ryan of their payful menement, secondary, Enjul, Shuldest to pitches Fordley, heading the bus turns, and the ants of authorable, taken clean, exactly widing. Dedual, Intrips, Welvian and Connix, unextreming to the first Cenephus, should strainted and to Nosbeck. The soundways rain on the back. A stet, then a start in the ground, then the walls changing from tile to unfinished stone. The air shifted, warmer, faintly chemical. Mira recognized the smell. It was the same antiseptic tang she had caught in the preserved evidence from St. Bridget West, the compound residue clinging to the blood slides. But here it was fresh, recent enough to hang in the air. "This is still active," she said. "This station is still active." Calder's hand found her arm, a light touch that pulled her attention. "Look," he pointed at the service door frame. Near the hinge, fresh scratches in the metal, narrow and parallel, 4 of them running vertically. Transport cage marks. Mira's chest tightened. She had seen those marks before, in the photographs of the St. Bridget West intake corridor, where subjects had been moved through sealed passages and wheeled restraint units. Lena was moved through here. We do not know. Yes, we do. She turned to face him. Subject 7 was transferred from St. Bridget West to the Greyhaven Annex after she accepted the compound. The routing codes match, and this station is on the direct line between them. Calder held her gaze. The tension between them shifted, the argument dying before it could form. Then we go deeper. He pushed the service door fully open. The corridor beyond was dark, but the smell grew stronger. Mira stepped through, the phone light casting her shadow long against the stone walls. The tunnel narrowed, the ceiling dropping until she had to duck under a low arch. The space opened again on the other side. A chamber. Rectangular, 40 feet long, the walls lined with shelves that had once held equipment. Most were empty now, but not all. A single metal table stood in the center. Restraint straps dangled from the edges. Mira stopped. The table was clean, recently cleaned. The straps showed fresh wear patterns, the leather dock where hands or ankles had strained against them. Heart rate elevated. She said it aloud without meaning to. Calder moved to the table. He touched one of the straps, testing the buckle, and his expression went still in a way she had learned to read. This was used within the last 48 hours. Mira felt the echo sites stir, the familiar pressure behind her eyes that meant the room was saturated with residue. Recent. Violent. She did not need to touch anything to feel it. She could taste it in the back of her throat. She was here. Mira. Lena was here. I can fear her. She stepped to going the table. The pressure built, the residue thickening until the room seemed to hum with it. She saw flashes without touching, images bleeding through her vision, hands gripping the straps, a woman's voice counting breaths, the click of metal instruments on a tray. And beneath it, a familiar pulse. Lena's emotional signature. Faint, overlaid by newer residue, but unmistakable. Mira's hand reached for the table. Calder caught her wrist. Wait. If she was here hours ago, she might still be. Listen. She stopped. The vibration was back, closer now, louder, coming from the tunnel ahead. Calder pulled her back from the table, his grip firm, his body already shifting toward the sound. We are not alone down here. The vibration grew into a rhythm. Footsteps, multiple sets, moving in unison. And then a sound that stopped Mira's breath. A voice, female, low and measured, carrying through the stone. Take her to the secondary hold. The chair wants her moved before dawn. Mira's blood went cold. The chair, Seraphine veil, and the voice belonged to the commander. Chapter 35. The voice came from the chamber entrance. Mira's blood locked. She did not breathe, did not shift, did not give the commander a single sound to track. Calder's grip on her wrist tightened once, a signal she understood without translation. Stay still. The footsteps stopped beyond the low arch, a pause, the kind that meant someone was reading the space, checking for disturbance. Mira could feel the commander's presence through the stone, the weight of someone who had walked rooms like this for decades and knew when a detail was wrong. But they had not crossed the arch. Move her before dawn, the commander said again, and this time Mira caught the faint static underneath. A radio. The commander was talking to someone elsewhere in the tunnel. The chair does not want overlap with the morning transfer, another voice answered, too distorted to make out. The commander acknowledged with a single word and walked on. The footsteps faded, retracing the direction they had come from, heading deeper into the corridor Mira and Calder had not yet explored. Mira counted to 30 before she let herself breathe. She's moving someone tonight. Calder released her wrist. A secondary hold, the chair's facility. We need to find it before dawn. Mira looked at the table again. The straps, the fresh wear. Lena's residue still humming in the air. If the commander is moving her right now, we are already behind. Then we do not stay here. Calder moved past her, his steps silent on the stone. He reached the low arch and listened for a long moment before gesturing her forward. The corridor beyond branched in two directions. One sloped upward, the concrete floor drier, older, less recently used. The other continued the descent, the air growing wetter with each step. Mira caught the smell first. Standing water, metallic, carrying the same chemical tan that had hung in the chamber. That way, she said. Calder did not argue. They moved into the descent, the phone lights cutting narrow cones through the dark. The corridor narrowed until their shoulders brushed the walls, and the water began to pool at their feet. Shallow at first, then deep enough to soak through Mira's boots. Flooded service tunnel, Calder said. The old drainage systems were abandoned when the rail stopped running. How far does it go? To the station, if the route is still intact. The water rose to her calves, cold, heavy. The chemical smell intensified, layering over something older, something organic that had been down here long enough to forget the surface. Mira kept moving. Each step stirred residue from the flood, fragments of emotion that clung to her skin like oil. Fear, confusion. A woman weeping in a language Mira did not speak. She pushed through it. The tunnel opened again without warning, the ceiling rising, the walls pulling back. The phone light caught the edge of a platform, cracked tile, a rusted bench bolted to the floor. Station 14-3. Mira stopped at the platform edge. The station was bigger than she had expected. 2 tracks, the rails submerged in dark water that reflected nothing. The tile work had once been white, now stained brown and green by decades of neglect. A sign hung crooked above the far platform, the letters too faded to read. But the geometry caught her eye. The benches were not placed at random. 3 of them, arranged in a triangle around the platform's center. The rusted information board mounted at the far wall faced the triangle at a precise angle. She had seen this layout before. The depot, she said. Calder followed her gaze. What? The abandoned depot where the second body was found. The arrangement of furniture, the way the victim was positioned relative to the exits. She turned, scanning the platform. It is the same geometry, not identical, but the proportions match. She moved across the platform, her boots splashing through standing water. The triangle of benches, the single light fixture above the center point, still intact, still wired. The information board positioned exactly where an observer would stand to watch. These were not random killing sites, she said. They were staged on specific geometries, ritual positions. The killer mapped the murders to locations that shared this pattern. Calder joined her at the center of the triangle. The stations. Each transfer point on the rail corridor. The killer staged the bodies at surface locations that mirrored the underground transit geometry. She looked up at him, the pieces locking. The murders were messages and logistics. They needed the surface sites to match the underground stations so the evidence trail could be controlled. With somewhat hear the bodies through the tunnels. Rayner. Calder's jaw tightened. The first note. Rayner moved the bodies. He was not moving evidence, he was transporting subjects, using the tunnel network to move them between stations. Mira turned, tracking the geometry again. The killer needed him alive until the last transfer was complete. That is why the second note said he was the door. Push him, and the route opens. The water rippled at the far end of the station. Mira went still. The ripple came again, wider this time, a disturbance in the flood that had nothing to do with them. Something moved beneath the surface. Calder stepped in front of her, his body blocking the line between her and the water. We need to leave. Now. Whatever is in that water was not here when we arrived. No, it was waiting. The ripple spread into a current, the dark water sliding toward the platform edge as if draining into a deeper chamber below. The chemical smell sharpened into something acrid, burning the back of Mira's throat. She did not wait for Calder to tell her again. They moved together, back toward the service corridor, leaving the triangle of benches behind. But as Mira reached the arch, she looked back once and saw the water level dropping, revealing the submerged rails, and beneath them, a shape. Not a body. A cage. Submerged. Occupied. The current pulled the last sheet of water away, and Mira saw a hand pressed against the bars. Pale. Motionless. Fingers curled as if reaching for something that had already gone. Chapter 36. The water continued to drain, pulling the last of the flood through the grating beneath the cage. The hand remained pressed against the bars, fingers splayed, the skin so pale it looked painted. Mira could not move. Calder's hand closed around her arm. We need to go. I know her. You do not know that is Lena. It does not matter who it is. She pulled free, her voice flat. Someone is in a cage under the city, and the commander is coming to move them before dawn. We need to know where. She stepped off the platform into the exposed track bed, her boots splashing through the remaining puddles. The chemical smell thickened as she approached the cage, coating the back of her throat. Mira, I'm not touching the bars. I am reading the residue. She stopped 3 feet from the cage, close enough to see the hand's details, the nails cut short, no rings, a thin scar crossing the knuckle of the index finger. The arm disappeared into darkness beyond the bars. She opened herself. The echo site hit like a wall, decades of pain compressed into a single chord. Not just one voice, but many. A choir of residue layered into the iron, the concrete, the submerged rails. Each transfer point in this tunnel had bled emotional frequency into the stone, and standing at the center of the triangle, she became a receiver for all of them. She heard weeping, a man's voice, low and rhythmic, praying in a language she did not recognize, a woman screaming until her throat gave out. The sound of metal scraping metal, repeated until it became a heartbeat. Mira swayed. Calder caught her from behind, one hand at her waist, the other braced against her shoulder. You are taking too much. I can filter it. You cannot filter a crowd. You are a single instrument. She ignored him, narrowing her focus the way she had trained herself to do at crime scenes, isolating the nearest voice, the most recent impression. The cage. She needed the cage. She pushed deeper. The prayer stopped. The screaming faded. Beneath them, a single thread emerged, thin and cold, wrapped around the bars like a wire. Lena. Mira's breath caught. It was not fresh. The residue was older, weeks at least, but the signature was unmistakable. The particular frequency of her sister's fear, controlled and trembling, the way Lena had always tried to be brave when she was drowning. She was alive when she touched this cage. She was here. Which way did they take her? Calder did not answer. Mira opened her eyes. The tunnel had gone dark, the phone light dimmer than before, the shadows pressing inward. Calder's face was half lit, his jaw tight. There are too many trails, he said. The transfers have been running for months. I cannot distinguish one from another. Then I will. She pulled free of his grip and crossed the platform to the far wall, where a service door hung open on rusted hinges. The frame was marked with 4 vertical scratches, fresh, the kind of damage a transport cage left when it was dragged through a narrow passage. She laid her palm flat against the door frame. The choir surged. She heard the cage scraping against metal, the sound of someone weeping inside it, the low murmur of voices speaking in clipped, efficient tones. A woman's voice, calm and unhurried. She is stable. Prepare the next chamber. Mira gasped but did not pull her hand away. The thread was stronger here. Lena had passed through this door. Mira followed the trace down a narrow corridor, the walls damp, the floor sloping deeper into the earth. The echo site pulled her forward, her front moving without conscious direction, Calder's voice growing distant behind her. She heard Lena's voice, not words, a hum, the same half-tune Lena had hummed as a teenager when she was novice, a fragment of a song their mother used to sing. The sound was so clear that Mira almost believed she could reach out and touch her. She broke into a run. The corridor opened into a second chamber, smaller than the first, the ceiling low enough that she had to duck. A single bulb hung from a wire, casting a circle of yellow light onto a concrete floor. The center of the circle held a chain, bolted to the floor. The links thick and rusted, ending in a cuff large enough for a wrist. Mira stopped. The cuff was open, empty. But the residue was so dense it felt solid. She dropped to her knees and pressed both hands to the concrete. The choir collapsed into a single voice, Lena's voice, so close it seemed to come from inside her own skull. Mira. She was not speaking. She was remembering. The echo site had captured the moment her sister had knelt on this same concrete, her wrists bound, her voice raw from screaming. She had said Mira's name. She had been alone. Mira's hands began to shake, a footstep behind her. Calder. She knew his weight, the rhythm of his approach. He did not touch her, but he crouched beside her, close enough that she could feel the cold radiating from his skin. What did you find? She was here, weeks ago, maybe longer. Mira's voice did not sound like her own. They kept her in the cage. They moved her through the corridor. They brought her here and put her on the chain. And then, I cannot see the end of it. She pressed harder, her palms flat, her fingers spread, chasing the thread deeper into the concrete. The residue stops at the wall. Is that where the trail ends? No. She opened her eyes. It is where they moved her to a different route, one that does not touch the old rails. Calder's silence was answer enough. The system is larger than 3 stations, she said. The Greyhaven route was only one branch. There are others, older ones, that were never decommissioned. They were sealed, not abandoned. Sealed by whom? The same hands that built the stations. She rose, her knees wet, her palms stained with rust. The secondary hold is not a backup location. It is the primary facility. The Greyhaven route was a decoy, a trail we were meant to follow while the real work happened somewhere else. Calder's expression did not change, but something shifted in his posture, a stillness that meant he was recalculating. If that is true, then the commander's radio call was deliberate. She wanted us to hear the words secondary, to keep us chasing the wrong tunnel. Yes. Mira looked at the empty cuff, the rusted chain, the circle of light that had held her sister's terror. She could still feel Lena's voice in her bones, a thread that had not broken, that would not break. She is still alive. How do you know? Mira touched her chest, just above her heart. Because I can still hear her. The bulb above them flickered. Calder moved before the light steadied, his hand closing around her wrist, pulling her toward the corridor. We are out of time. The commander will reach the secondary hold before we find it. Then we find someone who already knows where it is. Who? Calder's jaw tightened. The same person who told Jay about the freight map, Chapter 37. They moved fast through the dark, Calder's hand a constant pressure on Mira's elbow, steering her through the branching corridors and up the incline toward the surface. She did not argue. The thread was still singing in her chest, but the sound was steady now, not pulling, not fading, just present. Lena was alive. That knowledge burned brighter than any distance. Calder did not speak until they reached the service ladder beneath the Marlowe Street warehouse. He climbed first, his movements economical and silent. Mira followed, her palms wet against the rusted rungs, the smell of the tunnel clinging to her clothes and hair. When she reached the top, Calder was already crouched at the edge of the freight elevator shaft, scanning the darkness above. "There is a secondary access point," he said, "beyond the Eastern Transfer Station. An old maintenance door that was sealed when the line was decommissioned. You know where it is. I know where it was." He straightened, his eyes catching what little light bled through the grates above. 40 years is a long time. Structures shift. Walls get built over. Then we find someone who knows. Calder's jaw tightened. He did not answer. Mira stepped closer, close enough to see the fine tension in his throat, the way his hands hung loose at his sides, not quite still. "You know who gave Jay the freight map?" "I have a theory." "Then say it." Calder held her gaze for a long moment. "Thomas Rayner." The name landed like a stone in still water. "Rayner gave Jay the map," she repeated, testing the weight of it. "The same Rayner who was moving bodies through the tunnels. The same Rayner who countersigned the transport authorizations. The same Rayner whose keycard was planted at the gala." "Yes." "Why?" "Because he was the door." Calder's voice was flat, clinical. "The killer told us that. The notes told us that. Rayner was the one who could open the tunnel network. He was the one who controlled access. And he was the one who kept us alive long enough to find it." Mira felt the thread pulse in her chest. Not louder, but sharper, as if Lena's voice had turned in her direction. "Rayner goes where the sealed routes lead." "I believe so." "Then we make him tell us." Calder's expression shifted, a flicker of something she could not name. "He is not waiting in an interrogation room, Mira. He is running. The conspiracy knows he was exposed. They will have cut him loose. Then we find him before they do." She turned toward the ladder, but Calder's hand caught her arm. "There is another possibility." "What?" "Rayner was the door," he said slowly, "but doors work both ways. He did not only let the conspiracy move subjects through the tunnels. He may have been feeding Jay intelligence for years. Feeding us intelligence. Carefully. Selectively. Keeping us alive by giving us just enough to follow without catching the full truth." Mira stared at him. "You think he was trying to help us?" "I think he was trying to save himself." Calder released her arm. "But the result is the same. If Rayner is still alive, he is the one person who knows where the sealed routes lead, and he has no reason to protect the conspiracy anymore." The warehouse was silent. Above them, rain began to tap against the roof grates, a soft percussion that seemed to fill the space between Calder's words. Mira looked down at her hands, rust and concrete dust, the residue of Lena's terror still caught in the lines of her palms. "I need to know where they took her." "Then we find Rayner. Where would he go?" Calder was already moving toward the freight elevator shaft, his voice low and certain. "The one place the conspiracy cannot reach him." "Which is?" "A facility the authority decommissioned before the accord was signed. A place so far removed from the current system that no one remembers it exists." He paused at the edge of the shaft. "Rayner told Jay about it once, called it the Anchor, a holding station beneath the old Central Transit Yard." Mira followed him to the edge. "When did Jay tell you this?" "He did not." Calder's eyes met hers in the dim light. "Rayner told me, 2 years ago, before Lena was taken, before any of this began." The revelation hit her like a shockwave. "You knew." "I knew he had a bolt hole. I did not know he would use it." Calder's voice dropped. "But if he is still alive, that is where he will be, waiting for the only person who ever believed he was more than a hinge." Mira felt the thread tighten in her chest. She reached for the ladder. "Then we are going to the Anchor." Chapter 38. The Anchor smelled of rust and old concrete, the kind of cold that settled into bone and never left. Mira followed Calder through a service hatch that had been welded shut on one side and cut clean on the other, the edges still bright where someone had taken an angle grinder to them recently. The holding station stretched ahead in a single long chamber, arched ceilings lost in shadow, rows of decommissioned detention cages lining both walls. The air moved. just barely, a current that suggested the tunnels connected somewhere deeper. Calder moved low, one hand trailing along the wall, reading something in the dust patterns that Mira could not see. "He has been here," he said. "How can you tell?" The sweep marks stuck at the third cage. He went inside, then came back out. Calder pointed to a scuff on the concrete floor. "That is fresh. Hours, not days." Mira pressed her palm flat against the nearest cage bars. The metal was cold, dead, no echo charge at all. Whatever had happened here, it had been scrubbed clean of emotional residue, deliberately. Raynor knows how to hide his tracks. He has had years to practice. They moved deeper into the chamber, past cages with rusted doors hanging open, past a collapsed workbench where a radio lay shattered on the floor. The silence pressed in, thick and watchful. The first crack sounded like a pipe settling. Calder grabbed Mira's arm and pulled her sideways, behind the bulk of an overturned supply cabinet. The bullet hit the concrete where she had been standing, a sharp crack that ricocheted into the dark. Then another, and another. Mira pressed herself flat against the floor, counting shots the way Jay had taught her, muzzle flashes illuminating the far end of the chamber where a figure crouched behind the last cage row. "Raynor!" she shouted. The shooting stopped. A long pause, then a voice, low and hoarse. "You should not have come here, Voss. We need to talk." "Your people already tried that." The voice moved, shifting position. "They sent an extraction team 3 hours ago. I put 2 of them down." Calder's hand found hose in the dark, a quick squeeze, a signal. "Stay quiet. Let me work." "I did not bring a team," Mira said. "Just me. And him." A bitter laugh echoed off the concrete. "Him, right. The Voss heir. The one who has been watching your family since before your grandmother's mother was born." Mira felt the words land, sharp and precise. "You know about that." "I know everything about that." Raynor's voice dropped. "I am the one who kept the surveillance locks for the last 12 years. I am the one who flagged your sister's echo sout probability to the council. I am the one who signed off on the transfer authorizations." The confession hit her like a blow. "You were the door. I was the door." A pause. "And I am the only one who knows where it leads." Calder shifted beside her, his breathing controlled, steady. She could feel the tension in his body, coiled and ready. "Where did they take her?" Mira asked. "Not here." Raynor's voice moved again, closer now. "The anchor was a decoy, a staging point. The real facility is a sealed medical station beneath the old St. Brigid Annex, 3 levels down, buried under the foundation. They have been operating there for 40 years. Mira felt the thread pulse in her chest. Lena was close enough to taste. "Show me." "I cannot." Raynor's voice turned flat. "The system is purging. The moment I crack the access logs, Vale's people triggered an automated wipe. The archive will be gone in 15 minutes. Calder moved before she could stop him, rising from behind the cabinet and stepping into the open. "Then we do not have 15 minutes. Raynor emerged from behind the cage row, a rifle held low across his body. He was older than Mira remembered, gray, threaded through his hair, lines cut deep around his eyes. He looked like a man who had been running for a long time. "You will not make it," he said. "The corridor is guarded. Vale has 8 operatives stationed at the annex entrance. They knew I would run. They knew someone would follow. Then we find another way." "There is no other way." Calder stepped closer, his voice dropping into something ancient and certain. "There is always another way." He turned to Mira. "The sealed routes, the ones I told you about, they connect to the annex foundation level. If Raynor can get us to the maintenance access, I can get us through." Raynor's eyes narrowed. "You know about those routes?" "I know about everything." Calder's voice carried no pride, only weight. "I have been watching this city for 4 centuries. Did you think a few sealed doors would stop me?" The silence stretched. Raynor lowered the rifle. "The maintenance access is through the old pump station. 40 meters east behind a collapsed wall panel. He glanced at Mira. But the purge will not wait. Even if you reach the archive, you will have minutes to pull what you need. Mira looked at Calder. He was already moving toward the eastern wall, his hand finding a seam in the concrete that looked like nothing. Then we make it fast. The pump station was smaller than she expected, a single room filled with rusted machinery and the smell of stagnant water. Calder found the access panel behind a fallen pipe, prying it open with his bare hands. The tunnel beyond was dark and narrow, barely wide enough for one person. Calder went first. The corridor sloped downward, then leveled out. The air grew colder, laced with something chemical and sharp. Mira followed close behind, Raynor taking up the rear with the rifle ready. They emerged into a hallway lined with sealed doors, each one marked with the same crescent and thorn symbol. "The archive is at the end," Raynor said. "The purge will have wiped the surface servers by now, but the deep storage is physical. Paper records. They could not digitize everything without leaving a trail." Mira broke into a run. The door at the end was reinforced steel, a keypad glowing red beside it. Raynor stepped past her, entered a code, and the lock clicked open. The room beyond was small, windowless, filled with filing cabinets and metal shelves stacked with bound ledgers. A single terminal sat on a desk in the center, its screen flickering with a countdown. 12 minutes. Mira crossed to the terminal, scanning the directories. The purge was active, eating through the digital records in blocks, but the physical files were untouched. She pulled the first ledger from the shelf, opened it, and felt the world shift. Names, dates, subject codes, bloodline markers. Page after page of experiment records stretching back decades. Her grandmother's mother was listed in the earliest entries. Her mother appeared in a footnote. Lena was a full page, her photograph stapled to the inside cover. "She was the template," Mira whispered. "Look at the last entry." She turned to the final page. The handwriting changed, newer, more deliberate. A single line of text in a hand she did not recognize. Subject 7. Transferred to primary facility, 14 November. Facility designation, Lantern Vault. Mira looked up at Raynor. "Where is the Lantern Vault?" Raynor's face went pale. "I do not know." "You said you knew everything. I know the names they used. The Lantern Vault was never part of the transit log. It was a verbal designation. Vale used it once in a briefing I was not supposed to hear." "Then who knows?" "No one alive." Raynor's voice dropped. "Except Vale, and whoever built it." Mira stared at the ledger, the word burning into her mind. Lantern Vault. A noise came from the hallway. Footsteps, multiple sets, moving fast. Calder moved to the doorway, his body blocking the entrance. 7 operatives, he said, armed, moving in formation. Raynor raised the rifle. "I can hold them." "For how long?" "Long enough." Mira looked at the ledgers, 6 shelves, dozens of binders. She could not carry them all. She grabbed the one with Lena's photograph and the 3 oldest records from the bottom shelf. The rest would have to burn. "Go," Raynor said. "I will cover the retreat." Calder caught Mira's arm. "The maintenance access is 30 meters west. If we move now." A shot rang out, close. Raynor returned fire, the sound deafening in the confined space. Mira ran. Calder was beside her, his hand locked around hers, pulling her through the doorway and into the corridor. Bullets sparked off the walls behind them. Raynor's rifle cracked in answer. They reached the maintenance access. Calder shoved her through first, then turned to fire a single shot that silenced the pursuit for half a breath. Then he was through, the door slamming shut behind them. They ran. The tunnel was dark, the floor uneven, the air thick with dust. Mira's lungs burned. The ledgers were heavy in her arms, but she would not drop them. They reached the service ladder and climbed. The hatch above opened onto the warehouse floor, gray morning light filtering through cracked windows. Mira pulled herself out, then turned to help Calder. He was pale. His left hand pressed against his side, and when he pulled it away, his palm was wet. "Blood." "You were hit." "Grace." His voice was tight. "Keep moving." She grabbed his arm, pulled him toward the exit. Behind them, the hatch stayed silent. Raynor had not followed. Chapter 39. They ran. The warehouse floor stretched ahead, gray light bleeding through cracked windows. Calder's breathing was ragged, his hand still pressed to his side. Blood seeped between his fingers, dark against the pale skin. Mira did not slow down. She hit the exit door with her shoulder, burst through into the alley. The morning air was cold, laced with exhaust and rain. Behind them, the hatch remained silent. Raynor had not followed. She wanted to stop. She wanted to turn back, but the ledgers were heavy in her arms, and Lena's photograph was pressed against her chest. They reached the sedan. Calder folded into the passenger seat, his face the color of ash. Mira threw the ledgers onto the back seat, slid behind the wheel, and drove. No destination, just away. Her hands shook on the steering wheel. The ledger with Lena's photograph sat on the passenger floor, her sister's face staring up at her through the plastic sleeve. 4 years. 4 years of searching, of blaming, of burying the guilt so deep she thought she had killed it. And there she was, alive in a file, designated as template, transferred to a place called the Lantern Vault. Template. Mira's jaw tightened. "You need to stop," Calder said, his voice thin. "Not yet. You are driving blind. We need a location, a plan." "I have a location." She pulled the sedan into a service alley between 2 abandoned buildings, killed the engine, and sat in the sudden silence. The ledgers felt heavier than they should. She grabbed Lena's file, opened it on her lap. The photograph was recent. Lena's face thinner, her eyes different. Not the sister Mira remembered, but still alive, still breathing. Beneath the photograph, a log, dates, weights, compound doses, notes in clinical handwriting. Subject 7, echo site expression stabilized. Template designation confirmed, transfer to primary facility approved. And at the bottom, a single line in a different hand. Lantern Vault, 14 November. Mira stared at the words until they blurred. "I need to find her." "We will," Calder said, "but we need to know where we are going." She looked at the other ledgers, 3 decades of records, names, codes, experiments. She needed to read them. She needed to know everything. But there was no time. The convoy behind them would not stay silent forever. Raynor's ambush had bought them minutes, not hours. She opened the echo site. The ledger in her hands flared with residue. Years of handling, decades of pain compressed into every page. She let it hit her, let it burn through her chest. Images flooded in. A woman's hands trembling, entering data by lamplight. A man's voice, cold and clinical, dictating subject numbers. The flash of fluorescent lights, the smell of antiseptic, the sound of screaming muffled by concrete walls. Then a corridor, sealed doors, a symbol carved into the stone, the crescent and thorn. Mira followed the thread deeper. The residue pulled her through the building, through the tunnels, past the transfer points she and Calder had already found. And then she saw it. A door. Steel reinforced, set into a wall that should not exist. Above it, a single word carved into the stone. Lantern. She gasped, the vision shattering. Calder caught her as she slumped forward. "Mira, Mira." "I saw it." Her voice was hoarse. "I saw the entrance. Where?" "Beneath the old St. Bridget Annex, deeper than the tunnels. There is a secondary foundation level that was sealed before the Accord." She turned the ledger to the last page, pointed at the transfer entry. 14 November. 3 days before Lena's turning anniversary. They moved her to the Lantern Vault on the same day Vale was scheduled to inspect St. Bridget West. Calder's expression shifted. Recognition. The inspection was a cover. Vale walked her into the vault herself. Mira closed the ledger. Her hands were trembling, but her voice was steady. "I am going in." "Alone?" "With you, if you can move." Calder pressed his hand against his side, pulled it away. The wound was still bleeding, but slower now. "I can move." They left the sedan in the alley. Calder knew a route. a service access that had been sealed for 30 years but never entirely blocked. They moved through back streets and maintenance corridors, avoiding every camera, every patrol. The entrance was hidden behind a false wall in an abandoned maintenance shed. Calder found the release, and the stone panel slid open. The air that hit them was cold, stale, and metallic. Mira stepped through first. The corridor beyond was narrow, lined with pipes and cables. The walls were marked with the same crescent and thorn symbol, repeated at regular intervals. The echo site residue was thick here. Decades of fear and pain layered so deep she could taste it. She pushed forward. The corner door opened into a chamber. Rows of metal tables, each one marked with a subject number. Monitors, still humming. Restraint straps that had been used recently. At the far end, a single door. Mira crossed to it, her hand on the cold steel. She opened it. The room beyond was small, windowless, lit by a single bulb. A bed against the wall, a chair beside it, and a woman. She was thin, her skin pale, her dark hair cropped short. Her eyes were closed, her wrists bound to the bed frame with hospital restraints. Mira stopped breathing. Lena. She crossed the room in 3 steps, fell to her knees beside the bed. Lena. Lena, it is me. Lena's eyelids fluttered. Her eyes opened, and for a moment they were empty, unfocused. Then recognition. Mira? Her voice was cracked, barely a whisper. Lena, I am here. I am going to get you out. Lena's hand twitched, reaching for her. Not fast enough. Her voice was a rasp. Of me, a hen. Baby is already gone. She was never going to keep me here. Where is she? Landrevault is a decoy, just like the anchor. Lena's eyes met hers, clear for the first time. The real facility is under the old central transit yard. She has been moving subjects there for weeks. Mira felt the ground shift beneath her. The anchor was a decoy too. Everything is a decoy. Lena's grip tightened on her hand. Vale wants you to follow the trail. She wants you to burn through every lead until there is nothing left of you. That does not matter. It does. Lena's voice broke. She knows you are coming. She knows what you can do. She has been baiting you since the first murder. Mira stared at her sister. The murders were for me. Everything was for you. Lena closed her eyes. She wants your echo site. She wants to make you the next template. The door behind them slammed shut. Mira spun. The lock clicked, sealing them in. A voice came through the intercom, calm and familiar. Hello, Mira. I have been waiting for you. Seraphine Vale. Mira pressed against the door. It did not budge. Let her go, Mira said. She has nothing to do with this. She has everything to do with this. Seraphine's voice was almost kind. Your sister was the first successful template. Without her, I would never have known the full potential of your bloodline. I will burn this place to the ground. You will not. Seraphine paused. Because if you do, you will never find the others. The intercom clicked off. Mira turned back to Lena. Her sister's eyes were wet, her voice barely audible. She took 12 of us from Greyhaven. I do not know where the others are. Then we find them. Mira grabbed the restraints, pulled at the buckles. They would not give. Behind her, the door began to glow. Heat, flame. The purge, Calder said. Mira looked at the restraints, at the door, at her sister's face. She had minutes, maybe less. She pressed her forehead against it. They merged into gray morning light, coughing, bleeding, empty-handed. Mira collapsed onto the concrete, her hands pressed flat against the ground. She had found her sister, and she had lost her again. The ledgers were gone. The trail was cold. But Lena's voice was still in her head, the words she had not said out loud. The real facility is under the old central transit yard. Mira rose. Calder, we are not done yet. His eyes met hers, and he nodded. Somewhere beneath the city, the lantern vault was waiting. Chapter 40. They ran until the smoke cleared from their lungs and the sirens faded behind them. Mira stopped in the shadow of a collapsed awning, her hands braced on her knees. The ledgers were still pressed against her chest, the paper damp with sweat and ash. She pulled them out one by one. Lena's page was intact. The photograph, the template designation, the transfer date. "We need to get this out," she said. "Every channel." Calder leaned against the wall beside her, one hand pressed to his side where the bullet had grazed him. His shirt was dark with blood, but the wound had already begun to seal. "We have maybe an hour before they sweep the district. The purge fire will draw every authority unit within a kilometer. Then we do it now." She found a maintenance shed at the edge of the lot. The door was rusted, but the lock was old. She broke it with a single kick. Inside, a workbench, a wall phone, a terminal that still had power. Calder pulled the cable from inside his jacket, connected the ledgers to the terminal. His hands moved fast, scanning pages, compressing data. Who gets it first? "Ward, Jay, and the press channels Sabine gave us." He paused. Ward countersigned the earliest documents. "I know." Mira's voice was flat. "But she is also the only person inside the authority who can force a real investigation. If we cut her out, we lose the institution. If we include her, she has to act or expose herself." Calder looked at her for a long moment. "That is a gamble." "Everything has been a gamble." She met his eyes. "I am done playing safe." He turned back to the terminal. The data stream began. Mira watched the progress bars crawl across the screen. Each percentage point felt like a lifetime. "You said the informant has been feeding us root fragments," she said. "Do you know who it is?" Calder did not answer immediately. His eyes stayed on the screen. "I have a theory." "Tell me." "Not yet. If I am wrong, naming them could collapse the only channel we have left." The progress bars hit 40%. Mira's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against the workbench to still them. "You held secrets for 2 years," she said. "For protection. I understand that now. But if you are still holding something that could save Lena, I am not." His voice was quiet, certain. "Everything I know I have given you." She wanted to believe him. 60%. The wall phone rang. Mira stared at it. It rang again, an old mechanical sound that did not belong in this century. Calder reached for it. She grabbed his wrist. "Do not answer. If it is her, it is exactly what she wants. Distraction, a delay. She knows we are transmitting. She wants us to stop and listen." The phone kept ringing. 80%, 90, 95. The terminal beeped. "Transfer complete." Mira pulled the cable. The phone stopped ringing mid-ring. "Where is the central transit yard?" she asked. Calder's face went still. "It was decommissioned 40 years ago. The entrance was sealed when the accord was signed." "Then there is another way." He was quiet for a moment. Then he moved to the terminal, pulled up a map of the old transit infrastructure. His finger traced a line from their current location to a point several kilometers east. "There is an access tunnel beneath the old freight depot on Leland Street. It connects to the yard's basement level. If Vale has been using it, that is how she moves subjects without being seen." "Then that is where we go." Calder turned to face her. His hand came up, hovered an inch from her cheek, the same gesture he had made on the balcony at Greyhall Tower. He did not touch her. "If we walk into that yard, we are walking into her territory. She has had months to prepare. She will know we are coming before we reach the gate." "I know. She would use Lena against you. She will use everything she knows about you." "I know." His hand dropped. "Then why are you smiling?" Mira realized she was. "Because I stopped waiting for permission." She picked up the ledgers, held them against her chest. "I spent 4 years punishing myself for choosing work over Lena. I am done choosing. I am done calculating. I am going to find my sister, and I am going to burn every door she is hiding behind until there is nowhere left to run." Calder looked at her for a long time. Then he reached past her and pulled a rusted crowbar from the wall. "We will need a way in." They left the shed together. Outside, the sky was the color of wet concrete. The sirens had moved closer, then stopped. Mira felt the weight of the ledgers in her hands, the burn of the fire still in her lungs. Somewhere beneath the city, her sister was waiting. And for the first time in 4 years, Mira knew exactly where she was going. Her phone buzzed. She pulled it out. A text from an unknown number. "You transmitted the archive. Good. But Vale already knew you would. She has already moved the others." You are not chasing her. You are following her trail. Decide if that makes you the hunter or the hunted. Mira read the message twice. Then she pocketed the phone and kept walking. It did not matter which she was. She was going to find Lena. And God help anyone he got in her way. Chapter 41. The ground came apart in sheets. Mira felt it before she saw it, a deep shudder running through the concrete beneath her feet, the distinct groan of rebar bending past its limit. The tunnel wall beside her cracked in a vertical line, dust pouring from the split like breath. Calder grabbed her arm. Smooth. They ran. The corridor behind them folded inward, a slow-motion collapse of stone and metal that gathered speed as it swallowed the passage. The maintenance shed entrance was 30 meters ahead. 20. Calder's hand was still locked around her forearm, pulling her faster than her legs could manage on the loose debris. The foundation wall above the doorframe buckled. Calder pushed her through first. She hit the ground outside on her bad shoulder, rolled, came up with gravel embedded in her palm. The shed roof caved behind him as he dove through the gap, the whole structure exhaling a cloud of gray dust that smelled of concrete and old copper. Mira lay on her back in the open air, chest heaving, staring at a sky that had turned the color of bruises. Beside her, Calder coughed once, then went still. She sat up, found him on his side, one arm braced against the ground, blood tracking from a fresh cut along his jaw where a piece of debris had caught him. "You alive?" He nodded, pushed himself upright. His eyes swept the collapsed shed, the settling dust, the empty street beyond. "She knew," he said. "She knew exactly when we would reach the foundation level." Mira pulled the ledgers from her coat. The edges were dusted white, but the pages were intact. Lena's photograph still pressed against the inner binding. Of course she knew. She stood, tested her weight on the shoulder that had taken the fall. It ached, but held. She laid this trail before we ever left the transit yard. Calder wiped the blood from his jaw with the back of his hand. The cut was already sealing. Then we are still behind. No. Mira looked at the ledger in her hands. We are exactly where she wants us to be. The question is why? A car turned onto the street. Unmarked Dodge sedan, moving slow. Mira's hand went to her hip before she remembered she had no weapon. The sedan stopped 20 meters away. The rear window rolled down. Helena Ward's face appeared in the gap. She looked like she had not slept in days. "Get in," she said. "Both of you. Now." Mira did not move. "Why should I?" "Because I received your transmission." Ward's voice was flat, stripped of authority. "And because Seraphine has already called the emergency council session to have Calder declared a rogue asset before sunrise." Calder walked to the sedan. He opened the rear door, waited. Mira stayed where she was. "I sent you the evidence," she said. "I gave you the chance to act on it. Instead, you were here, picking us up off the street." Ward's jaw tightened. "I am here because I had no idea how deep it went until I saw those ledgers. The earliest entries have my signature, my authorization. I countersigned documents I was told were Accord compliance audits." She paused. "That does not make me innocent, but it makes me useful if you want to stop her." Mira held her gaze for a long moment. Then she crossed to the sedan and got in. Calder closed the door behind her. The sedan pulled away before his own door had fully shut. The interior smelled of stale coffee and cold air. Ward sat facing forward, her hands folded in her lap, the posture of a woman holding herself together by will alone. "Where are we going?" Mira asked. "There is a secured room beneath the authorities' East Annex. It was built for emergency council briefings." Ward did not turn around. "We have about 40 minutes before Seraphine's allies call for a vote to suspend my directorship." "What happens if they succeed?" "Then the authority becomes hers. The investigation into the transit yard dies. Every asset we recovered goes back into her hands." Mira looked at the ledger in her lap. Lena's face stared up at her, younger than she remembered, a photograph taken before the night everything fractured. "There were 12 other subjects," she said, "moved from Greyhaven. Lena told me before the fire." "I know. Do you know where they went?" Ward was quiet for a block. The streetlights passed over her face in intervals, light and shadow. light and shadow. "There is a facility in the Northern Hills," she said. "A research compound that predates the Accord. I thought it was decommissioned 40 years ago, but the archival routing codes in your ledgers match its old supply chain designation." Calder leaned forward from the backseat. "You know how to access it?" "I know someone who helped build it." Mira looked up. "Who?" Ward's reflection in the windshield was unreadable. "My predecessor." The sedan passed under a railway bridge. The light changed. For a moment, Ward's face was fully visible, and Mira saw something she had never seen in it before. Fear. "Your predecessor," Mira said slowly. "The one who signed the first authorization for the St. Bridget experiments." "Yes. And you trust them?" Ward's hands tightened in her lap. "No," she said, "but I trust that they want to survive, and survival is the only currency Seraphine cannot counterfeit." The sedan turned onto a service road. The authorities' East Annex rose ahead, a brutalist structure of gray concrete and narrow windows, built to look impenetrable. Mira pressed Lena's photograph flat against the ledger page. "If this is a trap," she said, "I will burn the whole building down with you inside it." Ward met her eyes in the rearview mirror. "I would expect nothing less." The sedan pulled into the underground garage. Calder reached across the seat and touched Mira's hand. Just a brush, just long enough for her to feel the warmth of his skin against her own. "We will find her," he said. Mira looked at him, at the blood still drying on his jaw, at the raw trust in his eyes, a trust she had not earned and could not refuse. "I know," she said. She did not pull her hand away. The garage doors closed behind them, sealing out the night, sealing them inside the building where the war for the Accord would be decided before dawn. And somewhere in the Northern Hills, in a facility that should not exist, Lena was waiting. Mira felt the echo of her sister's voice in her chest, a thread that had not snapped, no matter how many fires Seraphine set to burn it. She held on to that thread. It was all she had left. The sedan stopped. Ward opened her door. "Come," she said. "We have very little time." Mira stepped out into the cold garage air. The concrete floor beneath her feet felt solid. But she knew, deep in her bones, that the ground was about to shift again. Chapter 42. The East Annex garage smelled of concrete dust and stale air. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting the parked vehicles in flat gray tones. Mira counted 4 sedans, 2 armored transports, and a maintenance van before Ward led them past the security checkpoint without slowing. The guard at the desk recognized Ward's face. His hand moved toward the panel anyway. "Director, I need to confirm—" "You know my face," Ward said. "Open the door." The guard hesitated. Then he pressed the release. The reinforced door slid open, revealing a narrow stairwell leading down. Ward took the stairs without waiting. Mira followed, Calder close behind, his footsteps nearly silent on the concrete. The secured room beneath the East Annex was smaller than Mira expected. A single table dominated the center, ringed by 12 chairs. A terminal sat dark at the far end. No windows, no decoration. The walls were bare concrete. Ward moved to the terminal and began entering commands. "This room was built for one purpose," she said without turning. "Emergency council briefings during the Accord negotiations. After the signing, it was sealed. No one remembers it exists except the people who built it." "And Seraphine?" Ward paused. "Seraphine knows. She was present at the final negotiation. She knows this room exists, but she does not know I kept access codes from that period." Mira set the ledger on the table. Lena's photograph faced up, the edges curled from moisture. "How much time do we have?" Ward glanced at the terminal clock. 34 minutes before the council votes on my suspension." "That is not enough time." "It never is." The terminal screen flickered to life. Ward pulled up a secure channel and began typing with the speed of someone who had done this 1,000 times. "I am opening a filtered uplink to the council chamber," she said. "They will see you, they will hear you, but the signal will degrade within 20 minutes, and I cannot guarantee who is listening on the other end." Calder stepped forward. "You are asking her to testify before a hostile council without protection. I am asking her to stand beside you and present the truth while we still have authority to speak at all." Mira looked at Lena's photograph, at the curve of her sister's jaw, the dark hair, the eyes that held the same gray as Mira's own. "Then let us speak." Ward activated the uplink. The terminal screen split into 12 squares. Council members appeared one by one, their faces flickering through the degrade signal. Human officials in tailored suits, Vampire House representatives in dark formal wear. Alina Castell was already seated at the far end, her expression unreadable. A woman with silver-threaded hair spoke first. "Director Ward, you have called an emergency session without prior notice. The council is not prepared to—" "The council does not have time to prepare," Ward cut in. "Detective Voss and liaison Voss have recovered evidence from an underground holding facility operated by Seraphine Vale's network. Evidence that includes 4 generations of experiment records on the Voss bloodline. Evidence that names Subject 7 as Lena Voss. Evidence that traces the conspiracy's financial chain through Thornfield acquisitions into a council discretionary fund." The council chamber went quiet. Alina Castell leaned forward. "You are accusing Chair Vale of operating an illegal experiment program." "I am stating what the evidence shows. The evidence you recovered from a sealed station that no one in this room has verified. She is executing the next phase of her plan." The terminal signal flickered. The screen went dark. Ward moved to stabilize the connection, but the flat silence of the dead channel pressed down on the room. Mira stared at the empty screen. Seraphine had known. Of course she had known. She had never intended to sit in this chamber and defend herself. She was already ahead of them. "Ward," Mira said, "open the council channel, right now." "I am trying. The signal is being blocked from the inside." "Then open the garage door. Give us a car." Ward turned. "Mira, if you walk out of this building without council authorization, you become a fugitive. Everything you recovered becomes inadmissible. Seraphine wins. She already won this round. The question is where she is winning the next one." Calder was already at the door. "Ward," he said, "you need the car." Ward looked at them, at the raw urgency in Calder's voice, at the hard line of Mira's jaw. Then she pulled a key fob from her pocket and tossed it. The blue sedan at the far end of the garage, unmarked, full tank. Mira caught the fob. "One more thing," Ward said. "When you find her, do not let her talk you into waiting." Mira met her eyes. "I stopped waiting a long time ago." She turned and ran. Calder followed. The garage doors opened ahead of them, gray dawn light spilling across the concrete. And somewhere in the northern hills, in a facility that should not exist, Seraphine Vale was already moving. The war had not waited for the council to vote. It had already begun. Chapter 43. The morning light hit the hills like a blade, gray and cold and too bright for Calder's eyes. He was driving, one hand on the wheel, the other pressed against his ribs where the bullet had grazed him. The wound had sealed on the surface, but I could see the way his jaw stayed tight, the way he blinked, slow, fighting something. The sedan ate the miles north. Forest pressed close to the road, bare branches tangled against a sky the color of old concrete. I sat in the passenger seat, Lena's photograph pressed between my palms, the echo site residue from the tunnel still swimming under my skin. Not a full contamination, just the edges of it. A hum I could not shake. Lena's voice repeating something I could almost catch, a thread of fear that was not mine. "You need to stop," Calder said. "I need to find her. You need to stop pushing the echo or you will collapse before we reach that facility." He was right. I hated that he was right. I set the photograph on the dash and pressed my palms flat against my thighs. Felt the vibration of the road through the frame. Counted breaths until my heart stopped trying to match Lena's rhythm. The hills opened ahead, a turnoff that did not appear on the sedan's GPS, just a break in the tree line where gravel swallowed asphalt. Calder took it without slowing. The compound emerged through the trees like a wound. Chain-link fence sagging between concrete posts. A guard booth with the glass shattered. Beyond it, a low concrete building that spread across the clearing like something that had grown there instead of being built. No lights, no movement, just the gray morning and the silence of a place that should not exist. Calder killed the engine. We sat in the quiet. "Sabine is supposed to meet us here," I said. "Sabine does not know this location. She does now." I pulled out my phone. The unknown texter had sent one more message while we drove. "She is inside, but she is not alone." I showed Calder. He read it. His hand dropped from his ribs. "Then we go together," he said. We stepped out of the sedan. The air was cold and still. No bird sound, no wind, just the crunch of our boots on gravel as we crossed toward the guard booth. I checked the perimeter. Footprints in the mud, more than one set leading toward the main building. A cigarette butt crushed for the booth's door, recent. "Someone is here," I said. Calder did not answer. He was looking at the building, at the way the windows were dark, at the door at the top of the concrete steps hanging open by an inch. He moved past me, and I followed. The door groaned when he pushed it open. The corridor beyond was narrow, fluorescent lights flickering overhead, casting everything in a sick green glow. The walls were bare concrete, stained with moisture and age. The air smelled of bleach and something metallic underneath. We moved in silence. Room after room. Empty. Exam tables bolted to the floor, restraint straps hanging loose, monitoring equipment dark. A laboratory with beakers still labeled in handwriting I recognized from the ledgers. A row of cells with reinforced glass doors, each one holding a cot and nothing else. Empty. All of it empty. "She moved them," I said. "Again." Calder stopped at the far end of the corridor. He was looking at a door with a keypad lock, the screen still lit. "This one is active," he said. I crossed to him. The keypad had a single digit glowing, one of one remaining attempts. "One shot," I said. Calder studied the keypad. Then he reached out and pressed 4 digits. 1987. The door clicked open. I stared at him. "The year you were born," he said. "Lena's access code at St. Bridget was her birth year. Seraphine used it for everything. She thinks consistency is elegant, not lazy." I stepped through the door. The room beyond was smaller, warmer. A single bed against the far wall, a blanket tangled at the foot, a water glass on the table beside it. The air here smelled different, not bleach, something else. "Lena." I crossed to the bed, touched the blanket. It was still warm. "She was here," I said. "She was here and she is gone." Behind me, Calder made a sound, not a word, just a sharp exhale that ended in a breath he held too long. I turned. He was leaning against the doorframe, hand pressed to his ribs, his face the color of paper. "Calder." "It is fine." "It is not fine." I crossed to him, pulled his hand away from his ribs. The wound had not sealed. It was weeping a thin fluid that was not blood, not quite clear, catching the fluorescent light like something chemical. "Sabine," I said. "Now. She will be here. She better be." I guided him to a chair against the wall. He did not argue, which told me more than the wound did. I knelt beside him, pressed the clean edge of my sleeve against the weeping wound, and held it there while he breathed through the pain. "I will be fine," he said. "You will stop saying that." "Mira." "I mean it." He was quiet. I kept the pressure steady, and through the echo still humming at the edges of my awareness, I felt something shift. Not Lena's thread, something else, something that had been waiting in this room, breathing the same air, atching us from a place I could not see. Behind the bed, a maintenance panel stood half open. I stared at it. "Mira," Calder said. "Was wrong." I did not answer. I was staring at the gap behind the panel, at the shadow that moved inside it. Chapter 44. The shadow did not move. Mira held her breath, one hand still pressed to Calder's wound, the other reaching for the weapon at her hip. The space behind the maintenance panel was dark, but something breathed there, something that had been waiting. "Mira." Calder's voice, low and steady despite the pain. "Do not approach." She ignored him. She rose slowly, drawing the handgun, keeping her footsteps soft on the concrete floor. The panel gap was narrow, just wide enough for a body to pass through. The darkness beyond it was absolute. "Come out," she said. "Now." Silence. Then a rustle. Movement. A hand emerged first, pale and thin, fingers trembling. Then a face, young, human, streaked with dirt and tears. A girl. Mira lowered the weapon. "Please," the girl whispered. "Please do not tell them I am here." She crawled over the panel on her hands and knees, shaking so hard she nearly collapsed. Mira caught her by the arm, guided her to sit against the wall. The girl could not have been more than 17, dark hair cropped short, eyes wide and glassy with fear. "Who are you?" Mira asked. "Ellie. They brought me here 3 weeks ago. I got out through the tunnels. I hid when the trucks came." "The trucks?" "This morning. They moved everyone, loaded them into white vans before dawn." Mira's chest tightened. "Lena, my sister, did you see her?" Ellie nodded. "She was last. They put her in a separate vehicle. They said she was special." "Where did they take her?" "I do not know, but I heard one of them say something before they closed the doors. A name." "What name?" "Thornfield." Ellie's voice cracked. "They said they were taking her to Thornfield." Mira turned to Calder. His face was pale, but his eyes had sharpened. "Thornfield is the shell company," he said. "Seraphine would not use it as a location." "Unless it is a decoy," Mira said. "Or unless the real facility has always been somewhere we did not look." She pulled out her phone. No signal this deep in the concrete. She moved toward the door, stepped into the corridor, and the device buzzed with a flood of notifications. Dozens of them. From Jay, from Sabine, from news alerts that lined her lock screen like wounds. She opened the first video. It was her. At the transfer station. The angle was low, cropped, edited. She was standing over Calder as he knelt beside the archival crate, and the footage made it look like she was helping him destroy evidence, feeding papers into a flame that had never existed. The timestamp had been altered. The caption read, "Detective Voss assists suspect in destruction of Accord investigation materials." She played the next. Calder at the gala, footage spliced to show him handing something to a figure whose face had been blurred. The implication clear. Conspiracy, collusion, treason. "The narrative," she said. "They are flooding every channel." Calder had followed her into the corridor, one hand braced against the wall. He watched over her shoulder, his jaw tight. Seraphine is not just hiding, she is fighting. Mira's phone rang. "Jay," she answered. "You have seen it," he said. No greeting. "Yes." "Do not respond, do not engage. I am pushing authenticated data packets through the open channels now. The ledger pages, the financial chain, the transfer records." "How long until they land?" "Minutes, but there is a problem." "Define problem." "The edited footage is being distributed through a server that matches the internal authority routing address. Someone inside the building is feeding them real-time access." Mira's grip tightened on the phone. "Who?" "I traced the distribution point. It is coming from a terminal in the Administrative, 3rd floor, the council liaison office." "Alina Castell." "Maybe. Or someone using her credentials. The timestamp on the first upload matches exactly 3 minutes after you entered the compound. Someone knew you were there before you arrived." Mira looked at Calder. He was already reaching for his phone, his wound forgotten. "The texter," he said. "The one who warned you she was inside. That message was not a warning. It was a confirmation. She told them we had arrived. She told them exactly where to point the cameras." Mira's thought raced. The unknown texter had guided them to the compound, had promised Lena was there, had been right, and had also been feeding Seraphine's operation the entire time. "Jay," she said, "can you trace the texter's number?" "Already tried. It routes through a proxy that cycles every 3 minutes. Untraceable from my end." "Then find another way." "I am working on it. But Mira, there is something else." "Tell me." "The timestamp on the internal upload. It was logged under a specific badge, 499. "Whose?" A pause. Jay's voice dropped. "Helena Ward." Chapter 45. The room was cold. Institutional cold, the kind that settled into bone and refused to leave. Mira sat at a metal table in the East Annex's secured interview room, Calder beside her, his breathing shallow and measured. The chemical wound beneath his bandages had not stopped weeping, but he had not complained once. The recording console sat between them, a single file, labeled with a code and a date from 4 days before the compound relocation. Mira pressed play. Lena's voice filled the room, thin, frayed, but unmistakable. The sound hit Mira like a blade between the ribs. I am Subject 7. They tell me that like it is a rank, not a sentence. Mira's hands stayed flat on the table. Her nails bit into her palms. The transfers run on a 48-hour cycle. Greyhaven to the transit yard to the hills. They move us at night so no one sees the trucks. A pause. The recording hissed. I kept count. 14 of us. 17 before the failures. They do not talk about the failures. Calder leaned forward. His voice was low. Ask her about the schedule. Mira swallowed. Lena, what is the schedule? The recording did not answer. It was not a conversation. It was a fragment, extracted, preserved, left for them to find. I heard them talk about a public incident. Seraphine wants something big, something that will make the Accord mean nothing. Lena's breath caught. She told them to prepare for a synchronized event within 2 nights of the Hills relocation. She said the bloodline indexing was complete. She said the Lantern Vault was ready. Mira's pulse hammered. Lantern Vault. What is the Lantern Vault? The recording crackled. It is not a place. It is a designation, a phase. She said once the indexing was finished, they would open the vault and nothing would ever be the same. A long silence. Then Lena's voice dropped to something raw and terrified. She is going to force a massacre at the Accord Renewal Assembly, 2 nights from now. She told them to stage it so both sides blame the other. The recording cut to static. Mira sat back. Her hands were trembling. She pressed them flat against the table to stop. Calder reached for the console, stopped the playback. His face was pale beneath the fluorescent light, the dark veins at his temples standing out like ink under skin. 2 nights, he said. That gives us tomorrow to stop it. Less than that if she has already started the sequencing. Mira's voice came out steadier than she felt. The compound was emptied this morning. The relocation is done. She is ready. Then we need to find Thornfield. Mira shook her head. Thornfield is a shell, a name on paper. The real location is somewhere else, somewhere she has been building for 40 years. She looked at the console, at the ghost of her sister's voice still hanging in the air. Lena knew. She was in that facility. She heard the planning. She knew about the bloodline indexing and the Lantern Vault and the assembly attack. She was kept alive because she was useful, Calder said. Seraphine would not waste a working template. Mira's jaw tightened. She is not a template. She is my sister. Calder did not flinch. I know. The door opened. Jay stepped in, phone pressed to his ear. His face was drawn. That recording is clean, he said. No tampering, no editing. I verified the metadata myself. What about the source? Traces back to a burner routed through the compound's internal network. Someone extracted it during the evacuation and left it on a secondary drive in the maintenance tunnel. Someone wanted us to find it. Someone inside the operation. Jay lowered the phone. The same person who has been feeding you route fragments and ledger locations. The informant Calder refuses to name. Calder did not answer. Jay looked between them. The upload situation is worse. Ward's badge 499 was used to push the edited footage, but I cross-checked the timestamp against her schedule. She was in a closed-door meeting with the council liaison office when the upload happened. Elena Castell, Mira said, or someone using Castell's access to frame Ward. Jay rubbed his face. We are in a dead end unless we get physical access to the council liaison server. Mira stood. The chair scraped against the floor. The assembly is tomorrow night. Seraphine is going to trigger a massacre that will collapse the Accord. We have less than 30 hours to find her, stop the attack, and get Lena out. That is 3 objectives, Jay said. Then we stop covering all of them at once. Mira turned to Calder. You said you have a theory about the informant. I need that name. Calder held her gaze. The silence stretched. "I will give it to you at the assembly. If we are going to walk into that room, you need to see the shape of the board before I name the pieces. Calder, that is the condition." His voice was soft, final. "Trust me until then, and I will give you everything." Mira looked at him, at the wound weeping chemical fluid beneath his coat, at the weight he carried that he never set down. "Fine," she said. "Then we need a plan." Jay's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen and went still. "What is it?" "The texter. The one who confirmed your location to Seraphine." He held up the phone. "They just sent another message." Mira took the phone. The screen displayed 3 words: "Assembly, East Balcony, come alone." The texter knew their next move, had known before they made it. Calder read over her shoulder. His hand found hers, steady and warm despite everything. "Then we go," he said, "and we end this." Mira looked at the message, at the clock on the wall, at the ghost of her sister's voice still echoing in the room. 29 hours until the assembly. One chance to stop the massacre, and a texter who had been playing them from the start. She let go of Calder's hand and reached for her coat. Chapter 46. The door of the safe room closed behind them, sealing the echo of Lena's voice in the metal and concrete. Mira did not look back. She was already moving down the corridor, coat over her arm, phone in her hand. The screen showed 4:47 a.m., 28 hours and 13 minutes until the assembly opened its doors. "Ward is suspended pending review. She cannot authorize anything without drawing scrutiny. Then she authorizes it as a security audit of her own compromised credentials." Mira did not slow down. Her badge was used in the upload. She has standing to investigate the breach. Jay caught up at the stairwell landing, breath short. "I can route the query through her old access codes if she gives me the terminal window. The system still recognizes her as director until the council votes to remove her at dawn. Then we move before dawn." They found Ward in the East Annex garage, standing beside the unmarked sedan she had given them hours earlier. She looked older than she had at the council chamber. The composure was still there, but the edges had frayed. Mira told her what they needed. Ward listened without interruption. When Mira finished, she was silent for a long moment. Then she reached into her coat and pulled out a key card Mira had never seen before. "There is a terminal room in the sub-basement of the old evidence wing, pre-Accord construction. The council does not know it exists because I never told them." "Why not?" "Because every director before me kept secrets from the council." Ward held out the card. "The routing logs for internal authority communications passed through that room. If someone inside used their credentials to push edited footage, the residual access trail will still be there. How long do we have before someone notices we are inside?" 40 minutes, maybe less if Castile checks the security log." Ward's jaw tightened. "I will authorize a maintenance lockdown on the 3rd floor as cover. That will give you a narrow window." Calder took the card. His fingers brushed Ward's. "And if we find proof that Castile's office routed the upload, then you bring it to me before the council reconvenes at dawn." Ward looked at Mira. "And you stop pretending this is about clearing your name. The assembly is tomorrow night. Seraphine is going to trigger a massacre, and you cannot stop her by following breadcrumbs." "I know." "Then move." The old evidence wing was a building Mira had walked through 100 times. She knew its corridors, its interrogation rooms, the smell of its recycled air and the crack of its fluorescent lights. She had never known it had a sub-basement. The stairwell door was locked with a mechanism that predated her entire career. Calder slid Ward's card through the reader, and the lock released with a sound like stone grinding against stone. The stairs descended 3 flights below the ground floor. The air grew colder. The light shifted from fluorescent yellow to something older, dimmer, fed by bulbs that had been burning for decades. The terminal room was at the bottom. A single metal door with no window, no handle, only a recessed panel that required both the key card and a code. Calder entered the code without hesitating. Mira watched him. "You knew this existed." "I knew there were old routing systems beneath the authority. I did not know where the terminal room was until Ward described it." He pushed the door open. "There are many secrets in this building. I do not have all of them." The room was small. A single table, a terminal screen, a rack of servers that hummed with the sound of cooling fans. Dust coated every surface except the keyboard, which had been used recently. Jay slid into the chair and began working. His fingers moved across the keyboard with the speed of familiarity. Upload trace was routed through a proxy chain, 3 layers. First one bounces to a residential address in Greyhaven. Second one routes through a dormant terminal in the council liaison office. The third layer? Jay paused. That is strange. The third layer routes to an internal authority address that was decommissioned 12 years ago. No one should be able to access it. Someone did. Yeah. Jay pulled up a directory structure. Someone reactivated the old routing protocols using a backdoor credential. The system treats it as a ghost session. No user 499 attached. Can you trace the credential source? I can try, but the trail is cold unless we can cross-reference it against the old person on the database. He looked up. That database was supposed to be destroyed when the accord was signed. Calder stepped closer to the terminal. It was not destroyed. It was moved. Where? Beneath the old central transit yard, the same facility Seraphine has been using for 40 years. Mira felt the air leave her lungs. Raynor's territory. Raynor's archive. Calder's voice was soft. He left behind a dead man release tied to public transit security. If we activate it, the system locks down every corridor, every tunnel, every access point connected to the assembly hall's transit grid. And that stops the massacre. That gives us control of the terrain. Seraphine expects to use the tunnels for her staged violence. If we seal them, we force her to adapt. Mira looked at the terminal, at the data stream Jay was pulling from the old routing system, at the clock on the wall. How do we activate the release? Calder did not answer immediately. When he spoke, his voice was careful. It requires a manual override at the transit security hub beneath the assembly hall. The hub logs every access. Activating the release will flag both of our credentials in the system. We disappear from official oversight. For several hours, anyone watching the authorities' internal tracking will see us go dark. They will assume we have abandoned the investigation. Mira understood. That is exactly what Seraphine wants us to look like, which is why we do it anyway. Calder met her gaze. We stop pretending we can fight this from inside the system. We go off-grid, activate the release, and meet Seraphine on ground she did not choose. Jay's hands stopped moving. I have something. What? The third layer trace. It does not resolve to a person. He turned the screen toward them. It resolves to a timer. Mira looked at the display, a countdown clock. 27 hours, 51 minutes, 32 seconds. The same timer as the assembly, she said. Someone triggered the upload loop to coincide with the massacre. When the timer hits 0, the edited footage pushes to every channel simultaneously. Every news outlet, every authority terminal, every public feed. Mira's pulse hammered in her throat. Can you stop it? I can pause the routing protocol. That buys us time. But the loop is embedded in the old transit security system. Jay looked at Calder. The same system your dead man release controls. Calder straightened. His face was pale, but his voice did not waver. Then we go to the transit hub. We activate the release. And we stop this before the timer reaches 0. Mira reached for her coat. The terminal room door sealed behind them as they stepped into the dark corridor. 27 hours until the assembly. One chance to go dark, and a timer counting down to a massacre neither of them could afford to let arrive. Chapter 47. The corridor smelled of dust and old copper, the same metallic tang that clung to every sealed space in the authorities' forgotten architecture. Calder stopped at a door with no handle, only a recessed panel painted over 3 times in different shades of institutional gray. He pressed his palm flat against the surface. A lock clicked somewhere inside the wall. How did you know that was here? I mapped every unused access point in this building 20 years ago. He pushed the door open. I did not expect to use most of them. The room beyond was small, a cot against one wall, a sink, a terminal that looked older than Mira's career. No windows. A single lamp on the floor threw long shadows across the ceiling. She stepped inside. The door sealed behind them with the same soft click. They stood 3 feet apart. The room had no space for distance. Calder lowered himself onto the edge of the cot. His hand went to his ribs, where the chemical wound had stopped weeping but still pulled at his movements. The skin beneath his shirt had taken on a faint gray undertone that the lamplight softened but did not hide. Mira stayed standing. She could feel the walls pressing in, not from claustrophobia but from the weight of everything they had not said. 27 hours, she said. 26 now. She watched his hand press against the wound. That is not healing. It is healing, slowly. The compound in the bullet was designed to slow regeneration, not stop it. Designed by who? Someone who knew what I am. He looked up at her. There are very few people who have that information and want me dead. Seraphine. Seraphine has access to the records, but the design itself requires knowledge of vampire cellular chemistry that most council members lack. Mira heard what he was not saying. Someone on the inside helped her build it. Someone helped her build everything. The compound, the turning protocol, the tunnel system. I have been trying to identify the architect for 40 years. 40 years. That is how long I have known something was wrong. His voice was quiet. I watched the signs, budget anomalies, personnel transfers to facilities that should not have existed, and I did nothing because I could not prove the pattern. Mira sat down on the floor across from him. The concrete was cold through her jeans. She pulled her knees up and wrapped her arms around them. You watched Lena get taken? She said. Yes. You watched her get turned. I did not know it was happening until it was too late. By the time I confirmed the facility, she was already processed. Mira closed her eyes. The echo of Lena's voice on the recording played through her memory, calm and measured and afraid. Why did you not tell me? Calder was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice carried the careful weight of someone who had rehearsed the answer 100 times. Because telling you would have given you a target without a weapon. You would have stormed the conspiracy alone, and you would have died before you reached the first door. I am not that reckless. You are when it comes to Lena. He met her gaze. I have watched you for 7 generations of your bloodline, Mira. I know what you are willing to sacrifice when someone you love is in danger. The words hung between them. 7 generations. She had stopped flinching at the number, but the weight of it still pressed against her ribs. Did you watch my mother die? Calder's jaw tightened. Yes. Did you stop it? No. She had known the answer. She had known it the moment she asked, but hearing him say it felt like a door closing somewhere deep in her chest. Lena asked about you, he said. When they brought her to St. Bridget, she asked if you were coming. Mira's throat closed. I told her the truth. I said I did not know. Mira dug her fingernails into her palms. What did she say? She said to tell you she was not angry. Caldwell's voice dropped. She said to tell you she chose to walk into the clinic, that she knew what it meant, and she did it anyway because she wanted to find the truth about what ran in your family. The air left the room. Every breath she had been holding since the moment Lena disappeared came out in a single, raw exhale. She knew. She knew the clinic was dangerous. She did not know the full extent of the operation, but she knew enough to make the choice. Mira pressed her forehead against her knees. The anger she had carried for 4 years felt like a wall she had built around herself, and something was cracking it from the inside. When she looked up, Calder was watching her with an expression she could not name. Not pity, not guilt, something raw. I should have told you sooner, he said. Yes, you should have, but I would make the same choice again. If I had told you 4 years ago, you would have burned yourself down trying to find her, and you would not be here now. And being here now matters. It matters to me. His voice cracked on the last word, a crack so small she would have missed it if she had not been listening for the shape of his restraint. She stood, walked to the cot, sat down beside him, close enough that her shoulder brushed his arm. He went still, the way he always did when she closed the distance, like he was afraid movement would break the moment. I am not going to burn myself down, she said. I know. I am going to find her, and I am going to stop Seraphine, and then I am going to figure out what the hell I feel about you. He turned his head. His eyes were dark in the low light, carrying the weight of centuries she would never fully understand. You do not have to figure it out now. I know. She lifted her hand and touched his face. Her fingers traced the line of his jaw, the tension in his cheek, the faint stubble that had grown in the hours since they had slept. "But I want to." He closed his eyes, leaned into her palm. The room was silent. The timer was still counting down somewhere in the dark, and for a single stretch of seconds, Mira let herself feel the shape of what they might become if they survived the night. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. She pulled it out, Ward's name on the screen. She answered without speaking. "Seraphine has moved the assembly target." Ward's voice was thin, frayed. "She is not waiting for the public event. She is hitting the pre-assembly security briefing in 4 hours. Every authority lead, every council liaison, every security head in the city will be in that room." Mira's hand dropped from Calder's face. "The timer was a decoy," Ward said. "The footage push is to distract us while she takes out command and control. We have 3 hours and 40 minutes to stop her." Chapter 48. The unmarked sedan ate the kilometers between the hills and the city center, streetlights flickering past in long white streaks. Mira kept her eyes on the road ahead, but her attention was split between the dashboard clock and the weight of Calder's presence in the passenger seat. 3 hours and 17 minutes. The city rose around them as they descended from the northern ridge, glass towers catching the last of the sunset in fractured orange lines. Civic Hall dominated the eastern skyline, its brutalist concrete shoulders hunched against the harbor wind. Every window blazed with light. "Security posture?" Mira asked. 48 authority personnel on rotation, 12 council liaisons, 4 Vampire House representatives, 230 invited guests for the security briefing alone. Calder's voice was flat, clinical. "The public assembly draws another 3,000. 3,000 civilians Seraphine is willing to sacrifice." "Not sacrifice, weaponize." He turned to look at her. 3,000 witnesses to the moment the accord breaks. Mira pulled the sedan into a service lane 2 blocks from the hall. Calder had chosen the approach, a maintenance access feeding into the building's sublevel without passing through the main security checkpoint. They would not be on the official manifest. They would not appear on any log. She killed the engine. The silence rushed in. "We walk in clean," she said. "No weapons visible, no authority credentials. We find the security briefing room, assess the layout, and look for anything that does not belong. And if we find Seraphine's people already in position, then we adapt." Calder studied her in the gray interior light. "You have a plan beyond adaptation?" "I have a theory." Mira reached for the door handle. Every murder scene she staged followed a specific arrangement. The benches, the sightline angles. It was never random infringement. She builds her violence like architecture. "You think she has applied the same pattern to the hall?" "I think she has been training us to read her language so we would recognize it when she finally wrote the sentence." She stepped out of the sedan. The service door was unlocked. They moved through the sublevel in silence, past storage rooms and electrical panels, following Calder's memorized map of the building's skeleton. The old transit security hub was 2 floors below the main concourse. The security briefing was 3 floors above. Mira stopped at a junction where the corridor opened into a wider service bay. Overhead, the rumble of footsteps crossed a metal walkway. Voices drifted down. "Checking every bag at the east entrance now. Council wants the vampire delegates separated from the human press corps." "That's going to look like segregation." "Council wants it anyway." The footsteps faded. Mira pressed herself against the wall and listened to the building breathe. Ventilation fans cycled. Water pipes groaned. Somewhere above, the Accord's future was sitting in folding chairs, waiting for a speech that would never come. Calder touched her wrist. "East maintenance stairs," he murmured. 2 levels up. We can reach the observation gallery above the briefing room without crossing the main floor." She followed. The stairs were narrow, caged in wire mesh that clattered softly with every step. Mira counted doors as they passed. Sub-basement 2, sub-basement 1, ground level. Calder paused at the ground floor landing, hand hovering above the push bars. The gallery entrance is 16 meters down the main corridor, directly past the secondary security checkpoint. "They will flag us. They will flag me." He looked at her. "I am the vampire liaison the council has been told to arrest. You are the detective who vanished from the investigation. 2 targets for the price of 1. Then we do not use the corridor. Mira turned and studied the wall beside the stairwell door. A ventilation grill, 2 meters up, bolted into the concrete frame. She climbed the railing, braced her boots against the mesh, and ripped the first bolt with her fingers. It gave. The second bolt was rusted, but the metal frame groaned and released. She pulled the grill free and looked into the dark shaft beyond. "Through here," she said. Calder's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "You have done this before." "I grew up in buildings like this. My father used to lock me out of the house. I learned alternate entry points." She did not wait for his response. She hauled herself into the shaft, the metal cold through her jacket, and began to crawl. The ventilation system branched at regular intervals, each junction marked with faded labels. Mira followed the main trunk, counting intersections, listening for the change in air pressure that would signal the briefing room's proximity. She found the grill above the observation gallery. The room below was vast. Rows of chairs faced a raised dais, where a human woman in authority dress blues was testing a microphone. Council liaisons clustered near the side exits. Vampire House representatives sat in a segregated section, their stillness marking them as clearly as any signage. Mira counted security positions. 4 visible at the main entrance, 2 flanking the dais, 1 at each side door. The vampire delegates had their own detail, 3 guards in civilian clothes with the flat watchfulness of professional muscle. Everything looked correct. That was the problem. "Where is it?" she breathed. Calder shifted beside her, peering through the grill. "Where is what?" "The pattern." Every victim she placed followed a specific arrangement. The benches, the sight lines, the way the body was positioned to be seen from a particular angle. Mira scanned the room again. There is nothing here. Perhaps just changed tactics. "No, she is showing off. She wants us to recognize the work." Mira pressed her forehead against the grill. "She told us the lantern vault was a phase, not a place. She told us she had already finished bloodline indexing. She told us she was moving to the next stage." "And what stage is that?" Mira closed her eyes. The geometry of the first crime scene. 3 benches in a triangle. The strangled woman at the apex, the feeding victim to the left, the vampire shot with anti-vampire rounds to the right. Each position chosen for maximum visibility from a single vantage point. The vantage point where Mira had stood. She opened her eyes. "The killer is not in the room," she said. "The killer is watching the room, from the position where they can see every section at once." Calder went still. "The press gallery." Mira looked up. The observation gallery they were crouched in was one of 3. The other 2 flanked the opposite wall, identical grills covering identical shafts. But above the dais, set into the ceiling like a glass tumor, hung a 4th position. The press booth. A single figure stood at the glass, silhouetted against the lights. "It is not a massacre," Mira said. "It is a provocation. She will hurt someone from the human delegation, someone from the vampire delegation, and have evidence that makes both sides believe the other struck first. The killing itself is secondary. The positioning is the weapon." As she spoke, the figure in the press booth raised a hand. Not a wave, a signal. Somewhere below, a door opened. Chapter 49. The door below opened onto the lower concourse. Mira did not see who stepped through. She saw the result. A flash of white light swallowed the briefing room's west wall, followed by a concussion wave that lifted chairs, bodies, and a section of the dais into the air before the sound caught up. The goom hit the observation gallery a heartbeat later. Metal screamed. Glass somewhere shattered. The grill beneath Mira's hands vibrated hard enough to bruise her palms. Below, the briefing room was no longer a room. It was a crater filled with smoke, debris, and people who had been standing a second ago and were now not standing at all. Someone was screaming. Then, a lot of people were screaming. Mira pushed off the grill and dropped into the gallery. Calder landed beside her, already reaching for the door. "The lower concourse," he said. The blast came from below the briefing room. The structural floor between them collapsed. "How do you know that?" "Because I have been in this building for 400 years. The foundation plans did not change." They hit the corridor at a sprint. The hall's lower level was a smoke-choked ruin. Emergency lights flickered through the haze, casting everything in a jaundiced yellow wash. Bodies lay scattered across the broken tiles. Some moved, some did not. Mira counted 2 human authority officers and 1 vampire house delegate in the immediate blast radius. The vampire was already healing, the wound in his chest sealing as he tried to push himself upright. The human officers were not healing. One of them had a piece of rebar through her thigh. "Calder," Mira pointed. "The human delegation's staging room. If there was a second device, he was already moving." 3 minutes. If I am not back, assume the concourse. She did not ask what that meant. She did not have to. They split. Mira dropped to her knees beside the wounded officer and pressed her hands over the femoral artery. The woman's eyes were glassy, her mouth moving without sound. The rebar had missed the main vessel by half an inch. Half an inch in the other direction, and she would have been dead before the smoke cleared. "Stay with me," Mira said. "I need you to stay with me." The officer's hand found Mira's wrist. Squeezed. Weak. Someone was shouting nearby. A human council liaison with blood running from his ear, screaming at a vampire guard about accountability. The guard's face was stone, but his hands were shaking. Mira looked around for Jay. He had been in the East Gallery, tracking the timer. She could not see him through the smoke. Her phone vibrated. She pulled it from her pocket, still pressing down on the officer's artery. A notification from an unknown number. Attachment: Emergency Alert Assembly.mp4. She did not open it. She already knew what it would show. Instead, she looked up at the press booth. The glass was intact. The figure was gone. But the door beside the booth was open, and a dark shape was moving through it. Mira shoved her weight into the wounded officer's thigh, hard enough to make the woman gasp. "I will be back." She pushed to her feet and ran. The corridor behind the press booth was empty. No bodies, no debris. Just a long, straight hallway with emergency lights along the ceiling and a single door at the far end, still swinging. Mira cleared the corner with her weapon up. A figure stood at the end of the hall, small, fast, dressed in dark clothing that absorbed the emergency lights. The figure was holding something in its right hand, a slim black case that caught the glow. The courier. Mira raised the weapon. "Stop. Threshold authority. Drop the case and put your hands where I can see them." The figure did not stop. It turned, ran through the door at the end of the hall, and vanished into the stairwell beyond. Mira followed. She hit the stairwell door at a dead sprint and found herself in a service corridor that branched in 3 directions. The middle branch led to the loading bay, the left to the transit platform, the right to the maintenance sublevels. The echo of footsteps came from the middle branch. Mira took it. The loading bay was a cavernous space filled with parked vans, stacked pallets, and the chemical smell of exhaust. The bay door was open, letting in the wet night air. A Dart sedan sat idling near the ramp, its engine low and patient. The courier was halfway to the sedan, the black case still in hand. Mira fired a warning shot into the concrete beside the car. The courier stumbled, dropped the case, and kept running. The sedan's door opened. A hand reached out, grabbed the courier, and pulled them inside. The sedan accelerated up the ramp before the door was fully closed. Mira ran to the spot where the case had fallen. It was gone, but something else lay on the concrete. A small metal disc about the size of a coin, etched with a symbol she had seen before, the crescent, and beside it, an open hand. Mira picked it up. The metal was warm, as if it had been held recently. The reverse side bore an inscription worn nearly smooth by age, 3 words: Lantern Vault Keep. Her phone vibrated again. She looked down. A new message from the same unknown number. "The timer is not stopped. It is just showing you a different dial." Below the text, a link to a live feed. She opened it. The feed showed the assembly hall, not from the press booth, from somewhere lower, closer to the dais. The camera angle was wrong from any fixed position, which meant it was a body cam or a phone held by someone in the room. The timer in the corner read 23:17 and 42 seconds, and beside it, a second counter, 0:02 and 38 seconds. Someone else was about to die. Mira turned and ran back toward the assembly hall, the metal disc burning in her palm. Calder's comm silent. and 2 minutes and 38 seconds to find the next body before it found her. Chapter 50. Mira hit the assembly hall at a sprint, the metal disc still burning in her palm, the second counter in her head reading 0:01 and 42 seconds. The hall had changed. What had been controlled panic was now fracturing into something worse. The human council liaison was still screaming, his voice cracking as he pointed at the vampire guard who had done nothing. A cluster of vampire delegates had formed a tight circle near the dais, their postures predatory, their eyes tracking every movement from the human side. The wounded officer Mira had left was still on the floor. Someone had tied a tourniquet above the rebar wound. The officer's eyes were open, focused, alive. But the timer was still counting. Mira scanned the hall. The body cam feed had shown the assembly from a low angle near the dais. She pushed through the crowd, shoving past a human aide who was trying to usher delegates toward the exits. 0:01 and 8 seconds. She saw him. A man in a dark suit, standing near the dais steps, one hand pressed to his chest as if checking for a heartbeat. His face was pale, his mouth open, his eyes fixed on something only he could see. Mira recognized him. One of the human trade delegates. She had seen his photograph in the briefing packet. He was trembling. 0:00 and 47 seconds. She reached him as his knees buckled, caught him before he hit the floor. His skin was cold, his pulse thready and too fast. "Help me," she said, not to anyone in particular. "I need a medic, now." The vampire guard from earlier broke from his position. He was at her side in 3 strides, lifting the delegate's weight without effort. "Tourniquet," Mira said. "Wound above the left knee, looks like a fragment." The guard's hands moved with practiced precision. He found the bleeder, clamped it, wrapped a strip of torn fabric around the thigh, and twisted. 0:00 and 12 seconds. The delegate's eyes rolled back. 0:00 and 4 seconds. 0:00 and 3 seconds. 0:00 and 2 seconds. 0:00 and 1 seconds. 0:00. Nothing. No explosion, no gunshot, no scream. The timer hit 0 and nothing happened. Mira let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. The delegate was still alive. The guard had stopped the bleeding. The second death had not come. But someone had meant it to. She looked up at the press booth, still empty, the door beside it still open. The courier was gone. The case was gone. The sedan was gone. But the disc was still in her hand, the crescent and the open hand. Lantern vault. She turned, looking for Ward. The director was at the far end of the hall, flanked by 2 authority security officers, her voice cutting through the noise. She was ordering the exits sealed, the wounded triaged, the delegates separated by faction before someone made a mistake that could not be walked back. "Voss," Ward's voice found her across the chaos. "Report." Mira crossed to her. The guard was carrying the delegate toward the medical station. The timer had stopped. The hall was still standing. "Second timer," Mira said. "I found him. Delegate from the Human Trade Council. Fragment wound to the thigh. He is alive." Ward's face did not change, but something in her shoulders shifted. Relief, perhaps, or the briefest pause before the next blow. "The bomb was planted in the ventilation system beneath the lower concourse," Ward said, "set to detonate when someone stepped through a specific door. The killer knew the security rotation, knew exactly when the corridor would be empty. Which means someone inside the building set the charge, or someone outside with detailed schematics and real-time intelligence." Ward's eyes flicked to Mira's hand. "What is that?" Mira held up the disc. Ward's face went still. "Where did you find it?" "Loading bay. The courier dropped it during extraction. It was inside a black case I did not recover." Ward took the disc, turned it over. Read the inscription. "Lantern Vault Keep." "I have never seen this symbol," she said, "but I know the name." "Lantern Vault," Mira said. Lena mentioned it in her recording. "A phase, a designation, not a place." "It is both." Ward's voice was low. "Before the Accord, there was a sealed records facility beneath the old customs archive at the waterfront. It was called the Lantern Vault. I thought it was destroyed when the treaty was signed." "You thought wrong." Ward handed the disc back. Her fingers lingered on the metal for a moment longer than necessary. "Someone is keeping it alive," she said, "and they want you to know it." Mira's phone vibrated. She pulled it from her pocket. A message from an unknown number. No text, just an attachment. She opened it. A single photograph. The lantern vault. Not the symbol on the disc, the actual place. A corridor lined with sealed doors, old iron, damp walls, and at the far end, a figure standing in silhouette. The figure was too far away to identify, but the posture was familiar. The hand raised in greeting, the open palm pressed to the chest. Mira looked up. Ward was watching her. "Who is sending you those messages?" "I do not know yet," Mira said, "but they know where the vault is. And they want me to follow." "Then do not." "You told me to find the truth. I told you to survive long enough to use it." Ward's voice was hard. "There is a difference." A security officer approached, her face tight. "Director, emergency council meeting. They are calling for a vote." "On what?" "Suspension of Calder Voss's liaison authority, removal of Detective Voss from active status, surrender of all case materials by sunrise." Ward closed her eyes for a fraction of a second. "Who is moving the motion?" "A block of 6 council members, 3 human, 3 vampire. They are calling it a temporary measure to preserve public trust." Ward opened her eyes. They were flat, controlled. "It is not temporary. They are burning the investigation to save themselves." She turned to Mira. "Where is Calder?" "He went to check the human delegation's staging room for a second device. His comm went silent before the blast." Ward's jaw tightened. "Find him. Meet me in the East Annex garage in 20 minutes. If the council votes to seize the case materials before sunrise, I need you and Calder out of the building before the order arrives." "And if they vote before we reach you?" Ward did not answer. She turned and walked toward the emergency stairs, the security officer falling in beside her. Mira stood alone in the chaos, the disc still in her hand, the photograph still on her phone, and Calder's silence pressing against her chest like a second timer she could not see. She ran toward the staging room. The door was closed. She pushed it open. The room was empty. No Calder, no body, no blood, just a single piece of paper on the table, a hand-drawn map. And at the center, 3 words written in a script she recognized. Lantern Vault Keep, the crescent and the open hand. And beneath it, a single line. "We have him." Mira's hand tightened around the disc. The metal was warm again. Chapter 51. The staging room door was still swinging. Mira stood in the empty space, the map in her hand, the disc warm against her palm, Calder's silence pressing through her chest like a blade she could not pull free. She had 20 minutes to reach Ward. She had 0 leads on where they had taken him. The photograph on her phone showed a corridor of sealed doors and damp iron. The map on the table showed the same layout, hand-drawn, the route marked in ink toward a chamber labeled Keep at the far end of the Lantern Vault complex. Whoever left it wanted her to follow. She folded the map, pocketed it, and turned toward the door. The corridor outside the staging room had filled with authority personnel. Medics moved past with stretchers. Security officers coordinated evacuation routes. Council liaisons stood in tight clusters, voices low, phones pressed to ears. None of them looked at her. She was already a ghost in the building. Mira moved through the chaos toward the East Annex, keeping her pace controlled. Every instinct told her to run. Every survival reflex told her that running would draw eyes she could not afford. She reached the stairwell and descended. The East Annex garage was half empty. Emergency lights painted the concrete in pale amber. At the far end, Ward stood beside an unmarked sedan, her phone pressed to her ear, her free hand pressed to her brow. She lowered the phone when she saw Mira. "Where is Calder?" "Gone. They left a map. Lantern Vault Keep, the same symbol from the disc." Ward's face went still. "How long?" "Minutes before the blast." His comm went silent. No blood, no struggle, just the map and a note. Ward stared at her for a long moment. Then she turned and opened the sedan's rear door. "We need to move. The council vote will pass within the hour. If we are still in the building when it does, every piece of evidence we recovered becomes property of the review committee." "And Calder?" Ward's jaw tightened. If they wanted him dead, they would have left a body. They took him alive. That means they want something. And that means we have time. Time is not a guarantee. No, but it is all we have. Mira stepped toward the sedan. The garage door began to rise. A pair of headlights cut through the amber glow. A black authority transport vehicle rolled down the ramp, blocking the exit. Ward stopped. What is this? The transport stopped. The driver's door opened. A woman in a formal authority coat stepped out, her face unreadable in the low light. Behind her, 2 armed officers emerged from the vehicle. Director Ward. The woman's voice was calm, practiced. I am here on direct authorization from the Emergency Council session. All evidence recovered by Detective Voss and Liaison Voss is to be transferred to the Review Committee for Independent Evaluation. On whose motion? Council Member Castell. Ward's expression did not change, but her shoulders tightened. The evidence is in active use in an ongoing investigation. You have no authority to seize it. The council disagrees. The woman held up a tablet. Signed authorization. 6 council members, 3 human, 3 vampire. Effective immediately. Ward did not move. Mira stepped forward. Show me the authorization. The woman's eyes flicked to her. Detective Voss, you are named in the order. All materials recovered from the St. Bridget compound, the Northern Hills facility, and the assembly hall are to be surrendered within the hour. I want to see the signatures. The woman held out the tablet. Mira took it, scanned the document. 6 signatures. 3 human council members she recognized, 3 vampire representatives she had seen at the gala. The dates were clean, the formatting was standard, but the authorization code at the bottom was wrong. Jay, Mira said, not looking up. Jay emerged from behind the sedan, his phone already in his hand. What am I looking for? The authorization code. Cross-reference it against the emergency protocol log. The woman's expression flickered. That is not necessary. The order is valid. Then it will hold up to verification. Jay's fingers moved across the screen. The garage was silent except for the hum of the transport's engine. He looked up. The code is from a decommissioned authorization block. It was invalidated 3 years ago. Mira turned to the woman. Who gave you this order? I am not at liberty to. You are standing in an active investigation, holding a forged authorization, attempting to seize evidence from a crime scene that has not been cleared. You will tell me who gave you the order, or I will have you detained for obstruction. The woman's composure cracked. A muscle twitched at her jaw. I answer to the council. Which council member? She did not answer. Mira stepped closer. Which council member issued the order? The woman's hand moved toward her coat pocket. Jay's phone went still. Mira. She did not look away from the woman. What? The authorization code traces back to a terminal in the council liaison office. The same terminal that uploaded the edited footage. The woman's hand stopped. Mira saw the calculation in her eyes. The moment when she realized she had been caught in a lie she had not known was a lie. I was told the order was clean, she said. By how? The woman did not answer, but her eyes flicked upward, toward the building, toward the floor where the council liaison office sat. Mira held her gaze. Jay, call Ward's office. Tell them we have a contamination breach in the evidence chain, and the seizure order needs to be quarantined until the authorization can be verified. Jay was already dialing. The woman took a step back. You are making a mistake. No. Mira held up the tablet. You made the mistake the moment you carried that order without checking the code. Now you get to answer for it. She turned to Ward. We have maybe 10 minutes before someone above Castile kills this quarantine. I need you to hold the evidence room until I get there. Ward nodded once. Mira walked past the woman, past the transport, toward the stairwell. Behind her, the garage door began to close. She did not look back. Her phone vibrated. A single message from an unknown number. The seizure was never about the evidence. She stopped. A second message. It was about clearing the room so they could move him. Chapter 52. The garage lights flickered as Mira read the message a second time. It was about clearing the room so they could move him. She turned the phone toward Ward. The director's face went still, the kind of stillness that preceded violence or surrender. and Mira could not tell which was coming. They knew we would catch the forgery, Mira said. They counted on it. The seizure was never meant to succeed. It was meant to hold us here while they transferred Calder somewhere we cannot follow. Ward's jaw tightened. Then we move now, before they seal the second route. But the stairwell door behind them opened before either of them could take a step. 3 figures emerged. 2 in authority security uniforms, the third in a tailored gray suit that did not belong to the night shift. The woman in the suit carried a tablet and a folder thick enough to suggest preparation that predated the evening's chaos. Detective Voss. Her voice was flat, bureaucratic, stripped of inflection. I am Senior Counsel Harrow, Office of Internal Oversight. I need you to come with me. Mira did not move. I am in the middle of an active abduction response. This takes precedence. There is no precedence that puts paperwork above a liaison officer taken in the middle of a bombing. Harrow's expression did not shift. There is when the liaison officer in question is the subject of a conflict of interest investigation, and the detective defending him is the one who filed the original complaint against his conduct 4 years ago. The words landed like a blade slipped between ribs. Mira felt Ward's gaze on her, felt Jay's silence from behind the sedan. I filed that complaint when I believed he was obstructing my sister's case. And now you are living with him in a sealed authority safe house, defending him publicly and refusing to surrender evidence that would clear your name of conspiracy charges. Harrow held up the folder. The council has questions about the nature of your relationship with Liaison Voss. Questions that require answers before you can continue to operate as an active investigator. Mira's hands stayed steady. Her voice stayed flat. You are suspending me. I am inviting you to cooperate with an internal review. If you refuse, I am authorized to suspend you pending a full conflict of interest hearing. Ward stepped forward. This is a distraction. Calder Voss was taken by the same people who bombed the assembly. Every minute we spend on internal process is a minute they use to move him. Harrow did not look at her. Director Ward, you are not the subject of this inquiry. I would advise you to let the process run. Mira understood then. The accusation was not about evidence. It was not about procedure. It was about making her choose, fight for Calder and lose her badge, or keep the badge and let the system decide his fate without her. She thought of the map on the staging room table, the hand-drawn route to Lantern Vault Keep, the note that said, "We have him." She thought of Calder's face in the sealed room, the way his voice cracked when he told her about her mother. 20 minutes, she said. Harrow tilted her head. Excuse me? I will give you 20 minutes, in a closed room, with counsel present. You ask your questions, I answer them, and then I walk out and continue the investigation. That is not how internal reviews worked. That is how this one works, or you get nothing. No cooperation, no statement, no explanation for why a forged authorization was served by a council office that is now implicated in evidence tampering and conspiracy to commit murder. Harrow's eyes flickered, a crack in the bureaucratic mask. You are threatening me. I am giving you a choice. Mira stepped closer. You can take my 20 minutes and have something to report to whoever sent you. Or you can try to detain me and explain to the press tomorrow why the detective who stopped the assembly bombing was handcuffed while her partner was being trafficked through a sealed facility. The silence stretched. Harrow looked at her tablet, looked at the folder. Then she turned and walked toward the stairwell. Conference room 3, 20 minutes. Starting now. Mira followed. The room was small, gray walls, a table bolted to the floor, recording equipment in the ceiling that Mira knew would not be active, because nothing in this building was ever truly recorded when it mattered. Harrow sat across from her. No notary, no second counsel, just the folder and the tablet and the flat bureaucratic face. When did your relationship with Liaison Voss transition from professional to personal? Mira did not blink. Define personal. Physical intimacy, emotional dependence, any conduct that exceeds the standard partner protocol for a joint human-vampire investigation. We were confined to a safe house under sealed protocol for 12 days. We shared meals. We shared threat assessments. We shared a crime scene that tried to kill us. She held Harrow's gaze. If you want to call that personal, you will have to explain why the Office of Internal Oversight did not file a conflict notice the moment Ward ordered the lockdown. Harrow's pen moved across the page. You defended him at the emergency council session. You refused to surrender the ledgers. You threatened a council member with prosecution. I threatened a council member who framed my partner for murder. Your partner? Harrow looked up. That is the second time you have used that word. The authority does not assign vampire liaisons as permanent partners to human detectives. You are not a team. You are a temporary operational pairing that has now exceeded its mandate. Mira felt the shape of the trap. This was not about rules. It was about severing her from Calder legally, procedurally, before she could follow the map. If you suspend me, she said, you hand the conspiracy exactly what they want. No one left to trace the lantern vault. No one left to connect the bombing to the council office. Harrow closed the folder. Detective Voss, the council is not afraid of the lantern vault. They are afraid of what you will do when you find it. She stood. You are suspended pending review. Your badge, your weapon, and your case files are to be surrendered to Director Ward by sunrise. If you violate the suspension, you will be detained. Mira sat motionless as Harrow walked out. The door clicked shut. The room hummed with the sound of the ventilation system. She looked at her hands on the table, steady, cold. The hands of a woman who had spent 4 years not feeling anything she could not control. The phone vibrated. A single message from the unknown number. The suspension is not the end of the investigation. It is the beginning of years. She read it twice. Then she stood, opened the door, and walked back toward the garage. Chapter 53. The garage was empty. Mira stood at the edge of the yellow-stained concrete and watched the space where the Black Authority transport had blocked the ramp. Harrow was gone. The officers were gone. The sedan remained, engine cold, Ward's coat still folded across the passenger seat. She walked past it, down the ramp, through the service door that led to the lower maintenance corridor, past the sealed junction where the old evidence wing branched into sub-basement levels that no one on the official floor plan remembered. The terminal room. She keyed the code. The door sighed open. Inside, the terminal hummed. The single bulb cast a low amber glow across the desk, the chair, the blank screen that still held traces of Jay's routing traces. The air moved stale and close, carrying the faint chemical tang of old machinery and dust held captive for decades. She closed the door behind her. The lock engaged. She stood in the center of the room, hands at sides, and let the silence settle around her like water. Her badge was still on her belt. Her weapon was still holstered. She had until sunrise to surrender them, and sunrise was 4 hours away. She was going to use every minute. The thought moved through her clean and sharp. She could do this alone. She had before. She had spent 4 years working cases without anyone at her back, without trusting anyone to cover the angles she could not see. She had made herself into a weapon with a single edge, and that edge had cut through every obstacle except the one that mattered. Lena. Calder. The two names sat in her chest like stones. Her sister, taken and altered and used as a template. Calder, taken and moved to a place called the Keep, alive because the conspiracy needed something from him. Alive because they wanted to use him the same way they used everyone. She thought of his face in the sealed room, the way his voice cracked when he told her about her mother, the way he had held himself back, every time, every night in the safe house, every moment alone in the dark, respecting a line she had drawn before she even knew he existed. She thought of the kiss they had never finished on the balcony, interrupted by a killing. She thought of the way he had looked at her in the staging room before he went to check the second door. I will find you. The words came out of her mouth before she knew she had spoken them. She turned toward the desk, pulled the chair out, and sat down at the terminal. Her fingers moved across the keys without hesitation, pulling up the routing logs, the transit grid map, the dead man release protocol Calder had shown her before the assembly. The screen glowed. She traced the routes. The old customs archive, the waterfront, the sealed facility beneath it that Ward had called the Lantern Vault, thought destroyed but still breathing. She traced the map the abductors had left, the route to the Keep. She was mapping an insertion path when she heard the sound, a scrape, a shift. Behind the wall panel to her left, her hand moved to her weapon. The panel pushed inward, revealing a narrow darkness that smelled of concrete and old metal. A figure stepped through. Calder. He looked hollowed out, shadows carved deep under his eyes, his collar dark with what might have been blood or oil. His coat was torn at the shoulder, His hands were empty. He saw her and stopped. "Mira." The word came out raw, not tired, but stripped of pretense. She stood. She did not ask how he had escaped. She did not need to. She grabbed her coat and walked toward the door, and she heard his footsteps fall in behind her, matching her pace without hesitation. We looked at a gentle. It was not careful. She pressed him back against the wall panel with her hands on his jaw, her fingers sliding into his hair, her body pushing into the space between his arms. She kissed him with everything she had held back for 12 days of confinement, for 4 years of blame, for every moment she had mistaken distance for strength. He made a sound against her mouth, not protest, not surrender. Something caught between surprise and hunger, and then his hands found her waist, her ribs, the curve of her spine, pulling her closer as if he was afraid she would vanish. The kiss lasted long enough to bruise, long enough for her to feel the controlled way he held himself back even now, the tremor in his fingers, the restraint in the way he did not press harder even though she could feel the want in his body like a current. She broke away, forehead against his, breath ragged. "You did not leave me," she said. "I promised you the truth." His voice was rough, barely steady. "I do not break my promises." She kissed him again, softer this time, tasting the edge of exhaustion and relief on something that tasted like fear, real fear, the kind he had been carrying for days and pretending did not exist. He held her through it. Her phone vibrated against her thigh. She pulled back. The screen lit, casting a pale glow across the dark room. One message, unknown number. Lena transport window, 347. Departure point, Customs Archive, North Gate. 13th truck in the convoy. You have 43 minutes. Below it, a single coordinates pane, and a crescent and open hand symbol, clean and deliberate. Mira looked at Calder. He looked at the screen. The clock on the terminal read 3:04, 43 minutes. She did not ask if he was coming. She did not need to. She grabbed her coat and walked toward the door, and she heard his footsteps fall in behind her, matching her pace without hesitation. Chapter 54. The sedan moved through the night like a blade, cutting through streets that had already started filling with emergency vehicles and press vans. Mira drove. Calder sat beside her, one hand pressed to his ribs where the fabric was dark and wet. She did not ask if he needed to stop. He would not have answered anyway. The coordinates from the unknown texter led them east, away from the waterfront and the old customs archive, toward a district the maps called Harbor Reach. Decommissioned shipping terminals, warehouses with collapsed roofs, a grid of concrete and rust that the city had abandoned decades ago and never reclaimed. Sabine's voice came through the sedan's speaker, thin and urgent. "I am at the North Junction. No convoy, no movement. The gate logs show a departure 30 minutes before the text reached you." "Then they moved early," Mira said. "Or the texter fed you a decoy." Mira's hands tightened on the wheel. She considered it. Every message from the unknown number had been accurate so far, but accuracy was not loyalty. Accuracy could be a longer game. "Check the secondary platform," Calder said. His voice was rough, stripped of the controlled cadence he usually carried. "The old freight transfer zone. If they staged a decoy departure, they would need a holding site within 5 minutes' drive." Sabine paused. "I do not have that on my map." "It will not be on the map. It was decommissioned before the Accord." Mira glanced at him. "How do you know about it?" "Because I helped build the routing system for this district." He did not look at her. 2 centuries ago, when it was still a working harbor. Sabine's voice returned. "I see it. Inactive rail spur, covered platform, no lights. Give me 4 minutes." The line went quiet. Mira kept driving. The streets narrowed as they entered Harbor Reach. Cobblestones gave way to cracked concrete. Streetlights stopped to District Berthy. Now the fanment bokes care a time I wouldn't despy about it. Someone had been a rumble against the shadow, on wet pavement, and the distant glitter of the bay. She pulled the sedan into the shadow of a collapsed warehouse and cut the engine. Calder was already out before she killed the headlights. They moved through the dark together, Mira with her weapon drawn, Calder with his hands empty but his body positioned between her and every open sightline. An instinct she had not asked for and could not argue with now. The platform appeared at the end of a rusted rail spur. It was a concrete slab, long and low, open to the sky on 3 sides. Chains hung from the ceiling struts, swaying slightly in the harbor wind. Medical restraints, still fastened, still dangling. Mira stopped at the edge of the platform. The echo hit her like a wave. She'd been bracing for it, but the force of it still drove a sharp breath from her lungs. Pain, layered and overlapping, the residue of a dozen subjects moved through this space in the past 6 hours. Not living pain, but the echo of it, compressed into the concrete and the rusted chains and the salt-stained air. She dropped to one knee. Mira. Calder was beside her, his hand on her shoulder, grounding but not stopping her. I need to see it. You need to breathe first. I need to see it. She let the echo take her. The platform snapped into focus the way it had been hours earlier. Lights, harsh and white, figures moving in precise choreography. She could not see faces, only postures and the emotional residue that clung to them. Fear from the subjects, clinical detachment from the handlers, and beneath it all, a current of urgency that tasted like burned copper. Lena had been here. Mira felt her in the texture of the echo, the specific frequency of her terror, different from the others. Lena's fear was not the fear of someone who did not know what was coming. It was the fear of someone who knew exactly what was coming and had been waiting for it. She is trying to slow them down. The thought surfaced from the echo itself, a pattern in the movements, a hesitation in the transport chain that did not match the clinical efficiency of the rest. Mira pushed deeper. She felt a second presence in the echo, distinct from the handlers. Someone working against the current, subtle enough to avoid detection, deliberate enough to leave traces. A splint that had been tampered with. A lock that had been set wrong, forcing a handler to stop and reset it. Someone inside the convoy was sabotaging the transport. The echo began to pull her under, the weight of a dozen terrors pressing against her chest like water filling a room. She pulled back, forcing herself up through the layers of pain until she was kneeling on the concrete again, gasping. Calder's hand stayed on her shoulder. Lena was here, she said. 3 hours ago at most. They moved through this platform, west toward the old customs line. Sabine's voice came through Calder's earpiece. I found the secondary platform, empty, but there is fresh blood on the restraints and a discarded boot that matches the subject records. Mira stood. Her legs were unsteady, but she did not let herself fall. There is someone inside the convoy, she said. Someone trying to slow the transport from within, tampering with restraints, misaligning locks. Calder's eyes met hers. Lena. I do not know, but someone is fighting back. Sabine's voice again. There is a third set of tracks leading west from the secondary platform, recently used. The rust is scraped clean. Mira was already moving. She did not wait for confirmation. She did not need it. The texter had given her a time and a location, but the real trail was here, written in the residue of Lena's fear and the deliberate pattern of a prisoner fighting not to be moved. She reached the sedan and slid into the driver's seat. Calder was beside her before the door closed. Sabine's coordinates appeared on her phone a moment later, a pin at the western edge of the harbor district where the old customs line met the water. Mira opened the throttle. The sedan tore through the dark streets, and behind them the platform chains swayed in the wind, empty now but still holding the shape of what had been den there, waiting for someone to come back and read the story written in the rust. You're top of the spiritly over getchers that she had just into the merm. Sabine's voice came through the speaker as Mira pulled the sedan onto a service road that ran parallel to the old customs line. Gravel and salt-crusted asphalt, the kind of surface that had not seen maintenance since before the Accord. There is something you need to know. Mira kept her eyes on the road. The headlights cut a narrow cone through the dark, illuminating nothing but rusted rail ties and the occasional slumped warehouse wall. Combined double trucks take up in the Palomter, fluck their Veneganalize. Calder has never told you the full extent of what he opposed. Mira's hands tightened on the wheel. He told me enough. His house monitored my bloodline. He watched my mother die. He watched Lena get taken and could not stop it. He spent 40 years tracking the conspiracy without proving it. He is Jokenvide. And it is what his expression wall I sawst, to a brone, as I, anyway left, for complete, but deserves now to sleep the mother flow and looks that stimishak breakfulness. Sabine's voice came through, steady and precise, the tone of someone who had spent decades learning to deliver hard truths without flinching. 37 years ago, before the accord was signed, the vampire houses held a closed council. Not the public one that writes the treaties. The real one. The one that decides what the public council will vote on before they ever see a document. Mira knew the type. Every institution had the hidden room where the actual decisions were made. There was a proposal, Sabine continued, backed by 3 of the oldest houses. They had identified families with latent echo site markers. Yours was one of 13 bloodlines on their list. The proposal was simple. Begin a controlled breeding program, monitor the markers across generations, and when the concentration reached a usable threshold, harvest the gift through regulated turning. Mira's stomach turned. They called it stewardship. I know what they called it. The vote was 7-5 in favor. Mira felt the words land like a physical weight. 7 houses had voted to treat her family like livestock. Calder was one of the 5. She looked at him again. He had not moved. His hand was still on his thigh, his face still turned toward the window. The proposal did not pass, Sabine said, because Calder did not just vote against it. He broke the block. He took the list of 13 bloodlines and threatened to release it to every human government within reach if a single marker was catalogued without consent. He told the 7 supporting houses that if they proceeded, he would personally ensure that every vampire who touched the program was exposed, tried, and executed under whatever law remained standing after the war. The sedan slowed. Mira did not realize she had eased off the throttle. He made enemies that night, Sabine said. Enemies he has been fighting ever since. The conspiracy you are chasing now, the one that took Lena, the one that has been turning gifted humans for decades. It exists because Calder stopped the first attempt. He delayed it by a generation. By the time the accord was signed, the houses who wanted the program had learned to hide it better. Mira's throat was dry. He never told me. Of course he did not. Telling you would mean admitting he has been fighting this war longer than you have been alive, and that he still lost. He lost your mother. He lost Lena. He has been losing for 40 years, and he cannot stand for you to see the shape of that failure. Sabine, Calder's voice again, tighter this time. Be quiet, Calder. You have had your turn to speak, and you chose to say nothing. Mira pulled the sedan to a stop at the edge of a collapsed bridge. The old customs line ended here, the tracks dropping into a sheer gap where the structure had buckled years ago. She killed the engine. The silence rushed in. Harbor wind, the distant groan of metal fiddling. She turned to face Calder. Is it true? He met her eyes. His were dark, jallowed by exhaustion and the wound that still wept beneath his coat. Yes. All of it? Every word. She searched his face for the evasion she had learned to expect, the careful distance, the withheld peace. She did not find it. Why did you not tell me? He was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was rough, scraped clean of the composure he usually wore like armor. Because I did not want you to know how many times I failed. You stopped them. I delayed them. There is a difference. He looked down at his hands. The program exists. Lena is proof of that. Your mother is dead because they wanted to know if the marker could be inherited. I watched her die and I could not stop it because I spent the first 40 years of this fight trying to win through politics and threats, and by the time I understood they would never stop, it was too late for everyone I was trying to protect. Mira's chest ached. She thought about the sealed room in the authority building, the cot, the sink, the terminal he had mapped 20 years ago. She thought about the way he checked windows without thinking, the way he never slept deeply, the way he had built a life around watching for threats that had already arrived. You were alone? She said. I made sure of it. If no one was close to me, no one could be used against me. And Lena? Chapter 56. She stood at the edge of the collapsed bridge, the metal disc cold in her palm, the concrete bunker a dark seam against the seawall 30 yards beyond the gap. Behind her, the sedan door hung open. Calder waited in the driver's seat, silent, watching her through the windshield like a man who had already said everything he could and was leaving the rest to her. The bunker door was steel, crusted with salt and rust, set flush into the concrete. No handle, no lock plate visible, just a seam where the metal met the wall and a recessed panel at shoulder height that might have been a reader once. She turned back to the sedan. Calder was already out of the car, standing at the hood, watching her with those dark, hollowed eyes. "The texter wants me to go in," she said. "I know. Jay needs to confirm what this place is before I walk into a sealed bunker with no backup." Calder pulled out his phone. "I can reach him on the secondary channel." She nodded, and he dialed. The line connected on the second ring. Jay's voice came through crackling with static, thin and stretched. "Tell me you are somewhere safe." "Harbor Edge, old customs line. There is a bunker built into the seawall that does not show on any modern map." Mira looked at the disc in her palm. "I think it is the entrance to Lantern Vault." Silence on the line, then the sound of keys moving fast. "I've been running those harbor codes all night. The old customs archive was decommissioned in 1989, supposedly sealed and abandoned, but the transit routing logs show regular power draw to a sublevel that should not exist. Consistent draw, monthly, for 35 years. That is the vault. It has to be." Jay paused. "But I cannot get you a sanctioned entry. The council already has 2 oversight officers in Ward Office. They are auditing every authorization she has signed in the past 72 hours. If she approves a crawl, it will hit her desk before you reach the door." Ward was being smothered from inside. Exactly what the conspiracy needed to keep Mira isolated. "Can she give me anything off the books?" "She already did." Jay's voice dropped. "I am sending you the sub-level schematics from the archive's original construction file. They are not complete, but they show a holding block beneath the records floor. 12 chambers, a central corridor, and a sealed room at the far end labeled Keep. The same word from the hand-drawn map. That matches the map they left with Calder's note. Then the vault is where they took him. But Mira, there is something else. The power draw spikes every 48 hours like clockwork. Refrigeration units, life support systems. Whatever is down there has been running continuously since the accord was signed. Lena, the other subjects, the machines keeping them alive for whatever Seraphine planned next. If I go in sanctioned, the council blocks me before I reach the door. If you go in illicit, there is no backup, no extraction, and no one coming for you if the vault seals behind you." She looked at the bunker, at the rusted steel door, at the seam where light did not penetrate. "What would you do, Jay?" "I would go in before dawn, and I would leave a breadcrumb trail so someone could find the bodies." The line went quiet. Mira ended the call and turned to Calder. "It is a sealed holding complex beneath the old customs archive. 12 chambers, a room called Keep at the far end, power draw consistent for 35 years, refrigeration and life support. That is where they kept them. And where they took you." She met his eyes. "You escaped. You know the layout better than anyone. I was in a transfer hold on the upper level, not the submerged block. I never reached Keep." His jaw tightened. "But I know the foundations. They were laid before the accord when the harbor was still a working port. The stone is old, the steel is older, and the doors were designed to hold things that did not want to be held." "Can we get in without a sanctioned entry?" He looked at the bunker, at the rusted door, at the reader panel that had been dead for decades. "I built part of this harbor 200 years ago. I know where the original service tunnels run. If there is a way in that does not use the main door, I will find it." Mira made her choice. She walked back to the sedan, opened the trunk, and pulled out the tactical flashlight and the knockdown from the weapons cabinet. She checked the magazine. Full. She tucked the gun into her jacket and clipped the flashlight to her belt. Then she pulled out the metal disc and held it up to the moonlight. The crescent and open hand symbol caught the silver light, worn but visible. The inscription beneath it read, "Lantern Vault," in letters so old they had nearly smoothed away. "What did you build down here, Calder?" He stepped up beside her, close enough that she felt the heat of his body through the cold air. A prison, a record, a warning. His voice was low, rough. "I thought if I sealed the evidence of what they tried to do, it would stay buried. I did not know they were still using it." "Using it for what?" He turned to face her. The moonlight carved shadows under his cheekbones, into the hollows beneath his eyes. "For the same thing they always wanted. Control of the bloodline, control of the gift, control of the future." Mira looked at the bunker, at the door that had been sealed for 35 years, at the seam where light did not penetrate. "Then we go in," she said. "We find Keep, we find Lena, and we burn this place down." She stepped toward the gap in the bridge and began looking for a way across. Behind her, Calder's voice stopped her. "Mira." She turned. He was standing at the edge of the headlight beam, one hand pressed to his ribs where the wound still wept, the other holding something she had not seen before. A key. Long, iron, blackened with age. "I built the door," he said. "We kept the key." The cliff is in her throat. She walked back to him, took the key from his hand and felt the weight of it. 40 years, 35 years of sealed doors, of secrets he had carried alone. "Show me," she said. He led her toward the bunker, and the key in her hand felt like the only truth left in the dark. The rusted reader panel on the door had no power, but beneath it, hidden by a crust of salt and corrosion, there was a narrow slot. Old. Built before electronic locks. Built for a key that had been forged when the harbor was still alive. She slid the iron key into the slot. It fit. The mechanism turned with a sound like stone grinding against stone, and the door swung inward on hinges that had not moved in decades. Beyond it, the dark waited. Cold. Still. Old. And from somewhere deep inside, a light pulsed once, twice, 3 times, then went dark again. Mira stepped through the door. The dark swallowed her. Behind her, Calder followed, and the door swung shut, sealing them both inside the place he had built to stop something he could not kill. Chapter 57. The door sealed behind them with a sound like a tomb, locking. Mira stood in absolute dark, the tactical flashlight still off, her breath loud in the narrow space. The air tasted of salt and rust, and something older, something that had been underground so long it had forgotten the surface. Beside her, Calder's breathing was slower, steadier, but she caught the faint hitch when he shifted weight, the wound at his ribs, the chemical weeps she had seen in the car. "Give me your hand," he said. She found his palm in the dark, his fingers closed around hers, warm despite the cold air, and he pulled her forward along a corridor she could not see. 3 steps, then a riser, then the corridor opens into the first chamber. She counted. 3 steps. Her boot found the riser. She stepped down into a space that felt larger, the echo of their movement spreading wider before it bounced back. The flashlight stayed off. "You know this layout by heart," she said. "I walked it when the concrete was still wet. I know every chamber, every access panel, every seam where the stone does not meet the steel the way it should." "Then you know where Keep is." A pause. His hand tightened on hers. "I know where it was supposed to be. I do not know what they have built around it since." Mira pulled the flashlight from her belt, but not turn it on. The dark pressed against her eyes, thick and waiting. "What did you build this place for, Calder? The truth, not the sealed record version." She felt him turn toward him in the dark, felt the weight of his attention shift. "I built it to hold evidence. Evidence that would have destroyed every vampire house that voted for the breeding program. Names, dates, blood samples, the original proposal documents, signed in the council's own hand." "Then why did you seal it?" "Because putting that evidence into the open would have started a war. Not between humans and vampires, between the houses themselves. I thought if I locked it away I could contain the damage. But they found it anyway." His silence was answer enough. Mira turned the flashlight on. The beam cut through the dark and hit a wall of rusted shelving units stretching into the distance. Old medical equipment, dust-caked monitors, rows of sealed crates stamped with dates from 35 years ago, and on the far wall, carved into the stone itself, the crescent and open hand symbol. Not etched into metal, carved, by hand, by someone who had taken their time. That was not there when I sealed the door, Calder said. Mira moved the beam across the symbol, then down to the floor beneath it. Fresh footprints in the dust, multiple sets, recent. She knelt and studied the nearest print. Boot tread, military issue. The pattern was still sharp at the edges, not blurred by settling dust. They are still using this place, not just as a prison, as a transit hub. Calder crouched beside her, wincing as his ribs took the weight. Then they have opened a secondary entrance. The main corridor is the only way I knew, but if they have been operating here for years, there will be another route, possibly multiple. Mira stood and swept the beam along the corridor ahead. The shelving units narrowed into a passage that descended at a shallow angle. At the far end, a faint glow. Not electric, something else. A thin, green luminescence that pulsed at irregular intervals. The same light she had seen from the doorway. Tell me about the glow. Calder followed her gaze, his face tightened. There were no lights in the original design, no power source that could sustain for 35 years without maintenance. Then what if feeding it? He did not answer. Mira started walking toward the green glow, the flashlight beam cutting through the dust and the dark. Calder fell in beside her, one hand pressed to his ribs, the other brushing the wall as if reading the stone for warnings. The passage narrowed further. The shelves gave way to bare concrete walls marked with old water stains and a single line of text stenciled in faded black paint. Lantern Vault Keep. Authorized personnel only. Beneath it, a hand had scrawled in what looked like dried blood. She is here. Mira stopped. The handwriting matched the note left on the staging room table, the note that had come with the hand-drawn map. What is it? Calder asked. Mira pointed at the words. She is here. They knew I would reach this point. They wanted me to keep going. Then we keep going. She looked at him, at the hollows under his eyes, the blood seeping through his shirt where the wound had opened against bone. You are bleeding through. I have been bleeding for 40 years. A few more hours will not matter. Mira wanted to argue, wanted to force him to stop, to sit, to let her find whatever medical supplies might be buried in this place. But the green glow pulsed ahead, and somewhere in this labyrinth, Lena was waiting. She turned back to the passage and kept wanking. The corridor opened into a chamber twice the size of the first. The green glow came from a series of glass cylinders embedded in the far wall, each one filled with a liquid that gave off a weak bioluminescent light. The cylinders were connected by a network of tubes and cables that fed into a central console. And on the console, a phone was ringing. Mira stopped. A phone. In a sealed facility that had been locked for 35 years. Ringing. Calder reached for her arm. Do not answer it. It could be Ward. It could be Day. It could be the only way to know if the surface is still clear. Or it could be a trap designed to confirm you reached this chamber. The phone kept ringing. 7 rings. 8. Mira stepped forward, picked it up and put it to her ear. The voice on the other end was Helena Ward's. Mira, do not speak. Listen. Mira held the phone tighter. There is a council member missing. Elias Voren. He was Seraphine's closest ally on the Oversight Committee. His car was found at the harbor entrance 2 hours ago. His security detail is dead. Bodies? No. Ward's voice dropped. That is the problem. There are no bodies. 4 trained operatives and the car has no blood, no residue, no sign of struggle. They simply stopped existing between the car and the building. Mira looked at the green glow, at the cylinders, at the passage that led to Keep. Then I will burn it. Chapter 58. The door ground open, stone against stone, and the green light spilled into the passage like breath against cold glass. Mira stepped through first, flashlight cutting a white path across a chamber that opened into something older than the vault above. The walls here were not concrete. They were rough-hewn stone, dark with centuries of moisture, carved with symbols that predated the Accord by generations. The crescent and open hand mark was repeated along the ceiling line, chiseled into the rock itself, and beneath it, a newer addition. Numbers, dates, coordinates, written in modern ink. Someone had been mapping this place long after Calder sealed it. Calder moved beside her, one hand still pressed to his ribs, the other tracing the stone as if reading a language only he remembered. His breath came shallow. "What is this place?" "Below the customs foundation," he said. "There was a channel system here before the harbor was built. Natural springs, old water routes. We poured concrete over it in 1889 and called it stable ground. Stable ground with ritual markings carved into it." He did not answer. His fingers stopped at a symbol cut deep into the stone, a spiral with 7 branches, each one terminating in a small cross. Mira's stomach tightened. "That is not your mark." "No." "Who put it there?" "I do not know." He turned to face her, and she saw the truth in his eyes. "I have never been this deep. I built the door. I never opened it." The passage narrowed ahead, leading into a low-ceiling chamber where the air changed. It tasted chemical, sterile, layered over mildew and old salt. Mira swung the flashlight across the space and stopped. Holding cells, 4 of them, built into the stone like cages bolted directly into the foundation. The doors were modern steel retrofitted with electronic locks, their surfaces scratched and dented from something trying to get out. The residue hit Mira before she could brace for it. She dropped to one knee as the echo site swallowed her. Cold, so cold. The stone against the back, the wrists raw from straining against restraints that never gave. Footsteps in the corridor, the rattle of a tray, a voice saying, "Hold still," like the worst kind of promise. And beneath it, layered over years of repetition, the same fear repeated across different throats. "Please, please, please." And then something else, a recent note, sharp, controlled, a woman's voice, not screaming but giving orders. "Keep her alive. The chair needs her signature intact." And then a crash, metal on stone, followed by a shout from someone else, male, young, furious, and the sound of a body hitting the floor. Someone had fought back. Someone inside the operation. Mira opened her eyes. Her hands were shaking. The flashlight had rolled a foot away, its beam pointing at the wall where fresh scoring marked the stone. Calder was beside her, one hand on her shoulder steadying. "What did you see?" "The holding cells have been active for years, decades. They moved subjects through here for the compound, but the last conflict," she looked at the scoring on the wall, "that was recent. Tonight. Someone fought the handlers." "One of the subjects?" "No." Mira picked up the flashlight and stood. "Someone who knew how to fight. The handlers were not expecting it. They lost control of the room for at least 30 seconds. Calder studied the scoring, the angle of the marks, the depth of each strike. Someone inside the network. "The Saboteur," Mira said. "The person who has been tampering with restraints and corrupting transfer logs. They are here. They were in this room." A passage beyond the holding cells opened into a larger space, a chamber that had been converted into a research station. 2 terminals sat on a steel table, their screens dark but still warm to the touch. Shelves lined the far wall, stacked with binders and sealed glass vials. The green bioluminescent glow came from a series of smaller cylinders mounted on the wall, each one labeled with a date and a code. Mira moved to the nearest terminal and pressed the power key. The screen flickered once, then held. A file directory opened automatically, showing a single folder marked Key Transit, Subject Index, Live. She clicked it open. The screen filled with a list. 12 names, each one followed by a status indicator. 2 showed green. Actives, stable. The first was Mira Voss. The second was a name Mira did not recognize. Voren, E. Active, stable, transit pending. Mira stared at the screen. Ward said Voren was missing. Calder moved beside her, reading over her shoulder. "He is not missing. He is here. And Leonid is active, stable. She survived the compound." The word hit her chest like a blade. Calder reached for her arm, but Mira did not flinch. She kept reading the directory, scanning the remaining lines. 10 names showed red. Desist or negative response. 10 failures. Lena was one of 2 successes, and Seraphine had been trying to make her the third. Before she could process it, a new sound cut through the chamber. A low hum, rising in pitch. Then an alarm, distant but building, starting somewhere deep in the vault and climbing toward them. Mira turned. The green glow in the cylinders pulsed faster, synchronized with the sound. What did you trigger? I did not trigger anything. Mira stepped back from the terminal. The directory logged my access. They know we are here. The alarm shifted, dropped in pitch, and began counting. A voice, recorded, echoed through the corridor speakers. Unauthorized access detected. Site containment protocol initiating. All non-essential personnel must evacuate. Secure doors will seal in. 4 o'clock. Mira looked at Calder. 4 minutes. He was already moving toward the far wall, scanning the stone for an exit. We are below the customs foundation. If they seal the outer doors, we lose the corridor back to the bunker. Then we do not go back. She grabbed a binder from the shelf, shoved it into her jacket, and followed the green light toward the passage that led deeper into the vault. The alarm kept counting. 3:42. Lena was somewhere ahead. 4 minutes to reach her. 4 minutes before the vault became a tomb. Chapter 59. The corridor beyond the research station curved deeper into the stone. The green, bioluminescent cylinders spaced at irregular intervals like a trail laid for someone who already knew the way. Mira ran with the binder pressed against her ribs, Calder half a step behind, his breathing shallow but steady. 3:12. The passage opened into a chamber that had not been part of any schematic. Medical equipment lay scattered across the floor, overturned gurneys with torn restraints dangling from their rails, monitors with cracked screens still flickering faint readouts. A metal cabinet had been pulled from the wall, its contents spilling across the concrete. Empty syringes, gauze rolls stained brown with old blood, vials of something dark that had shattered and dried into a crust. This had been a processing station. Mira slowed, her flashlight sweeping the wreckage. Someone had destroyed this room deliberately. Not during a struggle, but with method. Restraints cut, not broken. The cabinet pulled forward so its contents could be searched, not just scattered. The Saboteur had been here. She moved deeper into the chamber, past the overturned gurneys, past a sink still dripping into a basin stained rust red. A wall-mounted terminal hung by its cables, its screen spiderwebbed with cracks but still dimly lit. She pressed the power key. The screen flickered, held, and displayed a single file directory. Transfer logs. Corrupted below it, a subfolder. Restraint calibration offline. Someone had been inside this system rewriting entries and disabling locks. Calder moved beside her, studying the screen. They have been doing this for days, maybe longer. Not they. Mira pointed at the log timestamps. Look at the intervals. Every disruption happens during transport windows. When the convoy is moving, when the handlers are distracted, when someone inside has access. She scrolled through the corrupted entries. Each one showed a pattern. A restraint calibration flagged as complete but marked offline minutes later. A transfer log timestamp that did not match the camera feed. A subject status changed from in transit to hold without authorization. Someone inside the operation was slowing everything down, and they had been doing it long enough to learn the system's rhythms. Mira turned from the terminal and scanned the wreckage again. Her flashlight passed over the far wall, where a single word had been written in what looked like dried blood, letters pressed carefully into the stone. Ez Dakuda. Below it, a hand-drawn arrow pointed toward a maintenance hatch in the corner, half hidden behind a collapsed shelving unit. Mira crossed the room and pulled the shelving aside. The hatch was unlocked, the handle smeared with the same dark residue. She pulled it open. Beyond the hatch, a narrow passage led to a smaller chamber, barely large enough for 2 people to stand. A single cot sat against the far wall, its mattress stripped, the frame bolted to the floor. A water cup had been knocked over, the spill long dried, and on the wall above the cot, more writing. Not the single word from the outer chamber, a full message, scrawled in the same blood-dark hand, letters uneven but deliberate. They think I do not remember who I am. I remember everything. They tie me down, and I wait. They let me go, and I work. I am still here. Mira's chest tightened. Lena. Her sister had been sabotaging the operation from inside. During lucid windows, when the compound's hold weakened or the sedation thinned, she had cut restraints, corrupted logs, delayed transfers. She had been fighting back for weeks, maybe longer. Mira stepped closer to the wall, reading the rest of the message, the letters growing smaller as the writer ran out of space. Thorn. Already 2. They figured it out, but I have more time than they think. Below the key transit chamber there is a way to stop the transport. The circuit breaker for the rail line. I found it when they moved me. I cannot reach it. Tied down, but you can go now. Mira read the last line twice. Go now. The lettering changed beneath it. Smaller, fainter, as if written with the last of what was available. I knew you would come. I never stopped believing. Mira pressed her palm flat against the wall, the stone cold beneath her fingers. Lena had written this for her. Had left a trail through the vault, knowing Mira would follow. 2:14. Calder's hand found her shoulder. She was alive. She has been fighting, and she gave us a target. Mira turned from the wall. The key transit chamber. She says there is a circuit breaker for the rail line below it. If we shut down the transport, they cannot move her out of the vault. Then we move. Calder looked toward the maintenance hatch, then back at the corridor they had come from. But we need to move fast. The guards are already responding to the alarm. As if summoned by the words, a sound reached them from the outer corridor they had come from. But we need to move fast. The guards are already responding to the alarm. As if summoned by the words, a sound right against a panel of green lights. Not a guard. Someone smaller, thin, dressed in the same gray transit uniform as the convoy handlers, but with the sleeves torn off and a dark bruise rising along one arm. The figure turned, and Mira saw her sister's face. Chapter 60. The chamber hummed with a low mechanical pulse, something alive in the walls, in the tracks, in the green glow that painted Lena's face in angles of jade and shadow. Mira's boots hit the platform before she knew she had moved. Lena's head came up, her mouth opened. The word that came out was barely a breath. Mira, the name hit like a blade between the ribs. 4 years of silence. 4 years of imagined conversations, of grief dressed as rage, of chasing ghosts through evidence lockers and sealed files. And here she was, solid, bruised, alive. Mira stopped an arm's length away, close enough to see the vein in Lena's throat pulse, the raw edges of the torn sleeves, the way her fingers curled at her sides like she was bracing for contact or flinching from it. You are real. Lena's mouth twisted. Not quite a smile. I kept trying to tell you, left messages everywhere. They kept scrubbing them. The blood on the wall. The circuit breaker. Lena nodded toward the far end of the platform, where a metal panel sat flush against the concrete. Below the chamber. If I could have reached it, I would have stopped the rail line days ago, but they kept me strapped during every transit window. Calder moved past them, his footsteps soft on the platform concrete. He stopped at a console built into the wall, its screen dark, but its indicator lights still blinking in sequence. This is not just a transfer station. Mira turned. The console was larger than it had first appeared, its surface covered in connectors, ports, and a rack of slim drives arranged in numbered slots. Above it, a diagram had been etched into a metal plate and bolted to the wall. Not a map of tunnels, a map of bloodlines. 13 names, 13 locations. Mira's surname sat at the top, connected by lines that branch it outward like nerve endings, each terminating at a coordinate and a code. What is this? Lena's voice came from behind her, low and flat. The indexing map. They do not just experiment on subjects here, they use the transit network to activate them. Mira stared at the diagram. The lines did not just connect locations, they connected people. Gifted humans, echo site markers. Seraphine mapped every latent bloodline within transit range, Lena said. Then she built equipment that can trigger amplified echo responses across distance. The subjects become keys, living access tools. She does not need to be in the same room to use them. Use them for what? To open anything. Lena pointed at a cluster of symbols near the bottom of the diagram. Routes, archives, sealed council chambers, anywhere protected by old security measures that require a human biometric signature. Echo site is the skeleton key. Mira felt the cold settle deeper. The murders, the staged evidence, the assembly attack. None of it was the goal. It was all theater, misdirection. Seraphine had been drawing eyes toward violence while her real machinery ran beneath the city, mapping bloodlines and weaponizing Echo site into infrastructure. Calder toddled toward the rail line. The blast doors are sealing. Mira followed his gaze. At both ends of the key transit chamber, heavy panels were descending from the ceiling, their edges meeting the concrete with slow, inexorable force. They triggered the containment protocol from outside, Lena said. They know we are here. Mira looked at the console, at the drives, at the diagram that held 17 bloodlines waiting to become keys. How long until the doors close? Calder measured the gap. 90 seconds, maybe less. Mira grabbed the nearest drive and yanked it from its slot. Then the next. We are not leaving this data behind. Lena moved to the far end of the platform, where the rail line vanished into the tunnel. There is a secondary access panel near the track. If we can trip the emergency release, it buys us time before the full seal locks. Mira shoved the drives into her coat pockets and followed. Calder was already at the panel, his fingers finding the release mechanism by touch alone. The metal cover popped open, revealing a tangle of wires and a single red lever. This will trigger an alarm across the entire transit network. Mira looked at Lena, at the bruise climbing her arm, at the exhaustion carved into her face. Pull it, Calder pulled. The lever gave with a heavy clunk, and somewhere deep in the tunnel, a siren began to scream. The descending doors stopped, frozen halfway to the floor. Temporary, Lena said. We have maybe 3 minutes before the override kicks in and finishes the seal. Mira grabbed her sister's hand. Then we run. They moved together, 3 shadows cutting through the green light, the console's drives heavy in Mira's coat, Lena's grip tight around her fingers, Calder leading them toward the access shaft that would take them up, out, toward the surface and the air and whatever waited beyond key transit's sealed walls. But as they reached the shaft, a new sound joined the siren. Footsteps, coming from the tunnel ahead. Many of them, and a voice, amplified, echoing off the stone. Subject 7 has been retrieved. Repeat, Subject 7 is with the intruders. Seal all exits. The chair authorizes lethal response. Mira pulled Lena into the shaft. The footsteps grew louder. The siren screamed. And above them, the first of the secondary blast doors began to close. Chapter 61. The blast doors did not stop. They kept descending, slow and final, the hydraulic hiss filling the shaft like a held breath. Mira pulled Lena forward, Calder's hand finding her shoulder in the dark, guiding her toward a gap between the secondary barrier and the wall where the concrete had cracked years ago, leaving a crevice wide enough for 1 person, maybe 2. Through, Calder said. Now. Lena went first, twisting her thin frame into the gap, and Mira followed, the data drives pressing against her ribs through the coat. Calder came last, his shoulders scraping stone, and then the barrier slammed into place behind them, cutting off the siren's scream and the footsteps and the amplified voice, and leaving only the hum of the seal and the sound of their breathing. Darkness. Complete. Mira pressed her palm against the wall, feeling for Lena. Her sister's hand found hers, cold and trembling. "Are you hit?" Mira whispered. "No," Lena's voice cracked. I did not think I would get out." The hum deepened. Somewhere on the other side of the barrier, the guards were still moving. Footsteps passed close to the shaft entrance, paused, then continued. Mira held her breath. Calder's hand found her arm, his grip steady, a reminder to stay silent. The footsteps faded. Mira counted 30 seconds before she let herself exhale. "We need to keep moving," Calder said. His voice was low, barely above a murmur. "There will be a maintenance hatch at the end of this crevice. If the schematics held, it leads to a service corridor that bypasses the transit control room." Lena shifted in the dark. "How do you know the schematics?" "I built part of this network 2 centuries ago." A pause. Then Lena laughed, a short, exhausted sound. Of course you did. Mira pulled the drives from her coat, checking they were still there, then pressed forward into the crevice, one hand on the wall, the other gripping Lena's sleeve. The passage narrowed, stone scraping her shoulders, and then opened into a small chamber no wider than a closet. The hum was fainter here, but present, a constant pressure in the air. Calder stopped. There is a panel on the far wall. If it opens, the corridor beyond will take us to the surface access point near the old archive. Mira felt for the panel in the dark. Her fingers found a seam, a recessed handle. She pulled. The panel did not move. Sealed from the other side, she said. Calder was quiet for a beat. Then we are trapped. The word hung in the dark. Lena's hand tightened on Mira's sleeve. How long until the seal holds? Until someone overrides it from outside, Calder said. Or until we find another way through. Mira leaned her forehead against the panel. The metal was cold, steady, indifferent. Behind her, the blast barriers hummed. Ahead, nothing. She turned around and slid down the wall until she was sitting on the stone floor. So we wait. Lena sat beside her, close enough that their shoulders touched. Calder remained standing for a moment, then lowered himself to the floor across from them. The dark pressed in. Mira listened for guards, for sirens, for anything beyond the hum, but there was only the three of them and the weight of what they had done. The drives in her pocket, the diagrams she had seen, the 17 bloodlines. What happens now? Lena asked. Mira wanted to answer. She wanted to say something certain, something that would make the dock feel smaller, but she did not have the words. Calder spoke instead. Now we survive until we can move again. His voice was quiet, stripped of control. Mira could hear the exhaustion in it, the same exhaustion she felt in her own bones. She turned toward him in the dark. You said you built the door to the subterranean level but never opened it? Yes. Who carved the spiral symbol? A pause. I do not know. That is not like you. No, he said. It is not. The hum shifted, a change in pitch that made Mira's teeth ache. She forced herself to breathe through it. Lena broke the silence. She told me once that the vault was older than the Accord, that the foundation stones were carved before the first treaty, by people who knew what they were building and why. Calder's voice was sharp. Who told you that? Seraphine. Lena's voice dropped. She came to see me after the first activation trial. She said I was lucky, that my bloodline had been marked for this work long before I was born, long before the Accord, long before the city was even a city. Mira's stomach turned. Marked by whom? I asked her. She said the answer was carved into the walls of Lantern Vault Keep, and if I survived long enough I would see it. A silence stretched between them. Calder broke it. The spiral with 7 branches, each branch terminating in a cross. Lena's breath caught. You have seen it? Yes, Calder said. On the chamber wall beneath the customs foundation. I did not carve it. I have never seen it before tonight. But I have heard of it. Mira turned toward him. From where? A very old record, before my time, before the Accord. It described a system of signs used by a pre-council order that managed bloodlines before the human population knew vampires existed. I thought the method was myth. Lena's voice was barely a whisper. It is not myth. The hum deepened again. The floor vibrated beneath them. Mira pushed herself to her feet. We cannot wait here. Something is happening. She felt for the panel again. Still sealed. She pressed her palm against it, trying to sense beyond the metal, but the echo sight gave her nothing, only the cold surface. Then Calder spoke. There is another way. Where? He rose beside her, his hand finding hers in the dark. The maintenance hatch is sealed, but the access shaft we entered from has a secondary exit, a service ladder that runs parallel to the blast barrier. It leads to an upper level that bypasses the transit control room entirely. How do you know that? Because I designed it. His voice was tired. 40 years ago, when I built the door below the customs foundation, I also built a way out that no one else knows about. Mira's fingers tightened around his. Lead the way. He moved first, his hand still holding hers, guiding her back through the crevice towards the shaft. Lena followed, her steps light, her breathing steady. They reached the shaft. The blast barrier was still sealed, but Calder's hand found a seam in the wall, a hidden latch that Mira had missed. He pulled. A panel swung inward, revealing a narrow ladder ascending into darkness. "After you," he said. Mira climbed. The ladder was cold, the rungs worn smooth by time, and above her, the darkness stretched on without end. Behind her, Lena climbed. Behind her, Calder followed. And somewhere above, beyond the stone and the seal and the hum, the surface waited, cold and indifferent, and full of enemies. But at least they were moving. At least they were together. At least they still had time. Chapter 62. The ladder ended at a steel hatch. Mira pushed it open with her shoulder, the hinges grinding after decades of stillness. Cold air hit her face, salt and rust and something chemical underneath. She pulled herself through into a narrow room lined with metal shelving, the walls damp, the floor scattered with old packing crates. She turned and helped Lena through, then Calder. He closed the hatch behind them and stood motionless for a beat, listening. Silence. Mira scanned the room. Archive storage, by the look of it. Boxes labeled with dates from before the Accord. A layer of dust that had not been disturbed in years except for a single set of footprints leading to a door on the far wall. Fresh prints. She crossed to the door and listened. Nothing. Calder joined her, his breathing still uneven from the climb. "This level was sealed when I built the ladder. The prints are less than a day old." They knew the route. Someone did. She pulled the door open. Beyond it lay a corridor lined with glass. Not windows, but display cases, the kind museums used for artifacts, each one lit from within by a pale yellow glow. The cases held documents, photographs, vials of dried blood, everything arranged with the precision of an archivist who knew exactly what they were preserving. At the far end of the corridor, a door stood open, and light spilled from it, steady and electric. Mira moved forward. The cases passed in a blur, but she caught details anyway. A photograph of a woman with her throat cut, posed the same way as Esther Cole. A document stamped with the crescent and open hand symbol, dated 60 years before the Accord. A row of vials labeled with bloodline names, including her own. She stopped walking. The open door at the end of the corridor led to a projection room. A single chair faced a blank white wall. A small projector sat on a table beside the chair, its indicator light blinking green, waiting for her. She stepped inside. The room was small, soundproofed, the walls covered in acoustic foam. The chair was the only furniture, but the projector had been placed so that whoever sat in the chair would face the wall directly, alone with whatever played on it. A note lay beside the projector, written in hand on a single sheet of paper. Sit. Mira did not sit. She picked up the projector and examined it. A data drive was already inserted, the play button lit. She pressed it. The wall came alive with light. Seraphine Vale sat in a nondescript room, her black hair pulled back, her pale gray eyes fixed on the camera with the patience of someone who had practiced this address more than once. Behind her, a plain gray wall. No clues about location. The recording began without preamble. "If you are watching this, you have reached Lantern Vault Keep faster than I projected. I have accounted for several variables, but you continue to exceed expectations. That is a compliment. I offer few of those." Seraphine's voice was calm, measured, the same voice she used at council hearings and gala receptions. But there was no audience here, no performance, only precision. The Accord was never a treaty between equals. It was a binding of one species to the mercy of another, dressed in the language of coexistence. Every feeding permit, every consent protocol, every joint investigation is a fiction designed to make predation palatable to the prey. The humans who drafted it knew. The vampires who signed it knew. And for 2 generations we have maintained the lie because the alternative was open war. She leaned forward slightly. I chose a different alternative. I chose to build a system that does not depend on consent because consent is a luxury neither species can afford. The ecocide bloodlines were never an accident. They were a design. A gift embedded in certain families for a purpose that predates the Accord, the Council, and every living vampire in this city. Mira's hands curled into fists. The records in this room contain the complete indexing protocol for 17 bloodlines, 13 active, 4 pending. Each line carries a specific resonance pattern that can be amplified and directed through the transit network I have constructed over the past 35 years. The activation protocol is calibrated to turn those patterns into keys. Keys that open secured locations, override locked systems, and grant access to networks that have been closed to vampire kind since the Accords were signed. She paused. I do not expect you to approve of the method. I expect you to understand the necessity. The image shifted. A map appeared, layered with coordinates stretching beyond Eidolon City to 4 other metropolitan centers, each marked with a symbol Mira did not recognize. Emergency powers are being activated in cities that have already received Phase 1 and Phase 2 deployments. When the Accord collapses here, the domino effect will trigger identical measures in every jurisdiction where I have established a bloodline node. The chair has prepared contingency protocols for each location. By the time the human governments understand what is happening, the infrastructure will already be under vampire control. Seraphine's image returned. I do not want war. War is inefficient. What I want is a permanent restructuring of power that makes war unnecessary. The bloodline network is the foundation of that restructuring, and you, Mira Voss, are the cornerstone. Mira's breath caught. Your ecocide is the strongest marker I have ever recorded. Your mother carried a weaker variant. Lena's is stable but incomplete. You are the template the protocol was built around, whether you chose it or not. Seraphine's eyes held the camera. I do not expect you to join me. I expect you to oppose me with everything you have. That opposition will force the network to adapt, to strengthen, to become something that cannot be torn down. You are my greatest obstacle and my greatest tool. That is not a contradiction. It is design. The recording flickered. I have left this address in the projection room because I wanted you to understand the scale of what is coming. The murders, the evidence theft, the frame against Calder Voss, the bomb at the assembly, all of it was theater. Necessary theater. The real work began decades ago, and it will continue whether I am present or not. She smiled, thin and cold. The chair has already authorized the next phase. By the time you leave this room, 3 additional cities will have received their activation orders. You cannot stop all of them. You can only choose which one to chase. The recording ended. The wall went white. Mira stood in the silence, her heart hammering, her mind racing through the coordinates she had seen, the map, the 4 other cities, the domino effect Seraphine had described. Lena stepped into the room behind her. What did she say? Mira did not answer. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the data drive she had taken from the key transit console. The activation protocol, the indexing records. Everything Seraphine had just described was on these drives, the complete blueprint of the network. But Seraphine had known she would take them. She had left this recording here for her, knowing she would find it, knowing she would watch it, knowing she would carry the weight of what she had heard. Mira turned to face Lena. She said the next phase has already started, 3 more cities. She said I cannot stop all of them. Lena's face went pale. Can she do that? Can she activate them remotely? Calder appeared in the doorway, his expression dark. If the network is as old as she claims, the activation protocols may be embedded in systems that predate electronic countermeasures. She may not need to be present to trigger them. Mira looked down at the drives in her hand. Then she looked at the projector, at the blank white wall, at the room Seraphine had prepared for her. She wanted me to know, Mira said. She wanted me to carry this. She is counting on it. Counting on what? Lena asked. Mira's voice was raw. Counting on me to break under it, or to chase the wrong city. She looked at Calder. How do we stop something that has already started? Calder's eyes met hers. We find the chair. The lights in the projection room flickered, then died. Chapter 63. The lights did not come back. Mira stood in the absolute dark of the projection room, the data drives pressed against her ribs, Seraphine's voice still coiled in her skull like something alive. The blank white wall had swallowed the map, the cities, the cold promise of a network already moving beyond her reach. She heard Lena's breath sharpen, heard Calder shift in the doorway. Then she heard the footsteps, heavy, multiple sets, coming from the corridor they had just used. Calder's hand found her arm in the dark. Move. He pulled her left, past the projector stand, past a shelf of corroded film canisters. Lena followed, her footsteps barely audible. Calder pressed against a section of wall that looked solid until his fingers found a seam and dragged it open. An archive alcove. Narrow. Deep enough for 2, maybe 3. A voice said something low and sharp that Mira could not quite catch. Another voice answered, clipped, professional. They were in the corridor now, outside the projection room. So close Mira could hear the fabric of their jackets shift with movement. She stopped breathing. Lena stood pressed against the far wall of the alcove, her hand clamped over her own mouth. Calder was inches from Mira, his chest nearly touching hers, his heat bleeding through the dark. She could feel the slow beat of his pulse, could feel her own hammering against her ribs like a trapped thing. One of the boots stopped, just outside the panel. Mira's hand found Calder's wrist, squeezed. A warning, a question. He did not move. The silence stretched. A flashlight beam cut through the crack beneath the panel, thin and white, sweeping the floor of the projection room. It passed over the spot where Mira had been standing, over the projector, over the empty chair. A voice spoke, close enough that Mira could hear the wet click of the speaker's throat. "Room is clear." Another voice, farther back. "Check the archive alcoves." Mira's blood turned cold. The boots shifted, moved toward the wall where they were hidden. Calder's hand came up, slow, deliberate. His palm found the side of Mira's face in the dark, not covering her mouth, just present. A grounding weight. His thumb traced the line of her jaw once, featherlight. She understood. He was telling her to stay still, to trust the dark, to trust him. The beam swept the alcove panel. Light bled through the seam, thin and hungry. It passed over Calder's shoulder, over Mira's chest, over Lena's clenched hands. The boots stopped again. Mira heard breathing, slow, patient. The guard was listening. She did not move, did not blink. Her heart was a war drum in her throat. Then the radio crackled. "Level 2, we have movement at the key entrance." A pause, a curse. The boots turned, walked away. The footsteps receded, swallowed by the corridor's echo until there was nothing but silence and the raw scrap of Mira's own breath returning. She let it out in a shaking rush. Calder's hand was still on her face. She could feel the callus at his palm, the tremor he was holding back, the heat of his skin against the cold of hers. She did not pull away. "Lena," she whispered, "here." The word came from the dark, tight and controlled. "I'm okay." Mira nodded. Then she turned her face into Calder's palm, just slightly. Just enough. He inhaled. The air between them changed. She could not see him. That was the problem. Could not read his expression, could not anchor herself in the distance she usually kept. There was only the heat of his body, the rasp of his breath, the knowledge that he had just guided her through a kill sweep without word of command. She found his mouth in the dark. The kiss was not like the first one. That had been discovery, a door opening, a question asked and answered with a yes. This was different. This was hunger held too long, pressure building behind a dam that had cracked and was about to break. His hand slid into her hair. His other hand found her waist, pulled her against him, the wall of the alcove hard at her back and his body harder at her front. She bit his lower lip, not gentle, and he made a sound low in his throat that she felt through her teeth, through her chest, through the ache gathering low in her belly. Lena was somewhere in the dark. Mira knew that. Knew there were patrols in the corridor, data drives in her coat, a conspiracy spreading across 4 cities, Seraphine's voice still playing on a loop behind her eyes. She did not care. Calder's mouth left hers and found her throat. His breath was hot against the pulse she could not slow. His hand slid at the edge of her coat, fingers pressing through the fabric of her shirt, tracing the curve of her ribs like he was memorizing the shape of her breathing. "Mira." Her name in his mouth, half plea, half warning. She answered by pulling his head back to hers. The kiss deepened. His hand pressed harder at her waist, fingers digging into her hip, and she arched into him because there was nowhere else to go, and she did not want to be anywhere else anyway. The heat between them was suffocating, perfect, a small, bright furnace in the dark of a tomb that Seraphine had built to hold her. She wanted more. She wanted more of everything. His hand slid lower, and then footsteps stopped outside the panel. Not the corridor, not 10 feet away, right outside the alcove door. Mira froze, Calder's mouth stilled against her throat. His hand went still on her hip. A voice spoke, low, female, familiar in a way that made Mira's stomach drop. "I know you are in there, Calder." The commander. "Come out, or I will burn this entire level to find what you are hiding." Chapter 64. The commander's voice hung in the dark like a blade drawn from flesh. "I know you are in there, Calder." Mira felt his chest press against hers once, a breath held and released. Then his hand left her hip. Her palm found the panel seam. He pushed it open without hesitation. The light from the corridor cut into the alcove like a knife. Mira blinked against it, her hand already reaching for Lena, pulling her deeper into shadow. Calder stepped into the light. He moved with the same unhurried precision he used at crime scenes, the same deliberate control that had infuriated Mira on a dozen rainy nights. His hands hung loose at his sides. His shoulders were straight. He looked at the commander as if she had interrupted a private conversation rather than a kill sweep. "Mira Voss and Subject 7 will walk out of this facility without restraint," he said. "Name your price." The commander did not answer immediately. She stood in the corridor with 2 armed figures behind her, their weapons low but ready. Her face was half lit by the emergency strip along the wall, and in that uneven glow, Mira saw why the voice had felt familiar. She was one of the guards from the processing station, the one who had stopped to listen. "You selected the wrong bloodline to protect," the commander said. "The Voss line was marked for termination before you were born. You knew that when you sealed the keep. You sealed your own judgment along with it." "I sealed a record of crimes that would have dissolved the Accord in a single night of retaliatory bloodshed," Calder said. "You were there for that vote. You voted yes. I voted for survival. You voted to breed human beings like livestock." The commander's jaw tightened. The 2 guards shifted behind her, uneasy. "You spent 40 years hiding in that building," she said, "pretending neutrality while you fed intelligence to the very bloodlines you claimed to protect. You gave them time to reorganize. You gave them time to find her mother, to find Lena, to track every marker in the Voss line across 7 generations. I delayed them. You failed." Calder did not flinch. "I am still here." The commander's mouth curved in something that was not quite a smile. "You are hiding in an alcove with a human detective and a broken subject, waiting for the fire to reach you." She took a step closer. The guards followed. "Your war ended the night you sealed the keep. You just refused to admit it for 37 years. Mira's hand found the data drives in her coat pocket. Hard, small, the only leverage she had left. She looked at Lena. Lena's eyes were fixed on the commander. Her hands were still pressed against her own mouth, but her breathing had steadied. She was watching the way Mira maged crime scenes, calculating, waiting for the pattern to tick. Calder spoke again, his voice low and calm. "There is a convoy moving toward the outbound rail as we speak. Subject 7 was meant to be on it, but she is not. So tell me, who are you transporting if the target is still in this room?" The commander's face went still. "I thought so," Calder said. He turned his head just slightly toward the alcove. "Mira, the rail line beneath Key Transit connects to the main freight descent. There is a bypass junction at the seawall that was built during the original harbor construction. If they are moving another subject, it will be through that junction before dawn." The commander's hand moved toward her sidearm. "You should not have told them that." "I made a deal," Calder said, turning back to face her. 20 years ago, with the foreman who poured that concrete. He was afraid the council would use the bypass for black market transit, so he built a secondary cutoff that does not appear on any schematic." The commander's hand stopped. "You are lying." "I am ancient," Calder said. "I do not lie. I just wait until the truth is inconvenient for my enemies." Silence stretched between them, thin as wire. Then the commander drew her weapon. Mira moved. She was out of the alcove before she had a plan, the data drive still in her pocket, her hand closing around a metal shelf bracket she had seen in her peripheral vision. She swung it at the nearest guard's wrist. The impact was brutal, unexpected. The guard's weapon clattered to the floor. Lona was already moving, not fleeing but lunging, her shoulder driving into the second guard's chest before he could raise his own weapon. The sound of impact was wet and heavy. The commander turned her sidearm toward Mira. Calder stepped between them. The commander's shot hit him in the chest. The sound was flat, explosive, wrong. Calder did not fall. He took the impact like a punch, one hand coming up to press against the wound, blood seeping between his fingers. "Get to the rail," he said, his voice rough. "Now." Mira grabbed Lena's arm. The commander was already chambering another round. Calder's hands shot out and caught her wrist before she could fire, his grip forcing the barrel down. They struggled, locked in the narrow corridor, Calder bleeding, the commander fighting to free her arm. Mira ran. She pulled Lena through the corridor, past the display cases, past the projection room, toward the hatch they had climbed through. The sounds of the fight behind her were sharp and brutal, a crash of bodies against metal, a curse in a language she did not recognize. They reached the hatch. Lena went through first. Mira followed, her hand finding the ladder, her boots slipping on the rungs. Above them, the corridor shook with impact. And then, from below, the commander's voice rose through the open hatch. "She is already on the rail. Your convoy left 10 minutes ago. Subject 7 was never the only cargo." The hatch closed, the lock engaged, and in the sudden, crushing dark, Mira's echo sight opened like a wound. Chapter 65. The echo sight ripped through her like a blade turning. Mira doubled over, one hand braced against the ladder rung, the other pressed to her sternum where the resonance was hottest. A freight impact, a rail screech, a voice she almost recognized calling orders through static. The corridor below her was a wound of overlapping terror, the commander's cold satisfaction, the guard's adrenaline, Calder's blood hitting stone. Lena's hand found her wrist. "Mira, focus. What do you see?" The question was practical, not gentle. Lena's grip was steady. Mira forced her breath into a rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4. The same counting she had used on every crime scene since her first echo collapse. She pushed the residue to the edges of her awareness, let it sit there like a held note, and looked up. "The rail line is below us," she said. 2 levels down. I can feel the train." "Still there?" "Departing." A pulse of vibration through the stone confirmed it. "Already moving." Lena's jaw tightened. "Then we cut across the maintenance gallery. There is a service stair at the east end that drops directly to the freight platform. I marked it 3 days ago." Mira climbed the last rungs, pulled herself onto the narrow catwalk beside Lena. The darkness here was absolute, no emergency lights, no glow from the cylinders they had passed earlier. Just the cold weight of concrete and the distant hum of the train picking up speed. "Calder," Mira started. "Is still alive," Lena said. "I heard him move after the shot. Vampire chest wounds take longer to kill. He bought us time." The words were brutal, necessary. Mira forced herself to believe them. They moved along the catwalk, Lena taking point, her hand trailing along the wall as if reading some invisible map. Every few steps she paused, touched a joint in the stone, then continued. Mira followed, one hand in her coat pocket, fingers closed around the data drives. Below them, the sound of combat shifted. Weapons fire echoed up through the ventilation grates. Ward's voice cut through the static of a distant radio, sharp and commanding. "Second team, seal the customs entrance. I want containment on all sub-levels before they can route to the freight descent." A burst of return fire, the grinding sound of a door mechanism engaging. Lena did not slow. "Ward is buying us the corridor," she said. "We take it." They reached the east end of the catwalk. A narrow door was set into the stone, its surface pitted with age, the handle wrapped in faded tape. Lena pulled it open without hesitation, revealing a stairwell that dropped into deep dark. The air changed, colder, wet with salt and rust. Mira's echo sight flickered as she stepped onto the first stair. The residue here was thin but distinct, the trace of someone who had passed recently, dragging something heavy. A body, a restraint system, a subject who did not want to go. She followed the thread. Lena followed her. The stairwell opened onto a wide gallery lined with disused equipment, conveyor belts frozen mid-cycle, control panels dark and dead. At the far end, a blast door stood half open, and beyond it, the freight platform glowed with the single amber light of a departing train. The engine hummed, low, steady, pulling away. Mira ran. She crossed the gallery at full sprint, her boots striking concrete, the sound swallowed by the train's drone. Lena was beside her, matching pace, her breath even and controlled. They latched the blast door. The train was 20 yards ahead, moving slowly, picking up speed. A single car was still visible, its rear door open, the interior dark. Something moved inside, a figure, strapped to a gurney or braced against the wall. Lena's hand shot out, grabbing Mira's arm. "That is not one of theirs." Mira squinted through the dark. The figure in the car was small, female, unmoving. The train cleared the platform threshold, and from behind them, the commander's voice rang out across the gallery. "You are too late. She is already gone." Mira turned. The commander stood at the gallery entrance, sidearm raised, Raider's blood dark on her sleeve. Behind her, the sound of fighting was fading. Ward's backup was not coming. The commander smiled. "But you can still join her." Chapter 66. The commander's smile held in the amber light, patient and unhurried, like someone who had already counted every exit and knew the math was on her side. Mira's hand tightened around the data drives in her coat pocket. The plastic edges bit into her palm. "You want these?" she said. "That is what this is about." The commander glanced at the departing train, its rear door still open, the small figure on the gurney shrinking into the tunnel dark. "I want many things." She lowered the sidearm slightly, not enough to surrender aim, enough to suggest negotiation. "But I will settle for your cooperation." Lena's fingers found Mira's wrist. A warning, a question. "She is lying," Lena said, voice low. "The train is not carrying who she thinks it is." The commander's expression flickered. "Just a degree, just enough." Mira's echo sight caught shift, the brief spike of uncertainty beneath the satisfaction. Lena had hit something true. "Then who is on it?" Mira asked. The commander did not answer. Instead, she raised her free hand, pressed something against the wall beside her. A panel slid open, revealing a small terminal mounted in the stone. The screen glowed with a single line of text. "Subject, Registry Purge. Confirm?" The cursor blinked. "New offer," the commander said. "You give me the drives, I let you board the train before it clears the junction cutoff. You catch your mystery passenger, I get what Seraphine wants, and we all stop wasting each other's time." Mira's eyes stayed on the terminal, on the blinking cursor. "And if I refuse? Then I purge the registry." The commander's voice was flat, bored. "Every name, every bloodline, every family whose children they took." She tilted her head. "They will never know what happened to them. No record, no justice, no one to tell." Lena's grip on Mira's wrist tightened. "She is baiting you." "I know." Mira's mind moved through the options like she was clearing a crime scene, fast and methodical. The train was 30 yards ahead, still visible, still reachable if she sprinted now. The terminal was 20 feet behind the commander. The drives in her coat held the activation protocol, the indexing map, the evidence that connected Seraphine Vale to 17 bloodlines across 4 cities. If she chased the train, she might save one person. If she stayed, she could stop the purge, release the names, give every family a place to start looking. The commander watched her calculate. "Decide," she said. Mira pulled the drives from her coat. The commander's eyes tracked the movement, hunger in the shift of her focus. Mira held them up. "I will give you one," she said. "The one with the activation protocol. You let me use the terminal first." The commander laughed, soft, almost admiring. "You think I am stupid enough to let you transmit from that console? I think you are desperate enough to want the protocol intact." Mira did not lower her arm. "Otherwise you would have already pulled the trigger and taken them from my body." The silence stretched. The train's engine note changed, deepening as it approached the junction cutoff. Another 30 seconds, and it would be gone. Lena's voice came quiet, steady. "Mira, whatever you choose, I am with you." Mira looked at her sister, saw the exhaustion beneath the alertness, the 4 years of captivity written in the hollows of her cheeks. Saw the girl who had left blood-written messages directing her through a nightmare because she never stopped believing. She turned back to the commander. "New terms," Mira said. "You let me transmit the subject registry to a public channel. All 17 bloodlines, all identifiers, all locations, and I give you the activation protocol drive without a fight." The commander's smile thinned. "And the train?" "I let it go." The words scraped something raw inside her chest, but she held them steady. The commander studied her. Then, slowly, she stepped aside, revealing the terminal fully. 10 seconds, she said. "Transmit, or I purge." Mira crossed the platform at a dead sprint, the drive still in her hand. She reached the terminal, slid the first drive into the port, and keyed the transmission command with shaking fingers. The screen flickered. "Transmitting. Subject registry. 17 files." The progress bars crawled. Beside her, the train's rear door slipped into the tunnel mouth, swallowed by darkness. The commander did not shoot. She just watched, Calder's blood drying on her sleeve, and smiled. "You just condemned yourself," she said, "and you do not even know what you transmitted." The bars hit 100%, the terminal went dark, and Lena screamed. Chapter 67. The terminal went dark. Lena's scream cut through the platform air, sharp and wrong, a sound Mira had not heard in 4 years and recognized like her own bones breaking. She was already moving, hands catching Lena's shoulders before the scream finished dying. Lena's body was rigid, her eyes fixed on something beyond Mira's shoulder, fixed on the tunnel mouth where the train had vanished. "Lena, look at me." Lena's breath came in shallow pulses. Her fingers curled into Mira's coat like she was the only solid thing left. "She triggered it," Lena said. "The registry purge. She triggered the secondary relay. The names went out, but so did something else." Mira turned. The commander stood at the terminal, one hand still pressed to the dark screen. Her expression had shifted. Not satisfaction anymore, something flatter, something that looked almost like respect. 17 bloodlines, the commander said, transmitted to a public channel. "You think that is a victory?" "It is evidence," Mira said. "It is a target list." The words landed cold. Mira's grip on Lena tightened. "You just told every family in that registry that they have a marker worth hunting. You told every survivor that they are still being watched. You told every allied clinic that their patients are traceable." The commander stepped away from the terminal. "Seraphine knows how to use panic better than you know how to use truth. You just handed her the deployment map." Lena's voice came ragged. "She is lying." "I am not." The commander's gaze stayed on Mira. "But it does not matter what I say. You will find out in about 6 hours, when the first bloodline family tries to flee and hits a checkpoint that was never there before." Mira's pulse hammered. Her phone buzzed against her thigh. She pulled it free. Jay's name lit the screen, followed by a single line of text. "Received the registry. Blasting Dorwood, press and allied clinics now. Hold the line." She showed it to the commander. "It is already out," Mira said. "You cannot withdraw a public transmission." The commander's jaw tightened. "No," she said, "but I can make sure the next one never reaches you." She raised her side arm, and behind her, deep in the tunnel where the train had disappeared, a light flickered. Amber, single, repeating. Lena's breath caught. "That is the maintenance signal," she said. "The bypass junction. Someone opened it from inside." The commander's focus flickered, fractional enough. Mira moved. She grabbed Lena's wrist and pulled, hard, dragging them both toward the tunnel mouth as the commander's first shot sparked off the concrete behind them. "Run!" Mira said. They ran. The tunnel swallowed them in darkness, the only light the amber signal flickering somewhere ahead, deeper than the platform, older than the vault. Lena's grip never loosened. Her footsteps matched Mira's stride like they had never stopped running together. Behind them, the commander's voice echoed, flat and cold. "Seal the outbound. No one leaves the transit line." Mira did not look back. She followed the light. The signal pulsed every 3 seconds, steady, deliberate. Not a system glitch, but a hand pressing a switch. Someone inside the tunnel had seen them. Someone wanted them to follow. The corridor curved left, then right, then opened into a secondary chamber Mira had not seen on any schematic. A single maintenance cart sat on a rusted track, its engine humming. The amber signal blinked from a panel beside the driver's seat. Lena reached it first. She pressed the panel. The screen lit with a single line of text. Activation confirmed. Route to Junction 7, Charlie. Departure window 90 seconds. Lena looked at Mira. It is a trap. Probably. We take it anyway. It was not a question. Mira climbed into the cart, Lena beside her. The engine note deepened as Mira engaged the throttle, and the cart lurched forward into the dark. The tunnel walls blurred past. The amber signal stayed ahead, always just out of reach, marking the path through a maze of abandoned transit lines and sealed bulkheads. Mira counted turns, counted seconds, counted the distance between her and the train that carried a figure she had chosen to let go. 90 seconds. The cart burst through a final bulkhead into open space. Salt air hit her face. Water lapped against concrete beneath a low sky heavy with rain. The tunnel had opened onto a seawall platform, half collapsed into the harbor, the tracks ending in twisted metal where the storm had torn them apart years ago. And there, stopped at the platform edge, its rear door still open, stood the train. Mira killed the throttle. Silence rushed it in, broken only by the sound of water. The train waited. The door waited. And from inside the darkness of the car, a voice she had not heard in 4 years spoke her name. Mira. Not Lena. Not the commander. The voice came from the train. She knew it. She had known it her whole life. And she had buried it the night she chose work over family. Chapter 68. The voice hit her like a blade between the ribs. Not Lena. Not the commander. Someone she had locked in a room of her mind 4 years ago and told herself never to open. The train waited. The door waited. Lena's hand tightened on her arm. Mira, who is that? Mira could not answer. Her feet were already moving, pulling toward the open door, the dark interior, the voice that should have been impossible. The seawall platform groaned under her weight. Salt wind whipped her hair across her face. The train's single amber light flickered, casting long shadows across the rusted track. She reached the door. The interior smelled of metal and antiseptic and something older, something that made her echo sight prick at the base of her skull. A figure stood at the far end of the car, small, female, backlit by a dim emergency strip near the rear bulkhead. Mira's breath stopped. The figure stepped forward, and Mira saw her mother's face. Not a ghost, not a hallucination. Flesh and bone and breath, older than the photograph Mira had carried for 16 years, lines carved deeper around the mouth, hair gray at the temples, but the same eyes, gray, like Mira's, like Lena's, the same crescent scar under the chin. Mira, her mother's voice cracked. You came. Mira's hand found the doorframe to keep herself upright. You are dead. I was taken. Her mother's gaze shifted past Mira's shoulder to Lena standing frozen on the platform. They needed leverage. I was leverage, and I did what I had to do to keep you both alive. Lena made a sound like an animal wounded. You let me think you were dead. You let me, her voice broke. You let me bury you. Their mother's jaw tightened. I let them bury a lie. Mira's echo sight screamed, not from the train, from behind. She turned. Seraphine Vale stood its platform edge, 15 yards back, flanked by 6 armed loyalists in dock tactical gear. The harbor wind pulled at her black coat. Her gray eyes were calm, almost warm. Detective Voss. Seraphine's voice carried easily over the water. I told you the truth in my recording. You are the template everything was built around. Your mother was never the casualty you believed. She was the prototype. Mira's hand went to her hip. Empty. No weapon, no badge. Only the weight of 4 years of grease and guilt and rage. I will kill you, Mira said. Seraphine smiled. You will try, but I have something you want more than revenge. She raised her hand. From behind the armored figures, 2 handlers dragged a third figure forward. Lena. Not the Lena standing behind Mira on the platform. Another Lena. Same face, same build, same gray transit uniform, torn at the shoulder, dark bruise rising along one cheekbone. Half conscious. Fighting. Dragging her feet. Mira's mind fractured. She looked at the woman beside her. The Lena who had run through tunnels, mapped routes, screamed at the commander. the Lena who had never stopped believing. "I am real," the Lena beside her whispered. "Mira, I am real." Seraphine's voice cut through the chaos. One of them remembers everything. The other remembers nothing. They have the same face, the same blood, the same echo signature. She tilted her head. "You have 30 seconds to choose which one leaves with me and which one stays." The handlers forced the second Lena to her knees. Mira's echo sight opened like a wound. 2 signatures, identical, overlapping. And the voice from the train spoke again, soft and broken. "She is the weapon they made from me, Mira. I am the woman who raised you." Mira's mother stepped onto the platform behind her. "Choose," Seraphine said, "or I take all 3. Chapter 69. Mira heard the 30 seconds in her own pulse, felt the weight of 3 women pressing against her ribs, and understood that choice was never the point here. Seraphine had already decided which Lena she would keep. The counting was performance. "No." The word came out flat, no tremor. Seraphine's smile did not waver. "You would let me take both?" "I would make you kill me first." Mira's hand found the phone in her coat pocket. She pulled it out, thumbed the recording app, and raised it until the screen caught Seraphine's face. "Council Chair Seraphine Vale," Mira said, voice carrying over the water. "Publicly demanding I choose which of 2 identical women is my sister? Tell me how you made 2 of her." The armed loyalists shifted. One raised a rifle. Seraphine raised her hand. "Lower it." She was watching Mira with something like approval. "Recording me changes nothing. The platform is sealed. Your allies are pinned. Ward's team is dead or scattered." "Then you have nothing to worry about." Mira kept the phone up. Behind her, she heard Lena's breathing, rapid and shallow, and her mother's voice, low and steady. "She is stalling," her mother said. "She wants you to run." "Where would I run?" The train still sat at the platform, rear door open, dark interior waiting. The maintenance cart that had carried them here stood empty, its amber panel dark. The seawall platform groaned again, salt-crusted metal complaining under the weight of too many bodies. Seraphine took a step forward. "You have 8 seconds." "Then I will answer." Mira lowered the phone, tucked it back into her coat, and met Seraphine's gray eyes with her own. "I do not choose." The air changed, not from Seraphine, from behind Mira. The Lena who had run through tunnels, who had screamed at the commander, who had mapped escape routes and never stopped believing, stepped past her mother and stood at the edge of the platform, facing Seraphine. "Do it," she said. Seraphine tilted her head. "Do what?" "Trigger me." The Lena's voice cracked but did not break. "You put something in my head. You told me it was insurance. Do it now." Mira grabbed her arm. "Lena, no. This is the only way you will know." The other Lena, the one held by handlers on her knees at Seraphine's side, lifted her head. Her eyes were glassy, unfocused, but her mouth moved, forming words no one could hear. Seraphine's smile deepened. "She remembers nothing," Seraphine said, "but she feels everything. The one who chose to resist, the one who sabotaged my operation, the one who cut restraints and corrupted logs, she is the one I will command. She is the one who will turn on you first." The Lena beside Mira went rigid. "Lena?" Mira's hands found her face, tilted it down. "Look at me." Gray eyes met hers, clear, terrified, still her own. "I can fight it," Lena whispered. "I have been fighting it for weeks, but when she speaks the word, I will not be able to stop what comes after." "Then do not let her speak it." "She already has." The platform seemed to tilt. Seraphine had not spoken. Her mouth had not moved, but Lena's body jerked, her spine snapping straight, her eyes going wide and then flat. "Mira." Her voice was already changing. "She put it in before I woke up, the first time. A command chain embedded in the blood. She does not need to speak it aloud." Mira's hands stayed on Lena's face. "Then what do I do?" "Run." Lena's hand came up, caught Mira's wrist, squeezed once. Hard. Her eyes flickered, human and desperate, for a single heartbeat. "I will find you again," she said. "I always do," Then her arm went slack. Her body turned. Mira did not see the first attack, only heard her mother's shout, and felt the impact as Lena's shoulder caught her in the chest, driving her backward across the platform. Her spine hit the train's metal siding. Air left her lungs. Lena stood over her, empty-eyed, hand raised. Behind her, Seraphine's voice carried over the water, calm and conversational. "She will not stop until someone puts her down, Detective. I suggest you decide quickly which Lena you let die tonight." The hand came down. Mira rolled. The metal siding where her head had been crumpled inward, the force of Lena's turned fist punching through rusted steel like wet paper. The seawall platform splintered under Mira's fate. Salt water churned below, black and hungry. From the far end of the platform, a voice cut through the chaos, ragged and familiar. "Mira, drop." She dropped. A gunshot split the air. Lena's head snapped back. She staggered, turned, and the shot had come from the tunnel mouth where a figure stood silhouetted against the amber light. One arm braced, the other pressed to a blood-soaked chest. Calder. Alive. Bleeding. Aiming again. Mira scrambled to her feet as Lena shook off the bullet and turned toward the new threat, and Mira understood that the choice Seraphine had offered was never a choice at all. It had been a countdown to the moment Lena became the weapon they had built her to be. Chapter 70. Lena moved. Not like the girl who had mapped escape routes, not like the sister who had squeezed Mira's wrist and promised to find her again. She moved like something built, something aimed, each step driving her across the platform with a force that cracked the rusted steel beneath her feet. Calder fired again. The shot took Lena in the shoulder. She did not slow. Her arm came around in a wide arc, and Calder was already dropping, the bullet's momentum spinning her past him, her fist tearing through the air where his throat had been. "Stop shooting her!" Mira's voice came out raw, scraped from her throat. "She is in there. She is still in there. She just punched through steel. Then aim for something that does not kill her." Calder's jaw tightened. Blood soaked his shirt, fresh and dark, and the way he held his arm told her the wound was worse than he was letting show. Lena turned, found Mira, and the flatness in her eyes was the worst thing Mira had ever seen, because it was not empty. It was full of everything Lena was trying not to feel somewhere deep enough that the command could not reach. "You do not want this." Mira held her ground as Lena took a step forward, then another. "You fought them for weeks. You cut your own restraints. You left messages in blood so I would find you. That is not something a weapon does." Lena kept coming. Behind her, Seraphine watched from the platform edge, arms loose, satisfaction quiet and complete. "Your mother promised you were the strongest." Seraphine's voice carried over the water like silk. "I think she was right. But strength without will is just potential, and potential, Detective, is what I refine." Mira did not answer. She watched Lena's eyes. There was a rhythm to the command, she realized, a pulse beneath the movement. Every third step, Lena's left hand twitched, as if fighting the direction the signal was pulling her. Every fourth breath, her focus flickered. The pattern was not seamless. It had been hammered in, not grown, and Mira had spent 4 years learning to read patterns that did not want to be seen. Lena Dielmas. And she kept him on the prosenter, Linimalist, to receive the innocent category. In one era told her my moth. He proused his mouth, rebidly. I actually catched him his lander like it was. He slows my frotofit in player playstrant, speaks in my edgeless care as manage and crapt. My day is red of a permanent steel friend. Will imagine I will completely create me about this podcast. Like a money with the playstarts Jala Apak was already blessed and of it lusted, and waiter had tried to stress control. The word Zeath lows, slow beer fellation wasted for my Mira, scropin, slow makes. It's incredibly quiet on the attast. He tends at the end seem bonly. Clear the times that I might be thirds to my net. Before I stoled against the blood the fails on the picture, for us to buy clearing for time else. 102,006 will go for her, and it played for the shopped on my. What can I got more causening upside? The shallow it still be under little strainsing, without a pros they all be achieved that still up out down. To a clipe 300 DK's cat at work, I love this mean, We're a mines tripper. We affinically share the training of escapes here on soils. The Deverity had been blood in my och. He has not crest his slap. It took her a steel tight into a tex rung, and I've brought him here from all us. We completely love him, sorry like a Seraphine billip driving up de Truce now, which my perfect as so interested is with me. It's farly slights to the truth. I should pronounce those ideal that we are, most happy men, the shop detect, sing. What they have that more skill. The roan is honor forked is all over. Now it's not where I'm like my awesome. I'm just taking it right. Almost well, with my book about this, I will say. I am just holding this over away. Who don't start going, the scad still stands right now. We are still de thing yet, I'm not seeing it happening. We just glid. But we want to be, the deal mass, one with. His Hulties Calder's adjustment through, we've like women for it now. Mention in his planum he liced his onger snope for a true 1,002 years. I am loved the sound, and I am so agree for you to cousin your followers. You am blessed, the little Faya I am, a detection now. I want to do this. I will never did it in my crime and twists. Is it do not be your mast, we want to make me allowed. I can saying that a mast take me unstart, but we do not with not table. But I didn't say that there have to face, but we will be a napits. She has been fighting it for weeks. Mira did not look away from Lena's face, but Seraphine told me she was the one who sabotaged the operation, cut restraints, corrupted logs. The command worked on the other Lena because that one never woke up, but this one did. Seraphine's expression flickered. It was small, almost invisible, but Mira caught it. I do not think you have ever had full control of her. Mira took a step forward. I think you put the command in, and she learned to live around it. I think every time she fought, the gap got wider. And I think the only reason you tried to trigger her now is because you were afraid she would break free on her own. Lena's left hand twitched again. Her fingers curled, not into a fist, toward Mira. Show me. Mira's voice dropped to a whisper. Show me the gap, Lena. I can reach it. Lena's eyes met hers. For a heartbeat, something surfaced. Terror, grief, the shape of the girl who had run through tunnels and never stopped believing. Then the command dragged her under again. She lunged. Mira did not dodge. She caught Lena's wrists as the impact drove her backward, her heels skidding on the salt-crusted platform, and the moment their skin touched, the echo site opened like a wound. She was inside. Not the residue of a crime scene, not the imprint of violence on cold stone. She was inside the command itself, a lattice of pressure points woven through Lena's nervous system, bright and foreign and wrong, pulsing with a rhythm that matched Seraphine's heartbeat. Mira felt the architecture of it, the entry point at the base of the skull, the neural pathways it had overwritten, the places where Lena had fought back, scarred tissue where the command had tried to root and failed. There was a breakpoint, thread-thin, buried deep, where Lena had torn the pattern during a lucid window. The command still functioned, but the gap meant it could be reached, could be pulled apart, if someone pushed from inside. Mira pushed. The command pattern flared, hot and bright, and she felt the recoil in her own body, her own nervous system lighting up with borrowed pain, borrowed terror, borrowed memories that were not hers. Lena's mouth opened in a silent scream. Mira held on. I am not leaving you again. The words came out broken because the echo was stripping her, but she held the thread, pulled it, felt the pattern begin to fray at the edges. Behind her, she heard Calder shout her name, heard her mother's voice cut through the water, heard Seraphine's tone shift from satisfaction to something colder. But she did not let go, because the breakpoint was not just a gap. It was a door. Mira was already inside. Chapter 71. The door was not a place. It was a wound. Mira felt it the moment she crossed through, the echo site pulling her deeper than she had ever gone, past residue and memory into the architecture of a living mind. Lena's mind. The command pattern spread around her like a web of hot filaments, each strand pulsing with Seraphine's rhythm, buried in tissue that had never asked to carry it. She stood in the center of it. Not her body, some version of herself stripped down to intent, to the part of her that had spent 4 years hunting the people who did this. That part knew how to read patterns. That part knew how to pull threads until the whole thing unraveled. She reached for the nearest filament. The contact burned. Not metaphorically. Her nerve endings lit up with borrowed pain, Lena's pain, the kind that did not fade because it had been woven into the body's baseline, made to feel normal so the girl carrying it would stop fighting. Mira felt every day of it. Every hour of the 4 years Lena had spent inside this cage. Every moment the command had pressed down and she had pressed back. But that was the gap, where Lena had fought. Mira followed the thread to its root, where the pattern had tried to anchor and found only scar tissue. Lena had torn it. Again and again. Every lucid window, every second the command loosened its grip, she had ripped at the same spot until the weave could not hold there anymore. Mira pushed her fingers into the tear. The pattern screamed. She felt it through her whole body, a frequency that rattled her teeth and blurred her vision, but she did not let go. She dug deeper, peeling the filament away from the tissue beneath, and as she worked, she felt something rise through the gap. Not resistance, recognition. A memory that was not hers surfaced in the echo, rising from the shared bloodline like groundwater through cracked stone. 2 girls in a narrow kitchen, rain on the window, one older and one younger. The older one pretending she was not afraid of their father's silence, the younger one pretending she believed her. Mira remembered. Lena remembered. The command pattern flickered. Mira pulled. The filament tore loose with a sound that was not sound, a rupture in the neural architecture that sent a shockwave through both of them. Lena's body jerked on the platform. Mira felt it in her own spine, her own knees buckling, but she held the thread and pulled again, and this time the pattern began to fray in earnest. Lena's mouth opened. She said one word. Mira. Not a scream, not a signal from the command. Her voice, cracked and raw and terrified. The voice of a girl who had been buried alive and had just broken the surface. I am here. Mira's own voice came out thin, distant, like she was speaking through water. I am right here, Lena. I am not leaving. Lena's hand found hers. Real contact. Skin against skin, not command architecture, but her sister's fingers wrapping around her own with the strength of someone holding on for the last time. You have to go. I am not. You have to. Lena's eyes were clear. The flatness was gone. The command's grip fractured but not destroyed. And in that brief window of lucidity, Mira saw what 4 years of fighting had cost her. She saw the exhaustion, the grief, the love that had kept her tearing at the same gap, even when every tear hurt. Lena pressed something into Mira's palm. Cold metal, sharp edges, a key shard, the kind that matched a lock Mira had not seen yet. The root is under the keep. Lena's voice was barely a whisper. The real one, not the one Calder built, the one underneath. Seraphine does not know I mapped it. I mapped it while they thought I was broken. Mira's fingers closed around the shard. Come with me. I cannot. Lena's grip tightened. If I leave the pattern, it will reweave. It always does. But if I stay and hold the gap, you have time. Not much. Enough. I am not leaving you again. Lena smiled. It was the same smile she had worn when they were children, when she had done something reckless and wanted Mira to pretend she had not seen it. You never left. Her hand pressed Mira's fingers harder around the key shard. You found me. You came. That is all I needed. Behind them, on the platform, Seraphine's voice cut through the air like a blade. She is stalling. Reactivate the secondary protocol. Mira felt the command pattern shift. The filaments began to glow again, hot and bright, reweaving through the tissue Lena had torn. Lena's face tightened. Her hand trembled, but she did not let go of Mira's wrist. Run! The word came out broken, forced through a throat already closing under the command's return. Run, Mira. Take the shard. Find what I mapped. Burn it all down. Mira shook her head. Lena shoved her. Not hard enough to hurt, hard enough to break contact, hard enough to send Mira stumbling backward, out of the echo site connection, out of Lena's mind and back into her own body on the salt-crusted platform, where her knees hit stone and her lungs soused with the force of being pulled back into herself. Lena was already turning. Her eyes were flat again. The command had reknitted. But her left hand was closed into a fist, and Mira knew, because she had felt it from inside, that Lena was still fighting. She would always be fighting. The key shot was cold in Mira's palm. The root was a whisper she would carry into the dark. And behind her, above her, all around her, the conspiracy was already closing in. Chapter 72. The platform heaved beneath Mira's knees. Stone cracked along the seawall's edge, a detonation wave ripping through the salt-crusted concrete in a chain that ran toward the train. Mira heard the blast before she felt it, heard the water behind it, the harbor surging through the breach, the shriek of twisted metal as the rear door of the train buckled inward. Seraphine did not flinch. She stood at the platform's center, flanked by loyalists, watching the collapse unfold like she had timed it to the second. Lena was still on her feet. Her eyes were flat, her body held in the command's grip, but her left hand remained closed in that fist, the one Mira had felt from inside, the one that was still fighting even when the pattern had already reknitted. She stood between Seraphine and the breach, swaying, caught between the order to attack and the fracture she had torn herself. "Mira!" Calder's voice came from behind her. She turned and saw him at the tunnel mouth, one hand pressed to his chest wound, the other braced against the wall. His face was gray. His blood had already begun to dry in a dark sheet down his ribs. "Get off the platform. She has Lena. She is gone." He said it like it cost him something. "Right now you have seconds before the whole seawall comes down. You cannot save her if you are dead." The water was already rising through the breach, black and cold, spreading across the platform in a sheet that reached Mira's boots. The train lurched. The rear door groaned, then tore free, falling into the gap between the tracks and the collapsing seawall. Seraphine raised her hand. Two loyalists moved forward. They grabbed Lena by the arms, and Lena did not resist. Her body obeyed the command, her eyes fixed on nothing, her fist still closed, but her limbs already yielding to the hands that pulled her toward the train. Mira moved. She did not think. She ran across the platform, boots slapping through the rising water, the key shard still pressed into her palm, her whole body aimed at the space between Lena and the train door. She did not make it. The second charge detonated beneath the tracks. The platform tilted. Stone buckled. Mira felt her feet leave the ground, felt herself falling sideways, felt Calder's arm catch her across the chest and drag her backward, just as the section she had been standing on collapsed into the harbor. She hit the concrete hard. Calder was already pulling her up, his breath ragged, his blood warm against her back. She watched the train lurch forward. She watched the loyalists shove Lena through the open door. She watched Seraphine turn at the last moment, standing in the doorway with the salt spray and the smoke curling around her, and meet Mira's eyes. Eidolon was never the target. Seraphine's voice carried over the water, calm and clear, like she was delivering a lecture at a council hearing. "The template was always you, but I will build the next phase without you if I have to. Your mother understood. Your sister will understand. And when the other cities fall, you will know exactly who chose to stay here instead of stopping it." The train door began to close. Lena was inside, standing motionless between two loyalists, her face turned toward the gap, her left hand still closed in that fist, her eyes still flat. But Mira saw something else. She saw Lena's lips move. One word, shaped in the dark of the moving train, pressed through the closing door like a signal she had held onto through the reknitted command. "Run." The door sealed. The train surged forward into the tunnel, its lights vanishing into the dark, the sound of its engine swallowed by the collapsing seawall and the rising water and the storm that had begun to break overhead. Calder was saying something. His hand was on her shoulder. His voice was distant, thin, swallowed by the roar of the breach and the rain that had started to fall in sheets across the platform. Mira did not hear him. She was still watching the tunnel mouth, the place where Lena had been, the place where she had lost her again, 4 years after finding her, because the conspiracy was bigger than one city, larger than one train, older than anything she had touched yet. Calder pulled her to her feet. "You can grieve later." His voice was raw. "Right now we need to move before the whole seawall comes down." She let him pull her. She let him guide her back toward the tunnel mouth, back toward the maintenance route. back toward the amber signal that had led them here, back toward the surface where Jay was waiting with the registry and the press and the question of what came next. But she did not let go of the key shard. She did not let go of the image of Lena's lips forming that single word, run. And she did not let go of the knowledge that Seraphine Vale had just promised a war beyond Eidolon, a war that had already begun, a war that Mira had been chosen for whether she wanted it or not. The tunnel swallowed them. Behind them, the seawall collapsed into the harbor, taking the platform, the train tracks, and every trace of the escape route with it. Ahead of them, the dark stretched into the city. And somewhere in that dark, Lena was being carried toward a war Mira had only begun to understand. Her phone buzzed. She pulled it out, her fingers slick with rain and salt water, and saw Jay's message on the screen. Registry hit every channel. Ward is halting, but I am seeing movement in 3 cities. Same patterns, same signatures. Mira stared at the words. 3 cities. Seraphine had already activated Phase 1 and Phase 2. Eidolon was never the target. It was the proof of concept. Calder's hand found hers in the dark. His fingers were cold, slick with blood, but they gripped her like he was holding on to the only thing left that made sense. Where do we go? She looked at the key shard in her palm. She looked at Jay's message, and she thought of Lena's fist, closed and fighting, even when the command had already won. We follow the route. Her voice was steadier than she felt. Lena mapped it for a reason. We find what she found, and then we burn it all down. They moved into the dark together. Behind them, the seawall collapsed. Ahead of them, the war was already spreading. And somewhere in a train racing north through the storm, Mira Voss stood between 2 loyalists, with her eyes flat and her left hand closed in a fist, still fighting, always fighting, waiting for the chance to break the surface again. Chapter 73. They emerged from the tunnel mouth as the first gray light bled across the harbor. Smoke still rose from the collapsed section of the seawall, drifting in ribbons across the cracked pavement. Emergency lights strode along the customs road, casting the scene in alternating bands of white and blue. Authority vehicles had blocked both ends of the approach, their doors open, their radios crackling with overlapping commands. Mira stopped at the edge of the rubble and looked back. The platform was gone. The tracks were gone. The water lapped against broken concrete where the train had vanished, smooth and indifferent, as if nothing had ever happened there. Calder stood beside her, one hand pressed to his ribs, his breathing shallow. "You need a medic," she said. "I need to stay upright." His voice was flat, but she heard the strain underneath. "The medic can wait." She did not argue. There was no time for it. Jay met them at the barricade. His face was gray with exhaustion, his shirt untucked, his eyes tracking over her body like he was inventorying damage before he spoke. "You look like hell." "I feel like it." He handed her a fresh phone. "Yours went dark about an hour ago. I pulled the SIM before they could triangulate it." She took it without looking at it. "What do we have?" The registry hit every major channel. Press, council records, allied clinics, 3 independent forensic networks. It's spreading faster than anyone can suppress it. He glanced at Calder, then back at her. But Ward is calling it a mixed result. Some of the intermediaries are dead. 2 of them were found in a locked room in St. Bridget West with their own restraints still on. Looks like they were silenced before the registry went live. Seraphine? Gone. No trace of her exit route. The train went underground and split at a junction we did not know existed. We lost the signal at the city limits. Mira closed her eyes. Lena was on that train. Lena was still fighting, her fist still clenched, her lips still shaping that single word in the dark. Run. She opened her eyes. Where is Ward? At the command post, 2 blocks east. Jay hesitated. She wants to see you alone. Ward stood at the back of a mobile command unit, a tablet in one hand, a coffee cup in the other. She looked older than Mira remembered. The lines around her mouth had deepened overnight, and the weight of the past hour sat in her shoulders like something heavy she could not put down. She did not look up when Mira entered. The registry has triggered emergency sessions in 3 council chambers. Human representatives are calling for an immediate review of all vampire-held positions in the authority. Vampire representatives are demanding the council investigate who authorized the subject files and whether the data has been tampered with. She set the tablet down. Everyone is scrambling to protect their own. No one is asking whose name is at the top of that list. Mine, Mira said. Ward looked at her. You transmitted the files. You are the source, and you are already suspended. She picked up the coffee, took a sip, set it down again. The political system does not answer scandals with reform, Mira. It answers with purges. They will demand a scapegoat, and you are the most convenient one they have. Mira did not flinch. Then let them purge me. They will. Good. She stepped closer. Because I am not staying here to fight their procedural war. Seraphine has Lena. She has 3 cities in motion, and I have a key shard that Lena gave me, a route she mapped, and a promise that I am going to burn this thing down. Ward studied her for a long moment. You cannot do that from inside the authority. I know. You cannot do it with a badge. I know. You will be hunted. By the council, by the press, by anyone who wants to prove they are on the right side of the purge. Mira met her eyes. Then I will be hunted. The silence stretched between them, thick with everything they had built and everything that had broken. Ward reached into her coat and pulled out a small leather folder. She held it out. Mira took it. Inside was a set of credentials, not threshold authority, something older. Something stamped with the crescent and open hand symbol she had seen on the disc at Lantern Vault. What is this? Contingency. Ward's voice was quiet. Calder left it with me 5 years ago. He said if he ever disappeared, I would know who to give it to. She looked at Mira with something that might have been grief. He always knew this would end with you outside the walls. Mira closed the folder. She did not thank her. There was no point. She turned to leave. Mira? She stopped. Lena is still alive. That is not nothing. Mira did not look back. I know. Calder was waiting outside the command unit, leaning against the hood of a sedan, his face gray, his hand still pressed to his ribs. Did she offer you a way back in? No. What did she offer? Mira held up the leather folder. Calder's eyes moved over it, and something shifted in his expression. Recognition, pain, relief. She kept it. She said you left it with her 5 years ago. I did not. But I mapped it. I traced the walls. I measured the air. I knew I would not survive the war, but I needed someone to find what I could not. He met her eyes. You will. The phone Jay had given her buzzed. She pulled it out. A single message from an unknown number. The train stopped at Junction 7 Charlie. Lena was moved to the lower level. The key shard opens the door at the end of the route. The one who guided you. Mira stared at the words. The unseen ally. The person who had triggered the amber sigil, programmed the cart, positioned the train at the seawall platform. They were still in play. And they knew exactly where the key shard led. Chapter 74. The hearing room smelled of old wood and stale coffee. 3 human council members sat behind the elevated bench, their faces arranged in practiced neutrality. 2 vampire representatives flanked them at the lower table, and a stenographer in an authority uniform typed every word into a sealed record. Mira stood at the respondent's podium and kept her hands flat on the surface. She had not slept. She had not changed clothes. The salt crust on her jacket still flaked onto the polished wood each time she shifted weight, and she let it fall. Let them see. Let them record the evidence of where she had been while they debated jurisdiction. The head council member, a woman with silver hair and a voice worn smooth by decades of compromise, read from a printed sheet. The Threshold Authority Oversight Committee has reviewed the transmitted subject registry files, the key transit console records, and the sworn testimony of Director Helena Ward regarding the sequence of events at Lantern Vault Keep. She paused. The committee finds that Calder Voss, vampire liaison to the authority, is cleared of all charges related to the staged triple homicide on 14 March. The murder frame is hereby dismissed for lack of credible evidence and active evidence of fabrication by parties unknown. Calder did not react. He stood at the secondary podium, his jacket buttoned to the throat, his face still carrying the gray undertone of blood loss. He looked like a man who had already been buried once and found the experience clarifying. The council member turned the page. However, the committee also finds that Calder Voss withheld material information regarding his surveillance of the Voss bloodline across 7 generations. While the committee does not find criminal intent in these actions, it finds them incompatible with the transparency requirements of the Accord Liaison Code. Mr. Voss is hereby removed from all authority operational roles. He retains his status as vampire representative to the council, but holds no command authority, access privileges, or investigative jurisdiction. Calder's jaw tightened. That was all. Mira watched him absorb the blow without visible movement. He had known this was coming. He had told her in the car that the political cost of the registry transmission would land somewhere, and it would not land on the council members who had signed off on Seraphine's funding for 35 years. The head council member looked at Mira. Detective Voss. Mira straightened. You have been cited for insubordination, concealment of material evidence, and unsanctioned contact with a partner during an active sealed protocol investigation. These findings are not criminal, but they are sufficient grounds for termination of employment and revocation of your threshold authority badge. Mira held her gaze. I know Director Ward has submitted a formal request for mitigated discipline, citing operational necessity, duress, and the public interest value of the transmitted registry. The committee has accepted this request. The silver-haired woman set the paper down. You will be suspended without pay for 9 days. You will surrender your badge and sidearm to the authority armorer by end of day. You will be reassigned to administrative intake review upon return, pending a fitness evaluation. She paused. Do you accept these terms? Mira looked at the panel. 3 human faces, 2 vampire faces, all of them clean, all of them untouched by what she had walked through. They had sat in this room while she bled on a seawall platform and watched her sister disappear into a tunnel. No, Mira said. The room went still. I do not accept. The head council member's expression did not shift. That is your right. The alternative is a formal termination hearing, which will be public, will include testimony regarding your use of unauthorized force at the seawall, and will likely result in permanent revocation of your badge. I know. Mira stepped back from the podium. But I am not going to sit in administrative intake while Seraphine Vale activates 3 cities. I am not going to submit to a fitness evaluation while Lena is caged in a command chain. And I am not going to let this committee pretend that suspending me and stripping Calder of access is justice. She looked at each of them in turn. You cleared him of the frame. That is the only right thing you have done in this room while they debated jurisdiction. But you did not investigate who built the frame. You did not ask who funded Seraphine Vale's 35-year operation. You did not demand the records of the council members who signed off on the St. Bridget wrist experiments. She picked up her badge from the podium and set it on the table. I am not surrendering this to the armorer. I am returning it to you because it stopped meaning anything the night I watched a city let its own children be turned into keys. She stepped away from the podium. No one stopped her. The corridor outside the hearing room was empty. Mira walked to the end of the hall and stopped at the window overlooking the harbor. The water was gray and flat, the sky the color of unpolished steel. Somewhere beneath that surface, the seawall platform lay collapsed, and the tracks that led to Junction 7 Charlie ran through the dark. Calder came up beside her. He did not touch her. You did not have to do that. Yes, I did. Now you have no badge, no access, and no legal standing. I had none of those things when I walked into Lantern Vault either. She turned to look at him, and I still found Lena. Calder's mouth moved, almost a smile. Then I suppose we are both civilians now. I suppose we are. She held his gaze for a moment, then looked back at the harbor. Did you know they would strip you? I knew the registry would force a reckoning. I did not know which side would bleed more. He paused. It could have been worse. They could have expelled me entirely, removed my house from the council rolls, exiled my bloodline from a court protection. Why didn't they? Because the registry proved Seraphine's network exists. If they expel me, they admit the conspiracy has penetrated the council. They cannot afford to open that investigation, so they wound me and call it accountability. And me? You are the witness who cannot be controlled. They wound you and called it procedure. He looked at her. But you are still standing, and I am still standing. That is not nothing. Mira let out a slow breath. No, it is not nothing. A door opened at the far end of the corridor. Helena Ward stepped out. She looked older than she had 12 hours ago, her hair loose, her eyes carrying the weight of the woman who had spent the night choosing which parts of her institution to sacrifice and which to hold. Mira. Mia had walked toward them. The committee will not reopen the hearing, but I am not done. Mira turned. What does that mean? Ward stopped a few feet away. It means Seraphine Vale has left a gap. She thought the public evidence would force the council to close ranks. But the registry is out. The press has it. The clinics have it. And 3 cities' worth of Humo families now know their children were indexed. She held Mira's gaze. The conspiracy's power was secrecy. The registry broke that. And now the people who funded Seraphine's operation are going to spend the next week burning documents and scrubbing terminals. They will be distracted. They will be afraid. Ward stepped closer. Which means you have a window. Mira's pulse quickened. What kind of window? Mira stood at the window with Calder beside her, the key shard cold against her palm, the harbor gray and still beneath a sky that promised no mercy. Chapter 75. Helen Ward did not go back into the hearing room. She stopped at the end of the corridor where the light from the harbor window fell across the floor in a long, gray rectangle. Her hand was still on the door handle, her knuckles pale against the brass. Mira watched her stand there. Calder had not moved from the window. His reflection lay flat in the glass, a dark outline against the steel gray water. He did not speak. Ward turned. Walk with me. It was not a request. Mira followed. They went down the east staircase, past the empty administrative wing where the desks were dark and the terminals silent. Ward's heels clicked against the tile in a rhythm that did not hurry. She did not look back to check if Mira was still behind her. They reached a small office at the end of the second-floor corridor. Ward unlocked it with a key from her pocket, not an access card, and held the door open. Mira stepped inside. The office was narrow, one window facing the alley, a metal desk, 2 chairs, a filing cabinet with a dent in the side. No personal photographs, no plants, no coat on the rack. Ward closed the door and sat behind the desk. Mira stayed standing. You walked out of that hearing, Ward said, and you think that was the end of it. It was not. I know. I submitted the mitigated discipline request before you returned your badge. It is still on the table. If you accept it, you keep your position, you keep your access, you keep your pension. She paused. You keep the right to walk into any authority building without being arrested. And the conditions? Ward's jaw tightened. You serve the 90-day suspension without pay. You surrender your badge and sidearm for the duration. On return, you are reassigned to administrative intake. No field work, no investigative jurisdiction, and you report to a designated oversight officer for the first 6 months. Mira waited. There is more, Ward said. I assumed. There is a medical addendum. Ward's voice flattened. Blood work every quarter, echo site evaluation by a council-appointed specialist, computation of any residue episodes, any collapse, any symptom that could affect your judgment or performance. Mira felt the word land like weights, and a relationship clause. Ward met her eyes. Any personal involvement with a vampire liaison, council representative, or known bloodline affiliate must be disclosed and terminated if it creates a conflict of interest. Mira said nothing. Calder Voss is named in the appendix, Ward added, specifically. The silence stretched. You want me to cut him loose? Mira said. You want me to stop looking for Lena? You want me to let something inside my bloodstream every 3 months so the council can measure whether I am still useful? I want you to survive. No. Mira's voice stayed quiet. You want me to become a version of myself that the institution can control. That is not survival. That is compliance. Ward's hand pressed flat against the desk. You think I do not know what I am asking? Her voice was lower now, rougher. I spent 30 years inside this building, watching my own choices narrow, watching the compromises stack until I could not remember what I was originally trying to protect. I know the cost of staying. I also know the cost of leaving. She leaned forward. You walked out of that hearing with nothing. No badge, no weapon, no legal standing. Seraphine Vale has resources you cannot match, a network that spans 4 cities, and a 35-year head start. If you go after her as a civilian, she will find you. She will isolate you, and she will destroy you before you reach the next junction. Then I will die trying. That is not courage, Mira. That is guilt dressed as martyrdom. Mira's pulse jumped. Ward held up a hand before she could answer. I am not your enemy. I am telling you that the path you are choosing does not lead to Lena. It leads to a body in an unmarked grave that I will have to explain to a committee that does not care. Then come with me. Ward let out a breath that was almost a laugh. I cannot. You were the one who told me the funders are distracted. You gave me the 72-hour window. You gave me a Calder's contingency credentials. Because I believed you would use them wisely. Ward's voice sharpened. I did not give them to you so you could throw yourself at Seraphine Vale's throat and prove her right. Mira stood very still. Her right about what? That we are all alone. That trust is a weapon the weak use to justify surrender. That the only way to win is to stop caring about anyone who cannot help you. Ward sat back in her chair. I have seen what happens to people who fight alone. They burn bright, they burn fast, and when they go out, the world does not stop to mourn them. It just keeps moving, a little darker, a little more broken, and the people who could have stood with them learn that standing alone is safer. Mira's chest tightened. Is that what you learned? Ward did not answer for a long moment. I learned that the institution will not save you, but walking away from it will not save you either. What saves you, if anything does, is knowing which battles to fight and who to fight them with. She opened the desk drawer and pulled out a slim folder. This is the addendum, the full terms. If you sign it, you are back inside. You have a desk, you have a paycheck, you have a reason to keep breathing through the investigation. She set the folder on the desk between them. If you do not sign it, you walk out of this building with nothing but the clothes on your back and a key shard that may or may not open anything useful. Mira looked at the folder. She thought of Lena's hand in hers on the platform. She thought of the key shard cold against her palm, the map Calder had drawn, the unseen ally still texting from the dark. She thought of Calder's face when he said, I suppose we are both civilians now. She took a step back from the desk. No. Ward closed her eyes. Mira, I heard your offer. I understand what you were trying to do. But I cannot accept those terms because they are not a path back to the authority. They are a cage, and the bars are made of everything I spent the last 4 years trying to escape. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the key shard. You told me the funders are burning documents. You told me I have 72 hours. You gave me a window. I am going to use it. Ward opened her eyes. If you walk out that door, I cannot protect you. I know. The next time Seraphine Vale finds you, there will be no badge to flash, no backup to call, no one coming to pull you out. Mira's hand closed around the key shard. Then I will have to make sure I do not get caught. She turned toward the door. Mira, she stopped. Ward was still sitting behind the desk, the folder open in front of her, the window light falling across her face like a scar. I hope you find her. Mira looked back. I will. She opened the door and walked out. The corner door was empty. Mira walked to the end of the hall and stopped at the window overlooking the harbor. The water was gray and flat, the sky the color of unpolished steel. Somewhere beneath that surface, the seawall platform lay collapsed, and the tracks that led to Junction 7 Charlie ran through the dark. Calder was already there. He did not turn when she stopped beside him. She offered you a deal. Yes. And you refused. Yes. He was quiet for a moment. I was not sure you would. Neither was I. Mira looked at the harbor. But I heard the architecture of it. Every clause was a leash, the medical monitoring, The oversight officer, the relationship addendum. They want me inside a system where they can measure me, track me, control when and how I move. That is what institutions do. Then I do not belong in one. Calder turned his head. Where do you belong? Mira let the question sit. I belong at the end of that route Lena mapped. I belong behind whatever door the key shard fits. I belong in the dark with the truth, not in a clean room with a quarterly evaluation. Calder's mouth moved. That is not a safe answer. I stopped pretending safe was possible the night I watched my sister get taken by a train. She held his gaze. Are you coming? Calder's hand moved to his coat pocket, where the edge of his own key shard had been since the seawall. I have been waiting 40 years for someone to ask me that question. He stepped away from the window. Lead the way. Chapter 76. The corridor was empty. Mira walked to the end of the hall and stopped at the window overlooking the harbor. The water was gray and flat, the sky the color of unpolished steel. Somewhere beneath that surface, the seawall platform lay collapsed, and the tracks that led to Junction 7 Charlie ran through the dark. Calder was already there. He did not turn when she stopped beside him. She offered you a deal? Yes. And you refused? Yes. He was quiet for a moment. I was not sure you would. Neither was I. Mira looked at the harbor. But I heard the architecture of it. Every clause was a leash. The medical monitoring, the oversight officer, the relationship addendum. They want me inside a system where they can measure me, track me, control when and how I move. That is what institutions do. Then I do not belong in one. Calder turned his head. Where do you belong? Mira let the question sit. I belong at the end of that route Lena mapped. I belong behind whatever door the key shard fits. I belong in the dark with the truth, not in a clean room with a quarterly evaluation. Calder's mouth moved. That is not a safe answer. I stopped pretending safe was possible the night I watched my sister get taken by a train. She held his gaze. Are you coming? Calder's hand moved to his coat pocket, where the edge of his own key shard had been since the seawall. I have been waiting 40 years for someone to ask me that question. He stepped away from the window. Lead the way. They took the service stairs. Mira did not look back at the authority building when they stepped out onto the street. The rain had stopped, leaving the pavement slick and the air heavy with the smell of wet stone and exhaust. A single lamp flickered at the corner where the administrative wing met the public concourse. Cully walked beside her, his stride adjusted to hers without discussion. You will be flagged the moment someone runs a standard check, he said. Your badge surrender will ping every patrol terminal in the district within the hour. I know. Ward's window gives us 72 hours. But she cannot control what happens at the checkpoints. If we are stopped, we have no credentials, no cover story, and no backup. I know. You are choosing to operate without a safety net. Mira stopped walking. She turned to face him. I am choosing to operate without a cage. Calder held her gaze. The streetlight caught the lines of his face, the exhaustion he had not let himself show inside the hearing room. You could have taken the deal, he said. 90 days, medical monitoring, a desk job. You would have been alive at the end of it. And Lena would still be in Seraphine's hands. Lena might be lost either way. Then I will lose her trying, not hiding. Calder's jaw tightened. That is not a calculation most people make. No, it is not. Mira stepped closer. But I am not most people. And you are not asking me this because you think I made the wrong choice. You are asking because you want to hear me say it out loud so I cannot take it back. Something shifted in his expression. Am I wrong? No. His voice was low. You are not wrong. Then stop testing me. She turned and kept walking. The entrance to the old keep route was not marked. Calder led her through a service alley behind the harbor freight office, past a row of rusted dumpsters and a maintenance hatch bolted into the concrete. He pulled a key from his coat, one Mira had never seen, and worked the lock until it gave with a groan. The hatch opened onto a ladder descending into dark. Mira looked down. How far? 200 feet. Then a tunnel runs northeast under the old city foundation. Calder paused. I mapped it 40 years ago. I have never been to the end. My breath is feeling this uni. Why not? He looked at the dark. because I was afraid of what I would find. And now? Now I am more afraid of what happens if I do not look. He swung onto the ladder and began descending. Mira followed. The rungs were cold and wet under her hands. The light from the alley shrank above her until it was a single point, then nothing. The dark pressed in, thick and absolute, carrying the smell of old concrete and something deeper, earth and salt and time. She counted the rungs. At 50, Calder's voice came up from below. You know there is no guarantee she is still at Junction 7, Charlie. I know. Seraphine may have moved her by now. The trail could be cold. Then we will find the next trail. And if there is no next trail? Mira's hand gripped the rung. Then I will burn the keep down anyway. Because if Seraphine thinks she can use my sister as a key and walk away, she is wrong. Below her, Calder stopped descending. For a moment, there was only the sound of their breathing in the dark. You sound like someone who has stopped caring about consequences, he said. No, Mira's voice was steady. I sound like someone who finally understands what she is fighting for. The ladder creaked as Calder resumed descending. They reached the bottom in silence. The tunnel was narrow, barely wide enough for two people to stand shoulder to shoulder. The walls were rough stone, wet with condensation, and the air was cool and still. A single recessed light strip ran along the ceiling, casting a dim amber glow that seemed to absorb sound rather than illuminate. Calder touched the wall. This was built before the Accord, before the Authority, before the city was even called Eidolon. How do you know? Because I helped build it. Mira stared at him. He kept his hand on the stone. 2 centuries ago, when the pre-council order was still deciding how to manage the bloodlines, they commissioned a network of routes beneath what would become the city. I was young. I did not understand what I was building. And now? Now I understand exactly what I built. He lowered his hand. A way for them to move subjects without ever touching the surface. A way to hide the truth beneath the foundation of a city that thought it was built on peace. Mira looked at the tunnel stretching ahead. Then we walk it. Calder's eyes met hers. Together, he said it like a question. Mira answered it by stepping past him into the dark. They had been walking for 15 minutes when her phone vibrated. Mira pulled it from her pocket. The screen lit with a single line of text from the unknown number she had memorized. Junction 7 Charlie is not the end. She stopped. Calder turned. Another message? Yes. She read it aloud. Junction 7 Charlie is not the end. Lower level holds a secondary transit hub. The door at the end of Calder's route opens to a records room. The key shard fits a lock beneath the records room floor. There is a second key still inside Seraphine's control. Find it before she buries the truth with Lena. Mira looked up from the screen. Calder's face was unreadable in the amber light. The texter knows the route, knows the key, knows about the lock beneath the records room. His voice was careful. Whoever is guiding you has been inside the keep's deepest levels. Mira's fingers tightened on the phone. Then they know more than we do. She slid the phone back into her pocket. We keep moving. Chapter 77. They had been walking for 15 minutes when her phone vibrated. Mira pulled it from her pocket. The screen lit with a single line of text from the unknown number she had memorized. Junction 7 Charlie is not the end. She stopped. Calder turned. Another message? Yes. She read it aloud. Junction 7 Charlie is not the end. Lower level holds a secondary transit hub. The door at the end of Calder's route opens to a records room. The key shard fits a lock beneath the records room floor. There is a second key still inside Seraphine's control. Find it before she buries the truth with Lena. Mira looked up from the screen. Calder's face was unreadable in the amber light. The texter knows the route, knows the key, knows about the lock beneath the records room. His voice was careful. Whoever is guiding you has been inside the keep's deepest levels. Mira's fingers tightened on the phone. Then they know more than we do. She slid the phone back into her pocket. We keep moving. The tunnel narrowed another quarter-mile before opening into a chamber Mira had not expected. It was a room, small, square, carved from the same stone as the corridor, but someone had lived here once. A cot in the corner, rusted frame, mattress long since rotted to springs, a desk bolted to the wall, A single shelf with a melted candle and a box of matches so old the sulfur had turned to powder. Calder stopped at the threshold. "I know this room." Mira watched his profile in the dim light. "How?" "I built it." He stepped inside. His hand touched the edge of the desk. 2 centuries ago, when I was still young enough to believe I could change what the Order was building, I carved this space as a refuge, somewhere I could sit and think without their eyes on me. Mira entered behind him. "And did you change what they were building?" He shook his head slowly. "No. I thought I could redirect them, tempered their ambition with reason. I was wrong." His hand dropped from the desk. "I spent 40 years inside Greyhall Tower feeding intelligence to the tracked bloodlines, trying to slow them down, give the families time to scatter, time to hide. I delayed the inevitable. I did not stop it." Mira stood beside him. "You saved who you could." "Not enough." His voice was flat. "Not her, not your mother, not Lena." She wanted to argue, wanted to tell him that survival was not a ledger, that the people he had kept alive did not know his name and never would, that his 40 years in that tower had bought something even if he could not measure it. But she had spent 4 years measuring her own failures the same way. So she said nothing. She stood beside him in the small stone room he had carved with his own hands, and she let the silence hold them both. Calder turned to face her. "Mira." The way he said her name was different. Not the clipped, professional address he had used at the crime scene, not the careful distance of the safe house, not the urgency of the collapsing platform. It was stripped, bare. "I have spent 200 years building walls," he said. "Between myself and the Order, between myself and the authority, between myself and anyone who might matter enough to lose." His hand rested, stopped an inch from her face, the same gesture he had used on the balcony at Greyhall Tower before the killer that shattered the moment. "I told myself it was protection, that keeping distance was the only way to keep people alive, that if I never let anyone close, I would never have to watch them burn." His hand trembled. "I was wrong about that too." Mira's breath caught. "You told me you were afraid of what you would find at the end of this tunnel," she said. "What are you afraid of now?" His eyes met hers. "That I will reach the end and you will still be standing beside me," he said, "and I will not know how to be the person who deserves that." The words hit her like a physical thing. She stepped forward, closed the inch he had left between them. "You have been waiting 40 years for someone to ask you to follow," she said. "I have been waiting 4 years to stop blaming the wrong person for what happened to my sister." Her hand found his. Cold stone dust, warm blood beneath. "I am done waiting." She pulled him toward her. The kiss was not gentle. It was not the careful, controlled press of the balcony, not the hungry desperation of the projection room. It was something else entirely. It was 2 people who had stopped performing, stopped calculating, stopped measuring the cost. It was a door opening. Calder's hand slid into her hair, the other finding the small of her back, pulling her against him with a force that made her gasp against his mouth. His lips were cold, then warm, then burning. She felt the tremor in his fingers, the tension in his shoulders, the way he held her like she was the only fixed point in a world that had been shifting under his feet for centuries. She bit his lower lip. Not hard. Enough. He made a sound low in his throat, and she felt it travel through her chest like a resonance. When they broke apart, they were both breathing hard. Mira's forehead pressed against his. "That was long overdue," Calder finished. She laughed, a broken, unsteady sound. "Yeah." His thumb touched the edge of her jaw, the line for cheekbone, the small crescent scar under her chin. "Your father told you this was from a fall off a swing," he said. "It was." "No. It was from the night your mother tried to run." Mira went still. "She was carrying you, 3 months old. She had been watching your bloodline for 5 years by then. I did not know why. I only knew the Order had marked it, and I was too young to understand what that meant." His hand found hers. "I failed her that night. I failed you. I have been trying to make up for it ever since." Mira looked at their hands, at the stone dust on his knuckles, the dried blood at his wrist, the way his fingers curled around hers like she was the only thing keeping him from falling. You did not fail me, she said. His eyes lifted. You are here. Her voice was steady. After everything, after the frame, the platform, the registry, the hearings, the tunnel, you are still here. You chose to follow me into the dark. She squeezed his hand. That is not failure. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he kissed her again. Slower this time. Deeper. His hand cradled the back of her head, tilting her face up to meet his, and she felt the shift in him. Not surrender, not conquest, but arrival. The end of a long road. When they broke apart, her lips were numb and her chest was burning. I do not know what is at the end of this tunnel, she said. Neither do I. I do not know if we will find Lena alive. You are gone. I do not know if we will survive what Seraphine has waiting for us. Calder's hand found hers. Neither do I. He lifted her hand to his lips. But I know I am not walking toward it alone. Mira looked at the small stone room he had carved 2 centuries ago. The melted candle, the rusted cot, the desk where he had sat and tried to reason with monsters. Then let us go find out what is waiting, she said. She turned toward the tunnel and pulled him with her. They walked for another mile before the amber light strip on the ceiling began to flicker. Mira slowed. Power loss? Terminus, Calder said. We are approaching the end of the old network. How far to the keep? Another 100 yards. The tunnel opens into a service shaft that connects to the lower levels. Mira's hand found the key shard in her pocket. Cold metal, sharp edges. The texter had said it fit a lock beneath the records room floor. The same records room Calder had mapped 40 years ago and never entered. She looked at Calder. Whatever is down there, we face it together. He met her eyes. Yes. They walked the final 100 yards in silence. The tunnel ended at a steel door, rusted at the hinges, the handle coated in decades of grime. Calder pressed his palm to the surface and pushed. The door groaned open. Beyond it, a narrow service shaft oozed into darkness, a spiral staircase climbing into the foundation of something older than the city above. Mira stepped through. The air changed, cooler, drier, carrying the faint smell of paper and dust and something underneath it, metallic, like old blood sealed in stone. She looked up the staircase. Above them, somewhere in the dark, the records room waited, and behind its floor, a lock that fit her key. And behind that, a second key, still in Seraphine's control. And behind that, Lena. Mira started climbing. Behind her, Calder followed. The door swung shut at the bottom of the shaft, sealing them into the dark. They climbed for what felt like hours, but could not have been more than 15 minutes. The spiral staircase ended at a landing with a single heavy door, oak, banded with iron, old enough that the wood had darkened to near black. A plate was bolted to the center, engraved with words worn smooth by age. Calder touched the plate. This is it. Mira pulled the key shard from her pocket. She fitted into the lock beneath the door handle. It clicked. The door swung open. Beyond it, a room stretched into shadow, shelves lining the walls, stacks of ledgers and scrolls and leather-bound volumes, a desk at the center covered in dust, and a single lamp. The pre-council orders records room. Mira stepped inside. The lamp flickered once, then steadied, casting a pool of warm light across the desk. On the surface, a single file lay open. A photograph faced upward. A child, dark hair, pale olive skin, a crescent scar already visible under her chin. The label beneath it read, Subject 1, Template Candidate, Status, Escaped. Mira's blood went cold. The photograph was her, age 3. And beneath the label, in handwriting she recognized from the ledger at St. Bridget, a single sentence. If she cannot be recovered, the bloodline must be harvested through the secondary line. The secondary line. Lena. Mira's hand shook. Behind her, Calder stood at the threshold, his face pale in the lamplight. She was never the target, he said quietly. She was the backup plan. Mira stared at her own face, frozen at 3 years old, before she had known what fear was. The lamp flickered again, and from somewhere deeper in the room, a sound. A breath. Mira spun. The shadows at the far end of the room shifted. A figure stepped into the light. I was wondering when you would find this place." Mira's heart stopped. The woman who stepped forward was thin, gray, streaking her dark hair, the same pale olive skin, the same gray eyes, the same crescent scar beneath her chin. Her mother, alive. Chapter 78. The air in the records room had not moved in decades. Mira stood frozen, her mother's face caught in the lamp's amber pool, the same gray eyes, the same crescent scar, the same shape of jaw she had spent 4 years grieving. "Say something," her mother said. The voice was thinner than Mira remembered, worn at the edges, but unmistakable. The same voice that had read her bedtime stories. The same voice that had told her she was brave enough to handle anything. Mira's hand found the edge of the desk. "You are dead. I am not. You let me bury you." Her mother's mouth tightened. "I let them think I was dead. There is a difference." Behind Mira, Calder had not moved from the threshold. She felt him there, a solid weight in the dark, saying nothing, letting her take the impact alone. The photograph of herself at 3 years old stared up from the desk. Subject 1, template candidate. Status, escaped. Mira's gaze dropped to it. "They were hunting me before I could walk." "Yes, my entire life. They were hunting me my entire life." Her mother took a step closer. The lamplight caught the gray streaks in her hair, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. She looked older than Mira remembered, not just in years but in the way she carried herself, the careful distance in her posture. "I did not know the full scope of it until after you were born," her mother said. "I knew my bloodline carried something. I knew the Order had been watching us for generations, but I did not know they had already marked you until I found the file." "Where?" "In Calder's keeping." Mira turned. Calder met her eyes. "I did not know the file existed when I first began monitoring your bloodline," he said. "I found it 60 years into the work, hidden in a vault I thought I had already searched. By then, my mother had already disappeared the first time." "The first time," Mira repeated. "I tried to run when you were 3 months old," her mother said. "I got as far as the St. Bridget tunnels. A loyalist caught me at a junction. I dropped you in the struggle. That is where you got the scar." Mira's hand rose to her chin. She had touched that scar 1,000 times. Never once had she imagined it came from a blade wielded by a man trying to steal her. "I killed him," her mother said flatly. "With his own blade. Then I ran. And Calder found you. At a safe house in the Eastern Quarter. I stayed there 6 months. Your father convinced me to come back. He said the only way to keep you safe was to stay inside the system, where we could watch them watching us." Mira's throat closed. Her father had known. Not the full truth, maybe, but enough. Did he know about Subject 1? Her mother's silence was the answer. Mira turned away. The room felt too small, the lamplight too bright, the dust and paper smell pressing against her skin. "You hid for 16 years, she said. "You let me believe you were dead. You let me carry that. I let you survive. I mourned you. I know." Her mother's voice cracked for the first time. "I watched you from a distance as long as I could. When the file on you was reactivated, I knew they had not given up. I went underground completely. It was the only way to keep them from using me to find you." Mira's phone buzzed. She ignored it. Another buzz, then a third. She pulled it from her pocket. Jay's name on the screen. 3 messages in rapid succession. Alert triggered. Financial movement on the Northern Line. 1 shipment routed under emergency medical exemption. Embedded cipher matches Lena's key shot sequence. She is still fighting. She is trying to be found. Mira's blood turned cold. She read the messages again. Lena's key shard. The cold metal piece still in her pocket. The cipher embedded in a shipment. Her sister was leaving a trail. From within Seraphine's control. Mira looked up. Her mother was watching her with an expression Mira could not read. "What is it?" "Lena," Mira said. "She sent a marker." Her mother's face went still. "Where?" "Northern Line. Jay is tracking the movement now." She was already moving toward the door, the key shard heavy in her pocket, the photograph of herself at 3 years old still lying open on the desk. "Mira." Her mother's voice stopped her. "I did not come here to slow you down. I came here to tell you where the second key is." Mira turned. "Seraphine keeps it on her person at all times," her mother said. "A thin chain around her neck. Steel, not gold. She never removes it. Not to sleep, not to feed. It opens the lock beneath this room." Mira looked at the floor, the key shard in her pocket, the lock beneath the records room floor. "The second key opens the archive below," her mother said. "The one that holds the Order's original charter, the names of every bloodline they mocked before the Accord existed. The proof that Seraphine cannot destroy without destroying herself." "You have seen it? I helped seal it." Mira stared at her. Her mother met her gaze without flinching. "You?" Mira said. "I was not always a target, Mira. I was an archivist for the Order before I understood what they were building. I sealed the lower archive myself. I built the lock that fits your key, and I swore never to tell anyone how to open it." "Then why are you telling me now?" Her mother's eyes held something Mira had never seen in them before. Fear. Honest fear. "Because Seraphine knows I am still alive," she said. "And she knows the only way to keep me from speaking is to kill Lena first." Mira's hand tightened on the phone. Jay's messages still glowed on the screen. Lena's cipher. Lena fighting. "I need to go," Mira said. "I know." Her mother stepped back, giving her the path. "Find her, Mira. Find her and burn this place to the ground." Mira looked at Calder. He stood in the doorway, his face unreadable, but his hand extended, ready to follow. She took it. They stepped out of the records room together, the door swinging shut behind them, the cry of the rusted hinges echoing through the shaft. The phone buzzed again. "Jay. Shipment cleared, checkpoint 6 minutes ago. Heading north on the old transit line. I am sending coordinates now." "Mira, the cipher has a timestamp. It expires in 43 minutes. Chapter 79. The familiar street looked smaller than she remembered. Mira stood at the mouth of Blackstone Row, the rain falling in sheets across the cobblestones, the townhouse windows dark and sealed. The safe house sat quiet at the end of the block, its reinforced door unmarked, its curtains drawn. She had not expected to come back. Calder waited at her shoulder, his breathing still carrying the rasp of the tunnel descent. He had not asked why she wanted to stop here. He had simply followed when she turned off the main route. "This is where it started," she said. "This is where you decided to trust me." She looked at him. The rain ran down his face, caught in the lines at the corners of his eyes. He looked exhausted. He looked like someone who had been carrying weight for centuries. "I decided nothing," she said. "You wore me down." His mouth moved, not quite a smile. They crossed the street together. The lock was unchanged. Mira's hand remembered the code from the first night, the sequence she had punched in with hostility and suspicion. She entered it again now, her fingers moving without thought. The door swung open. The foyer smelled the same. Dust and rain and the faint chemical tang of the cleaning solution the Authority used. The lights were off. The security panel glowed green, inactive. No one had been here since they left. Mira walked through the ground floor without turning on the lamps. The kitchen where she had made coffee at dawn, furious at Calder's silence. The living room where they had argued over every lead, every file, every assumption. The hallway where he had caught her after the echo site collapse, his hand steady on her elbow, his voice low and careful. She stopped at the foot of the stairs. "The cash you left," she said. "The one you told me about. I hid it in the basement. You told me about the one in the freight office bolt hole. Not this one." Calder was quiet for a moment. "This one was never meant for operational use," he said. "It was insurance. If I died before you were ready to hear the truth, I wanted you to find it." "Find what?" He walked past her, through the kitchen to the narrow door that led down to the basement. The stairs groaned under his weight. Mira followed. The basement was unfinished. Concrete floor, exposed pipes, a single bulb hanging from a frayed wire. Calder crossed to the far wall, where a section of the foundation looked older than the rest, the mortar darker, the stones irregular. He pressed his palm against the third stone from the left. It shifted. Mira watched as he worked the stone loose, revealing a hollow space beyond it. His hand emerged, holding a flat metal box, no larger than a book, coated in dust. He held it out to her. "I left this here 6 months after your sister was taken," he said. "Before I knew you would ever speak to me without hatred. Before I knew you would ever stand in the same room as me without wanting to leave." Mira took the box. It was heavier than it looked. "We sealed the panel proof in there." The lid opened without resistance. Inside, beneath a layer of oiled cloth, lay a stack of documents, handwritten notes, a photograph, a folded map. Mira lifted the photograph first. It was a picture of her. She recognized the angle immediately. The camera had been positioned at street level, catching her as she left the Authority building. She was in her early 20s, her hair shorter, her face harder, her eyes fixed on something beyond the frame. She turned the photograph over. On the back, in handwriting she did not recognize, Subject 1, Candidate confirmed, Acquisition authorized. The world went very still. "Calder. I found it in a courier pouch routed to Seraphine's office," he said. "7 years ago, before the triple homicide, before the case, before any of it." She looked at him. "You had this for 7 years." "I had this for 7 years." She wanted to be angry. The reflex was there, familiar and sharp, the old instinct to lash out at every withheld truth. But she was too tired, too full of everything else. "Why?" "Because if I gave it to you then, you would have hunted Seraphine alone, and she would have buried you. If I gave it to you when we were confined here, you would have seen it as another manipulation." He paused. "I wanted to wait until you could see it as what it is." "And what is it?" "Proof that Seraphine wanted you before she knew your name. Proof that she had a file on you before your mother was taken. Proof that you were never a random target." Mira looked down at the photograph. Subject 1, Acquisition authorized. She was 5 in that picture, 21 years before the first murder. 21 years before she ever heard Seraphine Vale's name. Seraphine had been watching her since she was a child. Mira set the photograph aside and lifted the folded map. The paper was brittle, the ink faded, but the layout was unmistakable. The old city, the tunnel network, a single mark at the center, circled in red, with a date written beside it in the same hand as the photograph. The date was the year Mira was born. "She knew where I lived," Mira said. "She knew where I was born. She knew everything." "She traced your bloodline through the Order's records," Calder said. "Your mother had already sealed the lower archive by then, but the Order kept a surface registry, names and birth dates and locations, updated every generation. Seraphine found your entry when she joined the Council." "Why did she wait?" "Because you were protected. Your mother had disappeared you from the registry by the time you were 3 months old. The surface entry was a false trail. Seraphine spent 4 years trying to confirm you were still alive. And when she did, she made her first attempt to acquire you." Calder pointed to a second document in the box, a single page with a seal Mira did not recognize. "That is the original acquisition order, sealed by Seraphine's predecessor, approved by the council chair at the time. It was rescinded 3 days later when your mother's countermeasure triggered an audit." Mira pulled the page free. The language was bureaucratic, precise, designed to obscure its true purpose. But the meaning was clear. Subject 1, female, age 5, to be transferred to council custody for evaluation and placement. Her 5-year-old self, slotted into a system designed to turn her into a tool. "This is not a file," she said. "This is a warrant." "It is the closest thing to a confession the council ever put in writing," Calder said. "And it has been sitting in this wall for 7 years because I did not know how to give it to you without losing you." Mira looked at him. The basement light caught the hollows of his face, the exhaustion he could not hide, the weight of everything he had carried alone. "You are not losing me," she said. His breath caught. She reached out and set her palm against his chest, feeling the slow beat of his heart beneath her hand. "Thank you," she said. "For what?" "For trusting me with this." She looked down at the box. "For keeping it safe until I was ready. I would have kept it forever if I had to." "I know." She closed the box and tucked it under her arm. "We need to move," she said. "The shipment is still ahead of us." Calder nodded. They climbed the basement stairs together, through the dark kitchen, past the rooms that had held their hostility and their hunger and their slow, bruising trust. At the front door, Mira paused. She looked back at the townhouse one last time. Then she stepped out into the rain. Her phone buzzed as they reached the sidewalk. J. Correction on the tracking. The shipment changed course. It is not heading north. It is heading toward Thornfield. Mira read the message twice. Thornfield, the place Ellie had named. The location Lena had been moved to. The conspiracy's primary base. Seraphine was bringing Lena home. Calder. He was already reading over her shoulder. She is consolidating, he said. Bringing everything to one location. The subjects, the records, the compound. One facility. Or one trap. Or both. Mira looked at the box under her arm. The photograph. The acquisition order. The proof that Seraphine had been hunting her for 21 years. You wanted to know if I was ready, she said. Calder met her eyes. I am ready, she said. Let us go burn Thornfield to the ground. Her phone buzzed again. J. I am sending the updated coordinates now. But Mira, the cipher is still running. 23 minutes. If you do not reach the shipment before it expires, Lena's trail goes dark. Mira pocketed the phone. She looked at Calder. They ran. Chapter 80. The rain had stopped by the time they reached the harbor taxi rank. Mira's lungs burned as she slid into the back of the rust-patched sedan, Calder beside her, the box from the safe house pressed between her knees. The driver glanced at them in the mirror, took in the salt-crusted clothes and the set of Calder's jaw, and said nothing. Either he recognized the look of people running, or he did not care. Thornfield Road, Mira said. The old industrial district. The driver pulled into traffic without a word. Mira pulled out her phone. The cipher timer showed 18 minutes. The coordinates Jay had sent flickered on the screen, a cluster of buildings on the northeastern edge of the city where the rail lines dead-ended against the marsh. 18 minutes to reach a location that was at least 25 minutes away. We are not going to make it, she said. Calder did not argue. She watched the building slide past, the wet streets catching the first pale wash of light above the rooftops. Dawn was breaking. The city was waking. Somewhere in the maze of roads ahead, a shipment was carrying her sister toward a facility Mira had never seen, and the trail was bleeding out, second by second. Her phone buzzed. Jay, I am routing the traffic signals. Green corridor from harbor to Thornfield border. Best I can do. Another buzz. 14 minutes. Mira looked at Calder. Jay is buying us time. Time we do not have, he said. Thornfield is a fortress. Seraphine will have fortified every approach. Even if we reach the shipment before the cipher expires, we will be walking into a compound designed to hold subjects like Lena. Then we do not walk in through the front. There is no other entrance. I checked every schematic after Ellie named the location. Thornfield was built as a sealed facility. One road, one rail spur, one gate. Mira set the phone on her knee. Then we make our own entrance. The sedan hit a yellow light and did not slow. The driver had picked up speed, weaving through the thinning early morning traffic with the practiced aggression of someone who had spent decades on these streets. Mira did not ask who he was or why he had not questioned their destination. Some things were better left unexamined. Her phone buzzed a third time. Not Jay, the unknown number. The cipher is not the trail. The cipher is the key. Mira read the message twice. What does that mean? Calder leaned over to read the screen. His expression did not change, but something shifted in his posture, a subtle straightening, as if a piece he had been waiting for had finally clicked into place. She is not sending you a location, he said. She is sending you access. She said the cipher opens the door at Junction 7 Charlie. That is what the key shard is for. 2 different doors. Junction 7 Charlie leads to the records room. The cipher leads to something else, something beneath Thornfield. Mira stared at the message. The phone buzzed again. 10 minutes. The shipment will have stopped by then. If you are not at the rail spur when it does, Lena goes dark. But the cipher will still work. Do not follow the shipment. Follow the cipher. Mira read the words and felt the shape of the choice pressing against her ribs. Lena was on that train. Lena was the shipment. The trail was bleeding away, and the only way to save her was to abandon the chase. You are not going to listen, Calder said. It was not a question. She is telling me to let the shipment go, Mira said. She is telling you that the shipment is a decoy. Lena is not on it. Then where is she? Already at Thornfield. Seraphine would never risk moving her through open rail. The shipment is a test to see if you follow the bait or the signal. Mira looked at the phone, at the cipher timer, at the coordinates that were growing closer with every second of the driver's accelerated route. She is using Lena to draw me in, she said. Yes. And if I follow the bait, I walk into a trap. Yes. And if I follow the cipher, then you find whatever Lena left behind. The real trail, the one Seraphine does not know exists. Mira closed her eyes. The sedan hurtled through a green light. The dawn grew brighter beyond the windshield. She thought about the photograph in the box. The 5-year-old girl Seraphine had already marked, the acquisition order that had been rescinded but never destroyed, the 21 years of watching. She thought about Lena's voice in the echo site, the way she had said, "I never stopped believing." She thought about Calder's hand in hers on the stairs, the weight of his trust pressing against her palm. She opened her eyes. We follow the cipher. Calder said nothing, but his hand found hers in the space between them, and he held it. The driver took the next turn without being told. The city fell away behind them. Thornfield loomed ahead, a dark cluster of buildings against the gray horizon, and Mira watched it grow larger with every second, knowing that somewhere inside those walls her sister was waiting, knowing that the trail she was following would not lead to a rescue, but to a war. Her phone buzzed one last time. Jay, the shipment stopped, Thornfield rail spur, but there is no movement. No one got off. The train is empty. Calder was right. The bait had been set, and somewhere beneath the city, beyond the reach of Seraphine's eyes, a cipher was waiting to be decoded. Mira looked down at her phone. The unknown number had sent one final message. The cipher is a frequency. Tune it to the old transit band. You will hear her. She has been broadcasting for 3 days, waiting for you to listen. Mira stared at the screen. 3 days. Lena had been speaking for 3 days, and Mira had been running toward the wrong signal. She raised her eyes to the road ahead. Thornfield was still there. The trap was still waiting, but the war had already moved beyond it. And somewhere in the dark, on a frequency no one else could hear, her sister was still fighting.